Chapter 1. The Visitors from Parallel Dimensions. Two fists, one white and one silver, collided with a thunderous impact, resulting in the cataclysm of the cosmos in but an instant. Two figures were simultaneously thrust backward, traversing countless starry rivers. One exuded a vast and sacred aura, while the other radiated a brutal and frenzied presence. The clash between these two formidable warriors stemmed from a martial arts tournament held in the past. 3 days had elapsed since the conclusion of the Tournament of Power in the Dragon Ball Super Universe. Gogeta, who had traversed dimensions, lay alone on an expansive meadow, idly gazing at the starry sky. As he immersed himself in his thoughts, he suddenly sensed an unusual energy oscillation in the fabric of time and space. This energy did not resemble that of the future Trunks. 1, 2, 3. By his perceptive abilities, he detected no fewer than 10 individuals approaching. The newcomers were not particularly strong, yet their sheer number was unexpectedly high. As Gogeta tilted his head to gaze at the heavens, an oval-shaped spacecraft emerged from the chaotic turbulence of time and space. Upon this vessel, several humanoid beings, no taller than 1.5 meters, donned green attire, their heads resembling those of avian creatures. Utilizing a time-traveling device they had developed, they arrived in Universe 666666. One subordinate, a bird-like being, stood behind a middle-aged counterpart and reported in hushed tones. Detection complete. The target individuals have all been located on Planet Blue. The leader of the avian beings paused for a moment, visibly astonished by the report, murmuring to himself, "Once again, Planet Blue, this is not our first encounter." The detection instruments of the time travel device whirred into action, scanning the region of Planet Blue. "Commander, there's also a temple here, likely the same as the one we encountered not long ago, resonating with the energy of Namekians." After contemplating for a moment, the leader made a decisive choice. "Prepare the spacecraft. We shall bring the Namekian along to Planet Blue." A shuttle, measuring several dozen meters in length, detached from the time travel device and swiftly approached Planet Blue. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta, engaged in their training, sensed the approaching presence and exchanged glances before unleashing their energy, soaring towards the temple in the sky. Gogeta, unwilling to fall behind, placed 2 fingers to his forehead and, relying on Piccolo's energy, utilized instant transmission to arrive at the temple. "Hey, Piccolo." Piccolo acknowledged him with a brief response. "You sense it too, huh?" Piccolo was unfazed by Gogeta's arrival. Aside from the initial surprise years ago upon their first meeting, he had gradually come to accept his existence. Even now, Piccolo struggled to comprehend how Gogeta manifested while Goku and Vegeta were still alive. Goku and Vegeta soon arrived, greeting the two. "Hey, Piccolo, Gogeta, are you interested in the outsiders as well?" Vegeta snorted dismissively, maintaining his usual haughty demeanor. "I don't sense much hostility from them, rather. I am more curious about when you, Gogeta, will spar with me again." Gogeta chuckled, waving his hand dismissively while responding vaguely. "Whenever I have the time, I will definitely join you." In certain respects, Gogeta held a deep respect for Vegeta. His tenacity was remarkable. Fully aware that he was not a match for Gogeta, he still insisted on competing, relishing the challenge of pushing his limits. For Vegeta, facing a stronger opponent was a source of joy and fulfillment. However, Gogeta found no challenge in battling Vegeta. It offered him little in terms of competition. In his previous life as a Dragon Ball enthusiast, an unexpected incident had thrust him into the form of Gogeta, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta during the Super Era. Having resided in Universe 7 for several years, he had forged connections with Goku and the others through a series of fortunate encounters. Involved in the narratives surrounding Black Goku, Hit, and the Tournament of Power, he had developed his strength to its utmost limits. For years, he had awaited an opportunity, one that would allow him to witness the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 or even 5. It could also be said that he sought to explore the peculiar, yet seemingly normal world of GT. He aimed to uncover answers to a troubling question that had lingered in his mind for quite some time. Yet in the Dragon Ball Super universe, such opportunities were scarce. These sudden extraterrestrial visitors might bring forth new surprises. Bu and Tien also emerged, the pitch-black Bu expressing confusion at the arrival of the spacecraft. Why is this ship not being repelled? What is going on? According to Bu's understanding of the temple, any entity unrecognized by the Supreme Kai would be repelled by the temple itself. While it was conceivable that one could force their way in through sheer power, there would still be some resistance, yet this spacecraft had sailed through effortlessly. 10, equally bewildered, pondered, have they gained acceptance? He himself barely believed it wasn't this absurd. After merging with the Supreme Kai, Uncle Piccolo had become the new Supreme Kai, yet he was still unaware of the origins of these visitors. As the ship descended, swirling winds caused Piccolo's white robe to billow dramatically behind him. Or perhaps there's another possibility. If there are also Namekians, they could be accepted by the temple autonomously. Be cautious, this spacecraft does not appear to be of Namekian design. Due to the previous Supreme Kai's influence, the temple afforded special privileges to Namekians. As the group observed warily, the spacecraft opened its hatch, revealing 2 Namekians and 2 avian beings. The Namekians smiled benignly, indicating that they bore no ill intent. We are Namekians from another universe, and our ability to traverse dimensions is due to the advanced technology developed by the Veluga. Goku and Vegeta exchanged puzzled glances with Gogeta, unsure of the implications. One of the avian beings stepped forward to introduce himself, elaborating on the theory of parallel universes. Through his explanation, they began to grasp the meaning of what the visitors referred to as parallel universes, distinguishing them from the future timeline of Trunks. The universe does not follow a fixed developmental trajectory. Many can share the same starting point, yet a single unexpected event can lead to entirely different conclusions. This results in an infinite array of divergent paths. For instance, while Goku and his companions protect Planet Blue in another universe, it might very well be under the dominion of others. To illustrate, numerous universes contain Veluga beings. However, only one timeline saw the Veluga develop and invent the dimensional time travel device. Since traversing time and space disrupts the natural course of history, it is deemed an unforgivable crime. The Veluga's time travel device is prohibited by the Supreme Kai and is generally not permitted for use. This time, for specific reasons, they've been granted the privilege to traverse dimensions. Gogeta managed to glean a general understanding of the principles involved. For example, in a certain universe, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan may have, due to unforeseen circumstances, ultimately succumbed to Cell, resulting in the absence of Vegeta and the others in that universe, as Cell eradicated your kind, correct? Chapter 2. The Martial Arts Tournament. Goku couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Is that really possible? Surely, such a scenario cannot exist. Gogeta's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of amusement appearing. Who knows? Perhaps it is. At that moment, having celebrated his victory in the tournament of power and indulging in a feast, the gluttonous Beerus, having narrowly escaped disaster, seemingly sensed something amiss. Accompanied by Whis, he swiftly flew over, and upon spotting the Veluga, raised his hand to gather destructive energy without hesitation. You traverse dimensions, huh? That is a grave offense. Prepare to perish. Seeing the god of destruction approach, the leader of the Veluga showed no fear. Rather, he calmly explained. Lord Beerus, my name is Vaga. We obtained permission from our universe's Supreme Kai for this dimensional travel. We did not act on our own accord. Beerus, unimpressed, responded coldly. Oh, and what does that have to do with me? A mere Supreme Kai from another universe holds no authority here. Do not presume to wield your insignificance as a badge of honor. Vaga maintained his composure, stepping closer to Beerus to whisper something. Beerus' expression shifted from purple to black, and then to a pallid hue, as if he had consumed something foul. Are you telling the truth? Vaga nodded affirmatively. Beerus beckoned Whis, and the two departed, returning to their meal. Do as you please, I will not concern myself with your affairs. Should anything go awry, do not seek me out. Before leaving, Whis exchanged a knowing smile with Gogeta. Gogeta rubbed his nose. Observing Beerus' demeanor, Whis had specifically cautioned him that this situation might prove troublesome. That Vaga was able to persuade Beerus to depart was something no one had anticipated. Vaga then articulated their purpose. We intend to host a grand martial arts tournament for the entire universe, inviting all beings from various parallel dimensions to participate. The reward will be the opportunity to make a wish using the Dragon Balls of Namek, along with a chance to meet a mysterious entity. Goku scratched the back of his head, feeling a surge of excitement. A universal martial arts tournament? That sounds intriguing. I can hardly wait to clash with masters from other universes. Vegeta smirked, shattering Goku's enthusiasm. Kakarot, surely you do not believe you can triumph over me. As long as I am present, do not even think of claiming the championship. Vegeta, I have no intention of losing either. In this martial arts tournament, he intended to impart a lesson to Kakarot, demonstrating that he, Vegeta, was the true champion of the universe. Gogeta chuckled helplessly as these two began their rivalry anew, each refusing to yield to the other, ready to face anyone, as long as it meant not losing to one another. The Namekian extended his right hand to shake Gogeta's. Powerful warriors are always in search of battles that ignite their fervor. The rewards are of little consequence in comparison. For the sake of your battles, we have prepared the Dragon Balls in advance, allowing you to unleash your full potential without restriction. Those who unfortunately perish in combat will be resurrected post-battle by the Dragon Balls. In other words, this is a combat devoid of peril. I wonder if you all wish to participate? Goku, the battle enthusiast, was naturally eager to join, and Vegeta would not allow him to seek glory alone. Under Piccolo's telepathy, soon enough, Gohan, Krillin, and Android 18 arrived. Even Yamcha made an appearance. Some wished to compete, while others merely sought to witness the tournament. The tournament area was already equipped with spectator seating, so family members were certainly welcome, and Vagaru readily agreed. Goten and Trunks, the two lively youngsters, expressed their desire to join in and curiously inquired, "May we compete as a duo?" Vagaru shook his head, firmly denying the children's proposal. That is not permitted. The competition is conducted unknown, and no external assistance is allowed. You may utilize weapons, but if you cannot rise within 10 seconds or do not make a move within 30 seconds, you will forfeit. The two youngsters conspired in hushed tones before gleefully countering. One of us, named Trunks, is currently absent, but he will appear during the match. We can attend as spectators first. Would that be acceptable? Vagaru readily acquiesced. That is fine, as long as he can appear at the arena when the time comes. We welcome friends from all universes to spectate. In fact, one individual from another universe has even registered on behalf of her unborn child. Goku remained silent. However, Vegeta shot a glare at Trunks. Gogeta found it quite amusing, observing the antics of these two mischievous little rascals. The two fathers were capable of fighting solo, and under normal circumstances would rather die than team up. Yet here they were, able to fuse and fight together, yet unwilling to engage in an unknown duel. After confirming the number of participants, Vagaru informed them of their assigned numbers. You are the 18th team in the competition. This is also your universe's identification number. Please board the spaceship. Gogeta and the others boarded the spacecraft in succession, and even bitterly decided to tag along to witness the event. Gogeta surveyed the various devices aboard the time-space shuttle, intrigued by this technology. Traveling through time and space was not an insurmountable feat. Many deities could achieve it. However, apart from the time rings, a typical individual breaking through the temporal barrier would have no knowledge of which timeline awaited them on the other side. Without precise control over their landing points, they could not arrive at their intended universe. The time-space shuttle adeptly resolved this issue. For if the developmental lines of the universes were identical, they would encounter identical warriors, rendering the experience rather trivial. Goku was more concerned about another matter. "Excuse me, will the journey through space take a considerable amount of time?" Vagaru waved his hand with a sense of pride. "Not at all. We will employ spatial distortion techniques, allowing us to arrive in a mere fraction of time. By the way, the universe of the martial arts tournament is devoid of life, so there is no need to worry about collateral damage." In under 3 minutes, the time-space shuttle reached the designated planet for the tournament. Vagaru made a point to remind them, "This is the resting area for the 18th universe. Feel free to explore, but please refrain from any conflict with others." You may encounter some familiar faces, but they are beings from other universes, so do not be startled. As Gogeta, being a fused warrior, possessed an array of peculiar techniques. He merely released a hint of his aura, scanning the planet where the martial arts tournament was held. Indeed, there are quite a few familiar faces. Upon entering the tournament venue, they truly realized its vastness. It appeared to span at least several dozen acres, possibly even 100. The venue was circular, with the martial arts tournament stage at the center, and below it, there were separate seating areas for participating contestants' families. Above them were the general spectators. Although this universe lacked sentient life, the first universe's Veluga race, as the tournament's initiators, held significant privileges. They brought many of their universe's inhabitants along to serve as spectators. Chapter 3: Powerhouses of Universes. At the center of the venue stood a separate room, modest in size but adorned with exquisite decor, drawing considerable attention. Gogeta was somewhat taken aback, realizing he was unable to penetrate the room's defenses. Someone was obstructing his probe. The origins of this individual were extraordinary. The anomalies of Beerus and Whis, along with the mysterious chamber, hinted at the exceptional nature of this competition. Since they would not permit him to see, he dismissed the matter, finding the participating warriors rather intriguing, especially as the person he sought was present. Not merely acquaintances, there exist numerous competitors of astonishing weakness who have also been invited by the Veluga. These Veluga individuals are not solely focused on the prowess of the warriors themselves. Rather, it is more likely that in all realms of existence, anyone deemed a formidable entity within their universe is granted the opportunity to participate, even if their strength pales in comparison to that of characters from other parallel universes. It remains inconsequential. Standing side by side, the formidable demon King Piccolo and his son Gohan engage in discourse regarding the upcoming tournament. Their tone is notably relaxed. Having triumphed in the power tournament, this competition seems hardly worthy of concern. Furthermore, the prospect of resurrection post-battle alleviates any apprehension, ensuring that even if the adversaries have ulterior motives, Goku and Vegeta stand ready as a precautionary measure. Is this the internal atmosphere of the martial arts tournament? It appears the participants have yet to fully assemble. This suggests that the left side of the spectator area is where our previous team resided, specifically the team from Universe 17. Upon witnessing the scene, Gohan's expression darkens, nearly causing him to erupt instinctively. Indeed, Vegeta, you have accurately predicted this. As Gohan spoke, all eyes were drawn to him, following his gaze. Emerging slowly from the shadows of the 17th Universe's contestant camp was a green humanoid creature, exuding an air of aloofness and indifference. Ah, it's you again, quite bothersome indeed. Cell, having arrived a bit earlier, was not at all surprised to see Goku and his companions. Although the other Gokus bore different appearances, they were undeniably the same at their core. The being known as the Sage of Blue Star, Dubra, likely surmised the implication behind Cell's words. He recognizes us. In his universe, Cell must have eliminated us, becoming the most formidable entity there. Vegeta concurred with this assessment, but offered an alternative interpretation of Cell's words. You are not mistaken. Yet the underlying meaning behind Cell's statement should be considered, directing their attention to the area Vegeta indicated. They observed that the contestants from the 19th universe bore a striking resemblance in their lineup, suggesting that Cell may have encountered them beforehand. Piccolo, towering over Gohan, Dilly, Goten, and Trunks, appeared to be of a stature befitting a high school student. Super Wukong scratched his head. It's quite similar to us, if the personnel are the same. How could they not be invited here? Vegeta let out a cold snort. Soon enough, we shall find out. Goku, however, leaped from the observation platform, departing from his team's area, and made his way directly to the contestants of Universe 20. Greetings, he said. As he noticed a young Goku standing at the forefront of Universe 20's representatives, his hands clasped behind his head. What on earth is going on, Vegeta? The GT Goku, clad in a blue martial arts uniform and beige sports trousers, recognized Vegeta's identity. The GT Vegeta, donned in all black, had recently shaved his beard after being teased by his daughter, and his eyes flashed with surprise. This fellow, he has you and me on his team. How did he manage that? It was important to note that Vegeta was the warrior formed by the fusion of himself and that rascal Kakarot. If both of them were still present, how could Vegeta have materialized from thin air? Vegeta smirked, casually glancing to the side, altering his initial thoughts and adopting a nonchalant tone. Do not concern yourselves with such matters. I merely came to extend my greetings. Should we cross paths? I hope you will unleash your full potential. GT Vegito was about to unleash a tirade, but GT Goku interjected first. I feel the same way. You are incredibly strong. It's truly impressive. My body is positively trembling with excitement. Vegito waved his hand dismissively and returned to his universe's area, abandoning the idea of further conversation for the moment. The other contestants from different universes were merely supplementary. Even if they had Goku and Vegeta in their timelines, it held little significance. The true threats lay solely with the likes of Gohan from Universe 19, the individuals from the GT timeline, and the yet-to-appear Universe 21. In the realm of transcendent time and space, while the esteemed Son Wukong maintains his composure, the youthful Super Trunks and Super Goten are still ensnared by the tumultuous emotions that stir within them. Eagerly, they venture beyond their designated area, arriving at the heart of the venue. As Super Gohan surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a particular area where his pupils gradually constricted and his body began to tremble involuntarily. Vegeta, look over there. Given Vegeta's youthful appearance, he had previously mentioned being in his 20s when he first encountered Super Goku, a statement that aligned with his age before his journey. Over the years, coupled with their compatible personalities, Super Gohan had developed a close relationship with him. However, upon spotting a peculiar group, a memory from long ago resurfaced in his mind, imparted by his father, which instilled in him an unsettling premonition. Vegeta turned his head, and upon seeing the scene before him, he was taken aback, utterly stunned by the bizarre spectacle that unfolded. Unable to contain himself, he let out an expletive. Holy cow! Son Goku! Among the crowd, one of the participating teams from another universe was led by a Saiyan contingent headed by Vegeta himself. This revelation was not particularly surprising, as he was flanked by 3 other Saiyans, all clad in the standard Saiyan battle attire. Among them, besides Bardock, stood an individual whom no one could have anticipated. To his astonishment, Son Goku was also part of their ranks, a deranged and sinister grin adorning his face, exuding an aura of malevolence. Gohan's tone turned somber as he averted his gaze from Goku. My father once told me that he was exceedingly brutal and wild during his youth, but after suffering a head injury, he transformed into the person he is today. Vegeta understood the implication. Yet he was not as sentimental as Super Gohan since this was not his universe. Are you suggesting that in that universe, Goku never suffered a head injury, and thus remained the malevolent Saiyan? Eventually, he and Vegeta's team exterminated all of humanity on Earth, correct? No, I believe the Saiyant's name is Kakarot. The overwhelming Gohan remained silent. The aura emitted by Goku was not particularly potent, far less stable than that of his father from the universe. Goten and Trunks, at long last, have successfully located their quarry. Trunks, look, there is Frieza, Cell, and Bu. Indeed, this time, we shall ensure that the name of Gotenks resonates throughout other universes. The nefarious Bu must ultimately be vanquished by us. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, Bu also exists, having transformed into a friend of Mr. Satan, adopting a gentler and kinder disposition. He has become their ally, rendering any mortal combat implausible. During the Z era, their battle with the Majin Bu resulted in defeat, attributed to the recklessness of the 2 children, leaving them quite dissatisfied. Meanwhile, the observant Super Vegeta raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Ultra Goku sensed something amiss and inquired softly, "What have you discovered, Vegeta?" The Super Vegeta turned away awkwardly, remaining silent. However, the perceptive Super Gohan managed to discern the situation. He noticed that the contestants from Universe 10, also belonging to the Saiyan race, were numerous. Their attire, however, bore a distinctly retro appearance, resembling the original Saiyan battle suits. It seemed evident that Universe 10 lacked the presence of the Frieza race, and it was likely that they had not yet achieved the transformation into Super Saiyans. Vegeta remained non-committal, echoing his previous sentiments. According to Vegeta, the Saiyans, lacking proficiency in technology, had clung to their outdated battle gear, which possessed remarkably low performance, until they encountered Frieza and succumbed to his rule. Additionally, since the Veluga people only invited the most formidable beings from each parallel universe, the fact that these Saiyans were not adorned in Frieza's military attire further indicated the absence of the Frost Demon race in that universe. Chaobic, however, discerned the anomaly in the other party's words and asserted with conviction, "No, that universe is not solely inhabited by Saiyans. There exists a contingent of Namekians as well, albeit they are positioned behind the Saiyans." Goku and Goten, the 2 children, also took notice of the anciently adorned Saiyans. Surely, among them, there must be our ancestors. Shall we venture a glimpse into the past? With that, they swiftly made their way to the realm of the Saiyan clan in universe number 10. Might any of you have a child named Kakarot? Goten inquired. One of the Saiyans at the forefront slowly shook his head in response. I have never heard of this name. It does not ring a bell. However, from among the Saiyan warriors in the back, a man with a cross-shaped scar on his cheek spoke up. I am Bardock. Once, I had a son named Kakarot, but he perished long ago. Chao Wutian's face radiated excitement, for upon gazing at the visage of the man before him, he was certain that this was indeed the grandfather he had been seeking. Aside from the scar etched upon his face, Bardock bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, Sun Wukong. How splendid. Might I inquire about your wife, my ancestor? Oh, I mean, is your wife present here? Bardock shook his head. No, my wife passed away long ago. Very well. May I take a photograph of you? Under the guidance of Chi-Chi. Chao Wutian exhibits remarkable politeness. Bardock, too, did not decline. The Ultra Instinct Goku confronted the cloaked King Vegeta, who in this universe was none other than Vegeta himself. May I inquire if your father is still among the living? Vegeta, unlike Bardock, was not one to tolerate such impertinence from a mere child. With a fierce glare and a voice laced with authority, he retorted, My father stands behind me. He is the former king of Vegeta. What kind of inferior race and wretched man spawned such an insolent child as you? Were it not for the prohibition against personal combat in this realm, I would swiftly demonstrate that the majesty of a king is not to be trifled with. Super Trunks puffed up his cheeks and suppressed the urge to strike back. Bardock, you are no match for me. Even if you all joined forces, I could easily defeat you alone. Indeed, the experiences one undergoes can lead to significant disparities in strength, even among the same individual. This Vegeta, let alone facing the Vegeta from the Super Universe, would find it impossible to overcome Super Trunks. Upon hearing these words, Gogeta couldn't help but chuckle softly and nudged Super Vegeta. Vegeta, you tolerate an impertinent Vegeta who insults you as inferior? Vegeta, unable to endure the taunts from another Vegeta, retaliated, resulting in one Vegeta being left in a state of near defeat while another emerged victorious. Vegeta, fuming, muttered under his breath, his face etched with impatience. Get lost. I have no time to waste on such trash. Gogeta, deciding not to tease him further, turned and raised an eyebrow. Goku, aren't you going to check on your father? Even Ultra Wukong himself was uncertain about what to do. However, he was reluctant to proceed, perpetually feeling a sense of awkwardness. Adjusting his belt, he expressed his inner conflict. I too am somewhat unclear. To be precise, he is not truly my father. Super Big swiftly cast aside his cloak and ventured beyond the boundaries of the Super Universe. Arriving at the location of the Namekians who were allied with the Saiyans from Universe 10, Chao Big has encountered an old acquaintance, namely the Namekian Nelu, who fused with him during the battle against Frieza. Nelu, you must exercise caution around this Saiyan. In our universe, they are synonymous with destruction and mayhem, embodying the very essence of danger. Chao Big is also a Namekian from Universe 10, and there is no doubt regarding his words. There is no need for concern. They remain in their primal state, devoid of any space technology. As for Frieza, he has long since perished, having been slain by the diminutive Kaioshin of Universe 1, the very universe that developed the time-traveling device, which belonged to Frieza's lineage. Chao Big followed his gaze and immediately recognized that the individual was Shin, the Supreme Kai who had arrived on Earth during the battle against Bu. Chao Big nodded, acknowledging that without technological support and given the character of the Isaiah people, it remains uncertain when they would be able to develop a spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos. When Chao Big first arrived, he observed the Namekians present in the arena. However, apart from those from Universe 10, there were no other members of his kin. There is a conspicuous absence of our kind here. Nara concurred with this observation and expressed his own perspective. As Namekians, we have minimal demands regarding our living environment, which allows us to inhabit various universes. Nonetheless, we harbor a disdain for conflict and do not possess an abundance of formidable warriors. Just as Chaos was about to reconcile, in the next moment, Nulla shifted the topic entirely. However, the seventh universe stands as an exception. The Namekians of that universe, in their valiant effort to thwart Frieza's invasion, unified all their kin across the cosmos. With a single strike, he vanquished Frieza, and thereafter, he traversed the expanse of space alone, eventually eliminating a green lizard and a pink demon. I surmise that the one who will ultimately triumph in this contest is most likely to be him. Super Bu also gazed towards the seventh universe, and indeed, there stood a Namekian man radiating an astonishing aura. Chapter 4, Vegeta's Battle. Does Nara believe he will emerge victorious? In the mind of Piccolo, the visage of Vegeta flashed involuntarily, and he shook his head in regret. He would not win. I concede that his strength is commendable, yet it remains limited to this extent. Compared to the formidable beings of our universe, he pales in comparison. Piccolo has always found Vegeta's true power elusive, uncertain if he has ever unleashed his full potential. In summary, for words encapsulated, the strongest of dimensions, the Saiyans are indeed extraordinary. When fused, they become an even more unparalleled anomaly, possessing strength that defies logic. Suddenly, Vegeta sneezed unexpectedly, pondering that it must be the insults hurled at him by that scoundrel Frieza. Among the myriad contestants from various universes, there is but one Frieza force, led by Frieza himself, along with his father King Cold and brother Cooler. Frieza's expressions shifted as he scrutinized all the participating teams, his tone icy as he conferred with Cooler. It is infuriating. Are we the only ones from our universe? The number of Saiyans present is astonishing, while the ice demons are but a handful. Cooler remained noncommittal to his brother's words, holding a contrary perspective. No. This presents a splendid opportunity, does it not? We can seize the chance to dominate the entire universe. Frieza grasped the implication of Cooler's statement. After entering the competition, they learned of the Namekians and the Dragon Balls. Logically, their universe must possess similar artifacts, and once they locate the Namekians, they could attain eternal life. You are correct. King Cold, arms crossed, wore an air of arrogance and disdain towards the warriors from other universes. Who could possibly rival us, the true apex of the universe? To his proclamation, Cooler and Frieza readily agreed, erupting into laughter. Before they could awaken from their delightful reverie, Vegeta's words shattered their dreams. What are you two fools laughing about? Is it enjoyable being someone else's subordinate? Vegeta soared to a height, beckoning with his finger, prompting Frieza to act, only to be restrained by Cooler. Do not mind him. He is merely a Saiyan. Vegeta glanced at the two dimwits with a look of derision, contemplating revealing a truth to them in due time. Their father, King Cold, appeared to be King Cold, but in reality, the soul within was that of Captain Ginyu. Indeed, it was the leader of Frieza's elite special forces. Gohan's peculiar taste was undoubtedly inherited from them, despite the uncertainty of the events that had transpired in that universe. It was evident that King Cold's body had indeed been swapped by Captain Ginyu using his body-switching technique. Frieza seemed oblivious to this fact, relishing in calling him father, though it remained to be seen how his expression would change upon discovering the truth. Suddenly, Vegeta's countenance shifted as he sensed an incredibly potent aura, one that was overwhelmingly formidable. Who is this individual, and how can their energy be so extraordinary? The presence did not belong to an entity from the super universe, which logically should not be this powerful. It was neither a yet-to-be-revealed GT warrior nor a member of the 21st universe. Who could it possibly be? Vegeta expanded his perception and finally located the source within a passage. It belonged to a member of the 22nd universe, and upon recognizing the familiar face, Vegeta felt a sense of relief. This individual had traversed a different path, which explained his impressive strength. The mere aura he exuded instilled a sense of threat within Vegeta. If he is indeed an adversary, such power is to be expected. Vegeta found himself filled with anticipation, the warrior's blood within him igniting with fervor. He yearned for a confrontation with a formidable opponent and had longed to gauge this individual as true strength. As they engaged in their banter, a colossal ice block was unearthed from the passage near Ultra Goku and the others. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta recognized yet another acquaintance. Broly, where had they procured him from? After his arrival, Vegeta realized that the warriors from the Super Universe had experienced all events, including those from the theatrical releases. This encompassed the old film narratives involving Cooler and Broly, a portion of the plot they had indeed encountered, although there were events they had not. For instance, the extermination of the Saiyans was an event that the warriors from the Super Universe had not witnessed. Initially, he believed that the original films produced by Toad Animation were akin to parallel universes, and the warriors from the Super Universe might not have experienced them. Only characters authorized by the creator, such as those from Gods and God, in the Tournament of Power featuring Broly, could be deemed as part of the main timeline. This Broly, entombed within the ice block, is the version from the older films, not the one who decisively defeated Super Saiyan Blue. The expression of Super Wukong grew tense. Broly was a madman who could not possibly restrain his destructive power, presenting an abundance of unpredictable variables. How infuriating it was to have brought such a perilous individual here. Ultra Goku truly relishes the combat with Broly, eagerly anticipating another encounter. However, the presence of numerous ordinary individuals here is quite concerning. The spectators above are nearly all devoid of any means to defend themselves. Super Gohan also removed his glasses, positioning himself in front of his wife and mother. Indeed, it is a perilous situation fraught with danger. Chow Biddy, cradling the newly born Xiao Fong, inquired with great concern, Wu Fan, are they truly formidable adversaries? To this, Wujita interjected. Rest assured. In truth, the vast majority of individuals here are significantly weaker than those in our universe. Even Goten and his companion can handle them with ease. Only a select few pose any real challenge, and they are not insurmountable foes. The roster of the Super Universe can be described as exceptionally luxurious, featuring the two titans, Super Blue Goku and Super Blue Vegeta. Alongside them is the transcendent Super Gohan, who has surpassed the limits of godly power, as well as the fused Little Warriors and Piccolo, collectively capable of overwhelming the majority of other universes. With all competitors assembled, the martial arts tournament is on the verge of commencement. In this tournament, participants may voluntarily concede. Failure to appear on the stage within 30 seconds results in a loss, as does an inability to engage in combat within 10 seconds or falling outside the arena. Beyond these stipulations, there exist no further rules. Should the arena be deemed too confined, combatants are permitted to engage in battle throughout the universe, with no time constraints as long as neither contestant is on the stage. The representatives of each universe are chosen at random, and the first match pits Universe 18's Gogeta against Universe 13's Nappa. Chapter 5. A single strike to victory. The quartet from Universe 13, comprising Vegeta, Kakarot, Raditz, and Nappa, could not refrain from mocking laughter. Huh. To think you would face me, what terrible luck for you. I shall merely break 3 of your ribs. In truth, there was no animosity between Gogeta and Nappa. They hailed from entirely different universes, rendering any hatred unfounded. Nappa, however, was inherently malevolent, reveling in the torment of his adversaries. Gogeta nodded in agreement, acknowledging the cruelty. You are indeed ruthless, Gohan remarked, gazing at Nappa with pity. This Nappa has grown significantly stronger compared to the one we fought before. Nappa's strength had increased exponentially since his initial arrival on Blue Star and their previous encounters. Goku also turned his gaze, observing Nappa's weathered visage. Indeed, he has aged considerably. He appears quite old. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Gogeta ascended to the center stage. After stretching his muscles, he stood poised, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Nappa. With a furious roar, Nappa's energy surged, and with a tone of disdain, he declared, You, too, are a Saiyan. Are you not? Didn't you hear your companion? Surrender at once. Gogeta raised his right hand, fingers curled, beckoning him forward. Come now, attack me. Are you afraid? Enraged, Nappa unleashed a barrage of energy blasts directed at Gogeta's chest. Yet, Gogeta remained unfazed, silently observing as Nappa directed a relentless storm of luminous waves at him. The arena erupted into chaos, debris scattering and dust billowing, obscuring Gogeta from view. The spectators gasped, their hearts sinking as they presumed the outcome was already decided. It's over. The contestant is likely dead. Even if he survives, he is surely gravely injured. Ironically, Nappa shared this belief. Serves you right for being arrogant. A gentle breeze swept through, revealing Gogeta once more to the astonished crowd. Contrary to their expectations of a gruesome scene, Gogeta merely gazed skyward, then turned halfway, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Not bad. You've given me a slight itch. This sensation is rather delightful. Do hit my shoulder, if you please. I've been feeling a bit sore lately. True to Saiyan tradition, regardless of an opponent's strength, they first endure a few blows. After all, what would it mean to be a Saiyan otherwise? In the realm of transcendent time and space, the actions of Vegeta elicited a sense of incredulity. Even though one was well aware of Goku's character, it remained somewhat difficult to accept. Once again, he had succumbed to his reckless tendencies, a recurring theme. Despite this, it must be acknowledged that Goku, for all his whimsicality, had never lost a match due to such antics. Nappa, initially astonished, soon transformed his astonishment into fury, defiantly absorbing Goku's energy wave without sustaining any injuries. Could this man be a monster? Goku then slowly extended a solitary finger, proclaiming that dealing with Nappa required no more than that. In an instant, Goku's form vanished, only to reappear before Nappa, whose expression froze in disbelief, unable to perceive Goku's movement. As Nappa's countenance shifted from crimson to a ghastly pallor, he suddenly expelled a copious amount of blood. In a flash, Nappa's body was propelled backward, sent hurtling off the arena, inadvertently splattering the face of their universe's Kakarot. Goku's punch left the audience in stunned silence. The cacophony of the arena dissipated instantaneously, leaving everyone bewildered. What had transpired? How could the previously brazen Nappa have succumbed in the mere blink of an eye? Only the denizens of the hyper-universe remained unfazed by this spectacle. It was evident that, regardless of Nappa's battle prowess, even if he were dozens of times stronger, he would still fall victim to a single blow. Super Trunks mimicked his movements, striking a pose alongside Goten. Apologies, but this is the smallest finger I possess. I have no smaller one. Witnessing his antics, Goten burst into hearty laughter. The referee was the first to regain composure. Nappa, having plummeted from the ring and fractured several ribs, lost consciousness, thus declaring Gogeta the victor. As Gogeta descended from the arena, Super Goku cast him a peculiar glance, pondering the oddity of the situation. Initially perplexed by Goku's intent, Gogeta tilted his head and glanced at Nappa, finally grasping the implication. Goodness. You truly are a peculiar one from that timeline. Goku, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Videl instinctively stepped back, creating some distance from him. Before them stood the Kakarot of Universe 13, nonchalantly wiping the blood from his face and swallowing it. With a smacking of his lips, he not only neglected to assist his teammate, but disdainfully kicked him away. Already gravely injured and on the brink of death, Nappa was sent flying once more by Kakarot's merciless kick, clinging to life by a thread, his demise imminent. Pathetic. To fall so easily. Your existence serves no purpose, Kakarot sneered, his gaze fixed upon Gogeta with a sinister charm. Gogeta felt an unprecedented aversion to that face, a wave of nausea washing over him. Vegeta, should you encounter that Kakarot, make sure to beat him to a pulp. Super Vegeta crossed his arms, barely casting a glance. As if it needed saying, I would naturally deal a heavy blow to such a mere impostor. Super Goku, with a face full of perplexity, wondered how he had inexplicably become the target of scrutiny, although he understood that their remarks were directed at Kakarot and not himself. Super Vegeta's simultaneous glances in his direction left him puzzled. In the next match, the 8th Universe's Ginyu Force member, Jisoo, was set to face off against Frieza from the same universe. Jisoo was taken aback, questioning the absurdity of competing against a fellow universe contestant. The referee clarified that the selection was entirely random, with no regulations barring teammates from clashing. Upon learning his opponent was Jisoo, Frieza merely tilted his body slightly, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Jisoo lacked the courage to engage Frieza and, resigned to his fate, opted to forfeit. It seemed he had participated in the tournament only to experience solitude. It felt as if he had joined, yet simultaneously had not. In the subsequent match, Son Goku of the 18th universe was set to battle the Primal Saiyan, Asaba, from the 10th universe. The onlookers rallied to cheer for Super Goku, while Super Vegeta stood aloof, finding the contest mundane, wishing for a more formidable adversary. Such opponents barely constituted a warm-up for Kakarot. There was agreement among the spectators, urging patience, for this tournament was a grand assembly of the mightiest, arguably more splendid than the Tournament of Power, perhaps even surpassing it. Soon, powerful contenders would make their move, ensuring that boredom would not prevail. Vegito, noticing Vegeta's disinterest, offered him a subtle hint. Super Vegeta still wore that displeased expression, seemingly uninterested in engaging in any debate. It is preferable this way. I hope I shall not be too disappointed. Super Vegeta had also surveyed the venue and detected several powerful energies, of which he was well aware. However, he did not believe that they could contend with him in battle, at least not to the extent that would compel him to unleash his full strength. Goku understood his thoughts and provided no further explanation. Super Vegeta possesses a sense of pride that is well-founded, especially considering that he can easily manage the majority of individuals with merely Super Saiyan form. The Super Saiyan Blue and the Ultra Instinct are truly formidable, wreaking havoc with unparalleled prowess. In essence, before the Super Saiyan Blue, all beings stand equal. After all, it is a transformation of the Super Saiyan God, and its power can be described as explosively formidable. Apart from the encounter with Jiren, where it faced a setback, it has never yielded to anyone else. In its full state, Super Saiyan Blue shows no fear towards any opponent. In the original manga, Super Saiyan Blue was already exceedingly powerful. The reason for the evenly matched battles lies in Goku's habitual restraint, often holding back his full strength out of mercy. Furthermore, their control over their ki is remarkably precise, ensuring that no excess power is exerted. As Super Goku arrived at the arena, before he could utter a greeting, he was met with derision from his opponent. The adversary's tail swayed behind him, and his indifferent gaze, coupled with an unmistakable air of arrogance, was evident. A Saiyan without a tail is a disgrace to our lineage. It is truly a source of shame. The tail has long been a symbol of the Saiyan race, a tradition upheld since ancient times. Upon noticing that Super Goku lacked a tail, his opponent showed no inclination to engage in conversation. Super Wukong also abandoned the thought of communication, delving into contemplation. It would be prudent not to engage him with full force. However, given that he is still a Saiyan, it would be wise to exert a modicum of seriousness, lest he be unintentionally defeated in one blow. Ultra Goku executed movements akin to those of Vegeta, extending his right hand and striking down his opponent solely with the force of his punch. Despite Asaba's desperate resistance, it proved utterly futile, and he was vanquished in a single move. Confronted by such an adversary, even the combative Ultra Goku lacked the inclination to engage in sparring. The opponent's combat power was barely a mere 10,000 points, characteristic of a standard mid-tier warrior, which failed to ignite any spark of battle enthusiasm within him. The prowess displayed by both Vegeta and Ultra Goku left numerous spectators in awe, with such formidable entities emerging in just the initial 3 matches. One could only speculate about the strength of the contestants yet to come. The Namekians, who had accompanied the original Saiyans from Universe 10 to partake in the tournament, chose to forfeit. Their intent was merely to broaden their horizons, never anticipating victory. Thus, they opted to abstain from risking embarrassment. Only the quartet from Universe 13, now reduced to a trio, remained resolute. Taba had sustained severe injuries from a kick delivered by Kakarot and was taken away for treatment by the organizers. 13's Vegeta exchanged cheerful greetings with Ultra Goku. Your attire is rather peculiar, yet you are among the closest to our style, albeit with a Namekian among you. I surmise that during your battles against Frieza and Namek, you encountered differences from our experiences. Regrettably, we are all Super Saiyans, and it is we who shall emerge victorious in this tournament. Chapter 6. Future Trunks. Upon the return of Super Goku to his own faction, he was taken aback by the revelation that his adversaries could also transform into Super Saiyans. This realization brought to light the unfortunate fate of Nappa, who, deprived of the opportunity to witness Gogeta's transformation, was unceremoniously cast off the arena. Gogeta, however, remained unfazed, as he had anticipated this development. Recognizing that Nappa's words were not entirely truthful, Nappa's inherent weakness rendered his combat prowess almost negligible. Even if he were to achieve Super Saiyan status, it would prove futile. He was akin to Super Goku or Vegeta in their normal states, easily dispatched with a single blow. The prospect of defeating Super Goku at the moment of his initial transformation into a Super Saiyan was itself a daunting challenge. The topic was seized by Kakarot from Universe 10, his eyes gleaming with a sinister delight as he recounted his past deeds. After being transported to Blue Star, I spent some time growing up, only to ultimately eradicate the entirety of Blue Star's human population. It was not until 20 years later that my companions retrieved me, leading me to Namek in search of Dragon Balls akin to those on Blue Star. The expression on Super Goku's face fluctuated between light and shadow. As he listened to these words, his heart was filled with a tumult of emotions. Did you truly annihilate everyone? Gogeta discerned the dissonance in the conversation and surmised the unfolding narrative of their universe. It was likely that Kakarot remained oblivious to the principles governing the Dragon Balls, resulting in the demise of the deity and, consequently, the loss of the Dragon Balls, forcing them to venture to Namek. The response from Universe 13's Vegeta was ominously cryptic. Indeed, later during our battle with Frieza, we uncovered the secret of the Super Saiyans, and simultaneously, we stumbled upon an obscure truth. Super Vegeta spoke coldly, humph. In my universe, I personally eliminated Nappa. Super Vegeta harbored no particular feelings for Nappa. After all, they were both once perpetrators of violence and malice. Nappa had long harbored thoughts of betrayal, yet out of fear of his inferior combat power, he remained obedient to Super Vegeta, who had seen through Nappa's intentions long ago. Goku sighed, feeling a sense of sorrow for the primitive Saiyans. Among those present, they were undoubtedly the weakest. Their combat power hovered around a mere few thousand, lacking any remarkable individuals or mastery of key techniques. In Universe 13, Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, and the other Vegetas present shared an almost identical disposition of pride, their gestures mirroring one another perfectly. It became interesting when it was Frieza's turn. I eagerly anticipated the opportunity to vanquish him once more. Upon hearing his self-assured remarks, Super Gohan couldn't help but tease him slightly. However, in our universe, Frieza had once slain Uncle Vegeta, and Uncle Krillin also fell victim to his hands. Even Uncle Piccolo had narrowly escaped death. Super Vegeta's expression turned cold as he cast an unfriendly glare at Super Gohan. Gohan, what are you saying? Super Gohan swiftly changed the subject, speaking of other matters. Time has passed, and now Uncle Piccolo could effortlessly vanquish Frieza. Without uttering a word, the formidable Bic was present. While the universe of Dragon Ball Super featured the transformation into Golden Frieza, a foe who, it seemed, was not particularly formidable. Indeed, he hardly posed a threat. The 13th universe's Kakarot, upon hearing the names of Bic and Krillin, found himself unexpectedly perspiring, and with a taunting tone, he remarked, Bic and Krillin, you say? I remember them well. Back on Blue Star, I eliminated both of them. Surprised, are you? The memories of Blue Star lingered deeply within Kakarot's mind, as it was. After all, the very first planet he had utterly decimated. Ultra Instinct Goku touched his nose and then dashed forward, pointing at Kakarot. There is something else that will astonish you even more. Kakarot was perplexed by the sudden appearance of this young boy. Yet he was certain that Ultra Instinct Goku was also a Saiyan. Super Goten chuckled softly, speaking in a youthful tone, in our universe, you are indeed my father. Kakarot took 2 steps back, startled. He had never anticipated that he might have a son in another universe. Vegeta, observing Kakarot's apprehensive reaction, found it amusing and dropped yet another bombshell. Surprised? The Super Saiyan you take pride in is not merely defined by having hair. Kakarot from Universe 13 felt an inexplicable disdain for Vegeta and an even greater aversion toward the time-traveling Vegeta. He couldn't shake off his unfavorable impression of them upon their first encounter. Enough with the jokes. A Super Saiyan is a warrior that appears only once in 1,000 years. Before Kakarot could finish his sentence, Super Goten echoed Vegeta's words, enveloped in a golden aura. His hair standing on end, exuding an astounding energy. This left Kakarot speechless. How could such a small child transform into a Super Saiyan? When did a warrior of a millennia become as common as cabbage? Vegeta from Universe 13 held a different perspective. The resemblance to Kakarot confirmed for him that this was indeed the son of Universe 18's Kakarot. Wait a moment, do I not have a son in your universe? If Kakarot's son can transform into a Super Saiyan, then surely my son should be able to as well. Super Vegeta's gaze was resolute and proud. Even when faced with another version of himself from a different dimension, he offered no semblance of amiability. Naturally, he declared, it was unthinkable that the child of a Saiyan prince could be overshadowed by the offspring of a lower-class warrior. Upon hearing Super Vegeta's response, the Vegeta from Universe 13 felt a sense of relief, glad that his own child possessed the ability to transform. Otherwise, he would have been consumed by frustration. Unable to find peace in death if he were to be outshone by that aberration, Kakarot. Meanwhile, at the control center in the heart of the venue, the organizers of the martial arts tournament from Universe 1 found themselves in a predicament. They had participants in the competition and had dispatched numerous staff members to ensure order and prevent any unforeseen incidents. The number of Namekians from Universe 10 participating was fewer than 20, and their mass withdrawal posed significant complications for the event. The Namekians from Universe 1 indicated that there was no need for haste. Such occurrences were to be expected, as it was indeed the prudent choice for the weak to forfeit. When a true battle of the formidable arose, it was anticipated that even more would choose to withdraw from the contest. The next match featured Android 18 from Universe 18 pitted against IKL from Universe 15. At the age of 18, she playfully tossed her hair and leapt onto the stands. Initially, the reason for Klin's attendance at the competition was merely to accompany his daughter for a day of enjoyment. Feeling that it would be a shame not to seize the opportunity to engage in battle, the character, Super 18, resolved to take the stage. Pondering the possibility of victory and the chance to wish for a luxurious sports car using the Dragon Balls, she stood poised, one hand resting on her waist, her alluring figure captivating the audience's anticipation. However, Akiel was notably absent from the arena. Instead, a woman with a pronounced belly approached the referee, pleading for a little more time, stating, Akiel has yet to be born. Could I possibly have a few more hours? Their race possessed a unique trait. Once a child was born, they could immediately engage in combat, and at birth, their fighting prowess generally reached its zenith. The referee, with a tone of regret, stated that rules were immutable and could not be altered. Since IKL could not take the stage, it would be treated as a forfeiture. With no battle to be fought, the formidable figure of number 18 returned to her team's stand, a subtle smile gracing her cool, elegant visage. Krillin also praised his wife's fortune, for achieving victory without battle is undoubtedly the most splendid outcome. Marvelous, number 18, exclaimed Goku, giving a thumbs up. Incredible luck you have encountered. Number 18. Krillin has indeed chosen a remarkable partner, the strongest brother in the universe and the most beautiful wife on planet Blue. Truly a winner in life. In Universe 20, Vegeta faced off against Bardock from the 8th universe's Ginyu Force. Goku remained unperturbed, while Super Saiyan Goku and Super Saiyan Vegeta adopted a cautious demeanor. Unlike other universes, the aura surrounding GT Goku and GT Vegeta in Universe 20 was formidable. As Bardock stepped onto the stage, he exuded confidence, feeling quite familiar with Vegeta. Although they hailed from different universes, he did not regard GT Vegeta as anything extraordinary. Casually gesturing with his thumb, "Vegeta, you must acknowledge that my speed is unrivaled in the cosmos. I have often bullied you, the fallen prince of the Saiyans." With a smirk, GT Vegeta vanished and reappeared behind Bardock, his right hand transforming into a claw and striking with astonishing speed. The smug expression on Bardock's face vanished as his eyes widened in shock. A bloodied hand emerged before him, having pierced through his chest. GT Vegeta swiftly withdrew his hand, leaving Bardock's strength seemingly drained, collapsing to the ground, breathless from the critical blow. GT Vegeta harbored no fondness for the Ginyu Force, executing a lethal strike without a hint of restraint. With one arm stained red, the gruesome display left many in awe, accentuating GT Vegeta's undeniable charisma. Yet, as fate would have it, upon returning to his universe, he was met with a reprimand. Dressed in a loose jacket, GT Bulma, with her alluring figure and flowing light green hair, approached, her body trembling slightly. "Dad, how could you let it come to this again? Did I not instruct you to avoid making such a mess? You never listen." Just moments ago, the imposing GT Vegeta now appeared as a doting father, head held high in defiance, yet offering no rebuttal to his daughter's admonitions. Goku, observing the scene, was taken aback and playfully nudged Super Vegeta's shoulder, teasing, "Vegeta, your daughter has been born with the same name. Might you too become like that?" Super Gohan scratched the back of his head, and this scene nearly shattered his worldview. It was hard to believe that Vegeta would be reprimanded by someone and yet not resist. Could this truly be the proud Uncle Vegeta? Super Vegeta let out a cold snort, expressing his dissent. Goku, however, believed that Super Vegeta's words were somewhat misguided and offered a correction. What does it mean by there's a possibility? It is certain that in the future, Vegeta will undoubtedly be firmly under the control of his daughter. Super Gohan once again encountered an old acquaintance as he grasped Goku and Vegeta and soared to another universe's viewing platform. A striking young man with cerulean short hair and a long sword slung across his back stood resolutely in place, embodying the essence of a drawn sword. It was none other than the future Trunks. The highly perceptive Gohan extended his right hand in a gesture of tentative inquiry. "You are the Trunks I know, aren't you?" In this realm of countless parallel universes, it was possible that he was not the familiar Trunks, but rather a version from another universe. Trunks recognized him, encountering an old friend in a distant place, and a smile graced his typically stern countenance. "Gohan, brother, it's me. I must thank you for your assistance back then." Goku, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. It was nothing, just a small effort. Due to Goku's journey across dimensions, perhaps as a result of the butterfly effect or other mysterious causes, Trunks had escaped to the realm of time and space during the period of Black Goku, bringing future Bulma along, thus avoiding the fate of being slain as depicted in the original narrative. Upon learning of his wife's tragic death, Ultra Goku was engulfed in fury, while Ultra Vegeta encountered the battered and bruised future Bulma. Both were consumed by rage, determined to confront Black Goku and his cohorts in a duel that would not only determine supremacy but also seal their fates. They urged Gogeta to refrain from intervening, insisting that this matter was a family affair that they must resolve on their own. With their tempers flaring, the two unleashed their full might, leaving Black Goku and Zamasu in a state of utter psychological collapse. In the epic saga of Super Vegeta's transition into his red and blue forms, Black Goku finds himself questioning his existence after being relentlessly defeated, while Zamasu's plight is even more dire. Remarkably, Goku refrains from utilizing his Super Blue form, opting instead for Super Red, which allows him to vanquish his foes numerous times. Faced with the bleak prospect of defeat, Black Goku and Zamasu merge through their earrings, elevating their power to rival that of a fully charged Super Blue. Although initially unable to overcome their combined might, they leverage their semi-immortal state to effectively deplete Super Goku and his allies, rendering them incapable of transforming into Super Blue. Just in time, Vegito intervenes, producing a pre-prepared sealing jar and employing the magical sealing wave to imprison the fused Zamasu, subsequently entrusting him to the care of the time-traveling Beerus. The immortality bestowed by the mighty dragon is formidable. However, when the two entities merge, the efficacy of this immortality is diminished. Can one still call it immortality when it is halved? In the future world of Trunks, a portion of humanity survives, and Trunks harbors gratitude towards Gogeta. In Chapter 7, titled Vegito, the three exchanged pleasantries for a brief moment when Trunks suddenly recalled something of significance and eagerly addressed them. Gohan, Gogeta. I have someone I wish to introduce to you. You will undoubtedly find him intriguing. Gohan appeared somewhat perplexed, questioning the expression on Trunks' face. Gogeta gestured with his chin, indicating someone approaching from the shadows of the contestant passage. A tall, imposing figure clad in specially designed green armor emerged, his demeanor stern and unsmiling. Gohan could hardly believe his eyes upon encountering him there, exclaiming, Android 16. How did you find him, Trunks? Gohan had always felt a sense of regret regarding the demise of the kind-hearted 16, who had been killed before his eyes by Cell. In a moment of rage, Gohan had transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and defeated the fully formed Cell. Trunks and Android 16 appeared to share a strong rapport, their actions and mannerisms indicating familiarity. Not long after defeating Zamasu, I discovered him in Dr. Gero's abandoned laboratory. My mother repaired him, and he has contributed significantly to the reconstruction of the human world. Trunks explained. Gogeta waved, acknowledging Android 16. Hello. I recall you are not particularly fond of combat. What brings you to the martial arts tournament? Android 16. Being the only artificial being filled with goodwill, was created without any malevolent emotions. He articulated his reason for participating with deliberate seriousness. Well, I initially had no desire to come, but there are several Gokus here. I wish to battle one of them and eliminate him, though not inherently evil. Android 16 had been programmed with a mission to kill Goku, and any Goku would suffice to fulfill that task. Hearing such a serious declaration about killing his father made Gohan somewhat uncomfortable. All right then, good luck. I shall take my leave. As Super Gohan took flight, Date appeared alongside him, closely confiding with Vegeta. After all, Android 16 stood no chance against Uncle Goku. As for the alternate timelines, those cockroaches were merely manifestations of Uncle Goku's form, not the true essence of him. Their demise bore no consequence. Date meticulously articulated his perspective, exhibiting a nonchalant attitude towards parallel universes. Just as the Saiyan cockroach, who exterminated the Blue Star inhabitants, could not be deemed Uncle Goku simply due to the resemblance in physique. Vegeta concurred with his sentiment, and as they exchanged a few more casual remarks, the atmosphere shifted slightly for him. Bidding farewell to Date, he soared towards Super Gohan, urging him to accompany him. The illustrious Gohan was tenderly embracing his beloved wife, Videl, as they engaged in a sweet conversation, leaving one to ponder his intentions. Videl's gaze was peculiar, as if she were unfamiliar with Goku. At that moment, a gentle cough was heard from behind them. Turning around, they discovered yet another Gohan, both dressed in identical, well-fitted suits, their colors and styles perfectly matched. Upon realizing the situation, the extraordinary Gohan sheepishly scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I truly apologize. I inadvertently wandered into the wrong cosmic location. In his haste to return, Super Gohan inadvertently found himself in the stands of the 19th universe. Remarkably, the personnel configuration of the 18th universe bore a striking resemblance to that of the 19th universe. In a moment of confusion, he embraced the wife of the 19th universe Gohan. The 19th Gohan felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead as he mumbled a vague response. I suppose it should be. Maybe it doesn't matter. He could tell that Super Gohan's actions were unintentional, and after all, it was rather perplexing for him to have his wife embraced by another version of himself from a different universe. Meanwhile, the 19th universe's Videl blushed deeply, maintaining her composure as she sat on a bench. The two Gohans were so remarkably alike that even she failed to perceive anything amiss. The only discernible difference was that the Super Universe Gohan was slightly younger, yet given that Saiyans do not exhibit signs of aging prominently, she was oblivious to this detail for the moment. The personnel configurations of the 18th Super Universe and the 19th Universe were essentially reflections of one another, with the 19th Universe simply featuring older counterparts. Goku's gaze remained fixed upon the contestant's passage of the 19th Universe. Super Goku posed a profound question to his soul. Well, have Vegeta and I perished once again in your universe? The absence of Gogeta in Universe 19 was to be expected. Yet the non-existence of both himself and Vegeta was quite alarming. A figure emerged from the shadows, a man whose presence was unmistakable. It was evident that from the very moment of my inception, The history of our universe diverged irrevocably. Clad in an orange short-sleeve shirt and a deep blue martial arts uniform reminiscent of Master Roshi, he bore an uncanny resemblance to both Goku and Vegeta. A confident smile graced his lips, a testament to his unwavering belief in his own strength. Super Goku and Super Vegeta were momentarily taken aback, recognizing the figure before them. In unison, they exclaimed, "Vegito?" As their gazes intertwined, sparks of combativeness ignited in the air. Vegito was perplexed by Super Goku's presence, unable to comprehend the circumstances. "Did you not fuse into my form? How then did you triumph over Bu? And what of Gogeta? Isn't there a time limit on the fusion technique?" Gogeta clarified his confusion. "I emerged later. It was a year after Bu's defeat that I arrived in that universe. Bu was vanquished by Goku's spirit bomb." He continued, "I am curious about how you managed to avoid separation. If neither party is a Supreme Kai, isn't the fusion via Pod-era earrings also subject to a time limit?" This too was an enigma for Gogeta, as Dragon Ball Super had made it abundantly clear. Only a Supreme Kai wearing the earrings could achieve a permanent fusion. For others, the fusion would indeed dissolve once the time elapsed. Although this concept was established in Dragon Ball Super, it likely applies to other universes as well. Vegito scratched his nose, feeling somewhat innocent regarding the matter. "The old Supreme Kai explained that due to my prolonged time within Bu, the earrings underwent a transformation due to a unique energy, rendering me unable to separate. The rest of the narrative mirrored that of Dragon Ball Z. Upon entering Bu, for safety reasons, this Vegito did not disengage his protective barrier. Thus, he maintained his Vegito form and took some time to rescue Gohan and the others." Witnessing this assembly of Saiyans, Frieza was seething with rage. He despised Goku's visage above all. "A bunch of despicable lowly beings, you all deserve to die." Yet, as Vegito and Gogeta continued their conversation, they skillfully ignored Frieza. "You are formidable, truly formidable. I expected this match to be dull, yet it appears far more intriguing than I had anticipated. You are impressive as well, having honed your skills to this level alone." Within Vegito, there resided an unfathomable aura, indicating that the fusion had not only drastically increased his combat power, but also significantly enhanced his potential and talent. This Vegito was indeed extraordinary. Certainly one of the three strongest present. As for the raucous Frieza, he was met with complete disregard. It was not out of disdain, but rather a deliberate act of ignoring a mere jester. Super Vegito and Super Goku had developed a keen interest. In the arena, two of their fused forms were present, eager to test the mettle of Vegito. Now, they possessed the Divine Realm's powers. The once unbeatable Vegito had trained for years, raising his strength to unimaginable heights. Piccolo was astonished, his face paling. Previously, he had regarded Gogeta as the strongest entity in the multiverse, excluding the divine. Now, with the mightiest Gogeta facing the invincible Vegito, one could only wonder what spectacular clash would ensue. From Universe 19, Vegito confronted the expendable warrior Air. Without a visible motion from Vegito, he suddenly materialized at the center of the arena. The leader of Universe 5 cautioned Air with utmost seriousness, informing him of the alarming readings from his power detector, indicating that Vegito's energy waves exceeded 100 million. Air dismissed his leader's warning, scoffing at the notion that such power could obliterate him. As a representative of a technology-driven universe, he activated the jetpack on his back and ascended to the platform, boldly declaring that supernatural powers were of no consequence against their advanced technology. Vegito merely folded his arms, observing Air with a scrutinizing gaze. Air extended his hands, altering the grooves of his armor, and unleashed a barrage of rockets that soared through space. As the assault approached, Vegito remained motionless, bracing himself against the impending onslaught. An explosion erupted as the rockets made contact, engulfing him in searing flames. Air, exhilarated, swung his arm in triumph, convinced that Vegito had been vanquished, as no one had ever withstood such an attack. However, mere seconds later, Vegito emitted a low growl, and an invisible force dissipated the flames. Not only was Vegito unharmed, but even his hair remained impeccably styled. Intrigued, he mused that these were not ordinary rockets and wondered if Air possessed additional tactics. Meanwhile, Air's expression morphed into one of embarrassment, frozen in disbelief. His once unshakable confidence plummeted, realizing that his high-temperature flame cannons had failed to phase Vegito, shattering his worldview into fragments. Air muttered to himself, acknowledging Vegito's extraordinary power, which far surpassed his own paltry 6,000. Summoning his ultimate technique, the Godblade, Air brandished a half-meter-long sword, its cold gleam striking fear. Despite the considerable distance between them, Vegito's eyes flickered with slight surprise at the sword's potential. Yet, he remained steadfast, enveloped in an aura of protection as Air's strike proved ineffective against him. As the winds howled, Air remained composed, relying on the energy from his armor, which, though appearing light, weighed over 10,000 kilograms. He believed Vegito had underestimated him, mistaking him for the weaker opponents from earlier battles. But in the next moment, Air realized his grave misjudgment. Although his strength was superior to those he had previously faced, Vegito's power was far beyond his expectations. Air activated several jetpacks, attempting to counteract Vegito's force, yet his resistance was futile against the onslaught, ultimately being hurled from the arena. The judge announced Vegito's victory, and at that instant, the arena was cleaved in two by an unseen blade of energy. The audience was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the phenomenon that had transpired without any visible attack. Vegito, having refrained from delivering a lethal blow, left Air relatively unharmed. Upon rising, Air, confused, inquired why Vegito had withstood his god blade, crafted from the universe's finest metal, designed to cut through anything. Vegito shrugged, bemused, and responded that it was simply bad luck that Air had encountered him. The extraordinary cutting power of his weapon was indeed formidable, but they had merely been unfortunate to face one of the strongest beings present, Vegito, who, being older than Super Goku, had dedicated more time to his training. Just then, an unexpected voice interrupted the conversation. A tall, robust figure with a light pink complexion sauntered towards them. How delightful, so many Gokus and Vegetas. Gogeta cast a fleeting glance at him before returning his attention elsewhere. You were here too. The newcomer was none other than the participant from Universe 4, Super Bu, who, upon seeing so many Gokus, couldn't help but entertain some mischievous thoughts. As per your naming conventions, you may refer to me as Super Bu. This Bu bore a resemblance to the original but had absorbed Piccolo and Gotenks forms. Vegeta, however, offered no warmth in his reception. Super Bu, feeling rather confident, are we? Goku, concerned about another matter, inquired, but wait. It seems there is no sign of me from Universe 3. Could it be that Super Bu, have you absorbed me too? Super Bu replied nonchalantly, his tone laced with a hint of excitement. Of course, anyone with even a modicum of power in our universe has been absorbed into my being. This was only to be expected. After Vegeta and Goku were devoured, there was no longer any entity capable of challenging Bu in the universe. And any potential adversaries would emerge only years later. Bu certainly would not afford them the opportunity to develop, as he would simply absorb them into his own form. Vegito and Vegito were not inclined to engage with this being. The enhancement of power through absorption that Bu exhibited was merely a summation of his own strength coupled with that of the absorbed individuals. This was incomparable to the duo of Vegito. Goku, with his insatiable thirst for battle, would not be provoked into fury merely because he had been bested by Bu from another universe. Only Super Vegeta allowed a cold smirk to escape his lips, vowing internally to avenge past humiliations by obliterating the Super Bu with his Super Saiyan God form. After a 2-minute interlude, the judges of Universe 1 repaired the arena, which had been split in two, using a fusion technique, and commenced the next bout. The Namekian and Nero from Universe 10 faced off against the Super Krillin from Universe 18. Having witnessed the prowess of Vegito and his companions, the Namekians from Universe 10 collectively forfeited, with only Nero opting to engage in combat. Chao Kellen initially did not intend to enroll, but upon reflection, he recognized himself as a martial artist and could not bear to let such an opportunity slip away. Ultimately, he decided to register. As Chao Kellen and Nailu ascended the arena, the Namekians exhibited a spirit of goodwill, complemented by Chao Kellen's reluctance to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Their bout transformed into the first exchange of blows characterized by mutual respect since the commencement of the tournament, with neither party succumbing to a single devastating strike. Kellen was acutely aware that the formidable Shalabu present in the arena was far beyond his capability to contend with. Moreover, the prospect of encountering multiple Gokus loomed, suggesting that this inaugural match could very well be his last. Through years of rigorous training, Kellen's combat prowess significantly surpassed that of Nailu. However, he chose to restrain his strength, engaging in a duel that appeared evenly matched. Following the demise of Frieza from Universe 10, Nailu had also benefited from several additional years of training, transcending the mere 42,000 in battle power he once possessed. The collision of fists and feet, coupled with rapid movements, saw both warriors employing their entire physique to perfection, every maneuver executed with unparalleled intensity. Observing the match, Super Gohan stood with his hands on his hips, perplexed. He reflected on the time they faced Frieza, noting that this Namekian had not joined forces with him. Had he done so against the Ginyu Force, their struggle would have been considerably less arduous. Super Vegito remained noncommittal. I too am curious about what Frieza was doing while invading Namek. Goku couldn't help but laugh. You should ask Piccolo about that. During the journey to assist Super Gohan on Namek, Nail encountered Frieza midway and was severely beaten by the formidable boss. Later, he fused with Piccolo. And Super Vegito was entirely unaware of Nail, the combat-oriented Namekian's existence. With an innocent expression, Super Piccolo found himself inadvertently implicated by Goku's jest. It was only after Super Piccolo's explanation that Gohan and the others understood the sequence of events, surprised by the unfolding of such circumstances. After a few minutes of battle, Super Krillin ceased to conceal his strength, launching a swift Kamehameha to conclude the fight. The next match featured the 12th Universe's Trunks against the 8th Universe's Evil Demon, Cooler. Upon hearing the matchups, Goku sighed contemplatively. Fate indeed has a peculiar way of weaving its threads. It seems destined for Trunks to achieve a trio of victories. Does it not? King Cold and Frieza had both fallen to future Trunks, yet Cooler had yet to encounter him. Goku's musings were not lost on Frieza and King Cold, who pondered the veracity of his statements. As Trunks stepped onto the stage, he immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, with golden energy soaring towards the heavens. Cooler was about to boast, but Trunks brandished his sword and, with a swift strike, forced Cooler to evade rather than parry the blow. Trunks feigned a move, landing a punch squarely on Cooler's chest, followed by a swift kick. Cooler staggered back, retaliating with a punch, but Trunks sidestepped, the fist grazing his cheek. Breathless and feeling as if his bones were fracturing, Cooler half-kneeled, signaling for a pause, his face pale as he protested his predicament. You little brat, stealing the spotlight. You're only relying on that sword. Otherwise, I wouldn't fear you. If you're so skilled, put down the sword. Goku dismissed Cooler's complaints with a knowing smile. Like father. Like son. Trunks did not refuse, casually plunging the sword into the ground, its sharp blade embedding several inches deep. I'm merely here for amusement. I need not use it against you. Cooler, sensing he had struck a nerve, rose defiantly from the ground. Since you're compliant, I shall no longer hold back. Witness my true prowess. With a furious roar, Cooler transformed into his final form, purple energy radiating fiercely. Trunks, adjusting his bangs, appeared unfazed by Cooler's surge of power. Is that all? Following the incident with Black Goku, Trunks' combat abilities had significantly escalated, making the confrontation with Cooler an effortless endeavor. When one possesses sufficient strength, confidence naturally follows. Cooler, feeling emboldened, raised his hand to unleash a barrage of energy blasts, the classic Prince's strategy. Trunks responded with rapid-fire shots from a single hand. Cooler, undeterred, ascended to unleash a continuous wave of energy, but Trunks maintained his position, rendering Cooler's attacks ineffective. The ricocheting energy blast struck the audience protection barrier, dissipating harmlessly. Utilizing the wave of energy to obscure his vision, Cooler descended rapidly, seizing the sword from the ground and attacking Trunks from behind. Unperturbed, Trunks seemed to possess a sixth sense, extending 2 fingers to catch the blade barehanded. Quite impressive, reminiscent of the style I encountered with King Cold back in the day. Cooler exerted all his strength, yet the sword did not budge, starkly illustrating their disparity in power. Not wishing to prolong the confrontation, Trunks delivered a powerful punch to Cooler's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground and breaking through the arena, plunging Cooler deep into the earth below. With a roll of his eyes, Cooler lost consciousness, several ribs shattered, collapsing in a heap. The next match would feature Universe 18's Vegeta against Universe 10's King Vegeta. Vegeta was still lost in deep contemplation, not taking to the stage immediately. Gohan nudged him gently, indicating that it was time. Uncle Vegeta, what are you doing? Do you not wish to engage in battle with yourself? Vegeta, without a glance, leapt onto the arena. I find such trivial matters unworthy of my contemplation. My thoughts are solely occupied with devising a strategy against Kakarot and Gogeta. The 2 Vegetas locked eyes upon the stage. As the primal Saiyan King observed the eccentricity of his attire. As the sovereign of all, your garb is quite peculiar. The aloof response of Super Vegeta. I am at home, where no one reigns supreme. Goku, ever the instigator, jestingly observes the unfolding drama. Thus far, it appears that Bulma holds dominion over our household. But that may not remain the case in the future. Ultra Bulma is undoubtedly the most formidable force on Blue Star, rendering son Wukong hesitant to even raise a hand against her, as she effortlessly contends with Beerus. As for him, he frequently finds himself at Bulma's residence, indulging in her culinary delights far more often than Super Vegeta, who is perpetually training with whis away from home. It's not that he lacks wealth, rather. The exquisite cuisine from the household of the richest family on Blue Star is simply too tempting to resist. Occasionally, he also visits Chi-Chi's home for a meal, always bringing along a token of appreciation. As a member under the strict governance of his wife, Krillin has subtly grasped the implications of Vegeta's sentiments. With the growth of Vegeta's daughter, it seems there will soon be an additional ruler in their midst. Unlike Goku and Vegeta, Krillin finds himself genuinely outmatched by Android 18. It is quite rare for Ultra Goku to engage in conversation about topics beyond combat with a few individuals. I recall Vegeta mentioning that Saiyans are inherently drawn to strong-willed women, which is why our wives embody such qualities. Super Goku glanced at the delicate and charming Bidalai, pondering whether it was due to his exceptional nature or the fact that he was not of pure lineage. Vegeta, it seemed, had never had a girlfriend. Chapter 9. The abnormal Kakarot. After a brief exchange of words, Super Vegeta swiftly dispatched King Vegeta with a single blow. Undeterred, King Vegeta transformed into a great ape, only to be defeated once more by Vegeta's singular strike. In Universe 10, there resided a King Vegeta, akin to the Vegeta we know. Yet he had never encountered Goku. Lacking the bond of mutual pursuit and transcendence, and devoid of a formidable adversary like Frieza, he could not even transform into a Super Saiyan, let alone engage in battle with Vegeta. Among the primordial Saiyans of Universe 10, Vegeta stood as the mightiest. Yet he faced a humiliating defeat. Embittered and dejected, the Saiyans found themselves unable to remain, collectively vacating the arena. With the Saiyans conceding defeat, Nero also succumbed, and the Namekians prepared to depart. All participants from Universe 10 were set to leave together. Super Gohan did not anticipate departing from so many individuals after only a few matches. Suddenly, many are gone. Vegeta nodded, fully comprehending their departure. It is quite natural. Knowing one is outmatched, remaining serves no purpose. Ultimately, this contest culminates in our battle against the 19th, 20th, 21st, and 22nd opponents. Ultra Gohan was taken aback by Vegeta's profound regard for these particular universes. He could sense their extraordinary essence. Yet he remained unconvinced that they posed a significant threat to their side. However, the Super Saiyan blue forms of his father and Uncle Vegeta were qualitatively distinct from the Super Saiyans of yore. Could they truly be their equals? Vegeta's expression shifted as he elaborated. Indeed, among them lies a formidable warrior you could scarcely imagine, whose battle prowess may well surpass theirs. Who is he? At present, you are yet to comprehend. Vegeta refrained from elaborating further, for even if he did, it would alter little. The next match featured the Saiyan Kakarot from Universe 13, pitted against Katie from Universe 6. The competitors from Universe 6 were encircled by a group of strikingly beautiful maidens, while the Bojack Quartet loomed on the opposite side. Zanjia from Universe 6 cast a disdainful glare at the chosen maiden, her face a mask of anger as she appealed to her leader. These foolish women are utterly insufferable. Upon our return, I shall eliminate them all, Bojack. Within Universe 6, Bojack was the most formidable, having invaded countless universes. Upon being summoned this time, he discovered that several maidens had also been selected. The girl named Katie extended her long, fair legs, crouching down to execute a soaring leap. She spun gracefully in midair before landing in the arena, only to experience a momentary mishap, her unsteady landing resulting in a rather undignified fall. Kakarot from Universe 13, unharmed in his fall, paid little heed to the maiden, his thoughts consumed by his own upcoming match. This was merely a minor opponent. He hoped to encounter himself and Vegeta from other universes, wishing they would be equally formidable. As Kakarot returned to reality, he glanced at Katie, who was now clutching her rear, her previously pale complexion flushed with embarrassment after her blunder. With her flowing, dark hair cascading like a waterfall, she was undoubtedly a beauty, causing Kakarot's cheeks to redden slightly. He mused to himself, perhaps he should emulate the approach of Vegeta and Vegito. Kakarot raised his hand to unleash a punch. But Katie proved to be far more resilient than he had anticipated, evading his strike with remarkable agility. She dashed forward and delivered a flying kick to his face, following up with a relentless series of kicks. Witnessing Kakarot from Universe 13 being overwhelmed, Super Vegito was elated, his excitement reaching new heights. Kakarot, it appears that your imposter lacks considerable strength. Ultra Goku offered no rebuttal. At one side, Vegeta wore a slight smile. It appeared that the fellow was attempting to emulate me, striving to defeat his adversary through sheer force. Regrettably, Kakarot underestimated the duo of Vegeta and himself, while overestimating his own strength. Even with Kakarote's momentary lapse in caution, allowing Katie to seize the initiative, the disparity in their abilities remained insurmountable, rendering her attacks largely ineffective. Kakarote retrieved a handkerchief to dab at his face. "Not bad," he remarked before delivering a punch to Katie's face, nearly disfiguring the delicate beauty and illuminating the stark contrast between them. Katie, realizing the futility of her approach, opted for a different tactic. Her slender waist twisted, causing her loose jacket to fall away, revealing her exquisite figure. With her enchanting almond-shaped eyes, she unabashedly flirted with Kakarote. As the profound Gohan reached this point, he resolutely concluded that Katie was destined for failure. It was inconceivable. His father held no interest in women, and the allure of beauty was futile. While many were entranced by Katie's charm, his father would remain impervious, even if it were a father from another universe. Vegeta patted his shoulder and imparted a crucial truth. "Did I not warn you? One should not speak so definitively. Take another look at the stage." Kakarote, it seems, is indeed unchangeable in his nature. At that moment, Katie gracefully approached Kakarote, swaying her body, and took his hand. Observing Kakarote, he appeared utterly entranced, incoherent in his admiration. As he grasped her delicate hand and uttered astonishing words, gazing deeply into her eyes. "I love you, bear my children. Let us go to the 13th universe's stand. And after the match concludes, return with me." Below, Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief, marveling at how love had spared him the expense of gifts and dowries. It seemed that Saiyans did not offer dowries, jumping straight to the final act, blunt and straightforward. This maneuver was indeed remarkable, as the hope of reviving their nearly extinct race rested solely upon the fickle Kakarote. Katie decisively agreed, aiming to exploit her allure to compel him to concede. "Very well, but you must first admit defeat, and then I shall accompany you." Kakarote's tender expression swiftly morphed into impatience as he struck her across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. "Stop your prattling, foolish woman. Do as I command." Katie was taken aback. Was this not a glaring display of cruelty? Just a moment ago, they had been enveloped in romantic sentiments, and now he had turned violent. "Are you deranged?" Kakarote believed that having professed his feelings, Katie was now his to command, and she was to heed his every word. He struck her with a flurry of punches, causing her to cry out in distress. Had he not held back, she would have surely perished. Terrified, Katie hastily surrendered. The referee announced Kakarote's victory, yet he remained relentless, pressuring Katie to accompany him back to the 13th universe. Just as Kakarote's fist was about to descend, a figure appeared beside him, halting his advance. Slightly regaining his composure upon seeing the newcomer, Kakarote recognized the presence of Vegeta. 13th Universe Vegeta, he commanded in an unmistakable tone, "Stand down. Should a contestant concede and still attack, they will be disqualified." Kakarote, clearly wary of Vegeta, suppressed his ire, despite his visible discontent, and ultimately descended from the arena. Vegeta cast a cold glance at the beleaguered Katie before remarking, "Next time, consider the consequences of enticing a madman," as he too leapt down. The multiverse and the GT universe both find themselves somewhat taken aback by this scene, leaving one at a loss for words. The disparity between individuals can, at times, be even more pronounced than that between a human and a pig, even if they're the same person. If Super Saiyan Goku were to possess such desires, he would undoubtedly father 7 or 8 Super Saiyan offspring. Vegeta contemplated the matchups, recognizing that due to the completely random nature of the selections, there existed a slight chance that a single individual might face off repeatedly. In his confrontation with Vegito, there was an impressive probability of around 80 to 90%. And few contenders possessed the prowess to pose a genuine threat to Vegito. The upcoming battle featured the android 17 from Universe 7 squaring off against the Demon King Dabura from Universe 11. Before the clash even commenced, Super Gohan had already reached his conclusion, confidently asserting that Cell would emerge victorious. Cell would prevail, as the self-destructive Lightning Cell's combat prowess was on par with my own. In Super Gohan's view, Lightning Cell and Dabura were nearly equal in strength. Yet Cell's innate talent undoubtedly surpassed that of Dabura. Wu Tian gently prodded his brother's thigh, voicing his dissent. "But brother, wasn't Dabura able to subdue you years later when you had grown into adulthood?" In the mind of a child, Saiyans become increasingly powerful as they mature, just like he, Trunks, and their father, Uncle Vegeta. Clearly, an adversary capable of sparring with his younger brother is far superior to one who can merely temporarily restrain an adult version of him. Vegeta let out a cold snort, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He had always believed that the extraordinarily gifted Gohan had made an incredibly foolish decision by neglecting his martial arts training. Goku rubbed Chao Wutinen's little head affectionately. Generally speaking, this notion holds true. However, Gohan's battle prowess, upon reaching adulthood, did not ascend but rather diminish slightly. Especially with the emergence of that highly talented foe known as Cell. Goku chose to spare Gohan some dignity, as stating the truth outright would be too humiliating. After all, one cannot divulge to Wutien that his brother, once affectionately nicknamed God Gohan during his youth, was later mockingly referred to as Nobi Gohan in adulthood. Truly, knowledge transforms one's destiny. Super Goku, with a look of half-understanding, blinked his large eyes and nodded repeatedly. Vegeta's assessment that Cell would emerge victorious echoed Gohan's sentiments, albeit with a bit more intelligence at his disposal. Depura had long been the king of the demon realm, significantly older than Goku and his companions. Yet he still found himself evenly matched with Super Gohan. Cell, after all, possessed the cells of Frieza, Goku, Piccolo, and others within him. His mixed heritage might not grant him superior talent compared to his original form, but surpassing Depura in training speed posed little challenge. As Cell and Depura clashed, they engaged in close combat before exchanging energy blasts, each exhibiting comparable fighting prowess. After a few minutes of deadlock, Depura seized an opportunity and spat a thick phlegm onto Cell's chest. This was his signature move, capable of petrifying the struck object. Soon, Cell's chest began to turn to stone, leaving only his head unaffected. Just as onlookers anticipated Cell's defeat, he executed an astonishing maneuver. He clutched his own neck and forcefully tore his head off, blood erupting in a fountain, leaving everyone in utter shock. What sort of operation was this? Had he resorted to suicide due to inability to win? However, contrary to the expected scene, Cell's head floated in the air and swiftly regenerated. Taking advantage of Depura's momentary lapse, he struck unexpectedly and claimed victory in the match. The tumultuous progression of the battle left even Super Gohan in awe. Had Cell, perhaps, neglected training in favor of honing his self-healing abilities? Vegeta held a different perspective. While Cell appeared to win in a disheveled manner, the reality was quite the opposite. Cell's aura remained steady, merely showing slight fatigue. As he attempted to mislead others with hurried breaths, yet the essence of his power was unmistakable, exuding an air of confidence and control. Cell, despite his apparent age, was explained by the organizers as a version of himself over 20 years post the conclusion of the Cell Games. Such a lengthy period would surely not pass without any enhancement in strength, leading to the assumption that he was concealing his true capabilities. Though he contained Piccolo's cells, even a Namekian would perish if their head were severed. Indeed, Cell had developed his regenerative abilities to their utmost. Yet it was likely that he had also concealed considerable power, perhaps in preparation to confront foes like himself. In the midst of the tournament, the formidable Ultra Goku keenly observed the contestants from Universes 21 and 20, while Ultra Vegeta found himself perturbed by the presence of Kakarot. The ensuing match featured Son Gohan from Universe 19 competing against Bojack from Universe 6. Upon hearing the identity of her opponent, both Gohan and Vegeta's expressions darkened, for they were acutely aware of Bojack's reputation. Though he might appear weaker in comparison, he was still far beyond the capabilities of young Gohan. The timeline of Universe 19 aligns closely with the concluding segments of Dragon Ball Z, occurring over a decade following the defeat of Buu, and is nearly contemporaneous with the GT timeline. Consequently, this young Gohan had matured significantly, being much older than the child version from the Ultra universe. Gohan contemplated advising his daughter to withdraw from the competition, but after a moment's hesitation, he refrained from voicing his concerns and instead offered a word of caution. Bojack is exceptionally powerful. He is not an adversary you can easily best, and his tactics are quite unscrupulous. With a serious demeanor, Gohan's daughter resolutely retorted, "No, I will not concede, father." Gohan chuckled softly. "I am not suggesting you surrender, Gohan. Just exercise caution and do not overexert yourself." Acknowledging her father's words, she leaped into the arena, locking eyes with Bojack. Seeing her as merely a child, Bojack smirked wickedly. "I shall dispose of you swiftly." Vegeta shook his head. His concern for Gohan and Bra palpable. He had grown fond of the two children. Their relationship with Goku's family had deepened over time, often visiting their home and looking after the little girls. Witnessing Gohan confront Bojack stirred his protective instincts. As Bojack lunged forward, Gohan narrowly evaded his punch, which struck the ground with such force that it created a 10-meter-wide crater in the sturdy arena. Realizing the gravity of her father's warning, Gohan understood that Bojack was not a trivial opponent. With a fierce roar, she transformed into a Super Saiyan. In her teenage years, she had inherited her father's exceptional talent, prompting Bojack to smirk coldly. Gohan, unwilling to engage in close combat, opted to maneuver rapidly from a distance, hoping to exploit any weaknesses in Bojack's defenses. Upon recognizing Gohan's lineage, Bojack's contempt grew. He was determined not to hold back against the daughter of the troublesome son Gohan. He unleashed an energy blast, and after Gohan dodged, she turned to find Bojack had vanished. Her family, watching from the sidelines, shouted warnings, but it was too late. Bojack seized Gohan by the neck, leaving her gasping for breath. Despite her desperate attempts to strike him, her efforts were futile. As Bojack tightened his grip, Gohan's resistance waned, and with a sickening crack, her breath ceased. Tossing her aside as though she were refuse, Bojack displayed a ruthless disregard for her life. Panicked, Videl from Universe 19 sprang to catch her daughter's lifeless body, but Gohan was quicker, reaching the arena first. Silently, he cradled her remains and returned to the spectator area of Universe 19. Videl struggled to accept the harrowing reality of her daughter's death, brutally snuffed out in such a manner. Though she had harbored concerns for Gohan's safety, the tournament rules permitted surrender. It was unthinkable that Bojack would resort to such merciless violence, rendering Gohan unable to utter a single word. The expression on Super Gohan's face also shifted. Even though she was not the daughter of his own universe, he felt a pang of sorrow. Broly, that scoundrel. Vegeta urged him to remain calm and not let rage cloud his judgment. It is entirely reasonable, as Broly has never been a virtuous individual. This is not merely an animated spectacle. There are no restrictions against lethal force, and given Broly's character, it is to be expected that he would act in such a manner. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Little Fong's strength is insufficient. Her base combat power is significantly lower than that of Gohan during the same period. Consequently, at a similar age, her Super Saiyan form struggles to withstand even a few of Broly's attacks. In Universe 19, led by Vegito, and Universe 20, which features GT Goku, each of Gohan's daughters, including Little Fong, is slightly younger than Bra. Only the Super Universe presents an exception. Upon first encountering Beerus, Super Biddy was already with child, and Super Gohan's daughter, Little Fong, is actually a few years older than Bra. However, in the Super Universe, there is no concern regarding the possibility of death in battle. Little Fong is still quite young and has only just learned to fly, thus she will not participate in this competition. Super Bra is even younger, still cradled in Super Bulma's arms, making her far too small to be involved. In the hypercosmos, the expressions of the individuals vary greatly. Yet the situation in Universe 19 was entirely different. Bra from Universe 19, in a fit of fury, transformed into a Super Saiyan, eager to confront Bojack. "You beast! You have slain Xiao Fong. I will ensure your demise." The tragic death of her beloved niece ignited an intense emotional upheaval within Bra, who possessed the confidence to vanquish Bojack. Her power far surpassed that of Xiao Fong. With merely a Super Saiyan transformation, she could avenge her fallen kin. However, Piccolo swiftly intervened to prevent her reckless actions. "Cease this. The competition rules forbid personal duels outside the arena." Ignoring his admonition, Bra's sole focus was on eliminating Bojack. She could not allow him to live. Suddenly, two large hands grasped her shoulders, and to her astonishment, she found herself unable to resist. Vegeta's voice resonated from behind. "Piccolo is correct. Killing Bojack in this manner serves no purpose. He would merely be resurrected, and the tournament does not permit external conflicts." Vegeta, too, yearned to avenge Xiao Fong, yet there was an unavoidable dilemma. Their universe's Dragon Balls were indeed capable of reviving the deceased, but no one could guarantee that the Dragon Balls across different universes could achieve the same. The death of Xiao Fong in a foreign universe left the efficacy of their local Dragon Balls uncertain, and they were unwilling to take such a risk. Vegeta's reasoning momentarily swayed Bra, yet she struggled to suppress her overwhelming desire for vengeance, her body trembling uncontrollably. In a bid to steady her, Vegeta invoked the name of Gohan. As you well know, once your brother Gohan loses his temper, it becomes quite formidable. He has managed to maintain his composure. You must do the same. Among her brothers, only Gohan had ever earned Bra's admiration, despite the fact that Goten and Trunks, older than her, were also her siblings. Nevertheless, Bra held them in disdain, perceiving them as negligent in their training and unworthy opponents for herself. Piccolo fashioned a vessel to contain Xiao Fong's remains, prompting Gohan to express his gratitude before placing her body within. Gohan's expression was grave, yet despite his status as her esteemed elder brother, his lack of intent to avenge Xiao Fong caused Bra's brow to furrow. Her hands clenched tightly. "Brother, Bojack must die. I will personally see to it. Gohan turned away, maintaining his composure. Do not speak of must. Bojack fought according to the rules, and Xiao Fang did not concede. Do not act impulsively. Bra was relentless, unable to accept such reasoning. So you intend to do nothing? Do you not wish to avenge your daughter? Gohan's anger reached a tipping point as he removed his glasses, handing them to his wife, who was still immersed in grief over their daughter's death. A surge of white energy enveloped Gohan, radiating an aura so terrifying that it shook the very asteroid upon which the tournament took place, leaving all present in awe. The ground trembled as debris was launched into the air. Gohan finally unleashed his full potential, the death of his daughter transforming him back into a formidable state after many years. Numerous competitors with power scanners found their devices bursting under the strain of his energy. In contrast, the Supreme Being of Universe 4 remained relatively composed. Gohan's strength is undiminished from his heyday. Witnessing Gohan's wrath, Bra reluctantly withdrew, refraining from provoking her brother further. The Gohan of Universe 19 reigned in his energy, his gaze lingering on Bojack for a couple of seconds longer. Chapter 11. Broly vs. Gogeta. Chaobiti. Cradling the still youthful Chao Xiaofang, found it unbearable to gaze upon the lifeless form of the neighboring Xiaofang. Though they hailed from different realms, the sight of Xiaofang's demise was a poignant reality that weighed heavily on my heart. Wujita offered a comforting smile, assuring, "Fear not, for Bojack too shall meet his end," accompanying Xiaofang in her eternal rest. Super Vegeta is somewhat perplexed by his meaning. Indeed, the 19th Gohan possesses the capability to vanquish Bojack, yet this holds little significance. Even if he were to be slain here, the organizers of the first universe would subsequently resurrect them all. What do you imply by that? Goku understands Super Gohan's intentions quite well and can surmise a thing or two regarding the actions of the 19th Gohan. From my perspective, the 19th Gohan would seek alternative means to eliminate Bojack, as long as he does not perish within the arena. The individuals of the first universe would have no grounds to resurrect Bojack. If you were in his position, Gohan, how would you proceed? I would likely adopt a similar approach. Super Gohan did not refute. He is a naturally benevolent scion who can forgive even if it means inflicting harm upon himself. However, Xiaofang is different. Even the Buddha is capable of wrath, and he would never pardon those who lay a hand on his daughter. Often, honest individuals, when provoked, are more prone to acts of madness. At this moment, the serene Gohan is akin to the calm before the storm. GT Vegeta does not hesitate to mock his daughter. In Universe 19, Bra has already achieved the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. GT Bra, with a displeased expression, remains indifferent to her father's words. So what? She and he do not share the same father. GT Vegeta finds his daughter's disposition quite exasperating. GT Bra has perfectly inherited Bulma's stubbornness and capriciousness, and perhaps even surpassed it. Aside from her penchant for shopping and lamenting her appearance, she never engages in training. If only she would practice a little, perhaps she could transform. GT Bra retorts immediately, "I have no desire to. Look at that yellow-haired look. It's unappealing. The transformation brings nothing but muscle. And it's clear there's little intelligence behind it. I'll pass. You and Uncle Goku are prime examples." In GT Bra's heart, beauty outweighs strength. She does not wish to be like Universe 19 Bra, nor does she yearn for battle. GT Vegeta is greatly irritated, merely snorting in frustration before turning away, casting a malevolent glance at GT Trunks. GT Trunks wears an innocent expression, thinking, "Isn't this bullying the honest person? Your daughter insults you, yet you strike her? I haven't provoked you." The next match features Krillin from Universe 9 versus Shaviza from Universe 8. Shaviza is a familiar name, a subordinate of Frieza. While the mention of Krillin surprises everyone, Vegeta focuses his gaze as the elderly Krillin, reminiscent of a younger version of Master Roshi, steps onto the stage, his white hair flowing and a heavy turtle shell strapped to his back. In an unexpected turn of events, Ultra Goku found himself intrigued by the presence of other Krillins at this venue. As the battle commenced, the 9 Krillins showcased a shell of unknown origin, effortlessly withstanding the onslaught of Savizar's punches and kicks. In a fit of desperation, Savizar concentrated his energy into a sword, only to clash with Krillin's energy slice, resulting in his being cleaved in two, blood spilling profusely as he met his demise on the spot. Following several more matches, the time for a lunch break arrived, bringing together competitors from various universes. Majin Buu, with an insatiable fondness for sweets, found a table laden with confections. Meanwhile, the Super Namekian Gaskax table overflowed with an array of juices, as Namekians require no conventional meals. Standing in his designated area, Cell was accompanied by two miniature versions of himself, disinclined to partake in the local fare. The trio from Universe 13, comprising Vegeta, Kakarot, and another, remained true to their reputation as voracious eaters. Similar scenes unfolded in Universes 18, 19, and 20, where others observed the ravenous consumption of food by Vegeta and Goku. With the addition of Vegito in Universe 18 and Vegeta in Universe 19, Chao Bic could not help but inquire, Vegeta, who do you believe will advance to the top 4 in this competition? The inquiry posed by Chao Bic regarding who would ultimately claim victory was deemed rather foolish. The triumph of Goku and Vegeta was inevitable. Although it could be argued that Vegito appears formidable, Chao Bic remains unconvinced of his ability to surpass Goku and Vegeta. The rationale is quite straightforward. It is highly likely that Vegito has yet to encounter a god of destruction, thus he lacks the transformation into Super Saiyan God, which is a significant factor that diminishes Chao Bic's confidence in him. While stuffing his mouth with food, Goku mumbled indistinctly in response. I also have Vegito, Super Saiyan Goku, and Vegeta, GT Goku and Vegeta, not to mention the two individuals from the 21st universe who have yet to make an appearance. Along with that fellow from the 22nd universe, Gohan cast a wary glance at Super Bu, feeling the formidable aura he exuded. What about Super Bu? Goku took a sip of his drink, adjusted the food in his mouth, and scoffed. Not that impressive. He possesses some strength, but if we were not participating, he might have had a chance. Super Goku is engrossed in his meal, yet he does not forget to express his thoughts. Broly is indeed a formidable opponent, and it remains a mystery how long he has been in slumber. Ultra Goku did not become complacent despite having defeated Broly over a decade ago. Broly, too, was unaware of how long he had been sealed away or how much stronger he had become. The original premise of Broly's character is that his combat power continues to rise with the passage of time. Whether there is a limit to this growth remains uncertain, but it is undeniable that he has the potential to become exceedingly powerful. Super Vegeta harbors a profound arrogance regarding his own strength. Before me. Regardless of who he is, there exists only the path of defeat. Goku, however, ponders with greater depth. It is of no concern. That madman Broly will lash out at the audience, and in due course, he shall be exiled back to his own universe, rendering any battle unnecessary. The initiators of the tournament, the Veluga from Universe 1, along with the Supreme Kai, have devised an atomic disintegration machine. This invention aims to prevent disobedient participants, allowing them to be transformed into atoms and subsequently dispatched back to their respective universes, only to be restored thereafter. Curious, Ultra Instinct tugged at Gogeta's sleeve. Brother Gogeta, are you not confident in your ability to win? Gogeta did not lift his head. Of course I can, but that depends on whether I encounter him. The probability is so low that it seems unlikely I would come across him. If he encounters someone else first, there is nothing I can do. The same held true for Universe 19, where Piccolo inquired of Vegito who would emerge victorious. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegito confidently patted his chest. Of course it will be me. Is there any question about that? Piccolo, somewhat apprehensive, cast a wary glance at Gogeta, suspecting that it would not be so simple to allow their side to achieve victory. However, with Gogeta present, he wondered if Vegito truly had the confidence to defeat him. Vegito waved his hand dismissively. He is formidable, but I will not be bested by him. Victory will belong to me. As Super Wukong indulged in his meal, he noticed the beside Super Vegeta and casually tossed it into his mouth. Vegeta, aren't you going to eat? You rascal, do you dare to consume my? Vegeta's eyes were ablaze with fury as he indiscriminately grabbed a handful of food and hastily consumed it. By chance, he devoured the last sushi that Goku had intended to save for himself, prompting Goku to rise in indignation. Vegeta, that was meant to be my final bite. Super Vegeta stood his ground, rising to suppress the formidable aura of Super Goku. That is a delicacy I wish to savor. Do you intend to engage in battle? As Super Goku ascends to the Super Saiyan form, his aura once again eclipses that of Vegeta. We are comrades, are we not? This and that are entirely different matters. The fleeting moments of a lunch break quickly passed, and to everyone's surprise, the next battle featured an intriguing coincidence. The forthcoming match pits Gogeta from Universe 18 against Broly from Universe 16. Gogeta, tapping his forehead in disbelief, mused on the uncanny nature of such coincidences. He had indeed encountered Broly, albeit the older version, who appeared to have been ensnared in absolute zero for an extended period. After a prolonged slumber, one would expect his combat prowess to be remarkable. The tournament organizers displayed a commendable sense of humanity by inviting Chi-Chi and Bulma, two women devoid of any significant combat abilities, to the upper viewing area with their children. The spectator seats below lacked protective measures, while the elevated platform was shielded. Nevertheless, Chi-Chi and Bulma graciously declined, expressing their unwavering trust in their husbands. Convinced of their ability to safeguard them, Raditz from Universe 13 eagerly anticipated this match. The frozen individual and the enigmatic figure were finally about to clash. Universe 13's Vegeta was distinctly displeased upon seeing Gogeta's appearance. What an ostentatious individual he was, with that tuft of hair at his forehead and a face reminiscent of Kakarot, indicative of a lack of genuine skill. The quartet of Scions from Universe 13 were oblivious to the fusion technique and the earrings, thus unaware of Gogeta's identity. Yet, one thing remained constant, regardless of the universe. Vegeta harbored an aversion for Kakarot's visage. The 13th Kakarot engaged in a verbal spar, deriding the similar hairstyle of his counterpart, branding it as truly unsightly. His feigned composure only served to irritate, revealing him as anything but a formidable character. This universe's Kakarot did not indulge the 13th Vegeta either, in his eyes. Anyone resembling Vegeta was equally unimpressive. Soon, Universe 16 unveiled Broly from his icy prison, employing nanothermic weapons to thaw him. As the ice gradually melted, revealing a thin layer, the Veluga individuals boasted of their capabilities. Under my power, I can sense his pulsating heartbeat. He is on the brink of awakening. In the next moment, their smiles faltered as a massive hand emerged, gripping one of them by the throat. With a brutal squeeze, it shattered his body, slamming him onto the ground. Broly's eyes radiated a savage intensity as he scanned his surroundings, revealing a sinister grin. Kakarot. There were too many Kakarots in the arena, all his sworn enemies. Faced with this multitude, Broly's mind was consumed by a singular thought: annihilation. He let out a resounding roar that pierced the heavens, his green aura enveloping the entire arena as he swept his right hand, unleashing a myriad of energy blasts. Super Saiyan Gohan took the lead, enveloping himself in a protective shield to safeguard the inhabitants of his universe. GT Goku also extended his shield, repelling the assault from Cell and his offspring from Universe 17. Along with Bojack, who swung an arm to strike them away. Gasakak, closing his eyes in meditation, manifested the power of a super Namekian. Having absorbed the essence of all Namekians from his universe, effortlessly intercepting the incoming energy blast with a single hand. Dotto drew his sword, executing a swift slice that cleaved the energy blast in twain. Vegeta, standing resolutely at the forefront of Universe 19, simply flicked a finger to deflect all incoming attacks. From the control room, the Veluga of Universe 1, observing the tumultuous arena, was taken aback by Broly's rampaging behavior. This man is insane. I must immediately dispatch him back to his universe. Upon pressing the controller, he soon realized, to his dismay, that his equipment had inexplicably malfunctioned. In a flurry of confusion, he summoned maintenance personnel, urging them to investigate promptly lest Broly cause untold destruction. Below the arena, the Super Beau of Universe 4, with his antennae shimmering in a pink glow, was intently focused on the proceedings. Fear not, little birds. You shall not disrupt this thrilling contest, he mused. Chapter 12. A fierce confrontation. Broly spun abruptly, momentarily uncertain of which Kakarot to eliminate first, ultimately locking his gaze upon Super Saiyan Goku. Kakarot, recognizing the impending threat, relished the opportunity to engage, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 to gauge Broly's formidable prowess. As the fierce Broly charged forth, and the expectant Super Saiyan Goku braced for impact, a beam of golden light materialized between them, halting their clash. Broly's vacant eyes followed the sword of light to the figure of Gogeta, who had just landed on the arena. Gogeta, giving his neck a casual roll, beckoned with a wave. Hey, kid, your opponent is me. Come and fight. His visage, reminiscent of Kakarot, successfully drew Broly's attention. Without further ado, Broly charged forward, and Gogeta leapt into the air, preemptively delivering a powerful kick to Broly's chin, which, though impactful, merely stirred Broly's ferocity. Broly retaliated with a punch, which Gogeta narrowly evaded, bending low as half the arena was obliterated. With a swift kick from his right leg, Gogeta forced Broly to stagger back, only to be met with another punch. Gogeta attempted to follow up, but his fist was caught, and Broly deflected his other strike with ease. Broly's knee connected with Gogeta's abdomen, and he clasped his hands together, launching a devastating blow aimed at Gogeta's head. In a swift counter, Gogeta delivered a kick to Broly's chest, only to be astonished by Broly's resilience. Despite the hit, Broly remained undeterred. The two combatants ascended and descended, Gogeta crashing down to the ground with a force that shattered the arena's stone beneath him. Broly charged once more, his massive fist descending like a battering ram. Gogeta, pivoting deftly, evaded the blow while executing a graceful spinning kick. Yet, facing Broly's sheer brutality, Gogeta remained unfazed. This was all anticipated. Broly resembled an ancient beast, his fighting style savage and domineering, instilling fear in the other competitors from different universes. Despite this, Gogeta maneuvered with ease, withholding his true strength as he seized Broly's leg and hurled him into the air. Accelerating past the rebounding Broly, Gogeta positioned himself behind him, extending his hand to deliver a devastating Big Bang attack. The golden energy wave struck Broly squarely in the back, erupting into a cloud of dust and debris. Ultra Instinct Goku and Future Trunks were filled with excitement as they recalled the fear they experienced in their childhood at the hands of Broly, leaving them with little fondness for him. Go for it, brother Vegito. You are no match for you, Broly. Ultra Goku observed Vegeta's offensive techniques with genuine admiration. The combination of strikes was impressive, exhibiting a flawless continuity that flowed seamlessly, culminating in a perfect triple attack. Truly, Vegeta lived up to his reputation. However, the Super Vegeta harbored a contrasting opinion. Such trivial tricks are of no consequence to Broly. Is he not yet prepared to unleash his true abilities? The few present sensed that Broly had likely been sealed away for an excessively long time, his combat prowess manifesting in an inconceivably formidable manner, leaving them utterly astonished. Super Bu crossed his arms, unable to comprehend the intentions of Vegito. He pondered deeply within himself. What exactly is Vegito up to? Can he truly be oblivious to Broly's uniqueness? No, that cannot be the case. He must understand. Yet, what could be the purpose behind his actions? Super Bu absorbed all the formidable entities within their universe, and he was acutely aware of the existence of Gogeta. This peculiar state of combat plunged him into contemplation. Gogeta could not possibly possess such limited prowess. He ought to be swifter and stronger. As the battle raged on, Gogeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling a flicker of agitation within his otherwise monotonous spirit. Broly, is this truly all you are capable of? Show me your strength by becoming even more powerful. Broly unleashed a feral roar, and green lightning crackled around him, his aura surging with explosive velocity. This compelled Ultimate Gohan to instinctively tense his body, retreating several paces to secure the optimal position, ready to shield his loved ones at a moment's notice. Broly's energy had intensified exponentially once more. Even the Super Saiyan Goku is in awe of Broly's extraordinary talent, which seems almost inhuman. It feels as though he has surpassed Super Saiyan 3, alas. I have not had the opportunity to face him. The protective barrier of the arena is crumbling inch by inch, on the verge of collapse, with scattered energy nearly obliterating everything in this vicinity. In Universe 13, Kakarot and Vegeta are wide-eyed, their astonishment at Broly's power far exceeding their comprehension. This is the true might of a Super Saiyan. The Supreme Kais of Universe 1 are filled with trepidation, unable to fathom the terror that Broly represents. Fortunately, in our universe, Broly's birth was swiftly thwarted, preventing him from maturing into a formidable threat. The Grand Supreme Kai of Universe 1, the very same who was devoured by Kid Buu during the Z era, is inherently benevolent and kind-hearted, which is why Kid Buu transformed into the more benign Fat Buu. In that universe, a millennium ago, the Supreme Kais encountered a Super Saiyan, a being of Broly's legendary transformation. This Saiyan wreaked havoc, annihilating everything in his path, prompting the Kais to attempt dialogue with him. However, the Saiyan was devoid of reason, a complete lunatic. In a bid to prevent him from wreaking further havoc across the cosmos, several Supreme Kais united to subdue him. Despite their efforts, the Saiyan remained unfazed. His body as resilient as an immortal stone, it took an immense exertion of their strength to finally vanquish him. As Gogeta and Broly exchanged blows, the battle escalated into a careful melee, one punch in return for one kick. A torrential downpour of punches erupted, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. Gogeta's strikes became increasingly swift, forcing Broly to retreat, revealing a clear trend of disadvantage. The trio of Frieza and his henchmen, the Ice Demons, were utterly bewildered by the magnitude of this spectacle. Their combined strength seemed incomparable, yet they found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer impossibility of the situation. The two fighters created distance between them, with Gogeta placing his hands on his hips, striking a pose reminiscent of a flower-esque bloom. As blue energy coalesced in his palms, unleashing the Kamehameha, the blue energy wave streaked across the sky like a meteor. Broly, unwilling to concede, conjured two green energy orbs in his hands, pressing them together until they morphed into a singular, ultra-dense energy sphere. The two combatants, one above and one below, one to the left and one to the right, generated an immense energy that caused the very planet to tremble. The Scions of Universe 13, Vegeta and Kakarot, instantly transformed into Super Saiyans, for the energy was so overwhelming that even the residual waves could inflict harm upon them. The collision of their energies created a brilliant display of light, and as the brilliance faded, the protective barriers surrounding the spectator area shattered under the immense pressure. Fortunately, Super Goku and GT Goku intervened just in time to protect the audience, though nearly 100 individuals still succumbed to injuries from the residual energy. Cell remained relatively unscathed, while the smaller cell beside him was overwhelmed, crashing into the wall. The Super Namekian effortlessly deflected the shockwave, leaving Frieza and his companions in a state of disarray. In the arena of the 13th universe, Vegeta and Kakarot relied on the might of their Super Saiyan forms to withstand the explosive force. The power was formidable. In his normal state, Raditz was sent flying, crashing into the wall with such impact that he struggled to extricate himself, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. 13th Vegito wore a grim expression, acknowledging his inferior strength without fear, as he believed there would eventually be opportunities to surpass them. However, one thing tormented him more than anything, being overshadowed by Kakarot. He noticed that each of the universes, 18 and 19, had a Gohan stepping up, each protecting their respective competitors. Kakarot's son is so powerful. Where is my own? Why does Kakarot's lineage possess such strength, while my son pales in comparison? This reality was unbearable for 13th Vegeta, who found it hard to accept, preferring death over being outshone by Kakarot. In the control room, the Veluga discovered the cause of the malfunction. One set of micro-instruments had been damaged. They hastily sought replacement parts, determined to repair the machinery in the shortest time possible. Standing on the stage, Gogeta brushed off the dust from his body, quite pleased with Broly's combat prowess. This fellow possessed a fighting strength akin to that of a Super Saiyan god, and it was unclear how long he had been frozen. His power had escalated to extraordinary levels. With a single strike, Gogeta sent Broly hurtling thousands of kilometers away, breaking through the atmosphere and colliding with meteors in space. It was only after arriving in the Dragon Ball Super universe that Gogeta realized a crucial truth: Scions could survive in the cosmos. At least in this realm he traversed. Scions could engage in combat in space, despite the established notion that they could not endure in such conditions. However, it seemed that a particularly fond author of the Super Saiyan 3, characterized by long hair, had disregarded this premise more than once. Broly's body was oozing blood from various wounds, his form enveloped in smoke, yet he felt no pain, his mind consumed by hatred for Kakarot. Kakarot had long regarded Gogeta as an extension of himself, unleashing an even more formidable aura as he raced back to the battlefield with blinding speed. Super Bu smirked wickedly. Gogeta, so you have been holding back, aiming to enjoy the battle to its fullest. It seems you have expended quite a bit of energy yourself. If you lack a more formidable form, then this is where your journey ends. You are powerless to accomplish anything. Should you manage to defeat Broly once more, then I shall take the pleasure of ending your existence. Super Bu, who had been merely observing, suddenly sensed a gaze fixed upon him, and upon following that instinct, he discovered it was Gogeta. Super Bu felt a heavy weight in his heart. How could he have heard his quiet murmur? In the midst of such an intense battle, was there even time to observe others? Fortunately, Vegeta only cast a fleeting glance before disregarding him, allowing the boulder pressing in his chest to finally lift. Chapter 13, the most powerful in the multiverse. Vegeta chuckled. Broly truly was a formidable opponent. If only the timing were right, he could afford to grant Broly a moment to bolster his strength. However, there were simply too many people around, and Broly, in his frenzy, would find it difficult to protect them. Thus, he decided to end this with a single move. Vegeta spread his arms wide, releasing a surge of energy that erupted from within him. A fierce golden aura enveloped him, radiating an indomitable force. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and bolts of blue lightning struck down, their blinding brilliance forcing everyone to shield their eyes from the now serious Vegeta. The 13th Vegeta and Kakarot transformed into Super Saiyans. Yet they were compelled to retreat step by step, utterly incapable of withstanding such overwhelming energy. As Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan form, the spectators found themselves staggering, as if the very gravity of the planet had lost its potency. The crowd was involuntarily drawn closer to Vegeta, as if magnetically attracted by his formidable energy. Those in the upper tiers clung desperately to the railings of the viewing platform, fearing they might be swept away. Vegeta gradually positioned his hands at his chest, conjuring a golden energy sphere encircled by golden lightning, unleashing an earth-shattering shockwave. The radiant blast tore through the venue, striking Broly, who was returning from a distance. Broly fought valiantly, summoning all his strength to form a green energy shield around him. But the clash of golden light and green energy reached a stalemate that lasted less than a second. The shield shattered, and the energy engulfed Broly's body, propelling him back into space as a meteor, colliding with dozens of asteroids before being flung to another corner of the cosmos. Broly was utterly defeated, losing consciousness, his body bearing various injuries. After 30 seconds elapsed without his return to the arena, the referee declared Vegeta the victor. Vegeta's gaze swept across the arena, radiating arrogance and an undeniable confidence born of his absolute power. The 13th Vegeta, Kakarot, and Frieza, along with their companions, were left speechless, unable to comprehend the sheer strength he displayed. How could he be so powerful, existing on an entirely different level from them? It was utterly ludicrous. There was no justification for such overwhelming might. Despite knowing of the considerable gap in their abilities, the reality was too exaggerated to fathom. Had he truly transformed into a Super Saiyan? The disparity with their own transformations was staggering. Cell from Universe 17 wore a grave expression, adopting a defensive stance. Concealing one's strength was futile. This individual was stronger than he, yet he refused to yield. He was Cell, after all. The Saiyan blood within him boiled. Although he was not a pure Saiyan, he possessed a warrior's spirit, defeated, perhaps, but never surrendering, as he would always be resurrected. The Kais of Universe 1 marveled at Vegeta's unmatched prowess, acknowledging him as the strongest in the arena. Had they possessed such strength, they would not face so many troubles. They couldn't even fathom the extent of Vegeta's true power. Many competitors who relied on their own strength sensed Vegeta's might and felt a sense of trepidation, contemplating retreat, realizing they were no match for him. Nappa, injured in the 13th universe, returned to the viewing platform after treatment. Upon witnessing the scene, he quickly conceded defeat. "We should leave. There's no place for us here. We cannot accomplish anything. They are monsters." Kakarot, initially disinterested in this coward, couldn't help but retort upon hearing his words. "You fool, what are you even saying?" Nappa, unperturbed, merely stated the truth. "The issue is that we are not his equals. Even if you and Vegeta confronted them, you would be obliterated." Kakarot and Vegeta were the two strongest in their quartet, far surpassing him and Raditz. Nappa understood their capabilities. Yet in the face of Vegeta, they stood no chance, with not a glimmer of hope for victory. Vegeta also recognized this reality, yet his pride remained unyielding. Regardless of the universe, he refused to accept fleeing like a defeated dog, firmly believing he could grow stronger. He quelled the arguments among them, declaring, "Enough. If they can achieve such power, there is no reason I, the Prince of Science, cannot. I will become stronger in this competition." Simultaneously, in Universe 12, Android 16 inquired about DAC's intentions. "Are you going to forfeit? You surely cannot match him." DAC replied casually, unwilling to concede defeat. "I've known from the start that I wouldn't win. I'm here solely for the battle. It makes no difference to me." DAC was well aware of Goku and Vegeta's Super Saiyan blue forms and had experienced their strength firsthand. He came merely as a martial artist. Winning or losing was inconsequential to him, for he never believed he could triumph. After the Black Goku incident, he understood Vegeta's might. 16 was found after that. Hence his unfamiliarity with Vegeta and his companions. Babidi from Universe 11 expressed confidence in his Majin Buu, turning to smile. "This battle is truly exhilarating. It has surprised me. My Majin Buu is stronger than they are. Isn't he?" Majin Buu, with a rare bead of sweat trickling down his forehead, responded ambiguously. Frieza from Universe 8 was utterly dumbfounded, nearly thrown off by the shockwave. Having never encountered such a powerful foe, he found himself terrified, his strength having barely improved since the beginning. "Father, I think we may not be able to win." Cooler nodded in agreement. "Indeed. The chance of victory is slim." Frieza's expression shifted rapidly, from fear to a sly grin as he leaned toward King Cold's ear. "Fortunately, our goal is not to win. We only seek the 7 Dragon Balls." The Super Namekian from Universe 7, casting off his cape, was astonished by Vegeta's power, calculating his own potential. "No matter how great the power, even if it were infinite, it would be useless. All I desire is a wish." Bojack from Universe 6, having witnessed the battle, crossed his arms, resolute in continuing the fight. "I will stay. I cannot simply flee." Several subordinates murmured, realizing their strength was less than that of Frieza and his companions. With the sole female, Zangya, believing he was courting disaster. "Very well, I shall take my leave. When you are torn to pieces by them, I will return to collect your remains. The Kais of Universe 1 felt a wave of apprehension, relieved that someone stood firm, yet they made a decisive choice. Once the martial arts tournament concludes, we shall immediately close the cosmic portals. We cannot allow anyone to run amok. Although Gogeta possesses immense power, he remains composed and is not characterized by a bloodthirsty nature. In stark contrast, Broly is a madman who indiscriminately slaughters. Should he find himself in another universe without Gogeta, the consequences are unimaginable. The Grand Kai sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of guilt over their impotence. We are too weak to safeguard life. With that formidable being present, Broly would not incite any significant turmoil. However, the Grand Kai countered this notion by revealing a harsh truth. That being would not concern himself with such trivial matters. As long as the universe remains intact, he would refrain from intervening. Goten and Trunks, sensing the gravity of the situation, quietly retreated, contemplating their retreat. Faced with their father's fusion, Gogeta, their prideful fusion of Gotenks seemed utterly futile, prompting them to hastily withdraw. Goku and Vegeta, without a backward glance, seized the two who were faltering in their resolve. In a bid to excuse themselves, Goten and Trunks hastily concocted reasons. Dad, the Capsule Corporation has several contracts pending. Me too. I have a date with my girlfriend, Dad. Goku and Vegeta exchanged silent glances that conveyed a clear message. Escaping was not an option. The reincarnated evil Majin Buu, now a little boy named Ub, curiously inquired of his mentor, Goku, Master Goku, are we not their match? Only you and Vegeta stand a chance. Why must we engage in battle? To Ub, Gogeta's power was indisputable, far beyond their realm. And stepping into the fray would only result in their own defeat. Why invite such suffering? Goku chuckled, affirming that the more formidable the opponent, the greater the thrill of combat. Indeed, that is the essence of battle. Before the finals, strive to push your limits and believe in your potential. Gogeta exhaled, dispelling the Super Saiyan form and returning to the 18th universe. Ultimate Gohan gave a thumbs up, genuinely exclaiming, "You truly are remarkable." Super Vegeta was already well aware of his own strength and felt no surprise. It is the fusion of myself and Kakarot. Such power is to be expected. The first universe hosting the martial arts tournament included not only the Veruga but also the Namekians, as they were the ones who provided the Dragon Balls. They arrived to inquire whether Gogeta required medical attention, equipped with healing Namekians. Gogeta smiled and replied that he was fine, having merely engaged in some light play without expending much energy. They did not press further and hurried off to tend to the audience members affected, striving to save as many as possible. In the fourth universe, Super Buu laughed joyfully like a child, turning to gaze at the starry sky, completely unfazed by Gogeta's prowess. Well done, Gogeta. You truly are remarkable, surpassing all my expectations. However, with that said, I can afford to take a brief respite. While conversing with friends from the Super Universe, Gogeta noticed the absence of Super Buu. Initially intending to investigate, he hesitated and, recognizing there was no immediate urgency, decided to abandon the thought for the time being. Super Buu arrived in the universe, tens of thousands of kilometers away, standing at the core of a meteorite, expanding his perception of the surroundings. The instant transmission of the God Jebet is indeed quite useful. He has located the energy that sent Broly flying, and it is near me. Chapter 14, The Unrivaled Vegeta. Super Buu discovered Broly, who was still flying backward, and his tone was unusually filled with excitement. He was immensely intrigued by Broly's energy. Wonderful, I have found you. How many years has it been? It has been far too long since I encountered an opponent worthy of my absorption. Super Buu was about to commence absorption when a man adorned with earrings stood before him, extending his right hand backward to project an energy shield. Super Buu was taken aback. How did he discover this, and why was he able to catch up with himself? What is the meaning of this? How did you find me, Vegito? Vegito maintained his composure, his face radiating absolute confidence. You cannot evade my perception. The rules of the match are quite clear. You must not lay a hand on him. Super Buu remained non-committal to his words, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Rules, what purpose do they serve? We are thousands of kilometers away from the venue. Whatever we have done, they will never uncover. However, Vegeta stood his ground, his attire billowing without a breeze, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing Super Buu's words, he responded not with anger, but with a sardonic smile. I have slain you once. To do so again would pose no challenge. When I declare something as impossible, it is indeed impossible. You would do well to recognize your place. Even Super Buu does not fear him. In his universe, he has encountered Vegito. Yet he does not believe he will be defeated. He considers himself the strongest and most omnipotent being. What exactly are your intentions? You must have your own plans. Here, you will not be my adversary. Defeating you holds no significance. Do not claim that you can triumph over me. Do not be overly confident. Vegito's meaning is quite clear. Broly will not allow you to absorb him. If you insist on absorbing him, then you shall face me in battle. Super Buu did not rush to attack. Instead, provocatively speaking, why don't we engage in a proper battle? You cannot even begin to fathom the extent of my current strength. Vegeta smiled faintly, extending his right index finger, and unleashed two beams of light that struck Broly's body. Super Buu shook his head with a sigh, feigning pity. Alas, how heartless it is to have taken their lives so mercilessly. While conversing with Vegeta, he had previously separated two small orbs and brought them closer to Broly. However, as soon as they approached Broly, they were swiftly detected by Vegeta. Now, can you still manage this? I am curious to see how many clones you can annihilate. The formidable Majin Buu's form fragmented, giving rise to countless diminutive Buu manifestations, each merely a centimeter in size, surging relentlessly towards Broly. You still fail to comprehend, Buu. Vegeta merely shook his head repeatedly, his body rotating in place as countless beams of light cascaded forth, effectively obliterating all of the Buu replicas with precision. A chill ran through Super Buu as he pondered the situation. The might of Vegito surpassed his expectations. In his estimation, his own power was vastly superior to that of Vegito. After devouring Goku and the others, he consumed an overwhelming number of beings and objects, his combat strength far exceeding that of the Gohan Buu from years past. Thus, he believed that Vegito would likely not be his adversary. Yet, at this moment, Vegito had not even transformed, yet was still able to suppress his tactics of overwhelming numbers. Super Buu elongated his arms, transforming them into limbs spanning 100 meters, reaching out towards Vegeta. However, Vegeta deftly sidestepped the attack, swiftly appearing before Super Buu and delivering a powerful kick that severed his torso in half. Super Buu, unfazed and leisurely, began to frolic with his two segmented bodies, while the upper half made faces at Vegito and the lower half wiggled playfully. Vegito extended his right hand. Fingers splayed wide, unleashing 5 golden beams of energy. The 5-fingered energy blast surged forth. Super Buu, caught off guard, had 5 holes blasted through his body. Yet he maintained his characteristic demeanor, restoring himself to his original form in less than a second. Vegito, is this all you are capable of? You are far from being able to kill me. At the very least, you ought to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeto's arrogance was palpable, his aura overwhelming. Are you not also concealing your true strength? Allow me to reveal a glimpse of my genuine power. An immense energy swiftly enveloped an area spanning 1,000 miles. As Super Buu's incessantly released clones were effortlessly shattered by the force of the aura. Super Buu, having set aside his playful demeanor, crossed his arms defensively as he was pushed back nearly 100 meters. Is this the extent of your years of cultivation? Fortunately, I have consumed enough. Otherwise, dealing with you would be quite troublesome. Just as Super Buu was about to unleash his true abilities, he was distracted by a figure not far away. Goku had unexpectedly arrived at the scene. Seeing the two combatants pause, Goku remarked that he was merely an observer and did not wish to interfere, stating that he would not assist anyone. I'm just here to watch. You carry on with your fight. Pay me no mind. Vegeta chuckled and resumed his fierce battle with Super Buu, not forgetting to take a jab at Goku. Honestly, I thought you were going to challenge me. While claiming to stop Super Buu from devouring Broly, the underlying reason was that Vegeta was itching for a fight, having not encountered any strong opponents lately. He eagerly sought a battle, and Super Buu was a perfect choice. Thus, he seized the opportunity to protect Broly while engaging in combat. Goku recognized this intent and refrained from intervening. Since I bumped into Broly, I'll leave Super Buu to you. As Vegeta continued to exchange blows with his opponent, Super Buu sensed the disdain and felt underestimated, which irked him. With a sudden burst of speed, Super Buu charged forward, but Vegeta, with his hands behind his back, evaded a fierce punch and retaliated with a kick that struck Super Buu squarely in the abdomen. Following up with a flying kick, he sent Super Buu hurtling away. Enraged, Super Buu unleashed a tremendous surge of energy that radiated throughout the universe, affecting even the distant tournament planet, causing it to tremble as the audience pondered the cause of the disturbance. During their fierce encounter, 3 diminutive Buu clones, each no larger than a finger, perched atop the floating Broly's head. The trio wept in despair, each possessing independent consciousness, lamenting Vegeta's brutality and Super Buu's actions. After a harrowing journey, we have finally arrived. Indeed, it has been quite a challenge. Thank goodness we survived. In the fierce confrontation between Super Bu and Vegito, an incessant stream of small Bu clones emerged, their numbers surpassing 10,000. Attempting to leverage their numerical superiority to engulf Broly, Vegito swiftly eliminated all the small Bus. Only the three of them remained amidst the hail of attacks, daringly approaching Broly. After a moment of discontent from the small Bus, the trio transformed into a mass of flesh. Just as they were about to consume Broly, a powerful energy wave surged forth, shattering them into pieces. The assailant was none other than Vegito. Such trivial tactics were hardly capable of deceiving him. The enraged countenance of Super Bu gradually settled into a pitiful expression as he resignedly raised his hands. Alas, truly heartless. I was so close to succeeding. Subsequently, Super Bu unleashed a frenzied roar, delivering a heavy punch to Vegito's face, followed by a fierce kick that sent Vegito staggering several steps forward. With a swift strike of his hand, Super Bu was sent flying, crashing into the remnants of a meteor. Vegito, filled with fury, shattered the meteorite and beckoned with a mere flick of his finger. Come at me with your utmost power. Anything less is simply tiresome, Super Bu. Vegito emphasized the word super with a palpable disdain, provoking Super Bu's wrath to its zenith. Steam billowed from the vents atop Super Bu's head, enveloping the surrounding space in a dense haze. Vegeta, transform into a Super Saiyan at once and unleash your true prowess. As if responding to a summons, Vegeta gathered his energy, his hair standing on end as golden flames dispersed the smoke, and his pupils underwent a transformation. Thus emerged Super Vegeta. The spectators at the martial arts tournament sensed this formidable aura, some even resorting to expletives. This power was unmistakably on par with that of Broly and the enigmatic Gogeta. Who could this be? Must it be so extreme? With such overwhelming power, it felt as though they were merely there to serve as a backdrop. Had I known it would be like this, I would have rather not participated in this bizarre tournament. Others recognized this as Vegeta's energy signature, particularly Trunks, who had the deepest understanding of Vegeta's essence. Was he about to make his move? Super Bu's expression darkened, his body trembling slightly as he recklessly charged forward. His right hand positioned behind him, gathering energy for a ki blast. His fist passed through Vegito's form, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Vegito's speed was astonishingly swift, reaching a blur-like state in the cosmos. Super Bu looked around, unable to locate his presence, until Vegeta could no longer bear it and offered a reminder. Fool, he is above you. As Super Bu looked up, he discovered Vegito standing above him, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. With a swift motion, he unleashed a ki blast, which effortlessly passed through Vegito's form without any hindrance. Super Bu executed the instant transmission of the Supreme Kai, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Yet, Vegeta remained composed, deftly evading each strike with remarkable agility. After exchanging several blows, Vegeta found himself ensnared within a sphere of energy blasts. Super Bu, filled with a sense of triumph, thought to himself that he had finally outsmarted his opponent. This technique is no stranger to you, is it? It is the special beam cannon of Piccolo, the Demon Realm's deadly assault. During the course of his assault, Super Bu anticipated Vegeta's subsequent maneuvers, successfully constraining his movements with a multitude of energy spheres. Super Bu clasped his hands together, and energy blasts rained down upon his form, generating a tremendous cloud of smoke. Radiant golden light illuminated the scene, dispersing the dust, while Vegeta emerged unscathed. He launched a powerful punch from afar, the force of which tore through the skin on Super Bu's face, propelling him forward to deliver a decisive blow to Super Bu's visage. The features of Super Bu were comically forced into his face, presenting an exceedingly humorous sight. Without granting a moment's respite, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of punches. With his right hand pressed against his face, he executed a powerful energy wave that obliterated Super Bu's head. Swiftly, he drew his hand through the air, cleaving Super Bu into chunks of flesh. After accomplishing this, Vegeta refrained from further assault, allowing Super Bu to regenerate. Are you not going to unleash your full power, Super Bu? He mused, a smirk gracing his lips. Is this truly the extent of your abilities? How utterly impolite of you to suggest otherwise. Though his words were laced with mockery, the derisive smile on Vegeta's face clearly indicated his dissatisfaction with Super Bu's prowess. Vegeta's attacks appeared fierce and relentless, however. They failed to inflict significant damage, as Super Bu restored himself in mere seconds. You, my friend, possess an astonishingly rapid recovery rate, surpassing even my own speed in devouring opponents. Super Vegito, with his agile form, seized a meteorite and hurled it down upon Super Bu. After being shattered by a ki blast, Vegito became infatuated with the spectacle, dragging and launching another meteorite, then another, and yet another, as multiple meteorites cascaded down like raindrops. Though Super Bu may have obliterated the meteorites, he himself was left in a disheveled state. "You insolent fool, if you hurl another meteorite at me, I shall truly lose my temper." The once fervent aura dissipated, Broly vanished, and Vegito did not glance back, likely due to the first universe's organizers successfully repairing the instruments damaged by Super Bu. Subsequently, Broly was dispatched back to his own universe, and Super Bu, along with Vegito, ceased their confrontation. Upon witnessing Broly's teleportation, Super Bu halted his actions. The anticipated scene of fury did not unfold, and without lingering, he promptly utilized instant transmission to escape. "It was quite enjoyable playing with you, but I must take my leave now." Vegito and Bu exchanged glances, instinctively suppressing their auras and dismissing the thought of further combat. Vegito found Super Bu's actions perplexing, pondering his intentions, and engaged in discussion with Vegito. "This Bu seems different from the one we know. Does he truly intend to absorb Broly?" Vegito shook his head, uncertain of Super Bu's true motives, but confident it was not the absorption of Broly. "No. It appears he is more inclined to seek a battle with you. Perhaps he, like you, is merely bored and in search of excitement, aside from its initial assault." Super Bu ceased to pursue the absorption of Broly, instead exhibiting actions that seemed solely dedicated to the art of combat. Vegeta brushed the dust from his attire. Lamenting Bu's hasty retreat, he had not yet satisfied his thirst for battle. Alas, how swiftly he fled. Had he lingered, they could have engaged longer. Both Vegeta and Gogeta were acutely aware that Super Bu had not unleashed its full potential, and on the surface, it appeared that Vegeta held a distinct advantage. Super Bu was in a state of utter despair, yet his aura remained largely unchanged, and his recovery rate showed no signs of slowing. Chapter 15. Mary Sue. Gogeta also discerned an intriguing detail. Vegito had concealed his true power, barely tapping into half of his Super Saiyan form strength. When Gogeta and Vegito returned, another match had concluded in the arena. The referee, instead of announcing the next bout as was customary, took the initiative to introduce a particular universe. Next to grace the stage were two warriors from Universe 2, a universe of unique distinction. Rather than being mere inhabitants, they appeared to be bound by fate, destined to participate in this martial arts tournament, a stark contrast to the other universes. It was unprecedented for the referee to present a universe, piquing Gogeta's interest. He had never really observed the fighters from Universe 2, as they lacked notable strength. However, upon witnessing them, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, there stood Aral, the beloved daughter of the esteemed manga artist Akira Toriyama, making her presence felt here, perhaps a bit too frequently for a mere cameo. Aral originated from another work by Toriyama, affectionately referred to by fans as his daughter. Rumor has it that she was inspired by the artist's own daughter, though the truth of this remains uncertain. With a cap perched atop her head, her purple hair cascading down, blue eyes sparkling, she stood at around 1.40 meters in height. Gogeta's reaction did not go unnoticed by others. Since his arrival, he had exhibited no overt emotional shifts. Even upon encountering Vegito, he remained unperturbed, yet this little girl managed to astonish him. When questioned by the others, Gogeta offered no further clarification, merely brushing off their inquiries. Whether from the GT universe or Universe 21, even Vegito seemed unfazed. These individuals could engage in combat as expected, but Aral was an enigma. One could never predict the formidable attributes of a character from a comedic manga. The referee then announced Aral's name, subsequently shifting focus to another contender, a tall, voluptuous beauty who garnered sympathy. The contestant from Universe 2, Mary Sue, was a linguistic prodigy, excelling in both arts and combat, hailing from Saiyan royal lineage, and a sister to the Namekians. She had previously fused with her future self, and was also Bulma's sister, boasting an astonishing IQ of 250, eternal life, the ability to communicate with animals, and the capacity to invade others' dreams. The referee further expounded on her outrageous lineage, claiming that Mary Sue was the daughter of Bardock and King Vegeta. Gogeta seemed to have heard of her, recognizing her as a character from fanfiction, a flawlessly crafted protagonist, albeit with the bloodline of two men. How could this be? What kind of formidable mother did she possess? While Gogeta pondered, he noted that the entire Vegeta family, present at the event, appeared entranced, including the Vegetas in attendance. A sense of familiarity washed over him. From the GT universe, where GT Trunks had begun managing the family business, to the Super Universe's youthful Trunks, they all echoed the same sentiment. She is truly beautiful. Had the timing been different, one could easily imagine proposals of love being made. In a moment of levity, Chao Wu-Tian tugged at Wujita, a young boy with an impressive understanding of the world, who was curious about the identity of Mary Sue. Brother Wujita, why is she the biological daughter of two people? I don't know. It seems that Vegeta has quite an affection for her. Wujita teased, enjoying the spectacle as Bulma's face turned an unusual shade of green, a hue distinctly different from Piccolo's. Observing Vegeta's dazed expression only added to her irritation. Aral leaped onto the stage while Mary Sue remained below, recounting her dubious lineage that even ghosts would find hard to believe. Strangely, many accepted her implausible claims, some even professing their love. Such a lovely voice. I would give my life for you. I love you, goddess. 13 Kakarot scoffed at such banal declarations. Resorting to his usual bluntness, let us have a child together. 13 Vegeta, unable to endure it any longer, reprimanded, silence, Kakarot. Aral, in a hurry, urged Mary Sue to ascend the stage and commence battle. Upon her arrival, Mary Sue clasped her hands together, praying for victory. However, a swift kick from Aral sent her tumbling off the stage, securing an effortless victory. How could you strike that innocent girl, you wretched brat? I swear I'll teach you a lesson. The various universes' Vegetas expressed their discontent with Aral's conduct, while older Trunks from different universes withdrew, feeling a sense of melancholy. Alas, it's my fault for not being able to protect you, Goku and his companions remarked in disbelief, as Wujita remained puzzled by the situation and any underlying connections. The next match featured the Gotenks from Universe 20 against those from Universe 19. Both Goten and Trunks scratched their heads in confusion at encountering their doppelgangers right at the outset. Wujita and Vegeta debated which universe might claim victory. The GT universe's Goten, being 3 or 4 years older than his counterpart from Universe 19, would naturally be stronger. Yet, despite the age advantage, Wujita sensed that their combat powers were surprisingly comparable, contrary to his expectations. It appears that Goten and Trunks have trained diligently under your watch, he remarked. However, Vegeta's response took him aback. No, they don't heed my instructions. It's Bra who forces them to train. She enjoys tormenting them, and they only train out of rebellion. In Universe 19, Bra's father was not Vegeta, but Vegeta himself, granting her exceptional talent. Despite Goten and Trunks being her brothers, she disliked their lackadaisical attitude and often bullied them for it. Wujita observed in silence, acknowledging that Bra's combat prowess indeed surpassed that of Goten and Trunks. Eager for a confrontation, Bra expressed her excitement. How wonderful. When I meet them, I can finally beat them both. The four combined below the stage, ascending together, mirroring each other's words, poses, and appearances. The boastful Gotenks declared, I am the strongest warrior in the universe, the idol of all women in the galaxy. Their synchronized statements left them both awkwardly speechless, the embarrassment palpable. As they assumed the same stances, both struck their opponent simultaneously, each retreating half a step before executing a kick. It was as if they were battling their reflections. Neither gained an advantage, with their techniques and strength remarkably equal. The two Gotenks reluctantly created distance, ready to unleash their full power to startle the other. Your end is nigh, imposter. Your end is nigh, imposter. In a comical twist, both transformed into Super Saiyan 3 at the same moment, their bodies crackling with energy and golden hair cascading to their waists. Observing the evenly matched combatants, Wujita could only sigh in exasperation. Their moves are identical every time. I am truly at a loss with these two kids. Vegeta nodded in agreement, expressing dissatisfaction with their lack of training. It appears they haven't trained properly. Their strength merely stems from their adult forms. Super Vegito, initially engrossed in observing the match, could not help but voice his grievances alongside the two. It was undeniable that the fusion had resulted in an extraordinarily powerful warrior. Yet they had failed to unleash their full potential. Goku and Vegeta, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. During times of calamity, it was invariably Goku and Vegeta who charged forth, with Gohan trailing closely behind when necessary. The two youngsters were seldom called upon, resulting in their lack of experience and absence of refined combat techniques. Their fighting style remained strikingly similar to that of their childhood, showing little evolution. Suddenly, a dramatic turn of events unfolded on the battlefield. In less than 30 seconds, Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, engaged in a fierce skirmish, reverted back to their ordinary forms, unable to sustain the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. The Super Saiyan Trunks pondered the passage of time, perplexed by the situation. What is happening? It has barely been a minute, and I can no longer sustain Super Saiyan 3. He recalled that during the Z era, when he and Goten fought against the formidable Majin Buu, they had managed to maintain the form for a significantly longer duration. Vegeta spoke a harsh truth. This is a cruel reality. Unlike other forms, Super Saiyan 3 is distinct. Without complete mastery, its energy depletes rapidly. As you grow older, your strength increases, but so does the consumption of energy. The Super Saiyan transformation to its third level is inherently taxing on one's physical stamina. A pivotal factor lies in the inherent weakness of Goten and Trunks. Both are merely capable of achieving the full power of Super Saiyan 1. However, upon their fusion, they transcend 2 stages, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Their energy reserves are insufficient to sustain such a transformation. Had Gotenks opted for the Super Saiyan 1 form, given their energy levels, it would have been a manageable feat to maintain it until disintegration. In Chapter 16, titled Limit Break Armor, the 2 Gotenks remained unfazed, for their circumstances were identical. They reverted to their ordinary forms. They engaged in a fierce struggle that lasted for half an hour, just as they prepared to clash once more. Having taken but a few steps, the 2 Gotenks disbanded before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, resulting in the emergence of 2 Goten and 2 Trunks on the stage. Vegeta, filled with frustration, looked at the group before him and couldn't help but think of his own son, wondering if he too would grow up to be lacking in progress. Foolish child, this could lead to disqualification from the competition. However, the referee did not halt the match. To him, it appeared as though Gotenks had employed a technique of duplication, transforming one into 2. This unexpected turn of events was indeed beyond the expectations of those who understood the reality of the situation. The GT duo faced off against the 19 duo, with GT Goten confronting 19 Goten and GT Trunks taking on 19 Trunks. The 4 became entangled in a chaotic melee, a dazzling exchange of attacks that either resulted in no one landing a hit or both parties striking one another, their offensive and defensive maneuvers mirroring each other perfectly. After a staggering 333 exchanges, the spectators began to feel a sense of fatigue. The audience observed the battle with polarized reactions. Weaker competitors and onlookers struggled to discern the intricacies of Goten's skirmish. In contrast, the stronger fighters, such as Gogeta and Super Saiyan Goku, alongside GT Goku, regarded the clash as merely childish antics, devoid of any remarkable combat prowess. The weak could not comprehend, while the strong dismissed it. Suddenly, an unexpected twist occurred. 19 Goten, feeling hunger pangs, let out a groan, and in that moment of distraction, GT Goten delivered a punch to his face, following up with a kick that sent him crashing out of the ring. GT Goten and Trunks easily triumphed over 19 Trunks. The referee subsequently declared victory for the GT universe. As several inconsequential battles passed, the spotlight soon turned to Super Buu, who was next to be drawn. The upcoming match would feature the 5th universe's Death Fighter against the 4th universe's Super Buu. It was then that the Ultra Instinct discovered them. Driven by a spirit of benevolence, they ventured into the competitor's area of the 5th universe. You cannot possibly emerge victorious. Have you not yet conceded entirely? The 5th universe erupted in uproar. The Ultra Instinct, with good intentions, spoke too bluntly. Any man with a modicum of pride would find it intolerable. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment, young one. Do you truly believe victory is assured? Super Trunks nodded adorably, acknowledging the reality. Indeed, neither his father, nor Uncle Goku, nor Brother Vegeta were adversaries they could hope to defeat. To Trunks, they seemed incapable of even breaching their defenses. The man leading Universe 5, not wishing to engage with the child, lightly stomped his foot, shattering the ground beneath him. Young one, have you not noticed that we have already changed our armor? Trunks gazed enviously at the group, for their armor had indeed transformed from its original form. The heavy exterior had vanished, replaced by attire reminiscent of Saiyan battle gear, which was undeniably stylish. Nevertheless, Super Trunks remained unconvinced of their prospects for victory. Your armor is impressive, yet you have witnessed the battle prowess of others, have you not? Relying solely on armor is far from sufficient to contend with them. The bystanders, in their hubris, openly revealed the capabilities of their armor. You do not yet comprehend the true power of this armor. We had no intention of unveiling our genuine armor in a mere tournament. However, upon realizing the formidable strength of our opponents, far surpassing that of the Frisia race, we implored the organizers to acquire the ultra armor from our universe, a force beyond your imagination. This was their most prized creation, typically reserved for extraordinary circumstances. And it was precisely this that had elevated them to the status of the mightiest race in Universe 5. Their clamor was so loud that it caught the attention of the inhabitants of the super universe. Super Goten wrinkled his nose, pondering for a long while without grasping the concept. What exactly is this Frieza race? Upon hearing that Universe 5 was aware of the Frieza race, Vegeta's interest in their so-called armor was piqued. The so-called Frieza race had, through the passage of time, dwindled to merely 3 members, Frieza and his father. Super Gohan earnestly advised, wishing to prevent their futile sacrifices. Even if you are more formidable than Frieza, it ultimately bears no significance. Have you not observed that many here surpass Frieza by an immense margin? Even if their power eclipses Frieza's paltry combat strength of merely 12 million. It holds no relevance in this arena of fierce competition. A bystander raised his right hand, his thumb turning to point at himself. That Broly merely threw your ranks into disarray. Were I in this moment, a single strike would suffice to vanquish him, for his techniques are utterly ineffective. Super Gohan exhibits an air of frustration akin to that of a damned spirit, seemingly oblivious to the recently unstoppable Broly. With a single devastating blow, he vanquished Broly, casting a gaze of incredulity at his opponent. Despite the lack of heeding his counsel, he refrains from further admonishment. No inquiries are warranted. The gesture of a bystander deaf to reason speaks volumes, reminiscent of the classic expression of defeat. The bystander and Super Bu also take their positions on stage, with the bystander initiating the confrontation, drawing an X shape in the air before him. Super Bu was instantly torn to shreds, severed without any forewarning. The towering structure behind the trajectory of the attack was also cleaved from its base, although the distance between the two parties was merely a few meters. The attack from the deafening passerby struck Super Bu almost the moment it was enacted. The expression on Gohan's face gradually turned grave, for the destructive power was formidable. The tower also lay within the protective barrier, yet it remained entirely unscathed. The attack had seemingly pierced through the shield. Vegeta shared a similar sentiment, recognizing the utility of such a surprise maneuver. However, it posed little threat to them. Simply put, they would not underestimate their opponent, and thus would not be struck by such an assault. As long as they enveloped themselves in sufficiently potent energy, they could easily deflect it. Perhaps this tactic might work against a conceited adversary. With Super Bu's remarkable regenerative abilities, he was unfazed by such minor injuries. His bodily mass writhed and coalesced back together. A bystander took 2 steps back and unleashed an energy sphere the size of a fist from his right hand, which swiftly hurtled towards Super Bu, albeit at a moderate pace. Super Bu found the situation quite amusing. The energy orb was remarkably small and delicate. He playfully poked it with a finger, exclaiming, "Little cutie, you are indeed entertaining." With a mischievous spirit, Super Bu still refrained from utilizing his defensive aura. At the moment of contact, the energy orb erupted, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Bystander Def had long prepared for this, retreating several paces before soaring into the air. As the arena was obliterated in an instant, debris scattered everywhere, and smoke filled the air. Bystander Def felt a twinge of regret for having seemingly dispatched Super Bu. Murmuring an apology, "There is no other choice. I must eliminate you completely. Let us call this move annihilation of Bu." He had no intention of killing, as his opponent was not an enemy, but Super Bu proved too troublesome, necessitating a wide-ranging attack to defeat him. Just as Bystander Def believed victory was within his grasp, he felt a gentle poke on his back, accompanied by a teasing voice. "What are you saying, little cutie? Your armor is quite impressive. Why not give it to me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Bystander Def charged forward, stopping only after several meters, only to find Super Bu standing right behind him. He raised his right hand, attempting to use magic to snatch the armor away, but to his bewilderment, nothing happened. How peculiar! Can it truly withstand my power? Bystander Def pointed at the chest of his armor, recognizing Super Bu's intent. "Our system can defend against telekinesis. Your methods are ineffective against me," as magic proved futile. Super Bu chose to resort to brute force, launching himself at Bystander Def. Unfazed, Bystander Def unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, puncturing Super Bu's form repeatedly. Closing in on him, Bystander Def's body contorted into a massive net, engulfing him within Super Bu's being. 2 seconds later, his head emerged from Super Bu's chest before being expelled. The only notable difference was that he was now stripped of his armor, left exposed, as Super Bu gleefully remarked, "I've taken your armor. I shall study it well. You may leave the arena now." With a swift kick, Bystander Def was sent crashing to the ground. The arena demolished by the energy blast, marking his defeat. It was unclear whether it was Super Bu's kick or the subsequent absorption that rendered Bystander Def partially deaf in his left ear, necessitating medical attention. A towering man from the fifth universe, incensed with humiliation, sought to confront Super Buu. How dare you? Bystander Death was about to unleash his ultimate move, only to be consumed. I will reclaim that armor. The leader among them halted his actions, reassuring him not to panic. Only Bystander Death's brainwaves can truly unleash the armor's potential. Even if it is taken, it is of little consequence. The destructive power of Super Gohan against the armor was indeed quite astonishing, far exceeding his initial expectations. That armor possessed remarkable attributes, its destructive capabilities rivaling those of a Super Saiyan. Clearly, they were not merely boasting. The level of devastation it could inflict was comparable to that of Super Saiyan Goku from the time-space continuum, representing a formidable combat strength not to be overlooked. Even among Super Saiyans, distinctions exist. The stronger one is in their base form, the more potent they become upon transformation. While this may seem akin to the Super Saiyan status, it holds little significance in a realm teeming with formidable warriors. However, it is essential to recognize that the current time-space Goku's base combat power is on an entirely different level, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat prowess is nearly that of the peak Super Saiyan 2 from the Z era. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting slightly. He acknowledged the truth in the statement. They lacked the regenerative capabilities of Super Buu, and it would be prudent not to underestimate their opponents. Gogeta concurred, echoing their sentiments and alerting the other competitors from their universe. They were indeed quite formidable, merely unfortunate to have crossed paths with Buu. The benevolent intentions of Super Trunks were met with disdain, leading to an admonishment that stung like a thorn. Witnessing their discomfiture, he promptly enlisted the help of Super Goten to engage in some lighthearted mockery. The two young scamps imitated their tone, exclaiming, "Pa, this is not our true armor." Indeed, they proclaimed, once we don the cosmic super invincible mega cool armor, we shall vanquish foes like Broly and Buu with a single blow. Having had their armor snatched away, they were further ridiculed by children, igniting within the formidable giant of Universe 5 a simmering rage, as he muttered incessantly about exacting revenge. The leader of the group could only counsel him to let it be, urging him not to be so impulsive and to refrain from squabbling with children. Super Vegeta paced back and forth, his fingers drumming against his body. Damn it, why isn't it my turn yet? I am eager to engage in the next battle. Super Gohan advised him gently to remain calm. It is still early, Uncle Vegeta. You have just finished fighting not long ago. The anxious Super Vegeta gazed at Gogeta with a look of deep frustration. He had already fought twice, and it felt as though he had been standing there for 3 years. Gogeta was perplexed as to how the conversation had shifted to him. He was merely chatting with Vegeta and suddenly found himself caught in the crossfire. If you were not selected to go on stage, take it up with the organizers. It has nothing to do with me. Am I somehow the protagonist? Is it possible that I am the one chosen for battle opportunities or afforded any preferential treatment? Chapter 17. Bojack's Victory in the Universe. The next match features Zenkai from Universe 6 against Sunbra from Universe 19. Ultra Goku was perplexed by this. Had Gohan truly been defeated by this individual in that universe? Logically, it seemed implausible, for Bojack was not particularly formidable. With the awakening of Super Saiyan 2, Gohan should have been more than capable of vanquishing him effortlessly. Super Vegeta humorously mocked himself, pondering, have I, from that universe, truly been defeated by this scoundrel? What is happening? With a sudden gleam in his eyes, Goku Vegeta employed his telepathic abilities to delve into Bojack's memories, uncovering the events that transpired in Universe 6. Allow me to elucidate the situation for you. Super Buu anticipated his actions. Did you employ mind reading? The fused warrior inherently possesses various extraordinary abilities. Goku merely refrained from utilizing such tricks, seldom opting to employ them proactively. Goku recounted the events transpiring in that universe. In the 6th universe, things were similar to the Z era. Goku, in his quest to save Planet Blue, brought a self-destructing cell to King Kai's planet, resulting in their mutual demise. With the death of King Kai, Bojack, who had been sealed away by the combined efforts of the kings, broke free and sensed the clash between Gohan and Cell, swiftly flying towards the location of Planet Blue. Upon reaching Planet Blue, they launched their assault, yet the others proved inadequate opponents, falling one by one. Restrained by the threads of a few subordinates, with only Trunks managing to defeat one. At this point, Goku sighed. The circumstances were indeed fortuitous. Gohan and Trunks were ambushed first, leaving only Vegeta and Piccolo, both too proud to cooperate even when they arrived to assist. This led to the defeat of the warriors of Planet Blue, who could have triumphed together, as Bojack's subordinates were not particularly formidable. That technique, binding with threads, was somewhat troublesome, In a one-on-one confrontation, Piccolo and Vegeta could easily dispatch them. Bojack's strength was comparable to that of the complete Cell. Not to mention the resurrected Lightning Cell. The obliteration of Bojack by the awakened Super Saiyan 2 Gohan served as testament. Goku returned from his contemplation, observing the eager faces of those around him, and continued. Gohan was ensnared by Bojack, and as Goku hesitated on whether to return to the living realm to aid Gohan, Bojack fatally injured him. Goku's moment of indecision cost Gohan his life, and he could not linger in the realm of the living, as returning would be futile. Gohan's demise incited fury in both Piccolo and Trunks, especially Piccolo, who ultimately fell to the combined onslaught of Bojack and his minions, while Trunks was also ensnared. Vegeta, filled with rage, concentrated all his energy and unleashed his final flash, a powerful attack that made Bojack wary, compelling him to use one of his subordinates as a shield. Seizing the opportunity, Bojack pierced through Vegeta with a single punch. Witnessing his father's death, Trunks lost all will the fight. Soon after, they all perished and reported to the afterlife. Goku petitioned King Yama for a day's return to Planet Blue to eliminate Bojack, yet his request was denied. Upon learning that Bojack dared not confront his ultimate technique directly, opting instead to use a subordinate as a shield, Super Vegeta scoffed. What a despicable creature. In truth, Super Vegeta understood that his demise was entirely self-inflicted. After Goku perished during the Cell incident, he fell into a period of confusion, devoid of any aspirations. His strength had waned slightly compared to during the Cell games, and he could not blame others. Otherwise, he might have prevailed against Bojack. Regrettably, there are no what-ifs. In their universe, the young Gohan had forgotten the sensation of Super Saiyan 2, and just as Bojack was about to deliver a fatal blow, Goku, utilizing instant transmission, arrived at Planet Blue and struck Bojack with a punch. Goku's admonition spurred Gohan to awaken Super Saiyan 2 once more, culminating in Bojack's swift defeat. Super Goku scratched his face, perplexed by the fact that Bojack was still alive. Logically, King Yama would not refuse. So could it be that we failed to kill Bojack upon our return to the living realm? King Yama had a close relationship with him during the era of Bu. He had returned to Blue Star for a single day, relying on the fortune-telling hag to obtain a pass. Vegeta understood his implication and shook his head in regret. No. King Yama expressed his sincere apologies, denying their request. As the deceased, they could not return to the living realm driven by their mutual vendetta. Only in the event of a universal crisis could such a return be permitted, yet Bojack was not one to annihilate the universe. He simply relished conquest without exterminating all its inhabitants. Vegeta sensed King Yama's despair. He was not the ultimate authority, as there were others above him. If only Goku had stated that they merely wished to visit their wives and children, King Yama would undoubtedly have acquiesced. However, Goku was far too earnest, clearly expressing their intent for vengeance, leaving King Yama no option but to remain steadfast, unable to obfuscate the matter. Goku and the others were unable to return. Krillin, Ten, and Yamcha were all deceased. Bulma and Chi-Chi, along with Master Roshi, met their demise at the hands of Bojack's subordinates while searching for the Dragon Balls to resurrect Gohan. The other inhabitants of Blue Star remained unaware of the Dragon Ball's existence, leaving Goku and his companions powerless to bring them back. Subsequently, Bojack constructed an opulent palace on Blue Star, with Satan becoming the chief of their servants. After indulging in a period of revelry, Bojack, accompanied by his minions, set out to conquer other planets, swiftly usurping Frisia's dominion in the cosmos. In the vast cosmos, the multitude gazes upon one another, uncertain of whom to voice their grievances. As the multiverse remained ensnared in memories, a chilling and tyrannical female voice resonated from the 19th universe. At last, I have encountered this wretch. I shall make that vile woman wish she were never born. Following the sound, it was none other than Bra from the 19th universe. Her expression twisted into a maniacal grin, her once lovely visage now evoking dread. The death of Xiao Fong from the 19th universe ignited Bra's furious wrath, as she realized her opponent was a minion of Bojack. Unable to contain her fury, Bra had finally found an outlet for her rage. Trunks from the 19th universe paused at the mention of a contestant's name. Bra, why did you register under the name Sunbra? Bra had always taken her surname from Bulma. When had she adopted the surname Sun? Goten from the 19th universe smugly explained, not only you, but I am also considered Bra's brother. She requested to change her competition name to Sunbra prior to the event. After all, Sunbra is the daughter of Vegito and possesses half of Goku's blood. It is entirely reasonable for her to carry the Sun surname. Vegito exchanged pleasantries with the referee, requesting a moment of time. Referee, could you grant me 2 minutes? The referee hesitated but soon acquiesced, recognizing that a mere 2 minutes would not disrupt the tournament's flow. Vegito grasped Sun Bra's attire, preventing her from ascending the stage, and gently urged her to manage her emotions. You may kill her, but do not torment her. I understand your anguish over Xiaofang's demise, yet you must maintain control. Bra felt resentment towards her father's words, unable to accept them. But she killed Xiaofang. What is wrong with avenging the people of Bojack? You know she is no saint. The members of Bojack's crew were hardly virtuous, committing heinous acts akin to a reincarnation of Frisia. Why should she refrain from eradicating them? Vegito did not deny this truth. It was precisely why he allowed Bra to seek vengeance. However, he remained deeply concerned for her. Bra, you are far too reckless. You cannot guarantee that in unleashing your full power, you will not harm the innocent. This is your greatest flaw. Moreover, you have lost control more than once. If this continues, you will be destroyed. In short, you must temper your emotions. Should you fail to do so, I will revoke your eligibility to compete. As his daughter, Bra possessed extraordinary talent, her immense power evident, yet her temperament was excessively volatile. Once consumed by rage, she could not contain her destructive potential, potentially obliterating an entire small planet with a mere strike. In contrast, Vegito and the others could engage without releasing their energy, ensuring no innocent casualties occurred. Once Bra transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, she would succumb to a rampaging state, unable to control her own body. Vegito worried for her. While he could still suppress her, if he were absent, all would be lost. Reluctantly, Bra acquiesced, assuring him she would not deliberately torment her opponent. And only then did Vegito permit her to take the stage. Chapter 18, 19th Bra in the Arena of the 6th Universe. Zanjia saw her name and was resolute in her refusal to compete. The shadow cast by Gogeta during their clash with Broly nearly cost her life, leaving her too fearful to fight. I won't go, I'm forfeiting. Despite her decision, Bojack was unperturbed, commanding her to ascend the stage. Get up there. There are no cowards in our galaxy. Zanjia, sensing the cold malice in Bojack's gaze, hesitated but ultimately complied, albeit begrudgingly. Upon realizing her opponent was merely a girl in her teens, a sinister smile crept across Zanjia's lips as she approached Bra with feline grace. Fortunately, it's just a little girl, much easier to handle. Are you ready to meet the same fate as your sister? Zanjia had forfeited primarily out of fear of encountering a formidable foe. Facing someone she perceived as weak like Bra, she was all too eager to inflict merciless punishment. Just as Vegito began to relax, Zanjia's mention of the deceased, Xiaofang, caused his expression to darken. You've truly dug your own grave. Now no one can save you. Gogeta noticed Vegito's simmering anger, a fleeting emotion that would have gone unnoticed by the average observer, yet not by Gogeta. Clearly, the repeated references to his deceased granddaughter Xiaofang were stoking the flames of Vegito's suppressed rage, fearing that a single outburst could lead him to annihilate the entire 6th universe. While this tournament allowed for lethal combat, the competitors were expected to be of equal standing and to fight with all their might. Deaths and injuries were deemed acceptable. Yet Bojack had clearly chosen to kill Xiaofang, denying her any chance of surrender. Vegito, Goku, and Vegito were all aware that they would show mercy to the weak, merely incapacitating them without delivering a fatal blow. The fate of the 6th universe was already sealed. Gohan from the 19th universe would not spare them, nor would Vegito. However, they exhibited remarkable restraint, opting not to engage at that moment. Zanjia observed Bra trembling and mistakenly assumed her fear was a reaction to her taunts. Launching a flying kick to Bra's face, Bra remained motionless, as if unaffected, merely raising her head with fury, veins bulging, her gaze transforming into one of terrifying wrath. I will not allow you to die easily. With a deafening roar, Bra unleashed a golden aura that propelled Zanjia backward. Zanjia, recognizing her defeat, immediately chose to surrender. Realizing she was no match for Bra, despite her confusion as to how a mere girl could possess such power, the circumstances left her with little time to ponder. Refusing to concede meant certain death. As the thought crossed her mind, the words had barely left her lips when she locked eyes with Bra's fearsome gaze, which held only the promise of slaughter. The speed was blinding, the moment Bra transformed into a Super Saiyan. Zanjia's words were cut short as Bra's right hand gripped her chin, silencing her completely. Bra forcefully slammed Zanjia's head into the ground, causing her to cough up blood, which trickled from her mouth as she was unable to scream, leaving crimson streaks on Bra's fingers. The malicious expression on Bra's face left Zanjia at a loss. She struck at Bra with both hands and feet, yet her efforts proved utterly futile. You seem to enjoy flailing about, do you? 19 Bru laid waste to Zanjia's chin with a forceful grip of his 5 fingers, shattering it with brutal precision. He raised his right foot and brought it down with a crushing weight, obliterating the bones of one of her legs. With 3 more forceful strikes, Zanjia's limbs were rendered useless. Exhausted, she struggled in vain, the excruciating pain coursing through her body nearly numbing her senses. She let out pitiful whimpers. Yet 19 Bru showed no mercy. He leapt high into the air and descended upon Zanjia, his feet accelerating as they landed upon her chest. At that moment, Zanjia's appearance was wretched, the ground stained with her blood, her pupils dilated, and her limbs contorted at grotesque angles. In her despair, she awaited the arrival of death, hoping that 19 Bru might grant her a swift end. She had no expectation of survival. Bojack, with his character, would never come to her rescue. And left to her own devices, she was destined for a fate of relentless torment. Vegeta's face momentarily betrayed a flicker of struggle, yet she urged him to desist. Enough, Bru, do not continue this. Just kill her. To kill her would be too merciful, he replied, sizing up Zanjia's delicate features before raising his right foot and bringing it down. The first stomp sent blood splattering across his shoe, though Zanjia still drew faint breaths. The second stomp silenced her entirely. The third stomp proved catastrophic. Her head could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering like a watermelon and spilling forth a gruesome mixture of red, white, and green. Only then did 19 Bru cease his assault and turn to gaze down at Bojack. You are next, you filthy dog. Bojack's face was a mask of arrogance, yet his eyes involuntarily averted 19 Bru's gaze, revealing the turmoil beneath his seemingly calm exterior. Victorious, 19 Bru watched as Zanjia's lifeless body was presented before Bojack. Without a glance, Bojack disdainfully remarked, "Take her to the morgue. I have no need for the carcass of such a worthless creature." Super Biddy was quite displeased with his demeanor. This fellow displayed an utter lack of humanity. The woman in question must have been his girlfriend, and upon witnessing her demise, Bojack remained remarkably indifferent. Zanjia was the sole female member of Bojack's team, and their relationship appeared to transcend the typical subordinate-superior dynamic. To his astonishment, not only did Bojack not mourn Zanjia's death, but he also deemed her useless, a truly heartless sentiment. Gogeta had long suspected such an outcome. Bojack was never a virtuous individual. In their universe, during the climactic battle with Gohan, Bojack had even pushed Zanjiao aside to serve as a human shield, attempting to ambush Gohan. Gohan nodded in agreement, harboring no fondness for Bojack and his companions, who were both despicable and shameless. However, one point puzzled Super Gohan, causing his expression to shift. Why was Bra so formidable? Her aura seemed to approach that of Super Saiyan 3. Was Bra truly that powerful? Though she had only recently transformed into a Super Saiyan during the tournament, her rage-fueled transformation unleashed her full potential. Even if she had merely achieved Super Saiyan 1, the energy she emitted rivaled that of Super Saiyan 3, even surpassing Goku's strength during the Buu saga. The proximity of her power to that of the mysterious Gohan at that time was truly astonishing. With such remarkable combat talent, it was hard to believe that Bra was merely 15 or 16 years old. Gogeta turned to glance at Vegeta, who was earnestly chastising his daughter for her brutal treatment of opponents, which nearly caused her to lose control of her emotions. Suddenly sensing something, Vegeta turned to Gogeta with a knowing smirk. "This isn't quite right, is it?" he remarked, feigning ignorance. Gogeta hadn't anticipated being discovered. His telepathy had never failed him before. Yet Vegeta had caught on to his subtle maneuver. His ability was a result of their fusion, akin to Gotenks acquiring unique powers post-fusion. Vegeta, however, should not have been aware. But after delving into Vegeta's memories, Gogeta grasped the reason. Nevertheless, Vegeta bore no ill will, and Gogeta refrained from explaining, instead elucidating Bra's existence to Super Gohan. Under Gogeta's guidance, they began to comprehend the tale of Universe 19 and how Bra, of such extraordinary caliber, had come to be. Within Universe 19, after entering Gohan's body, a gleeful Buu laughed maniacally, causing Vegeta to cover his ears in annoyance. The protective barrier proved effective. He had infiltrated Buu's form without being absorbed, allowing him to dispel it and rescue Gohan and the others. Vegeta's intention was to remove the barrier and save them, but upon witnessing Gohan Buu's malevolent grin, he reconsidered. No one could predict the outcome. It was wiser to maintain the barrier to avert unforeseen consequences. At that moment, the narrative of Universe 19 diverged from others. Not long after, Vegeta discovered Gohan and the others ensnared by Buu's gelatinous form and swiftly liberated them. Meanwhile, Gohan Buu, reveling in his power, sensed a rapid decline in strength which filled him with dread. Despite absorbing Vegeta, his power waned. What could be the cause? The only plausible explanation was Vegeta's interference. He quickly separated his body, delving into his own being to find the consumed Vegeta. At that juncture, Vegeta observed Fat Boo's form, but chose to disregard it, intent on departing with Gohan and the others. Just then, the formidable Bu appeared, blocking his path with a menacing grin. I was curious who was responsible for my diminished strength. It seems you are to blame, and I shall make you pay dearly. Vegeta remained unperturbed, unfazed by Bu's threats. Do you truly believe you can hinder me? With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a ki blast, creating a gaping hole through Bu's form, inflicting a 1 centimeter wound on the exterior. Though it healed swiftly, Bu dismissed it, mockingly taunting Vegeta's impotence. You, within me, are but a mere cell. Even if my strength has waned, it suffices to deal with you. Confident in his superiority, Bu believed that as long as Vegeta remained inside, he would prevail. Vegeta, however, remained calm, teleporting before Fat Bu. Then I shall render you even weaker. For the first time, Bu's eyes reflected genuine fear, a primal terror. No, don't do that. Otherwise, I will cease to be myself. I beg you. Oh, it seems you truly fear this. Are you no longer yourself? How intriguing. Vegeta recognized that he had uncovered Bu's vulnerability, though the reason eluded him. With a forceful tug, he yanked Fat Bu down, rendering him powerless and convulsing within his own body. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta guided Gohan and the others to escape from Bu's interior, finding refuge in a concealed location to observe Bu's transformation. Bu's form fluctuated erratically. At times, his muscles swelled, while at others, he grew small and malevolent. His power seemed to augment, surpassing his initial state, yet still falling short of the strength gained by absorbing Gohan. What was transpiring? Vegeta could not fathom Bu's nature at that moment. In mere seconds, Bu's form morphed into that of a small child, resembling the malevolent Kid Bu. This left Vegeta bewildered. His aura oscillated wildly. What was happening? Ultimately, Bu's weakening aura was a welcome sign, indicating a reduction in danger. Chapter 19. The birth of Vegeta. Kid Bu howled toward the heavens, emitting a primal roar, pounding his chest in defiance. In an instant, without warning, he unleashed a ki blast. Vegeta was taken aback. Bu was not adhering to the expected script. He swiftly teleported downward, deflecting the assault with a single palm. You want to annihilate Blue Star? You must first defeat me. He also sensed something amiss with the diminutive Bu, who, like a lunatic, was intent on obliterating Blue Star without a word. With no communication, he unleashed a powerful energy wave, had it not been for his vastly superior strength, which allowed him to intercept the attack. Blue Star would likely have faced annihilation. The little Bu merely flashed a grin, revealing his pristine white teeth, and raised a hand to gather energy, targeting Blue Star once more. Vegeta understood that a swift resolution was imperative. Although this little Bu's combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the larger Bu, his potential for destruction was undeniably greater. While the larger Bu detonated Blue Star over trivial disagreements, this little Bu was prepared to do so without even a conversation. Truly erratic behavior. Vegeta materialized before the little Bu, hands clasped at his waist, and unleashed a blue shockwave. The Kamehameha was executed instantaneously. Though it lacked the potency of a fully charged Kamehameha, its power was nonetheless formidable. Particularly in his Super Saiyan form, Vegeta's strength far surpassed that of the little Bu, rendering even a sudden attack insurmountable for him. The little Bu was struck head-on. His body shattered into fragments, only to rapidly regenerate. Such astonishing regenerative abilities left Vegeta momentarily astonished as he beheld the little Bu, restored in the blink of an eye. It appeared that while his power had diminished, this little Bu's capacity for recovery far exceeded that of his other forms. If any other Bu had suffered such damage, the energy expended in recovery would have been considerable. Yet this little Bu seemed unfazed. Vegeta, no longer holding back, unleashed his full energy in Super Saiyan form. He struck with 2 powerful punches to the little Bu's chest, creating 2 gaping holes, and followed up with a kick that sent him soaring into the air. With both hands aimed at the little Bu, a torrential barrage of energy waves erupted, obliterating the little Bu's form. The regeneration speed could not keep pace with Vegeta's destructive force. This relentless exchange continued for several minutes until Vegeta finally paused, noticing that the little Bu was struggling to recover. After executing a series of gestures, he positioned his hands before him. The explosive Kamehameha, known for its penetrating power combined with the extensive destruction of the Big Bang attack, engulfed the little Bu's form, propelling him beyond Blue Star's atmosphere. Under the onslaught of energy, the little Bu was reduced to nothingness. Even his self-healing abilities could not avert his demise. In terms of raw power, the little Bu was no match for Gohan Bu, and considering that Vegeta in his normal state could suppress Gohan Bu, transforming into Super Saiyan amplified his strength 50-fold. With such a staggering disparity in combat capabilities, even the little Bu's formidable restoration could not alter the outcome of the battle. As the little Bu perished, Vegeta exhaled in relief and reverted to his normal state. The Elder Kai and the others cheered their victory, but soon recalled another matter. They summoned Vegeta and conveyed a piece of good news. Vegeta, I neglected to clarify something to Goku earlier. Only the fusion of Kaioshins is permanent. Mortals using the earrings will separate after an hour. Upon hearing this, Vegeta displayed no surprise but rather a sense of relief. Is that so? In that case, I can soon separate into Vegeta and Kakarot. Yet, as the moments passed, an hour elapsed without any sign of separation, and he remained in his fused form. What is happening, Elder Kai? Did you not say I would separate? The Elder Kai, equally perplexed, recalled that mortals typically did separate but could not provide an immediate explanation. To elucidate the matter, he perused numerous ancient texts and ultimately offered a vague conclusion. It may be that the energy within Bu is interfering, preventing your separation. Moreover, it seems your earrings have been enhanced by an even older Kaioshin, allowing mortals to fuse permanently. Accepting this new reality, Vegeta acknowledged his existence as a new being. Deciding that if separation was impossible, he would protect Blue Star. Before long, Gohan and the others regained consciousness, bewildered by the unfolding events. Gohan, Goten, and Trunks sensed familiarity yet strangeness in Vegeta, as if he were both Vegeta and Goku, yet also neither. Only Gohan, aware of the Patera earrings, grasped the situation and inquired tentatively, Are you the fusion of Dad and Uncle Vegeta? Vegeta smiled and nodded, now prioritizing the resurrection of the innocent lives lost during their battle. Trunks, gather the Dragon Balls to revive those who perished. This task is entrusted to you. Trunks curiously regarded Vegeta and accepted the request, understanding that Goku was the cornerstone of Blue Star, and Vegeta bore his essence. All right. But the Dragon Balls will take several months to regain their power. I will do my utmost to expedite their readiness. After some time, the 7 Dragon Balls were activated, restoring all beings that had been destroyed on Blue Star to their former selves. This included Bulma, Chi-Chi, and others who had been transformed into candy by the larger Bu. Upon their revival, they were stunned by the revelation. On the sacred grounds, Vegeta explained his existence and origins, informing them that Goku and Vegeta had not merely perished but were gone for good. I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. I am a being born not long ago. Trunks was displeased with this new entity, adamantly refusing to acknowledge him. You are not my father. Vegeta, unperturbed, extended his hand to express his feelings. Indeed, I am not your father, yet I will cherish you just the same. Though Vegeta was a wholly new persona, he bore the emotional legacies of both Vegeta and Goku, forming deep attachments to both families. However, he could not divide himself, so he candidly conveyed his feelings to Bulma and Chi-Chi. I hold affection for both of you and for both families, but I am uncertain how to proceed. Bulma and Chi-Chi exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparking with understanding. The situation was evident, 1 man and 2 women. After a brief moment, Chi-Chi smiled, choosing to step aside for Bulma. Goku has been gone for 7 or 8 years, and I have raised our children alone. I will not compete with you, Bulma. When reminiscing about the deceased Goku, Chi-Chi could not help but shed tears. Despite her fierce demeanor, she was, after all, a woman. She longed for a partner to protect her. Indeed, as Goten grew, there were few in the universe bold enough or powerful enough to bully Chi-Chi, yet a husband and a son were not the same. Goku had perished in his battle with Cell, and it had been many years since she last saw him. Even if Vegeta bore a striking resemblance to Goku, he was ultimately not the man she remembered. Furthermore, Goten had never seen his father. Their only encounter had been during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Now, they were to be separated forever. Wiping her tears, Chi-Chi embraced Goten and made a heartfelt request. If you have the time, would you come to my home? And could you consider being a father to Goten? Vegeta readily agreed, viewing Goten as his son by blood. Thus, he frequently teleported between Bulma's and Chi-Chi's homes. Soon after, the Supreme Kai summoned Vegeta to assist them in dealing with various dangerous entities in the universe. Vegeta, guided by his benevolent nature, accepted their request, for he was unmatched in strength. He traversed the cosmos, vanquishing one villain after another, his exploits reported far and wide, enhancing his reputation. Eventually, he was hailed by many civilizations across the universe as a hero, a savior. A small faction even regarded him as a supreme deity, powerful, enigmatic, and invincible. In the midst of resolving cosmic disputes, Vegeta was often accompanied by two young girls, Gohan's daughter, Pan, and Bulma's daughter, Bra. Due to Vegeta's absence, Bra was born after the conclusion of the Buu saga, albeit with Vegeta transformed into Vegeta. Upon first seeing his daughter, Vegeta was filled with excitement, lifting her high. "Ah, my daughter. What name should I give her?" Bulma, lying in bed, weak and fatigued, replied, "I've thought of a name. Let us call her Bra." The name Trunks flickered in Vegeta's mind, and he found Bra to be a pleasing choice, especially since Saiyans held no fixed surnames. Vegeta then recalled another thought. "I don't think I've ever seen Trunks' tail. Can we keep Bra's tail?" He fondly stroked Bra's tail, enchanted by the furry appendage, and made his request to Bulma. Imagining the scenario, Bulma firmly denied Vegeta's request. What if she turns into a giant ape? Girls shouldn't have tails. Bulma had thought the same when removing Trunks' tail. She certainly did not want her daughter to have one either. Upon hearing her, Vegeta recalled a future vision that sent a shiver down his spine. Bra, under the full moon, transforming into a giant ape, wreaking havoc on Earth and defeating countless warriors. Piccolo, supported by Gohan, urged him to protect the planet. Gohan, bewildered, could not bring himself to harm Bra, who, in a sense, was also his sister. Vegeta shook his head, dismissing unrealistic fantasies, and decided to heed Bulma's wishes. Inquiring with concern, "You should be able to get out of bed now, right?" Bulma, initially taken aback, pointed an accusatory finger at Vegeta. Her expression a mix of anger and frustration. After a few deep breaths, she suppressed her ire. "You idiot, do you think I'm a Saiyan? I don't possess such extraordinary recovery abilities. I need a long time to recuperate before I can move. How could I possibly get out of bed today after giving birth?" Vegeta chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging his inexperience. "It's my first time. I'll get better at this." He had forgotten that Bulma was not a Saiyan, as female Saiyans could typically train the very afternoon after giving birth without any hindrance. Gazing at the joyful little girl who clung to his clothing, Vegeta was eager to discover the extent of his child's innate talent. "Bulma, do you have a scouter?" Bulma, still irked, retorted, "No, what would I need that for? I don't fight." Vegeta countered, "But you repaired a power level detector when Raditz first arrived." This prompted Bulma to recall that indeed, she had done so, but due to the rapid increase in their power levels, the device had become obsolete and was left in storage. With the specific location in mind, Vegeta instantly vanished from Bulma's bedside, his voice echoing in the air. "All right. I'll go get it." Little Bra slipped from his arms, plummeting toward the ground, causing Bulma to panic as she reached out to catch her. But it was too late. In a fraction of a second, Vegeta reappeared, catching the falling Bra just in time, cradling her once more. "I'm back." Vegeta activated the scouter, scanning Bra's power level, and could not contain his delight. The device displayed a staggering power level of 13,666 for his newborn daughter, surpassing even that of Broly, the notorious powerhouse. It was worth noting that Broly had only registered a power level of 10 upon his birth, making Bra a third more powerful than him. Bulma, not fully grasping the significance of the number, inquired curiously, "Are you saying our daughter is very strong?" Vegeta nodded enthusiastically, boasting she could easily defeat Nappa right now, but as my daughter, that's only natural. Bulma was aware of Nappa when Vegeta first arrived on Earth. Krillin had survived and recounted tales. Tien and Kaiatsu had unleashed their full strength but could not harm Nappa in the slightest. Yet now, their newborn daughter could easily best him. What did that even mean? Bulma could only helplessly inform the staff below not to send a nanny, as the infant required no care. If Bra accidentally struck someone down with a single blow, it would indeed be a serious matter. Thus, Bra was born. And within a few years, Gohan and Videl welcomed their daughter, naming her Pan. Gohan approached Piccolo, expressing his desire. "Uncle Piccolo, I would like you to be Pan's godfather." Initially, Gohan intended for Piccolo to acknowledge his younger brother, Goten, as his godson. However, Chi-Chi was not entirely amenable to this idea, leading them to abandon the notion. Naturally, Piccolo could not refuse the request of his biological son, Gohan, and thus seamlessly assumed the role of caretaker for Little Fong. Yet, this new identity carried a hint of awkwardness. Piccolo was of the same generation as Goku, and although his age was not significantly greater than Gohan's, he was indeed of a higher generation, to which Gohan had always referred to him as uncle. Now, by accepting Fong as his goddaughter, he and Gohan stood as equals in generational terms. Fortunately, neither party seemed to mind. Gohan addressed him as Uncle Piccolo, while Fong called him Godfather. Beulah, too, would not challenge Gohan's sentiments, as she held Piccolo in high regard. As they pondered what kind of person Fong would grow up to be, whether she would follow in Gohan's footsteps as a scholar, become an archaeologist, or perhaps a martial artist, or even inherit the mantle of Satan as the next generation's hero, a voice resonated from behind them. Vegito provided a definitive answer, proclaiming that he foresaw her becoming a hero of the universe, vanquishing villains akin to Frisia and occasionally obliterating a few villainous planets. Understanding and wise. Gohan did not harbor any animosity towards Vegeta, having always referred to him as father. Vegeta regarded both Fong and Bulma as his apprentices, hoping they would one day assume his role and uphold peace throughout the cosmos. However, what could infants accomplish? At least they would need to wait until the children matured a bit more. Vegeta, feeling rather bored, entertained the idea of placing them in the hyperbolic time chamber for a couple of days, which would simplify matters considerably. Unsurprisingly, his frivolous suggestion was met with stern refusals from Bulma and Bulma. What a joke. To place them in the time chamber would rob the children of their childhood, potentially leaving them with adverse psychological effects. Several years later, under Vegeta's eager anticipation, the two little girls finally matured enough to begin their training. Due to her concerns for her daughter, or perhaps other reasons, Bulma insisted on training alongside them. Vegeta, having exhausted his persuasive efforts, conceded to Bulma's request. Bulma warmed up, stretching her limbs, convinced that she could keep pace with the two young ones. Vegeta donned a peculiar smile. Really? That's splendid. Let us commence with a simple warm-up. Let us circle the blue planet. Bulma stood frozen in disbelief. She understood Vegeta's words when separated, but together they baffled her. A warm-up involving circling the planet? Was such high intensity truly a warm-up? Warm-ups were supposed to entail simple leg stretches. Was this even rational? With a bittersweet smile, Bulma resolved to exert herself fully to match their flying speed. Yet again, she realized her miscalculation. Piccolo and Bulma were not the only swift ones. Little Fong, being Gohan's daughter, had inherited his remarkable talent. The trio transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from Bulma's sight in an instant. She had only just begun to take flight, and already their shadows were lost to her. What was the point of chasing after them? They existed in an entirely different dimension. She couldn't even keep pace with her own daughter. Envying the Scion's innate abilities, she remained stationary, practicing her martial arts. Not long after, the three returned together, and upon seeing Bulma training alone, the young Fong mistakenly believed that Bulma had flown back faster than them. Mom, you're amazing. I didn't even see you fly past us before you returned. Bulma chuckled awkwardly. Of course, you didn't see me. Your mother didn't fly at all. I couldn't keep up with you. Vegeta, intent on teasing Bulma, cheerfully interjected, All right then, let us train seriously. Upon hearing this, Bulma nearly had her hair stand on end. What a joke. The disparity in combat power was so vast. How could she possibly train? She certainly did not wish to embarrass herself in front of her daughter. Quickly, she resorted to her father Satan's signature excuse, claiming she felt unwell and would rather watch them train. From that day forth, she never again observed her daughter's training. As time passed, Bulma's combat prowess surged dramatically. To further hone her abilities, Vegeta took her to a war-torn nation. Defeat them, but don't exert too much force. They're quite fragile. You may destroy tanks and planes, but do not harm those within. However, as Vegeta continued to instruct Bulma, the opposing forces, having heard of Vegeta's infamous reputation, surrendered without a fight. This left him rather exasperated, as he was compelled to abandon Bulma's training and take her back. Despite Bulma being only 2 or 3 years older than Fong, her combat strength far surpassed that of her younger counterpart. Yet, possessing such power at a tender age came with its own vulnerabilities. Bulma struggled with her control over strength, while she could manage her physical prowess under normal circumstances. Once provoked, she would unleash formidable force, unable to regulate her destructive potential. In contrast, Fong exhibited a remarkable ability to maintain control, even in anger. This was a concern for Vegeta. Bulma's ever-increasing strength posed a risk. Should she lose control one day, it could spell disaster. With the latent dangers of Bu and Broly's terrifying talents combined, Bulma emerged as the most unstable element. Fortunately, under Vegeta's watchful guidance, their universe thrived in order. Presenting minimal threats, he seldom needed to intervene. However, should enemies capable of endangering multiple planets or entire star systems arise, Vegeta would spring into action to resolve the predicament. After all, the Kais were not particularly strong, and many matters were beyond their capacity to handle. If Goku could absorb powerful monsters, Then Vegeta attracted divine beings and a myriad of peculiar creatures, along with unique entities lurking in the depths of the cosmos. Unlike Goku's pure and unblemished heart, Vegeta lacked such innocence and stubbornness. His invulnerability often left him feeling lonely and bored. After hearing Vegeta's explanation, Gohan comprehended the intricacies surrounding Bulma, yet he was profoundly shaken. A combat power exceeding 10,000 at birth? That was even more formidable than Broly, truly terrifying. The next match featured Bojack from Universe 6 against Gohan from Universe 22. In the referee's announcement, several Gohans were taken aback. None had anticipated that Universe 22 housed another Gohan who had yet to reveal himself. As the referee's voice echoed, Gohan of Universe 22 stepped onto the stage alone, leaving the audience uncertain whether he was the sole representative or if others had chosen to remain hidden. Then, a remarkable scene unfolded before the gathered crowd. Gohan of Universe 22 vanished from the ground and reappeared on the arena. Super Goku was astonished, GT Goku was taken aback, and both Super Butte and Gas Kark trembled in shock. Son Gohan did not employ instant transmission. Indeed, he merely moved with astonishing speed. No one understood how he arrived at the arena, just as no one comprehended how he departed from the 22-participant zone. For the first time, Vegeta and Gogeta's expressions turned grave. Even when facing Super Butte or dealing with Broly, they had never truly been serious. Super Goku lowered his head and inquired of Super Vegeta, "Vegeta, what is your perspective?" Super Saiyan God replied, "I fear we may not possess a significant advantage. We will likely need to resort to Super Saiyan Blue. Only then can we ensure a greater chance of victory. Even the Ultra Vegeta can discern his extraordinary nature. This 22nd Gohan is truly remarkable." Super Wukong nodded. "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. It appears that this Gohan has earnestly devoted himself to his training, ultimately forsaking the path of a scholar to embrace the identity of a martial artist." The demeanor of Super Vegeta was undeniably exuberant. If Kakarot was the individual he yearned to vanquish the most, then Gohan certainly ranked among the top 3 he wished to engage in battle with, at least during the period when Gohan was not neglecting his martial arts training. However, that boy had always harbored a disinclination towards combat, and over time, he had been left behind by the two. This incarnation of Gohan from the 22nd universe was evidently different. "Oh, is it true that Super Saiyan Blue could defeat him?" Gogeta timely interjected, casting doubt on the confidence of the two, believing they were still not adequately recognizing the prowess of this Gohan. Super Vegeta exuded an unwavering confidence in his Super Saiyan Blue form, believing he could easily overpower everyone on the battlefield, save for Goku and Vegeta. Undoubtedly, the Super Saiyan God transformation possessed the strength required to defeat Gohan, even if he were to train earnestly. Vegeta approached as well, engaging in a discussion with the others regarding the strength of Gohan, the 22nd successor. "While I remain uncertain about the essence of the Super Saiyan God transformation, I suspect that you may be exhibiting an excess of confidence." Super Goku and Super Vegeta found themselves slightly shaken by the incessant remarks of Gogeta and Vegito. While Vegito remained uncertain about their true strength, Goku was aware of it. He could not help but ponder whether this 22nd son Gohan was indeed as formidable as suggested. The 22nd Gohan exchanged glances with Bojack, casually standing in place, seemingly full of vulnerabilities, yet upon closer inspection, he revealed none. "You are quite impressive, exhibiting significant power," Bojack remarked as Gohan approached him, unleashing his own aura with a flourish, a smirk playing on his lips. "You must be the father of that little girl I killed, aren't you? Just a mere fish." At the mention of the deceased Xiao Fong, both 19 Gohan and 19 Bra struggled to rein in their emotions, fighting against the urge to eliminate him. In an instant, the 22nd Gohan vanished, only for an arm to extend from behind Bojack, striking through his chest. Blood gushed forth, mingled with a greenish liquid, as Gohan stood expressionless before him. Bojack stared at him in disbelief, staggering backward, unable to comprehend the events that had transpired. How had Gohan reached him so swiftly? He grasped nothing of the unfolding scene. Yet, a moment later, excruciating pain gripped him, a searing agony in his chest that rendered him desperate for relief. The 22nd Gohan tilted his body slightly, his right hand aimed at Bojack, as blue energy converged, culminating in a powerful Kamehameha that struck Bojack squarely. Though Bojack intended to retaliate, he found his hands clasped together, energy yet to be gathered. As the blast surged toward him, engulfing him entirely, the ruler of the 6th universe, whose might surpassed that of Zier's Super Saiyan at full power, met his demise before the 22nd Gohan without even a chance to retaliate. Throughout the confrontation, he had uttered but a single taunt, which incited Gohan's wrath. In light of the vast disparity in their strengths, the battle concluded in mere 3 seconds, without any hesitation. Goku could not help but marvel at this. Was this the result of son Gohan's relentless training? He had pushed his potential and talent to their utmost limits, and the boy who once reigned supreme had returned. This Gohan struck decisively, exhibiting a ruthlessness far beyond his own. Ultra Gohan scratched his head, a shy smile gracing his face. Super Saiyan Goku cast a glance at him, silently drawing a comparison. Despite regaining his martial spirit during the Tournament of Power and achieving a level surpassing that of the enigmatic Gohan, Goku could not help but notice the stark difference when juxtaposed with the 22nd Gohan. The latter turned his head, the distinct fringe on his forehead strikingly prominent. His gaze radiating an undeniable sharpness, an embodiment of confidence in his own prowess, a manifestation of the unparalleled strength that bestowed such an intense gaze. This was the 22nd Son Gohan, celebrated as the most formidable genius among the Saiyans of Blue Star, who had diligently honed his skills to become the ultimate warrior. The spectators found themselves once more engulfed in astonishment, with many reflecting on the possibility of overcoming their adversaries. The might of 22nd Gohan was overwhelming. His display of absolute dominance, characterized by an invincible velocity and strength, instilled despair in the majority, except for a select few. No one could discern the movements of 22nd Gohan, and if they could not even perceive his actions, how could they hope to contend? Vegeta felt a surge of elation. 22nd Gohan surpassed his expectations, finally presenting him with worthy adversaries in his otherwise mundane existence. What had just transpired was not the full extent of 22nd Gohan's true power. At least not all of it. What? You claim that was not his complete strength? Super Gohan was utterly astonished by this revelation. It is worth noting that even he had merely caught a vague glimpse of the combat prowess exhibited by 22 Gohan. He had indeed transcended the state of mysterious Gohan and further augmented his fighting capabilities, yet he found himself unable to keep pace with 22 Gohan. Just how formidable could he possibly be? Vegeta, on the other hand, regarded this as entirely natural. Have you forgotten your own innate talent? There are always those stronger than oneself, and the universe is vast. With your haphazard training, 3 days of fishing followed by 2 days of sunbathing, attaining such a level of strength is inevitable. Your opponent is significantly more powerful. To say that Super Gohan's training was merely sporadic would be an understatement. He had trained for about a year during his youth under Piccolo, followed by a period of combat on Namek. During the Android Saga, he spent a year in the hyperbolic time chamber with Goku, emerging as a Super Saiyan 2. However, he subsequently neglected his training for 7 years, leading to a decline in his abilities. When facing Bu, Old Kai unlocked his hidden potential, propelling him to become the strongest individual at that time. During the Super Dragon Ball period, he again squandered several years without training. Yet, just before the Tournament of Power commenced, he trained with Piccolo for a brief period and shattered his previous limits, becoming the strongest entity beneath Blue Goku and Vegeta. Cumulatively, his training amounted to around 3 years. One might ponder the extent of Gohan's potential. Had he consistently dedicated himself to rigorous training, his strength would be unfathomable. In Vegeta's perspective, Gohan was indeed the one holding the protagonist's script, an unparalleled individual. It was not merely a matter of possessing hands and practicing casually to achieve such prowess. Should one truly need to toil as relentlessly as Vegeta and Goku, only then could one claim to have earned their strength. The true mark of talent lies in the ability to enhance one's power while indulging in leisure. Ultra Vegeta shares a similar perspective regarding Gohan from his universe. Indeed, this fellow is exceedingly indolent, insisting on assuming the role of a so-called scholar. The forthcoming battle pits the technological warriors of Universe 5 against the transcendent Krillin. Krillin, after exchanging a few blows, ultimately concedes defeat, acknowledging the overwhelming prowess of his opponent. The inhabitants of Universe 5 are not prone to instigating trouble. They merely sought to impart a lesson in the disparity of strength, prompting Krillin's voluntary surrender. However, Krillin's array of skills, particularly the formidable solar flare, still inflicted considerable hardship on that warrior. The existence of Universe 5 did not shy away from boasting to Goku about the might of their battle armors. Goku candidly revealed a harsh truth. In reality, Krillin ranks as the weakest in our team, and your armors indeed pose no threat to us. Goku, while not wishing to shatter their confidence, also could not deny that their armors were of no concern to him and his companions. After all, Vegeta and Goku, transformed into Super Blue, could withstand 10 minutes of combat without issue. Yet, Such a statement might come off as somewhat humiliating, prompting Goku to exercise a degree of tact. The next match will feature Bardock from Universe 3 against Son Goku from Universe 18. After a long period of eager anticipation, Super Saiyan Goku finally found himself summoned to the arena, excitement propelling him as he dashed toward the stands. In a poignant reunion, he remained blissfully unaware of the true identity of Bardock, his father. Bardock gazed upon his son with a sense of nostalgia and remarked, "It appears you have triumphed over Frieza and safeguarded your home planet." Ultra Goku cast a glance at him, the visage strikingly similar to his own, prompting a cascade of thoughts. How could he possibly know? They hailed from disparate universes. How could Bardock be so certain of his victory over Frieza? Bardock's words were astonishing, echoing with unwavering conviction. "I am your father." What? Ultra Goku was truly astonished. However, after a mere 2 seconds, he chose to embrace this reality. Bardock had no reason to deceive him, and that countenance compelled him to believe. Bardock waved at Ultra Goku. "Let me witness your prowess, Kakarot." Super Goku harbors a strong aversion to this name and retorted, "I am not Kakarot. I am Son Wukong from the Blue Planet." The double standards of Super Goku are vividly displayed, a reality that Vegeta has long since grown accustomed to. Typically, Goku's interactions with others unfold as follows. Someone, Kakarot. Super Wukong. I am Son Wukong. Certain tower, Kakarot. Super Saiyan Goku. Vegeta. From beginning to end, only Vegeta addresses him as Kakarot. And that is why Super Saiyan Goku responds. Others do not receive the same courtesy. Bardock remains unfazed, simply unleashing his full power to transform into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, this Bardock possesses the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan as well, his expression serious and earnest as he articulates, "I possess an unstable foresight of the future. Since then, I have undergone significant changes and have come to recognize the savagery of the Saiyans and the wrongs I have committed. In the past, I was indeed a scoundrel, but I am not the same now, Kakarot. Let us engage in a duel as Super Saiyans." Vegeta strokes his chin. Contemplating the nature of this Bardock, could he be that character from the theatrical version? Otherwise, how could he transform into a Super Saiyan and possess unstable foresight? The only plausible explanation is that he resembles the Bardock from the earlier films, the one who traversed time. As for probing Bardock's mind with telepathy, Vegeta has no inclination to do so. He finds it quite unnecessary, as this individual hardly poses a significant threat. Whatever abilities he possesses cannot alter the inevitable outcome of defeat against himself. They are merely a backdrop. Super Saiyan Goku did not hesitate. His body radiated golden light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The two exchanged a glance before simultaneously charging forward. Having waited eagerly for his turn, Goku was determined not to defeat Bardock in an instant. He desired a proper confrontation. He restrained his power, choosing not to unleash his full strength for otherwise. Even as a fellow Super Saiyan, Bardock would be unable to withstand even 3 of his moves. Bardock understood he must not underestimate his son. In a swift motion, he appeared before Super Saiyan Goku, gathering his energy to unleash a powerful punch. However, his fist passed through Goku's form, only to strike the air. To Bardock's astonishment, he realized that it was merely an afterimage. Chapter 22. Bardock's past Super Saiyan Goku executed a spinning kick directed at Bardock, who swiftly lowered his head to evade the strike. Goku landed gracefully behind him, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. In an instant, Bardock pivoted, delivering a knife hand strike with his right hand, only for Goku to nimbly reposition himself before him. The two warriors engaged in a fierce exchange of attacks, neither willing to yield an inch. To the eyes of lesser fighters, the movements of Goku and Bardock appeared as mere afterimages, their limbs blurring with speed. Their stances remained unchanged, yet they unleashed a relentless barrage of rapid-fire strikes, deftly countering each other's onslaughts. In this clash of equal prowess, Goku struggled to gain the upper hand. Bardock, having emerged victorious from countless life and death battles, possessed combat experience that matched Goku's. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, Goku seized an opportunity, landing a kick squarely in Bardock's abdomen, sending him hurtling backwards for several meters before regaining his balance. Vegeta approached, placing a hand on Gogeta's shoulder, diverting his attention from the fierce duel as he engaged him in conversation. "I just stumbled upon something quite intriguing. Would you care to hear it?" Gogeta glanced at him with a hint of confusion, then replied with a touch of disdain, "Did you use mind reading?" Vegeta nodded, offering a similarly disdainful gaze towards Gogeta, pondering the absurdity of his own expression, given that he had indeed employed the same tactic himself. Super Gohan listened intently, utterly astonished by the revelation that both of them possessed the ability to read minds. He recalled that Super Saiyan Goku had previously asserted that the fusion known as Vegito, formed during the Z period, lacked this skill. "Aren't you incapable of reading minds?" he inquired. Vegito offered a rather unconvincing justification, stating that he had encountered countless individuals and, upon encountering intriguing abilities or magic, had casually picked up a few tricks for amusement. In his universe, Vegito was overwhelmingly powerful, especially as his strength multiplied over time. To alleviate the emptiness of his existence, he had no choice but to acquire new abilities. "How lonely it is to be invincible. What have you disowned?" Vegito gestured towards the battling Bardock. "I have uncovered everything transpiring in their universe, including the demise of Frieza, in the realm of Super Saiyan transformations." The interest of Gohan and Gogeta was minimal. However, the two young ones, Goten and Trunks, displayed a keen curiosity, persistently seeking explanations from Vegeta. "I want to hear. I want to hear." Vegeta, accommodating their enthusiasm, began to recount the events that transpired in Universe 3. Yet, what Vegeta divulged diverged significantly from Gogeta's original conjectures, even to the extent of contradicting the theatrical adaptations entirely. Years prior, on planet Vegeta in Universe 3, Raditz was perpetually bullied by his peers. His lineage overshadowed by the illustrious reputation of his father, the formidable Bardock. Raditz, feeling the weight of his inadequacy, yearned to resist, but was swiftly subdued. In a fit of rage, he bit the tail of his adversary. At dinner time, Raditz returned home, bruised and bloodied, triumphantly proclaiming to Bardock that he had bested the other children, asserting that he was no longer the weakling he once was. Bardock merely acknowledged him with a curt "not bad," before turning his attention to his newborn son. Raditz, brimming with affection, insisted on joining his father to see his brother. Meanwhile, on the other side of the universe, Frieza expressed his disdain for the Saiyan approach to tasks. "While I admire their strength, these foolish monkeys never seem to comprehend the art of perfect obedience. They are far too audacious. Perhaps they should be exterminated." Frieza's loyal aide, Sabo, proposed a strategic suggestion to consolidate Frieza's power. "In 10 days, all Saiyans will return to planet Vegeta. It will be the perfect opportunity, my lord." Without hesitation, Frieza concurred, resolving to annihilate the Saiyan race on that day. Sabo elaborated further. "By then, only Prince Vegeta will be training in our hidden base, and Bardock's team will be absent from planet Vegeta." Frieza, wishing to eliminate any potential threats, agreed to eradicate the entire Saiyan race, leaving only Vegeta and his mentor, Nappa. Sabo had a more astute plan, revealing insights about Bardock's elite lineage. "Bardock is a formidable warrior, and his sons possess potential. Should we not consider nurturing them, much like we do with Vegeta?" Frieza acquiesced to Sabo's counsel, secretly dispatching forces to planet Vegeta, ready to execute his plan to wipe out the Saiyan population. On planet Vegeta, Bardock brought Raditz to the nursery to see his newborn son. Raditz, enamored with his brother, joyfully declared, "Kakarot, I am your brother, Raditz." Bardock activated the scouter to assess Kakarot's battle power, only to be met with a disappointing single-digit reading. The flicker of hope on his face darkened, and he turned away without a word. Another worthless son. Hannah, Bardock's wife, with cascading hair and a captivating figure, reproached him for his callousness. "Bardock, do not speak ill of your son. In our time, we lacked scouters. Perhaps you too were weak at birth, and Kakarot might not be so different." Bardock dismissed her consolation, insisting that Kakarot's potential was laughable. "Do you genuinely believe he could ever rival me?" In the hierarchy of Saiyans, Bardock, an elite warrior, viewed his son's ordinary status as a source of shame. Meanwhile, Hannah, contrary to Bardock, began to check the battle power of other infants in the nursery. "This one has a power level of 3, this one 5, and the best only reaches 15. As she assessed each child, she grew convinced that Saiyan infants generally possess such meager battle powers. However, when she scanned the readings of one particular boy, her expression turned to disbelief. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Bardock, puzzled by her reaction, inquired, "What is it?" Stammering, Hannah struggled to articulate her shock. 1,000. This child's battle power is 1,000. The scouter must be malfunctioning. Hannah could not fathom the reading. Ordinary children barely reach single digits, and yet this boy's power was several hundred times higher. Is he some sort of monster? Bardock's pupils narrowed, ready to respond, when a subordinate Saiyan entered, bowing to deliver news. "Lord Bardock, Lord Frieza has expressed interest in your two sons. He believes they have potential, despite their current weakness, and proposes sending Kakarot to conquer a minor planet while Raditz continues his training." The subordinate regarded Kakarot and Raditz with disdain, believing their father's influence was the only reason Frisia took notice of them, as their talents were otherwise unremarkable. His words shifted Hannah's focus back to her younger son. Bardock, indifferent, replied, I care not. Such worthless offspring do not concern me. The subordinate proceeded to describe the target planet. The gravity there is merely 1/10 of planet Vegeta, with an average battle power of 33. Generally, elite warriors fall between 30 and 40, with only a few reaching 150 to 200. Bardock was unconcerned, while Hannah expressed her relief at the planet's inferiority. Excellent. It seems Kakarot will soon eliminate that planet. Surely, he cannot be so unfortunate as to encounter formidable opponents upon arrival. Hannah envisioned that as long as Kakarot was sent to the planet, he could thrive in safety for several years, enhancing his power before transforming under the full moon into a great ape, easily dispatching any foes. Unless, of course, he faced a powerful adversary before maturing, in which case even a tenfold increase in power would be futile. Ah, what a fortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, on the planet, Gohan, the martial arts master and one of the most formidable fighters, unwittingly sneezed, attributing it to his advancing age and declining condition. Bardock, offering a perfunctory response, departed the nursery. You entertain your son. My teammates await me for a mission, and I shan't linger. Bardock displayed little concern for the fate of his biological son, strength defined their bond. And if his son proved to be weak, then his life or death was left to fate. In stark contrast, Hannah was fervently enthusiastic, nodding vigorously. Particularly fond of Bardock's younger son. I will dedicate time to play with my son and teach him the art of slaughter. Chapter 23. The power of precognition having departed. Bardock and his comrades left planet Vegeta and arrived at their mission site on planet Kanesa. The group transformed into their great ape forms, utilizing their impervious bodies and terrifying destructive power to swiftly annihilate the life on the planet. After completing their mission, they rested amidst the ruins, when their scouters detected a formidable presence. The energy reading indicated a single, powerful enemy. Bardock gestured for them to rest, opting to engage alone. Stay here. I will handle this. A survivor was a matter Bardock preferred to resolve himself, without the interference of his companions. Upon reaching his destination, he encountered a Saiyan, who made no attempt to flee but instead spoke with a heart resigned to despair. I am no match for you. Do with me as you will, you destroyer of worlds. His battle prowess was considerable among his kin, yet in comparison to Bardock, he was significantly weaker. The annihilation of his tribe and the destruction of his homeland had extinguished his will to fight, leaving him acutely aware of his inability to seek vengeance. Bardock aimed his right hand at the Saiyan. Then I shall grant you your wish. In his final moments, the Saiyan reconsidered and proposed a potential alliance, suggesting that the enemy of his enemy could be a friend. I wish to share some words with you. You may find them of interest, for they pertain to the survival of your race. At that very moment, a historic divergence occurred between the third universe and others. In most universes, Bardock would have killed without question. Yet, Bardock of the third universe chose to allow the Saiyan to utter a few last words. The Saiyan spoke of a vision he had witnessed. You Scions will face extinction. Your king is named Vegeta, with a spiky hairstyle, ruled by a purple demon known as Frisia. To lend credence to his words, the Saiyan elaborated on Frisia and King Vegeta. Bardock's pupils dilated in astonishment. The implications of the Saiyan's words were staggering. It was inconceivable that someone without space travel technology could know of Frisia and King Vegeta. In response to Bardock's inquiries, the Saiyan offered an explanation. I possess the gift of precognition. I am the only one among my people with this ability. Days ago, I foresaw your arrival, but my kin dismissed my warnings as mere fabrications. If you can unite, there remains a glimmer of hope to defeat that purple demon. You must act swiftly, or it will be too late. Bardock remained skeptical. A newfound enemy claiming to possess foresight was difficult to accept. Why would you share this with me, your enemy? The Saiyan smiled, a bittersweet expression revealing his bitterness and impotent rage against Frisia. I cannot avenge my people, nor can I defeat you. Besides, you are merely following orders. The true orchestrator is Frisia. I wish to utilize your strength to eliminate that fiend, which would serve as retribution for my kin. This rationale was straightforward. And while Bardock was not entirely dismissive, it was insufficient to fully win his trust. I'm afraid I cannot wholly accept your claims. The Saiyan, having foreseen this outcome, had prepared for the worst, devising a singular plan. I understand that a few words may not convince you, but the future is already set. I implore you, do not kill me from a distance. Come before me and strike my heart with a single blow. After a moment of hesitation, Bardock acquiesced. Very well, as you wish. In his estimation, the Canasayan posed no genuine threat. Even should he attempt to retaliate, it would be futile. Without any unforeseen events, Bardock's fist pierced the Canasayan's heart. Though he did not die immediately, the Canasayan clutched Bardock's shoulders, blood spilling from his lips as he uttered, "Embrace my power and my gift." Bardock sensed no malice. The Canasayan's body began to emit a radiant white light, enveloping Bardock entirely. In an instant, fragments of memories flashed through Bardock's mind. He seemed to stand before his comrades, discussing the cleansing of this planet, as well as the lurking Canasians. What transpired? Bardock shook his head, emerging from the vision, returning to his team's location, observing his companions' conversations. He became frozen in place, as the scenes before him mirrored precisely those that had flickered through his mind, down to the word-for-word dialogue. Deep within, Bardock's belief in the Canasayan's words solidified further. He indeed possessed such abilities. His teammates, bewildered by Bardock's disjointed murmurs, questioned, "Bardock, what are you saying?" Bardock, preoccupied with his thoughts, dismissed their inquiries. If the Canasayan's assertions proved accurate, then Frisia's impending return warranted immediate attention. When is Frisia next coming to planet Vegeta? His teammates, startled by the swift change in Bardock's demeanor, hurriedly replied, "It could be in a year, or perhaps two." As Bardock contemplated the time available, a sudden, searing pain pierced his mind, causing him to clutch his head in anguish. Visions of the future flashed before him. King Vegeta raged about Frisia's increasing audacity, lamenting that he had not been informed of Frisia's arrival on planet Vegeta. In that moment, as King Vegeta attempted to reason with Frisia, a death ray pierced his chest, obliterating him. His two attendants fell victim to Frisia's elite guards, Dodoria and Zarbon, who struck with lethal precision. Frisia revealed his true intent, to annihilate planet Vegeta and eradicate all Saiyans. Awakening from this vision, Bardock immediately commanded his team to return to planet Vegeta ahead of schedule. Although his comrades were curious, within the Saiyan culture, strength dictated authority. Bardock's prowess ensured their compliance. Meanwhile, Frisia received word of Bardock's squad's return to planet Vegeta. The corpulent Dodoria, having swiftly conquered planet Canesa, plotted to eliminate them on planet MIT, where he intended to execute his plan. Doria swiftly arrived at a conclusion, after all. He was acting alone and could easily eliminate Bardock before rejoining Frisia. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Saiyans on planet Vegeta were engrossed in a different discussion. A high-ranking Saiyan warrior mentioned the young Broly, who was born with an astonishing battle power of 10,000. Such an inhumanly formidable strength was beyond the capabilities of any Saiyan, and the legend of the Super Saiyan began to circulate. The last Super Saiyan, as the legend goes, was born a millennium ago and caused massive casualties. The veracity of this tale remained uncertain, yet King Vegeta hoped to use it as an excuse to eliminate Broly. He feared that once Broly matured, he might pose a threat to his reign, a scenario he could not allow. Broly's father, the Saiyan Paragus, fervently pleaded with King Vegeta, professing his loyalty. "Please, King Vegeta, I assure you he will be loyal to you when he grows up. Do not harm him." However, King Vegeta dismissed these assurances, believing that if Broly were allowed to grow, no one would be able to counterbalance him. He preferred to extinguish potential threats in their infancy. Just as Broly was about to be executed, hurried footsteps echoed in the chamber. Bardock had arrived. "King Vegeta, trouble is brewing," Bardock warned. King Vegeta held Bardock in high regard, recognizing him as one of the top 3 Saiyan warriors, and permitted him to speak freely. Bardock wasted no time. "We must prepare. Frisia will soon arrive and annihilate our race." The council chamber fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into raucous laughter. Not a single soul believed Bardock's words. Despite his formidable strength, it was common knowledge that nearly 1/3 of Frisia's army consisted of Saiyan warriors who had been valued for a long time. Why would Frisia randomly slaughter Saiyans? He was neither mad nor lacked reason to do so. Killing Saiyans would be akin to amputating 2 arms from his army, a self-destructive act. Bardock, undeterred by the uproarious laughter, had anticipated their foolish reaction. "Enough. Stop laughing. I do not need to persuade you all. Saiyans must unconditionally obey the king's will. I only need to convince you." As Bardock's words turned toward him, King Vegeta's expression darkened. Was Bardock challenging his authority? Bardock extended his left hand, issuing a challenge. "You sit upon the throne because you liberated the Saiyans from the Zaphul, thus becoming their king." Initially, the Zaphul were the rulers of this planet, but King Vegeta led the Saiyans in overthrowing their dominion, renaming it Planet Vegeta. Although King Vegeta had earned his title and garnered respect, the The Saiyans had a more direct method of selecting their monarch. According to Saiyan tradition, the strongest should ascend to the throne. I challenge you for your title. This was Bardock's last resort. He had refrained from revealing his full power, knowing King Vegeta's suspicious nature. If Vegito were to discover that Bardock surpassed him in strength, he would undoubtedly send his subordinates to eliminate him. However, with Frisia's impending assault, Bardock needed to command the other Saiyans to unite against Frisia, and he could only do so by assuming the king's identity. Alone, he could not hope to defeat Frisia. Only through the collective strength of the Saiyan race did a glimmer of victory exist. Chapter 24. Bardock of the Third Universe, King Vegeta, provoked, could no longer suppress his fury. Fine. I refuse to believe that a lowly warrior like you can defeat me. Although Bardock was regarded as one of the strongest Saiyan warriors, he had originally been a low-class fighter, the very lowest tier. Despite his rapid growth and battle power through repeated near-fatal injuries, it was inconceivable that he could rival the king. King Vegeta charged at Bardock, but after merely 5 exchanges, he realized his grave mistake. Bardock had concealed his true power. Compared to Vegeta, whose reign had seen little combat, Bardock was far superior in strength. Realizing he was outmatched, King Vegito was quickly subdued and fell unconscious from his injuries. Bardock's victory over the reigning king naturally led to his ascension to the throne. While some acknowledged Bardock's strength, others remained unconvinced, given King Vegeta's long-standing authority and established reputation. Bardock, however, paid little heed to their murmurs and jeers. I am aware that many of you doubt my legitimacy, yet according to Saiyan custom, the new king is afforded a week's time to prove himself. If I am proven wrong, you may take my life. But for now, you shall all obey my commands, however strange they may sound. The assembly had no choice but to comply. For the moment, Bardock was the new Saiyan king. He then laid out his plan. Do not inform Frisia of my ascension, and secretly ambush all of Frisia's subordinates. Maintain strict confidentiality. Our operations must remain concealed. The king's commands were not to be defied, and even those who were reluctant had little choice but to act. Due to the Saiyans' reliance on technology largely provided by Frisia, numerous members of Frisia's forces resided on planet Vegeta. In a state of confusion, they would be betrayed by their former comrades. Utilizing new communication devices, Bardock informed the other Saiyans of his intentions to rebel against Frisia. King Vegeta, unwilling to accept his defeat and loss of the throne, ultimately chose to align with Bardock to ensure the plan's success. He understood the ruthless nature of Frisia, and failure would lead to the annihilation of their race. Initially, Bardock's words garnered little support, but with King Vegeta's influence, the majority gradually expressed their allegiance. The remaining few, outnumbered, reluctantly acquiesced. Before long, the fateful day Bardock had foreseen arrived, the day of Frisia's descent. All Saiyans stood ready. Bardock's wife, Hannah, remained skeptical of his prophecy, chastising his reckless behavior. Bardock, if Frisia does not come today, I will be the first to end your life. Bardock remained resolute in his silence, confident in his judgment. Paragus expressed his gratitude. For after Bardock ascended to power, he utilized his royal status to spare Broly's life. Bardock offered no further explanation. He foresaw the future destruction that Broly would bring, a cataclysmic force that was indispensable to the Saiyan race. Under the tense gaze of all the Saiyans, the scouts informed Bardock that Frisia's spaceship had arrived in the outer space of planet Vegeta. Many began to believe Bardock's prophecy, yet Hannah remained defiantly dismissive. She argued that even if Frisia had indeed come stealthily, it did not necessarily indicate an intent to annihilate them. Bardock, unwilling to engage in a quarrel, simply conveyed his plan. They could not allow Frisia to escape. He urged Hannah to halt Frisia's ship. To harbor a tiger was to invite calamity. The fear of the unexpected was paramount. If Frisia were to evade capture, the consequences would be dire. Hannah scoffed at his words, but coldly agreed. Are you implying that you do not trust me? Following their strategy, several elite warriors unleashed energy blasts resembling moons to enable the transformation of all into great apes. They then concealed themselves, ready to release another blast if Frisia's forces destroyed one of the moon devices. Transforming into great apes was their sole chance for victory. Without that transformation, death awaited them. Those instructed to hide expressed discontent with Bardock's arrangement, deeming it an act of cowardice. King Vegeta, however, held an opposing view, believing Bardock's strategy to be astute, insisting that they adhere to the plan. Under the influence of the moon devices, the entire Saiyan race transformed into great apes, roaring as they ascended into space to launch an assault on Frisia's spaceship. Hannah, having set out first, found her energy blasts ineffective against Frisia's formidable main ship. In the vacuum of space, lacking sufficient oxygen, she resorted to a desperate maneuver, crashing her body against the ship's defenses, gaining a moment to breathe. Frisia, witnessing the Saiyan assault upon his arrival, was unfazed despite not understanding how they had anticipated his strategy. He commanded his crew to charge and eliminate the Saiyans. However, the transformed great apes, with their power multiplied tenfold, proved far beyond Frisia's minions' capability to resist. Within mere minutes, they were slaughtered, and Hannah emerged from within the ship, transformed into a great ape, wreaking havoc upon Frisia's defenses. At Bardock's command, tens of thousands of great apes unleashed energy blasts upon Frisia's vessel. Panic gripped Frisia as he attempted to transform, striving to ascend to his second or even third form to bolster his combat power for a counterattack. Yet, it was too late. He was unable to gather the necessary energy in time. As he began to transform, a torrent of energy blasts descended upon him, engulfing him in a blinding inferno. While combat power does not equate to a simple sum of individual strengths, the overwhelming numbers of transformed great apes, each with enhanced power, and the vastness of space proved insurmountable. Frisia, at a mere 53,000 combat power, was left to face the inevitable demise. His arrogance, rooted in a tendency to dwell in his weakest form, led to his downfall. Upon witnessing Frisia's energy dissipate, the other Saiyans erupted in jubilant cheers, exclaiming Bardock's triumph. Yet, both Bardock and King Vegeta felt a pang of dread. The energy Frisia released during his transformation far exceeded their expectations, and had he underestimated them from the outset, the consequences could have been catastrophic. With Frisia's true power revealed to exceed millions during his transformation, had they hesitated even a moment longer, they could have faced dire repercussions. Frisia's inability to exert his full potential led to his demise at the hands of the Saiyans' united assault. Frisia had perished, and Hannah inquired whether Bardock would still send his youngest son to Blue Star, a suggestion Bardock firmly rejected, deeming such training methods outdated. Thus began an era of Saiyan dominance over the cosmos, coinciding with Frisia's death. Meanwhile, another member of the Frost Demon race, Cooler, observed the battle from a distance. Indifferent to his brother's demise, believing it to be just retribution, he chose not to intervene, feigning ignorance as he departed, considering that this sector of space was not under his dominion. When their father learned of the incident, it was likely that he would allocate this territory to Cooler, allowing him to expand his rule. With Frisia's death overshadowing his brother's fate, Cooler found greater joy in the prospect of newfound power. Vegeta elaborated on how the Saiyans had vanquished Frisia, and while Gogeta found his explanation somewhat comprehensible, it mirrored the narrative of the original Bardock from previous arcs. The characters and powers were similar, merely employing a different approach to defeat Frisia. The most significant difference lay in Bardock's wife, in this universe. She was a formidable Saiyan warrior named Hannah, rather than the kind-hearted, short-haired giant from the anime. The two combatants on the arena continued their battle, and though Vegeta's tale was lengthy, it transpired within mere minutes. Bardock deeply recognized the overwhelming strength of Super Saiyan. Truly remarkable. If you possess such power in our universe, we could undoubtedly triumph over Dr. Riki, and the Saiyans would not face extinction. Bardock soared into the air, unleashing a ki wave, which Super Saiyan Goku deflected, poised to retaliate with a kick aimed at Bardock's back. Chapter 25. The Super Saiyan God Bardock suddenly clutched his head, writhing in agony. This sensation was all too familiar. His precognitive abilities had reared their head at an inopportune moment. No, not now. Alas, his foresight was impervious to his desires, manifesting randomly as a myriad of visions flooded his mind. An infinite aura spread, engulfing the universe, as cataclysmic energy shattered the void. Two Saiyans engaged in a fierce battle in a form he had never witnessed, while a dark-haired man observed from the sidelines. One star system after another exploded under their conflict, reducing the cosmos to ashes. Then came the second, the third. Never had he witnessed such a grand spectacle of combat. The sheer intensity of energy left him trembling, his heart racing in terror. Somewhere in an alternate universe, Kakarot and Vegeta congregated, alongside other contestants who appeared despondent. It's over. We are doomed. No one can halt them. They're the strongest. No one exists who can defeat them. There may be a chance. Perhaps Lord Beerus or Whis could intervene. The impending threat was not confined to their realm. All parallel universes would feel the repercussions. If they did not act swiftly to stop them, endless dimensions would be at risk. Bardock, in a fit of rage, tossed his head about. Indifferent to the fates of others, during the heat of battle, such foresight bore no significance. Fortunately, Ultra Goku, embodying the virtues of a true warrior, refrained from seizing the moment to strike him down while he was vulnerable, instead choosing to await his recovery. Once Bardock regained his composure, he expressed his gratitude for not being ambushed and promptly launched an attack. After a prolonged exchange, Ultra Goku ultimately knocked Bardock off the arena, securing victory in this match. The subsequent contest featured Toriyama Akira from Universe 2, facing off against Dr. Reiki from Universe 3. Vegeta initially engaged in casual conversation, but his pupils dilated slightly as he pondered whether he had misheard something. To his dismay, a man ascended the stage, exuding an air of arrogance as he surveyed the crowd with a disdainful gaze. The smug expression on his face, coupled with an aura that proclaimed his affinity for creating long-haired characters, confirmed to Vegeta that indeed, this was the author himself. Uncertain of the man's capabilities, Vegeta had little time to speculate as Toriyama Akira openly declared, "I apologize, esteemed audience, but you are all mere amateurs. As the creator, I wield absolute control over any character I have conjured. Victory against me is impossible." Though he wished to maintain a low profile, his overwhelming strength rendered such humility futile. His confidence was not unfounded. As a manga artist of the Dragon Ball series, every character was his own creation. Hearing these words, Vegeta found himself surprisingly calm. Deep in thought, if memory served, Dr. Reiki was an original character from the anime, completely detached from the manga, suggesting that Toriyama had encountered a formidable adversary from the very start. As predicted, the moment Dr. Reiki took the stage, Toriyama's demeanor darkened. He rummaged through his personal tome, yet found no mention of Reiki's existence. Without waiting for an attack, Toriyama conceded, "I forfeit." Who could have anticipated such a swift turn of events? Just moments prior, he had exuded confidence, positioning himself as the pinnacle of power, yet now he surrendered without a fight. Fortunately, Toriyama maintained a commendable attitude, gracefully turning away while leaving behind a parting remark. To acknowledge one's limits is not to concede defeat. It is the mark of a true sage, and clearly, I am that sage. The next battle would feature Sidra from Universe 6, facing Vegeta from Universe 18. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Super Vegeta finally had his turn. However, upon seeing his opponent, a mere young girl, he was infuriated. Was this some kind of joke, forcing him to fight against her? In the presence of Sid, Super Vegeta did not perceive the aura of a formidable opponent. Every action and gesture seemed to emanate from an ordinary individual. Upon encountering his adversary in the arena of the 6th universe, Sid was ready to forfeit, exclaiming his intention to withdraw. The serious and rather unkind visage of Super Vegeta made her reluctant to engage in battle. Before she could finish her thought, her close friend interrupted, urging her to fight rather than always concede defeat. Encouraged by her friend's words, Sid resolved to muster her courage and take the plunge. "All right, I shall face him. At worst, I shall meet my demise." Clad in a form-fitting black suit, Sid declared her bravado, only to swiftly shift her tone. Could someone lift me up there?" In a certain sense, Sid was the weakest member of the 6th universe's beautiful girl group. The slightly elevated arena proved insurmountable for her. Consequently, she had to rely on others to assist her ascent. Super Vegeta, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of helplessness. Was this opponent truly serious? While he could tolerate her inability to fly, it was perplexing that she could not even leap onto a platform just a few meters high without assistance. Super Vegeta gazed at her with an impassive expression, while Sid also regarded Super Vegeta with a delicate gaze. Their eyes met for 3 seconds. Super Vegeta ultimately decided to cast her aside, unaware that Sid's gaze had transformed into one of exhilaration. "You are finished." In the midst of the onlookers' incredulous expressions, Vegeta's physique underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. Her muscular form vanished, replaced by the emergence of 2 soft mounds upon her chest, her figure becoming delicate and petite, and her visage transformed into that of an enchanting young girl. Sid, shedding her earlier disarray, radiated an aura of terror as her muscles bulged with newfound strength. In this moment, she experienced an indescribable power, one she had never encountered before. "You have underestimated me. I can swap our bodies with magic, and you shall relinquish half of your energy to me." Sid's declaration captured the attention of those present, and Gogeta discerned her magical prowess, recognizing the essential prerequisite. It must involve eye contact. This was the only instance in which Vegeta had engaged with her on stage, making it likely that this was the method enabling their body exchange. It appeared that only by maintaining eye contact for a certain duration could the transformation occur. Otherwise, Sid could have simply switched bodies upon her entrance, eliminating the need for delay. This skill seemed akin to a selected ability, and even Super Vegeta could not evade it. Sid's magic instilled both fear and intrigue, compelling them to scrutinize Vegeta. According to her words, Sid had merely acquired half of the energy. Yet she was capable of unleashing such formidable power. Just how astounding was Super Vegeta's strength? Sid was convinced of her impending victory. Reveling in the power she had usurped from Super Vegeta. You are remarkable. I once believed that our universe's Bojack was formidable. But now it seems he is but a mere shadow. With your strength, I could easily crush him. However, you are destined to lose to me. Suddenly inhabiting a woman's body must have dealt a significant blow to your psyche. Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, gazed at himself, utterly unfazed and indifferent. Humph. Even transformed into a woman, I remain the prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta. The Super Vegeta appeared before Sid with a sudden flash, delivering a powerful punch that sent her staggering backward. In an instant, he teleported behind her and struck her squarely in the back with a swift kick. Sid, who had scarcely engaged in combat before, had only ever exchanged powers as a weaker opponent. This was her first encounter with such immense strength, leaving her utterly incapable of wielding it effectively. She was unable to withstand even 2 moves before being knocked to the ground by Super Vegeta. Just when everyone believed the outcome was certain, Super Vegeta released his hold on Sid. You claim you have obtained half of my power? He questioned. Although Sid did not fully comprehend the meaning behind his words, she nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Only you possess the ability to break this spell? He continued. Correct. As long as I do not choose to lift it, your strength will remain dormant for a considerable time. Super Vegeta let out a chilling laugh, then gradually ascended into the air. Without uttering a word, a crimson radiance emanated from within him, enveloping his form, causing both his hair and eyebrows to transform into a striking red hue. There were no earth-shattering forces, nor were there any violent energy fluctuations wreaking havoc throughout the arena. He simply completed his transformation. After transforming, Super Vegeta's appearance reverts to his original form. This is the essence of a Super Saiyan god. Your petty tricks are utterly ineffective. Indeed, Sid's magic possesses its merits, yet all things are bound by limitations, even magic itself. It is inconceivable that Sid could discern the god of destruction or the angels with merely 3 eyes and consequently distribute their powers evenly. How vast must the disparity in strength be to render one immune to magic? Super Vegeta may not comprehend this. Yet he is certain that such tactics hold no sway over divine essence. Super Gohan pressed his forehead, speechless at the extravagant display of Super Vegeta. Truly, Uncle Vegeta never fails to seek the spotlight. Goku's son, Gogeta, was more curious about the reactions of other universes' Kakarotes and Vegetas upon witnessing the Super Saiyan God transformation. Vegeta's transformation brought a fresh wave of astonishment among the onlookers, though it seemed less potent than the presence of Gogeta and Gohan. Yet, what astonished them further was their inability to sense Vegeta's energy. Perhaps it was due to their insufficient power, or perhaps mere mortals cannot perceive the energy of the divine. GT Goku and Vegeta were equally perplexed by this phenomenon. Wasn't Super Saiyan 3 supposed to lead to Super Saiyan 4? What was the significance of this red-haired form? The Super Namekian from Universe 7, Gaskak, furrowed his brow. He had anticipated being the strongest here, yet both Gogeta and Gohan, along with the unexpected emergence of Super Vegeta, exceeded his expectations. In Chapter 26, the Super Namekian, the trio from Universe 8, led by Frieza, were once again left dumbfounded. It was said that the Frost Demons were the mightiest race in the universe. A once-in-a-millennium Super Saiyan appearing so frequently was already astonishing enough. And they could tolerate children transforming. But what on earth was this red-haired form? Wasn't Super Saiyan supposed to have golden hair? The Kais of Universe 1 were utterly stunned by Super Vegeta's transformation. Being true deities, they could genuinely sense the immense power possessed by Super Vegeta. A Saiyan with divine energy? In my estimation, he could even rival Lord Beerus, albeit possessing only half of his strength. How did they cultivate to such a level? Their conversation did not escape Gogeta's ears, who merely smiled at their astonishment without offering any further explanation. The Super Saiyan god pales in comparison to Beerus. Even the Super Saiyan Blue poses no threat to him. However, it is entirely understandable that the Supreme Kai of Universe 1, Shin, believes that the Super Saiyan god could contend with Beerus. Those like Gogeta are acutely aware of the disparity between the two. Yet those of lesser strength perceive them both as beings capable of effortlessly extinguishing their lives with a mere swipe. Consequently, they remain oblivious to the true extent of their power differential. Upon witnessing Super Vegeta transform into a Super Saiyan god, Sidra's initial astonishment swiftly morphed into delight. Logically, She should possess half the power of Super Vegeta, and if he can achieve such heights, she should be able to as well. Unfortunately, after numerous attempts, she finds herself unable to summon the power of a Super Saiyan god. What she has seized is merely half of the energy of base Vegeta, which is unrelated to the transformation. Super Vegeta extended his left hand, directing his palm towards Sid, unleashing an invisible barrage of air. In an instant, he sent Sid tumbling off the arena, fortunate that Super Vegeta had only employed a fraction of his strength. At their level of power, their control over energy usage was remarkably precise, ensuring that no excess force was expended. With no intention of causing fatal harm, he applied just the right amount of force to knock her off the stage without taking her life. Superficial injuries were, however, unavoidable. The defeated Sid understood this as well. Recognizing that her opponent had shown mercy, though reluctant, she ultimately returned the energy she had received to Super Vegeta. As Ultra Vegeta traversed the domain of the 18th universe, he initially felt quite at ease. However, upon observing the enigmatic expressions of Goku and Gohan, which danced between amusement and intrigue, a hint of bashfulness began to envelop him. "Father, you appear quite striking in your female form." Chao Te Nanks has yet to grasp the principle that calamity often arises from careless words. As he clutches his belly and shares a hearty laugh with Chao Wutian, Super Vegeta's expression suddenly darkened, but he soon broke into a gentle smile. "It seems you two have not trained in quite some time. Upon our return, I shall accompany you for some rigorous training. One cannot afford to be lazy all the time." Despite Super Vegeta's amiable demeanor, the two children instantly ceased their laughter. One hid behind Bulma, while the other sought refuge behind Super Goku. Training with others might cost them some effort, but training with Vegeta could be a matter of life and death. Observing his joyful countenance, they anticipated that a session with him would likely leave them battered and bruised. The next match would feature Gaskark from Universe 7 facing off against the android cell from Universe 10. The formidable Namekian, without a moment's hesitation, soared into the arena, poised for the arrival of the diminutive Cell. Recognizing the immense power of Gaskark, Cell realized that this little version of himself was no match for his prowess. He approached the referee, requesting a brief interlude to amplify the strength of his smaller counterpart. The referee acquiesced, as such requests for a short respite are typically met with approval by the organizers. Cell, accompanied by the little Cell, retreated to the sanctuary of the waiting room within the competition's corridor, a space sealed off from prying eyes, where no one could discern the events unfolding within. The young Cell was brimming with excitement, clenching his fist in eager anticipation. "Father, how will you enhance my strength?" This little Cell was the offspring born after Cell vanquished Gohan and his companions from their universe, a child intended to alleviate his solitude, yet endowed with only a modicum of energy. With a sly smile, Cell unleashed a swift strike, obliterating the exuberant little Cell into nothingness. He then crouched low, channeling his entire might as his tail swelled behind him, culminating in the birth of yet another little Cell. These progeny bore identical appearances, differing only in their inherent strength. "This is the entirety of power I can bestow upon you. Now go and test the capabilities of that fellow." After completing this transformation, Cell found himself panting heavily, taking a moment to steady his breath before emerging with the newly formed little Cell. The aura radiating from the little Cell, now exponentially more potent than before, astonished the onlookers, leaving them to ponder how Cell had achieved such a feat. Only Gogeta discerned the truth at a glance. "Ah, I see. He has substituted his child for the competition." As the situation unfolded, even the enlightened Gohan realized the abruptness of the incident. Everyone seemed momentarily stunned. Otherwise, it would not have been difficult to deduce what Cell had done. Indeed, it appeared the organizers were oblivious to the events, thus failing to revoke Little Cell's qualification to compete. With a powerful leap, Little Cell ascended to the arena, delivering a swift punch to Gaskark, who was caught completely off guard and knocked down. No one anticipated that Little Cell would strike without warning. Even the organizers were taken aback, prompting the referee to immediately declare Little Cell's actions a foul, consequently disqualifying him from the match. Little Cell had not even set foot on the stage before launching his assault, resulting in the forfeiture of his participation, and Gaskark was declared the victor. According to the rules of the competition, one must first stand upon the arena, with both feet or body touching the stage, for the match to commence. However, Little Cell had soared into the air and struck Gaskark mid-flight, a blatant ambush. Cell slapped his forehead, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. As if he had made a grave mistake, in his eagerness to bestow strength upon Gaskark, he seemed to have neglected the wisdom required for the contest. Without even gauging his opponent's capabilities, he had succumbed to defeat. With his head hung low, Little Cell returned, aware of his misstep. The referee's decision sparked considerable discontent among the audience, who clamored for a rematch. "This is absurd. Let them fight," they shouted. After such a prolonged wait, how could they simply declare the match over? The growing dissatisfaction of the spectators placed the organizers in a precarious position, however. The continuation of the event was not solely within their control. They could not dismiss the situation lightly, for there was a significant figure observing from above. The Supreme Kai of the First Universe glanced toward the elevated chamber. Noting that the esteemed figure had yet to speak, he refrained from intervening further. Gaskak, having received an unwarranted blow, perhaps out of anger or other sentiments, expressed his willingness to continue. "Let him come up. I agree to face him again." Thus, Little Cell ascended the stage once more, initiating a new round of competition against Gaskak. Both combatants unleashed their energies simultaneously, with Gaskak's aura soaring to the heavens. Even Ultra Goku was taken aback. This fellow is truly remarkable, even surpassing Piccolo in strength. Both Gogeta and Vegito glanced at the battlefield a few times. Yet they exhibited little interest. The serene expression of Ultra Vegeta remained unaffected by the surge of energy unleashed by Gas. Super Goku embodies the essence of a martial arts enthusiast, always acknowledging the strength of his opponents. However, this does not deter him from swiftly vanquishing adversaries. Especially after transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Little Cell leaps into action, launching a barrage of rapid-fire strikes against Gaskak. He advances with fervor, employing fierce close combat techniques. Yet, Gaskak remains unfazed, effortlessly blocking all of Little Cell's attacks with a mere extension of his right hand. Despite Little Cell pouring every ounce of his effort into his assault, he finds it futile and resorts to a different strategy. Ascending into the air, he spreads his arms wide and targets Gaskak, who stands resolutely on the arena. Ultimately, a brilliant golden shockwave erupts from Little Cell's hands, piercing through the heavens and striking Gaskak directly. The arena is engulfed in a tremendous explosion, billowing clouds of smoke into the air. A gentle breeze sweeps through, revealing Gaskak, who remains utterly unscathed, his upper garments obliterated, yet his exposed torso reveals no harm, further showcasing his overwhelming superiority over Little Cell. With a flicker in his right eye, Gaskak perceives the intricate structure of Little Cell's body and unleashes a laser from his gaze, penetrating Little Cell's forehead and striking his core, securing victory in this match. Vegeta. Never one to miss an opportunity for jest, mock Cell. No worries, you'll be revived anyway. Death is merely a temporary setback. Though it seems you spawned quite an offspring. After a pause, Vegeta looks at him with an odd expression. You really did produce a whole brood. Your fertility is remarkable. Cell, rendered speechless, chooses not to engage with Vegeta's gleeful taunts. What do you mean by a brood? That's a term more suited for swine. If only he could best Goku, he would surely strike him multiple times a day, yet the stark reality remains that he cannot. Although his regeneration ability far surpasses that of the Namekians, he still falls short against Vegeta. Cell wields an arsenal of formidable blue Star Warrior skills, each carrying immense destructive potential, yet he remains unable to overcome Vegeta. After defeating Gohan from his own universe, Cell, through years of rigorous training, has attained power that eclipses his former self, yet he still cannot triumph over Vegeta. The demise of Little Cell was anticipated. Even with all efforts to amplify Little Cell's strength, he remains inferior to Cell during his prime. Initially, the intention was to allow Little Cell to probe Gaskak's capabilities, fostering the emergence of a more potent offspring. Super Goten was quite astonished. The prowess of Gaskak was formidable, seemingly rivaling even that of Gotenks. Remarkable. Apart from Uncle Piccolo, are there other beings of such strength among the Namekians? As Piccolo recalled the words of Nail, he proceeded to elucidate the situation to the two young ones. This Gaskak had absorbed and assimilated all the Namekians, which accounted for his immense power. Being children, the two little ones had long since cast aside the threats posed by Super Vegeta, their minds now wholly occupied with thoughts of Gaskak. One of them grasped Gogeta's arm and vigorously shook it, pleading, "Brother Gogeta, could you tell us, is that universe devoid of our presence as well?" It was only after their inquiries that Super Saiyan Goku began to comprehend the implications. Indeed, if Gaskak was the mightiest in that universe, then, given the nature of the Namekians, he would not harm planet Earth. Why, then, was there no sign of them in that universe? After all, Gaskak had vanquished villains like Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu. Surely, those of that universe, including themselves, must still be alive. Gogeta pinched the little one's nose, somewhat exasperated by their insatiable curiosity. However, Gasgak possessed numerous super abilities, making it rather troublesome to delve into his thoughts. At some point, Gasgak had joined Piccolo, and they exchanged whispers. Eventually, a contented Piccolo returned, ready to address the children's questions. Allow me to explain the events transpiring in Universe 7 and why we have not been resurrected. During the battle with Vegeta in Universe 7, Piccolo's demise rendered the Dragon Balls unusable. Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma had arrived at Namek seeking assistance, but upon their arrival, the Dragon Radar yielded no response, leaving them perplexed and searching for answers. Just when they were at a loss, Gohan sensed a powerful energy approaching. Someone was flying towards them, and the intensity of the energy was formidable. Krillin, realizing the situation, was momentarily gripped by fear as he beheld the approaching figure. The newcomer was a Namekian of considerable stature, towering over 2 meters, a veritable giant compared to Krillin and the others. It was none other than Super Namekian Gasgak, who, upon seeing their spaceship of Namekian design, immediately feared the worst. "Where did you acquire this ship?" he inquired. Krillin, undeterred by fear, simply explained. "It was given to us by a Namekian." Considering that Gasgak likely did not know the deity of Earth, Krillin refrained from mentioning any names. Gohan added, "For various reasons. We did not obtain his consent." The ship had indeed been given to them, yet with Piccolo's death, the deity's demise meant they had nowhere to seek permission. Chapter 27. Unity of the Clan. Gohan's intentions were noble, but having experienced extreme highs and lows, Gasgak's demeanor was still fragile. He instinctively presumed that Krillin and the others had forcibly taken the ship. "How dare you? You will pay for this." Just as Gasgak was about to take action, a meteor streaked across the sky. Krillin, glancing up hastily, recognized the incoming figure. It was the Saiyan Vegeta, arriving in his spaceship. The mere thought of Vegeta sent shivers down Krillin's spine. He was not a benevolent being, having instilled considerable psychological trauma. However, given the severity of his previous injuries, could it be that Vegeta had recovered so swiftly? Krillin's words further convinced Gasgak that the trio were enemies, associating them with the notorious Saiyan. "You are in league with him, attacking my planet from different angles?" Seeing Gasgak's increasingly grim expression, Gohan quickly interjected, "We are not allies. He is our enemy too." Krillin nodded in agreement, adding, "He has killed our comrades, and among our friends is a Namekian, possibly two. We merely seek the Dragon Balls to revive them." Unbeknownst to them, Gasgak had not fully grasped their true strength, but he appeared formidable and, crucially, they needed his assistance. Given Gohan and Krillin's natures, they were disinclined to engage in an unnecessary brawl, which would serve no purpose. After enduring unimaginable sorrow just days prior, Gasgak was no longer the kind-hearted being he once was, yet he retained a semblance of his benevolent nature. Despite not viewing them as allies, he refrained from lethal action and instead employed his unique abilities. "I do not believe your words. I shall use telepathy to discern whether you are friends or foes. I will make my own judgment." As Vegeta emerged from his ship, he activated his scouter, scanning his surroundings. The device revealed a terrifying reading for 100,000 battle power. What a jest! Could Frieza have come alone to Namek without his minions? Gasgak suppressed his energy to avoid detection, and since Gohan and Krillin also masked their auras, they eluded the scouter's notice. In the distance, Gasgak placed his hands atop Krillin and Gohan's heads, reading their memories. Once he comprehended the events that transpired on Earth, Gasgak commended them. "Remarkable. You, young one, are quite impressive." Gohan and Krillin's faces brightened. It seemed this Namekian had placed his trust in them, which was excellent news, as it meant they could proceed with their quest to revive their friends. However, Gasgak soon revealed a harsh reality. Indeed, the Dragon Balls were present here, at least a few days ago. At that time, I was not the only Namekian on this planet. Considering the calamity that had befallen them, Gasgak felt as though he was living in a hellish existence. If it were possible, he would relinquish his current power. Krillin sensed a foreboding dread and anxiously inquired, "What happened to the other Namekians?" Gasgak sighed and recounted the events that transpired days prior. Learning of the Dragon Ball's existence, Frieza had led his minions on a long journey to Namek, arriving days earlier than the original timeline. The Grand Elder of Namek, the sole survivor of the previous genocide, regarded all Namekians on the planet as his children. He possessed vast knowledge and numerous special abilities, enabling him to sense Frieza's terrifying presence. Ultimately, isolated and without assistance, he deliberated and summoned Nail before him. "This enemy is exceptionally formidable. He is not one you can defeat. We may be annihilated, and no one will survive. There is only one way, perhaps our only hope. Do not engage him alone. Nail. Accept my power. The Grand Elder found himself unable to foresee any future or discover a method to defeat Frieza, relying solely on their clan. There seemed to be no alternative but this one strategy. Yet, gazing at the Grand Elder, who embodied both father and mother to him, Nera found himself incapable of such an act. Do you intend to sacrifice yourself? The Grand Elder lay in his chair, utterly drained, lacking even the strength to rise, merely extending his right hand. My life is drawing to a close, yet I still possess a semblance of utility. As he looked upon the gentle and kind Grand Elder, Neru's heart wavered. Had it been any other elder, he might have acted differently. But this was the Grand Elder, the sole survivor of their clan's extinction years prior, who had persevered and subsequently hatched many kin through a process of reproduction. Grand Elder, even without your essence, I can vanquish the enemy. You must not do this. Observing Nera's anguish, the Grand Elder's expression remained remarkably tranquil, as if offering his life was merely a trivial task. Why not? Accept my power, and you can save many more of our kin. You cannot defeat that monster. He is beyond your capacity to conquer. Follow my instructions. My resolve is unwavering. Neru. In the depths of Neru's sorrowful gaze, the Grand Elder's form gradually faded, merging into Neru's being. A torrent of boundless power surged within Neru. Yet he found no joy in this newfound strength. Instead, he was consumed by the grief of the Grand Elder's passing, collapsing to the ground in despair. It was his own weakness that had led to the Grand Elder's demise, leaving him incapable of protecting his family. With the Grand Elder assimilated, the Dragon Balls of Namek lost their potency, becoming mere stones. This transformation puzzled Sabo, who had just gathered 5 Dragon Balls. What has happened? Why have they changed? In pursuit of a wish, Frieza captured a Namekian, who, upon witnessing the Dragon Ball's alteration, immediately grasped the reason. The Grand Elder was dead, rendering the Dragon Balls useless. The Grand Elder held a unique status in the hearts of all Namekians. Upon hearing this news, the Namekian's eyes dimmed, and the flicker of hope within him waned, leading him to contemplate death. Frieza, having traveled vast distances, found himself thwarted at the last moment, inciting his rage as he commanded his subordinates, kill every Namekian. I refuse to believe that you cannot restore the Dragon Balls. As Frieza's minions unleashed a massacre, Neru, endowed with the Grand Elder's power, sensed the brutal slaughter of children. Consumed by fury, he soared to the battlefield, delivering a swift kick that obliterated Dodoria in an instant. Sabo was left astounded. Are Namekians this powerful? He seems nearly as formidable as Captain Jinyu. Upon witnessing Neru's strength, Frieza felt no anger for the loss of his subordinate. Instead, he contemplated recruitment. Quite impressive. Would you care to join my ranks as an elite warrior? In Frieza's perception, Neru's current power was not far from his own first form, a rarity among warriors. If he could secure such a talent for himself, it would not be in vain that he had come. However, Neru would never submit to a tyrant. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped forward, delivering a kick that sent Frieza flying. Frieza, humiliated before his subordinates, abandoned thoughts of recruitment and immediately transformed into his second form. Neru, assimilated with the Grand Elder's abilities, found his combat prowess still inferior to Frieza's second form. Within 3 strikes, much of his body was shattered, and Frieza unleashed a ki blast that sent him hurtling away. Believing Neru to be fatally wounded, Frieza did not bother to check, merely instructing his underlings, go and kill. As long as the Dragon Balls remain unrepaired, obliterate this planet. Neru, having been cast aside, crashed into a mountain. Frieza expected that even if Neru survived, he would be left with only a breath, awaiting his end. However, within a minute, a miracle occurred. Neru rose, bewildered by his restored form. Is it the Grand Elder's power that has significantly enhanced my regenerative abilities? As a combat-oriented Namekian, Neru's regeneration was commendable, but not to such an extraordinary extent. The lower half of his body, once obliterated, had remarkably healed in such a short span. A Namekian elder, leading a group of villagers in hiding, fortuitously discovered the revived Neru and brought him to their concealed cave. Neru felt immense regret over his defeat. I am sorry, my children. I had believed that by merging with the Grand Elder, I could withstand the invading enemy and protect you, but their strength surpassed my expectations. Even after their fusion, they were unable to contend with Frieza's second form, and continued resistance would only lead to their extinction. The Elder cast a loving glance at the Namekian children and adults within the cave. You have merged with the Grand Elder. We are ready, since death is inevitable. Let us bestow all our power upon you, Neru, and unite as one. Together, we can defeat this fiend, even if Namek faces extinction. We may eliminate a scourge from the universe. A series of bright lights illuminated the cave, and soon, the rampaging Frisia's forces were astonished to find the Namekians had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Frisia, initially detecting the presence of Namekians, searched the vicinity in vain. Enraged, he believed he had been deceived, raising his hand to unleash an energy blast, intending to obliterate the planet. Destruction is all you know. Even if you annihilate Namek, as long as there are Namekians alive, we shall not be vanquished. Rather, it is you who will meet your demise on this planet. A voice, dripping with disdain and mockery, rang out. Frisia scanned his surroundings, seeking the source of the voice. Ultimately, atop a towering mountain, he beheld Neru, now towering over 2 meters and 80 centimeters, seated high above, observing him and his subordinates. At that moment, Neru's demeanor and appearance exhibited subtle changes. Although still recognizable as Neru, his entire aura had transformed. Without extraneous motions, he sat aloft, hurling an energy sphere into the air. The energy blast erupted in a dazzling display, unleashing a multitude of energy shockwaves that struck Frisia and all his forces. Sabo and the other minions were annihilated, while Frisia barely managed to shield himself by using 2 of his subordinates as human shields alongside his full defensive capabilities. Nonetheless, he fell to one knee, grievously injured, and pounded the ground in fury. You dare to treat me this way? I shall unleash my full power and make you experience torment worse than death. Frisia, who had never been so thoroughly defeated, could hardly endure the humiliation. With his lofty ambitions, he bypassed his third form and unleashed his full power, transforming into his final form. He charged at Neru with incredible speed, his body flickering in midair. Neru extended his right hand, transforming it into a massive grip that ensnared Frisia, subsequently slamming him mercilessly against the rocks. Neru remained unfazed by Frisia's exponentially increased combat prowess. Rather, he regarded it with indifference. It's futile. Do you think transformations alone will suffice? No matter how many times you change, it will have no effect on me. The rock shattered, burying Frisia beneath the rubble. In the next moment, fragments flew as his right index finger gathered immense energy, launching it skyward. I shall obliterate you along with this planet. Observing Frisia's frantic actions, Neru sat cross-legged upon the ground, an intangible energy radiating around him. In an instant, Frisia's body became unresponsive, suspended in the air, unable to even twitch a finger. This was a power Frisia had never encountered before. The ability to restrict his movements from afar instilled a flicker of fear within him. What is this? Release me, you wretch. Perish. Neru's right hand unleashed a ki blast, striking Frisia, who was caught off guard, reducing him to mere ashes. Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan, having heard Neru's response, began to grasp the situation. Krillin sensed Neru's formidable strength. Although he had never seen Frisia, he deduced that as Vegeta's superior, Neru must be even stronger. If Frisia was no match, then surely Vegeta could not contend with this Namekian. How impressive. In that case, we need not worry about Vegeta eliminating you, Bulma remarked, her curiosity piqued. As a fellow Namekian, can you also create Dragon Balls? Neru shook his head apologetically, indicating he was incapable of such a feat. I am truly sorry. I cannot fulfill your wishes, and it seems you have made this trip in vain. I am a combat-type Namekian, unable to create Dragon Balls or bear offspring. I am the last of my kind. Though Neru inherited all the abilities of the Grand Elder, the unique skill of Dragon Ball creation eluded him. As a combat-type Namekian, he could not produce descendants of other types, meaning there was no possibility of birthing another capable of crafting Dragon Balls. This was beyond Neru's control. Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a wave of disappointment, yet accepted the reality that Frisia was dead. I see. In that case, let us return to Earth. Gohan, before departing, looked at Neru with a warm affection. You resemble Uncle Piccolo. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will be there to help. Neru gently patted Gohan's forehead, feeling a fondness for him. Thank you, but I shall no longer be known as Neru. From now on, my name will be Gaskak. After bidding them farewell, Gaskak sought out Vegeta, piercing his body with a beam from his fingertips, then turning to the sole remaining soldier of Frisia's army. You are the only survivor, kept for future convenience. You should understand why I spared your life. Pilot your spaceship and take me to various regions of the universe. Gaskak was unable to operate a spacecraft, relying instead on Frisia's soldier to navigate the cosmos in search of a means to resurrect his kin. Though he felt an unprecedented surge of power, as the last Namekian, he was uncertain about the path that lay ahead. The illustrious Piccolo delineated the origins of the formidable Namekian, Gaskak. However, a pivotal question arises. The Super Saiyan Goku, having previously encountered Piccolo, found himself perplexed by Gaskak's inability to lay eggs. Yet, considering that Piccolo is also a warrior-type Namekian, one might wonder why he possesses the capability to reproduce in this manner. Chaobik's forehead flashed with 3 dark lines, clearly displeased by his words. What do you mean by laying eggs? Only chickens lay eggs. What we do is called spawning. Yet, isn't it simply the expulsion of an egg? Super Goku's expression turned serious, his demeanor somber, as he felt justified in his statements. Vegeta recalled the commentary from their earlier anime viewings and chuckled while providing clarification. Piccolo cannot lay eggs. It is the Demon King Piccolo who can. The Piccolo born from him has all his skills concentrated in combat prowess. Thus he does not belong to the Dragon Clan. Only the Namekians of the Dragon Clan possess the ability to create Dragon Balls. The combat-oriented Namekians, besides their martial skills, can only perform mundane magic such as transforming clothing. After a brief pause, he added, what they do is called spawning, not laying eggs. The Namekians are classified into various types: combat, support, and healing. However, only the most exceptional among them are referred to as Dragon Clan, endowed with the ability to forge Dragon Balls. Initially, the Supreme Kai, prior to separating from Piccolo, was a prodigious warrior capable of both reproduction and combat. Even the original Demon King Piccolo was gifted, proficient in both warfare and progeny, while Piccolo himself is considered an atypical warrior. Goku Black is somewhat unique. He is a warrior type but absorbed the essence of the entire planet, especially the Grand Elder, endowing him with an abundance of extraordinary powers. The voice of the referee interrupted their conversation, announcing the next combatants, which astonished them. In the upcoming match, Universe 2's Bergamo would face off against Universe 22's Gohan. Vegeta pondered aloud. It's this Gohan again. How intriguing. I've been selected consecutively, and now Universe 22's Gohan is also chosen repeatedly. It's hard to believe there isn't some trickery involved. Bergamo leapt onto the arena, awaiting Gohan's arrival. Upon hearing his name called, Gohan hesitated not. Ascending the stage with the same movements and posture as before, few could perceive his motions. Gohan hardly made a move, merely twitching his index finger. In an instant, Bergamo fell from the platform, unaware of how he had lost, only realizing he had been struck when he looked down to see a fingertip mark on his chest. From the announcement to the conclusion of the match, the entire event lasted merely 10 seconds, with Gohan taking approximately 2 seconds from his entry to vanquishing his opponent. The next match would feature Universe 18's Videl against Universe 13's Kakarot. Just before the battle commenced, an unexpected voice emanated from the monitoring room via the loudspeaker, altering the previous announcement. The tournament would conclude for the day, resuming the following morning. Contestants across all universes would enjoy a 12-hour respite for rest and meals, while spectators would be escorted to luxurious hotels in other realms. Universes were free to share tables and dine with familiar companions, encouraged to select their preferred dishes. The fighters from Universe 18 gathered around a grand table, joined by the prominent figures from Universe 12. On their left, the warriors from Universe 19, including Vegeta, took their seats, while those from Universe GT settled on their right. Universe 21 had not yet presented any contestants, and Universe 22 was represented solely by Gohan. He approached the table of Universe 19, greeting Super Goku and Vegeta. Hello, Father. Has the Tournament of Power concluded? His words left the entire gathering astounded. How could Universe 22's Gohan possibly know of the Tournament of Power? Super Goku was momentarily stunned for 2 seconds before regaining his composure. You also have a Tournament of Power in your universe? The 22nd son Gohan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Vegeta, with piercing insight, posed the most crucial question. Have you encountered the Ultra Instinct? The 22nd son Gohan nodded slightly. Yes, I have. Vegeta was somewhat taken aback by the calm demeanor of the 22nd son Gohan. When the Ultra Instinct was mentioned, his expression remained utterly unchanged, as if merely recounting an event of moderate significance. Such composure and attitude subtly indicated that the strength of the 22nd son Gohan might surpass expectations. Have you been training consistently? Why haven't Goku and Vegeta from that timeline come to participate in the tournament? Based on the words of the 22nd son Gohan, it could be inferred that Goku from Universe 22 likely possessed the ability to transform into the Super Saiyan blue form. It was presumed that their developmental trajectory mirrored that of his own universe. Given their passionate nature for martial arts, it seemed improbable they would miss such a grand event. In response to the mention of his father, the 22nd son Gohan did not conceal the truth, simply stating, Father has yet to master Ultra Instinct, and Uncle Vegeta is unwilling to be surpassed by him. They are both training diligently, while I alone have come to participate. The narrative progression of Universe 22 indeed aligned closely with Vegeta's predictions, resembling that of the Dragon Ball Super Universe. However, there was one notable exception. The mindset and strength of the 22nd Son Gohan might significantly differ from that of Gohan in the Super Universe. The 22nd Son Gohan had contemplated relinquishing his training, yet the love for his family and friends compelled him to strive for greater strength. Only with sufficient power could he protect those he cherished. Without strength, all was mere empty rhetoric. Chapter 29, Arm Wrestling Dinner soon concluded, and the competitors from each universe returned to their respective lounges. Chowbik, feeling somewhat uneasy about sharing a bed, took the initiative to suggest meditating in the competitors' area beside the arena. Super Vegeta harbored similar sentiments regarding the discomfort of cohabitation. I have no desire to reside with you all. During a moment of collective respite, South Kai observed a furtive figure stealthily probing the surroundings. Seemingly in pursuit of something elusive, he promptly admonished the intruder, a soldier garbed in the attire of Frisia's army, who flusteredly defended, "I am merely searching for the restroom. I inadvertently lost my way." South Kai, well acquainted with Frisia's notorious reputation, understood the mischief at play. With a discerning gaze, he warned, "I caution you once more. Refrain from attempting to pilfer the Dragon Balls. Should you be discovered, the denizens of Universe 8 shall be deemed disqualified and return to your realm." After delivering this reprimand, South Kai retreated to his lounge within his universe. In the resting quarters of Universe 8, Frisia's minion reported the findings of their search. "Lord Frisia, we have scoured every conceivable location, yet found no trace of the Dragon Balls. Only the control room of Universe 1 remains unexamined, but it is guarded by Namekians, preventing our entry." At this juncture, Bart stepped forward, boasting of his prowess. "Allow me, Lord Frisia. No one can surpass my speed. They will not detect my presence." Bart believed himself the swiftest in his universe, confident he could evade the eyes of the Namekians, claiming the title of the fastest in the cosmos. Frisia sighed, exasperated by Bart's foolishness. "Indeed, yet no one is larger than you. Can you not engage your intellect?" Bart's formidable physique made him conspicuous, and while his speed was commendable, it also rendered him easily detectable. "I require someone astute and adaptable of a more diminutive stature." At this point, Cooler, having reverted from his final form to a previous one, gestured to himself. "Are you not referring to me?" Frisia coldly replied, "No, I speak of myself. Even in this form, you cannot claim a smaller stature." Both were eager to investigate, unwilling to allow the other to seize the opportunity to claim the Dragon Balls for themselves. King Cold interrupted their squabble, proposing a definitive plan. "Cease your bickering. You shall both proceed, each accountable for different areas." The combat prowess of Cooler and Frisia far surpassed that of the Namekians. The patrolling warriors of Universe 1 could handle ordinary opponents, but they stood no chance against Frisia, as they moved with great speed. The Namekian warriors could only perceive a fleeting breeze, oblivious to the presence of their assailants. Cooler swiftly examined 2 rooms but found no Dragon Balls. Just as he was about to search elsewhere, he was struck in the forehead. Adopting a defensive stance, he scanned his surroundings but discerned no assailant. As he contemplated retreat, he received a kick to the waist, followed by a heavy punch. Unable to identify his attacker and consequently unprepared for defense, Cooler found himself overwhelmed, suffering bruises and a brief moment of unconsciousness. Realizing that the assailant was beyond his capability to confront, he fled back to the resting quarters of Universe 8. Vegeta then manifested, departing with a smirk. "Leave that fool Frisia to deal with it. I'm off to sleep." Meanwhile, Frisia, having diligently searched several rooms, crouched before a refrigerator, meticulously sifting through its contents. As he focused intently, a deep voice resonated from behind him. "You are remarkably skilled. Such talent wasted on thievery." Frisia, startled and drenched in cold sweat, turned to find Gogeta standing there. "Ah, so you too seek the Dragon Balls, you detestable scion?" he retorted. Though internally he grappled with the indignity of being likened to a thief, a title unbefitting the ruler of the universe. Gogeta shrugged nonchalantly. "Your manner of speech is rather uncouth. Do you not think you should exhibit a modicum of respect towards a master such as myself?" Frisia, emboldened by his position, dismissed the notion of Gogeta daring to confront him. However, before he could retort further, blood streamed from his nose, and he realized he had been struck. Realizing too late, he felt the pain and pointed an accusing finger at Gogeta, seething, "Do scions lack intelligence? You strike me without fear of being discovered by the warriors of Universe 1, thus nullifying your participation?" Frisia's confidence stemmed from the knowledge that private duels were prohibited during the tournament. Otherwise, all would be disqualified. Gogeta innocently shook his head. Would you believe me if I claimed it wasn't I who struck you? Frisia's seething gaze answered without words, in the solitude of the room. If Gogeta had not struck him, who else could it be? Gogeta, feeling exasperated, insisted, I assure you, it wasn't me, but if you believe it is, then allow me to demonstrate. With a swift motion, he slapped Frisia's face, declaring, there, now that was indeed me. Frisia, utterly astonished. Never imagined Gogeta would dare deliver a second slap. Did the Cosmic Emperor have no pride? Suppressing his rage and recognizing his inability to match Gogeta's strength, he realized that engaging him would lead to his demise. If you also seek the Dragon Balls, I could assist you. Gogeta seated himself on a nearby stool, perplexed by Frisia's lack of insight. Why would you presume the Dragon Balls are here, knowing full well that this place is a veritable hive of activity? Universe 1 would never conceal the Dragon Balls in such a location. They must be safeguarded in another universe. Frisia smacked his forehead in realization, lamenting. How could I have overlooked such a simple fact? Gogeta then divulged a secret he possessed. Your subordinate, Captain Ginyu, has exchanged bodies with an inhabitant of your universe, currently. Their bodies and souls are yet to align. Frisia stood frozen in disbelief. How could this be? He had personally eliminated Captain Ginyu. Was it possible he had not perished but rather inhabited another's body? The thought of harboring a traitor within his ranks unsettled Frisia, especially concerning Jinyu's notorious body-switching technique. He urgently inquired, who is it? Whose body was exchanged? Gogeta refrained from revealing the truth, slowly dissipating until he became ethereal, his words lingering in the air. You must rely on yourself. I shall not divulge further. Simultaneously, in the lounge of Universe 13, the door swung open, and the impeccably dressed Super Gohan entered. The 13 Vegeta, Kakarot, and the Bardock Quartet, engaged in deliberations, cast varying expressions upon his arrival. The leader, 13 Vegeta, spoke first. Who granted you permission to enter our chamber? Gazing upon these familiar figures, he recalls how they instilled a profound sense of fear during his childhood. Even Raditz nearly took his life, yet now he has matured into adulthood, possessing strength that surpasses them all. Super Gohan adjusted his glasses and gazed intently at the 13th version of Kakarot behind him. I would like to discuss a matter with you, Kakarot. The 13th Kakarot cast an annoyed glance at him, harboring no fondness for Super Gohan. I have no desire to converse with you. The Super Saiyan Gohan remained unperturbed, merely offering a suggestion. I possess something that I believe will pique your interest, something you will undoubtedly wish to learn about. However, prior to that, I have a little game for us to engage in. Vegeta, showing little enthusiasm for his proposal, patiently inquired, do share. Super Gohan seated himself upon the chair, extending his right hand vertically above. I am Son Gohan from the 18th universe, and I challenge the four of you. Since private duels are not permitted, let us engage in an arm wrestling contest instead. You may all join forces. Utilizing both hands is entirely acceptable. You may approach this as you wish, provided you can defeat me. Furthermore, I shall not require the transformation into a Super Saiyan. His words left the four in utter astonishment. The audacity was beyond comprehension. A 1 versus 4 confrontation, with the assurance that he could prevail without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Did this young boy truly believe he could triumph in his normal state? Raditz and Nappa were immediately poised to engage him in a contest of strength. Chapter 30. A one-man meeting. Vegeta interposed himself between the two, forbidding them from advancing and refuting Super Gohan's challenge. We have no interest in participating in such a game. Super Gohan chuckled softly, unfazed by the words of 13 Vegeta. It appears you have also begun to perceive energy, realizing that I far surpass you. With this understanding, we can proceed to the next topic. My mention of an arm wrestling match was merely to illustrate the disparity in our powers. My strength is derived from magic, not through personal training. Though there are others in the arena who possess similar abilities, I can introduce you to them to elucidate the principles involved. As a condition for this exchange, when Kakarot battles my wife, he may defeat her fairly, but he must never mistreat her. The contest must be honorable, and he must not take her life. This universe's Kakarot exhibits some peculiarities, and Super Gohan knew better than to resort to forceful intimidation. Thus, he chose a different approach, employing a balance of firmness and leniency, instilling respect for his power while also offering them a measure of benefit. Kakarot curled his lip in disdain and rejected the proposition without a second thought. Pah! As if I would refrain from mistreating her, what a foolish dream. Ultra Gohan squinted slightly, merely offering him an explanation. I have not asked you to concede. Simply fight her normally and ensure not to employ excessive force. This was a reluctant course of action, as Videl had not engaged in combat for quite some time. And under his tutelage, her fighting prowess had significantly enhanced. She was eager to participate in the competition to test her abilities. Facing the minions of Frieza would pose no challenge for her. Unfortunately, she encountered the 13th Kakarot in her very first match. Given Vidal's obstinate nature, Ultra Gohan found himself compelled to act as a mediator. What Super Gohan remains unaware of is that ever since the birth of Xiao Fang, Super Biddy's mindset has undergone a significant transformation. She no longer trifles with her own life. Upon realizing that her opponent is the 13th Kakarot, she contemplated surrender. Though she had yet to communicate this to Super Gohan, the mentally unstable 13th Kakarot spat disdainfully, showing no interest in his words. Do you think I am a mere 3-year-old child, you insolent brat? The figure of Super Gohan approached Goku with a speed so swift it seemed to blur, his right hand pressing against Goku's chest, pinning him against the wall. Nappa and Raditz, rising to provide assistance, had yet to draw near when Super Gohan's hand sliced through the air, sending them flying with the force of his palm. Goku, furious, transformed into a Super Saiyan, his battle power surging dramatically as he attempted to break free from Super Gohan's grasp. However, in the presence of Super Gohan, his transformation proved utterly futile. No matter how he struggled, he could not budge an inch. The disparity in their strengths was starkly evident. At an unknown moment, a lock of hair fell over Super Gohan's forehead, casting a cold shadow over his expression as he spoke icily. Killer, listen closely, I harbor no fondness for you. You are not my father, so do not feign ignorance. The Goku of this timeline was a monster, a madman, a murderous fiend. The only resemblance he bore to his father was this very body. After his own father had suffered a grievous injury, he had transformed into a hero imbued with responsibility. In contrast, Super Gohan held no affection for this version of Goku. The wall behind this alternate Goku began to buckle, cracks spreading outward as Super Gohan maintained his grip. He turned his gaze toward the alternate Vegeta. What, are you not going to attempt to assist him? Alternate Vegeta, seated indifferently, replied with apathy. Assist him? You would do better to explain the matter of magic to me. Goku will follow your instructions. He was not foolish. He understood he was no match and had no desire to engage in a futile struggle, only to be sent flying by Super Gohan's hand. Nappa and Raditz had already faced that fate. Although Vegeta was stronger than they, he did not consider himself a contender against Gohan, nor did he wish to suffer humiliation. Hearing Vegeta's words, Goku, though filled with defiance, remained silent and acquiesced. Super Gohan also informed them about the old Kaishin, encouraging them to seek him out for potential enhancement. As for whether the old Kaishin would assist them, Super Gohan was indifferent. This was a decision he had long contemplated. Given the old Kaishin's disposition, it was unlikely he would aid such nefarious individuals in augmenting their powers. Even if they were to receive an enhancement, it would not be of significant benefit, as each individual's potential varies greatly. For instance, when Super Gohan's combat power stood at 100 million, the old Kaishin could elevate his potential, enabling him to reach a staggering 1 billion in combat power in one fell swoop. Conversely, for Barlatas and the others, at a combat power of 100 million, any enhancement might only allow them to develop to a few hundred million at most. However, this does not imply that their potential is capped. Much like how Super Gohan later transcended the mysterious limits of Gohan and attained a new realm, an individual's potential and talent differ across various levels of strength, and the old Kaishin can merely unlock the current potential limit. As long as a person is capable of breaking through their limits, there remains new potential to be discovered. It is important to note that this does not suggest limitless enhancement of potential. Firstly, if an individual's strength is exceedingly high, the old Kaishin would be unable to provide further enhancement, akin to the likes of angels and destroyers. Secondly, not everyone possesses the ability to surpass their potential limits. Individuals like Gohan, who had squandered years yet managed to break through in a relatively short training period, are exceedingly rare, primarily due to his extraordinary talent. After Super Gohan completed his explanation, one individual departed, and both Nappa and Raditz questioned Vegeta's decision. Why should we heed that guy? They argued. We already know how to enhance our power. Let Kakarot take revenge on his wife tomorrow. The tournament prohibits killing, so they need not fear death. We cannot allow Super Gohan to be so arrogant. Vegeta cast a cold glance at them, suppressing his irritation, and replied patiently. He could easily crush us with a single hand. You have witnessed the disparity in our strengths. Victory is beyond our reach. However, we could seek the old Kaishin to augment our powers. Surely, we can defeat him afterward, they insisted. Vegeta took several deep breaths, reminding himself that these were his chosen subordinates. Even if they were foolish as swine, he could not bring himself to eliminate them. After all, he was the prince of all Saiyans. First, the old Kaioshin may not assist us. Second, merely increasing our strength does not guarantee victory. He has merely suggested a method. Do not be overly confident. Vegeta could perceive Super Gohan's underlying intentions and his nonchalance. Super Gohan likely felt assured that even if the four of them enhanced their strength, they would still not match him. When an enemy's power exceeds yours by a slight margin, one seeks ways to surpass and defeat them. However, when the gap in strength is vast, despair can set in. Vegeta found himself in such a predicament. Though he had not completely lost his fighting spirit, he certainly hesitated to confront Super Gohan. To illustrate, when playing a game, one might feel confident at level 10 against a level 20 opponent. Yet, upon reaching level 20 and encountering a level 30 foe, one still believes they can overcome. Incremental strength increases can diminish fear. Yet, facing a level 100 enemy at level 10 creates overwhelming psychological pressure. Among the four, Vegeta, being the strongest, was acutely aware of the disparity in their strengths. In the resting quarters of Universe 8, Cooler returned, concealing his face with his hands, and found King Cold seated, devising strategies. Cooler's mood was bleak. Having failed to locate the Dragon Balls and suffered a beating without even glimpsing the enemy's visage, he felt utterly defeated. With an entire night yielding no results, thoughts of revenge were far from his mind. Without even a shadow of the enemy to pursue, how could he seek retribution? He had no intention of recklessly inviting another beating. That would be foolish. King Cold, arms crossed, inquired, "Where has your brother gone?" Cooler replied without raising his head. He informed me that he was returning to his own resting area. Meanwhile, after Frieza's return, he sat alone in his chamber, his mind racing with images. He did not suspect that Gogeta was deceiving him, for he was not from his universe and could not possibly know of Jinyu's demise at his hands. Since he was aware of such details, it was likely that what he said was largely truthful. But who could it be? Berta? Or another subordinate? Surely, it could not be that he had possessed Cooler. Frieza pondered throughout the night, unable to ascertain the identity of the individual, and ultimately decided to set the matter aside for the moment, plotting his next move. At dawn, all competitors had gathered, and Gogeta called out through the passage, "Stop eating. Goku, hurry up and come out." Super Goku seemed to harbor a vendetta against food, as he was utterly entranced at the mere sight of it. Resembling a famished spirit at dawn, although he was comparable to Super Vegeta, he still appeared to be in a somewhat better state. In response to the audience's desires, we shall present a professional concert to lighten the atmosphere of the competition. Goku Vegeta furrowed his brow, pondering what sort of atmosphere adjustment was being requested, likely stemming from the enigmatic figures residing in that elevated chamber. As for the spectators present, the news was met with little enthusiasm. They had come to witness a contest, not a musical performance. 5 extraterrestrials, each wielding a harp, took center stage and commenced their melodious play, the music resonating with a captivating and harmonious allure. This pleased the contestants from various universes, save for the Saiyan clan, who found themselves utterly bewildered by the composition. Was this truly music? It seemed an affront. Even a dog would not deign to listen. Amidst the seemingly joyful atmosphere, Super Bu emerged to voice his dissent, expressing his dissatisfaction with the musicians' artistry. The judge appropriately intervened, defending the musicians. "This is inconceivable. They are the finest musicians from our universe. Individual tastes may vary, and it is likely that their performance simply does not align with your personal preferences." Implicit in this statement was the notion that everyone else found merit in the performance, and it was only you who perceived it otherwise. The underlying issue remained unspoken. Without further ado, the Super Bu manifested 4 small boosts from within his central body and seized the harp from his opponent. He commenced to play, the melody resonating in perfect harmony with the original. Only one individual's harp remained untouched, as Super Bu proclaimed his proficiency, asserting that his performance was sufficient without further assistance. Of course, within his own universe, he had absorbed this individual into himself. Thus, the 4 small boosts, accompanied by an extraterrestrial, engaged in a collective performance. The melody remained unchanged, with little variation, yet it was evident to all that Super Bu played with superior skill. The subtleties of his rendition flowed with greater grace, imbued with an inexplicable charm, creating a delightful auditory experience akin to a gentle spring breeze. Before long, the performance concluded, and the judge announced the renovation of the arena. In light of the contestants' destructive capabilities, the arena underwent comprehensive reinforcement. The gravity within now reached 100-fold, and its resilience was likewise enhanced by 100 times. In the previous day's battles, nearly every match had left the arena in ruins, making repairs exceedingly cumbersome, hence the decision for a complete fortification. Subsequently, the announcement was made regarding the unfinished duel from the previous day, 13 Kakarot against the transcendent Biddy Lee. Without taking the stage, Chow Bai Di Li directly conceded defeat. The immense burden of 100-fold gravity was not something she was willing to endure, choosing instead to avoid humiliation. 13 Kakarot and Raditz mockingly teased Naba. 100-fold gravity would likely crush that incompetent fool, Naba. Enough of the jokes. I'm far stronger than you imagine. A mere 100-fold gravity cannot faze me, Naba retorted, visibly displeased by Kakarot's expression. Though he could not overpower him, he silently endured the jibes. The next match featured Raditz from Universe 13 against Frieza from Universe 8. Raditz, seemingly lost in thought, requested a 2-minute delay before the match, which was readily granted. Frieza was engaged in conversation with Cooler, attempting to probe whether he was possessed by Jinyu when he heard someone calling his name. Hey, that bald-headed fool with the dumpling head. Frieza turned sharply, and upon seeing Raditz's smug demeanor, his irritation grew. Raditz, delighted by Frieza's reaction, continued, "Oh, you turned around so obediently, little dumpling." Frieza's pupils contracted as he glared at him. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Cooler, adopting an indifferent posture, hid behind Frieza, secretly amused, despite his own baldness. Raditz had not insulted him. Raditz seized the opportunity to further ridicule. Among so many universes, only your group of frozen demons stands out, while we Saiyans are plentiful. It's truly embarrassing. Frieza, now sweating in anger, could hardly contain his rage at Raditz's audacity. "You scoundrel." Raditz waved dismissively. "I merely came to greet my former employer." "You short winter melon, little runt, bald-headed fool. By the way, in our universe, you were obliterated by Vegeta, reduced to mere dust." Frieza, both furious and livid, could hardly fathom Raditz's purpose in taking 2 minutes just to insult him. "I have wiped out all the Saiyans in our universe, you lowly monkeys." Raditz responded with a grin. "Is that so, little runt? I single-handedly annihilated planet Vegeta with just one move. By the way, I also killed Vegeta. You wouldn't happen to be under 6 feet, would you? Perhaps only 5'9"? The relentless taunts pushed Frieza to the brink, particularly regarding his height. Something he was sensitive about. He thought to himself, "What can I do about my height? It is what it is. I will kill you in an instant," Frieza threatened. Raditz spat dismissively. "Pa? You couldn't even touch me if you tried." As the 2 minutes elapsed, Raditz's continuous humiliation drove Frieza into a frenzy, wishing he could devour Raditz alive. Just before stepping onto the stage, Raditz added, "You little runt, just look at how many are shorter than you. It's truly embarrassing. Your brother and father are so tall, you wouldn't happen to be adopted, would you?" Frieza, having tolerated enough, rushed onto the stage. Raditz, seizing the moment, declared without hesitation, "I concede." Frieza, stepping onto the platform, erupted in fury, but it was too late. Raditz had already claimed victory, denying him any chance to retaliate. Seeing Frieza's expression akin to someone who had just swallowed a fly, Raditz reveled in his triumph. "Dare to touch me, and you'll be disqualified. Your universe will be sent back home." Frieza's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, feeling as if he were striking a cotton ball, yet he refrained from confronting Naba, as it would jeopardize his plans. Unbeknownst to others, he was aware that his universe lacked Dragon Balls. To acquire them, he would have to steal from other universes. If he were to be sent back, all would be lost. The defeated Raditz was elated, while victorious Frieza seethed with rage. His face twisted as he descended from the stage back to his universe. Due to his earlier absence, he was unaware of the mocking remarks made by Jinyu Force member Buddha regarding him. Seeing his superior's contorted expression, Buddha hurried over, eager to inquire about Frieza's anger. "Lord Frieza, what's wrong?" Before he could finish, Frieza silenced him with a swift blow that obliterated Buddha's head. Raditz's taunts of Little Runt echoed in Frieza's mind, igniting further fury as he laid eyes on Buddha. The referee, initially intending to intervene, was dismissed by Frieza's assertion that their universe's matters were not the concern of others, as no rules had been broken. The next match pitted Android 17 from Universe 14 against Vegeta from Universe 18. After what felt like a century, Super Vegeta finally awaited his turn, leaping onto the stage with a benevolent smile, showcasing his amiable nature. Gogeta stroked his chin, confidently stating, "Well, it seems Android 17 is finished." Vegeta appears to harbor no fondness for him. Upon ascending the stage, Android 17 stood with arms crossed, regarding Super Vegeta with a nonchalant disdain. "Vegeta, who would have thought I'd have the chance to kill you a second time? How delightful. I hope to encounter Goku as well and eliminate him. Super Vegeta let out a chilling smile and, in an instant, appeared before number 17. His ghostly speed left number 17 utterly astonished. Super Vegeta did not grant him the opportunity to speak. With a single, forceful punch, he struck his chest, sending number 17 hurtling backward, crashing through the wall of the audience's seats. In just one blow, number 17 was rendered incapable of fighting, his body sustaining multiple injuries as he fell heavily to the ground. The victory of Super Vegeta came as no surprise. He felt a certain satisfaction in competing as Super Vegeta. However, he was profoundly dissatisfied with the prowess of Android 17. The next match features the Supreme Kai of the South from Universe 1 facing off against Gogeta from Universe 18. As Super Vegeta coincidentally crossed paths with Gogeta on stage, he expressed his displeasure with a sardonic remark, lamenting, "Once again, it's you who steps into the ring, and your opponent possesses an overwhelming strength compared to mine." After all, the South Kaishin is a being capable of holding his own against Bu, having once matched the initial evil Kid Bu in an evenly contested battle. It took him some time to subdue the fiend, ultimately absorbing the considerably weakened Fat Kaishin. Do not become infatuated with me, I am merely a legend. As Gogeta ascended the platform, he exchanged glances with the South Kaishin, both harboring their own contemplations. The South Kaishin refused to concede. Fully aware of the disparity in their strengths, yet he remained steadfast in his resolve to fight. In his eyes, Gogeta embodied the spirit of a warrior, rather than a mere bloodthirsty combatant, and thus was worthy of an honorable contest. Seizing the initiative, the South Kaishin approached Gogeta and unleashed a punch. Just as it was about to connect, he vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Gogeta. He raised his right leg for a high kick, aiming directly at Gogeta's form. However, the robust thigh met only air, as if striking nothingness. Gogeta's towering figure immediately executed a backflip, leaving behind only an afterimage. Yet, as the South Kaishin searched frantically in both directions, the very Gogeta he thought he had struck turned to face him. A wave of uncertainty washed over the South Kaishin. He was certain he hadn't landed a hit, yet the afterimage left by Gogeta's rapid movement was capable of performing actions. Forgive me, I am not your match. But I am not yet ready to concede. I wish to see if you can withstand my next move. With his hands clasped before him, the South Kaishin concentrated, merging his fingers to form a high-density energy cannon, aimed directly at Gogeta's standing position. This formidable technique elicited praise from Gogeta, who recognized that among the Kaishins, the South Kaishin was indeed unparalleled in such prowess. Impressive, to harness energy so effectively and with such penetrating power, similar to Piccolo's special beam cannon. Come, I shall not evade. A blue energy wave surged forth, accompanied by a myriad of luminous particles swirling around. Gogeta extended his right hand, effortlessly grasping the energy cannon with a single hand. The collision of the wave and the particles resulted in an explosion of force, exponentially greater than before. Yet, the chasm between their strengths proved insurmountable. Even this all-out attack failed to budge Gogeta, who remained immovable, effortlessly neutralizing the onslaught. The South Kaishin managed a bitter smile, his body trembling slightly. He had exerted every ounce of his strength into that attack, achieving a performance beyond his usual capabilities under Gogeta's pressure. Realizing the futility of his efforts, he chose not to further humiliate himself. I surrender, but may I pose a question? Speak, Gogeta replied. How did you evade my kick? Was it some form of magic? I do not employ such things. I merely moved above you, and when your leg struck through my form, I returned to my original position, Gogeta stated nonchalantly, his tone betraying no hint of concern. Yet, within the South Kaishin's heart, a tempest brewed. He had contemplated such a possibility, but the complexity of executing it was daunting. He was astounded that it was indeed the case. Just how swift was his opponent to create the illusion of remaining stationary? Gohan's gaze was drawn to a distant universe, leaving him in a state of daze, which greatly displeased Chow Biddy Lee, who stood beside him. What are you staring at, Gohan? She inquired, with wide-open eyes. Super Gohan responded in a daze. That is you. In the 9th universe, a strikingly poised Videl emerged, seemingly more formidable than her counterpart from the time-space continuum. The upcoming match would feature Videl from the 9th universe facing off against Gotenks from the 18th universe. In a dazzling display of power, the young warriors Goten and Trunks seamlessly fused to become Gotenks, leaping onto the arena. From Universe 9, the formidable Biddy ascended with great effort, clutching a divine sword that shimmered with a chilling light, under a weight of 100 times gravity. Wielding the heavy Kaishin sword proved to be a formidable challenge for Biddy. She gazed intently at Gotenks, straining to spread her stance as crimson flames erupted from within her. With the aid of the Kaioken technique, she swiftly regained her agility and control. The Kaioshins from Universe 1 observed with astonishment, questioning whether a mere mortal possessed the prowess to draw the Kaioshin sword. The spectacle was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, Gotenks found himself on the defensive, relentlessly retreating from Biddy Ree's relentless assault, evading without countering. Goten and Trunks have always regarded Gohan as an elder brother. The resemblance between the alternate universe's Biddy and their own Biddy is strikingly similar. This leaves Gotenks hesitant to engage, as they are still children and are reluctant to unleash their powers. However, the alternate Biddy shows no hesitation, wielding her sword with fierce precision. A swift strike aimed at Gotenks' head is narrowly avoided, a kick from her right leg is evaded, and a rapid energy blast from her left hand is countered effortlessly by a single finger from Gotenks. As the two combatants clash, the Kaioshin of Universe 1 finds himself perplexed. This alternate Biddy possesses considerable strength, yet she pales in comparison to the Kaioshin. The fact that she can unsheath the divine sword, which the Kaioshin himself cannot draw, seems utterly implausible. The Grand Kaioshin of Universe 1 offers a rather unconvincing explanation, suggesting that perhaps the divine sword exists solely to select elite warriors from the lower realms, thus rendering it inaccessible to the Kaioshin himself. In the ranks of contestants from Universe 3, the sword-bearing Tapio gazes enviously at Biddy. What a magnificent sight! That sword radiates a heroic brilliance. What do you think? He muses. Dr. Reiki, floating nearby, appears indifferent to such matters. I couldn't care less, he replies. Meanwhile, Vegeta observes this curious alliance with keen interest, pondering how the characters from the movie, the Demon Warrior Tapio, and the extinction plan for the Saiyans, along with Piccolo, have come together in this scenario. Super Ultra Instinct Goku was still evading left and right, while Geobideely wielded her divine sword with a series of strikes. She noticed that her opponent was deliberately holding back, yet she could not fathom the reason behind it. Geobideely activated the Kaioken to its utmost potential and leaped into the air, descending with a powerful slash. Super Ultra Instinct Goku instantly retreated 3 steps. The divine sword struck the arena, which had been reinforced 100-fold. Even the indomitable Kaioshin sword shattered once more. Geobideely was caught off guard, staring blankly at the remaining half of her sword. No, it can't be broken. The Kaioshins of the first universe were wide-eyed in disbelief, utterly astonished that Geobideely could break the divine sword. In a moment of uncertainty, Super Gotenks scratched his head, refraining from seizing the opportunity to attack the distracted Geobideely, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation. Only Goku, Vegeta, and a few others, fully aware of the truth, watched the arena with amusement, while the ancient Supreme Kai of Universe 9 had also been freed. Geobideely, in a state of despair, felt her fighting spirit waning. Despite exerting her utmost effort, she could not even graze Super Gotenks. An elderly figure gradually materialized at the site where the divine sword had shattered, swaying as he approached Geobideely. So, you are the little girl who rescued me. I truly thank you, he said. Geobideely, taken aback, finally registered the old man's unexpected appearance. Who are you? She inquired. The ancient Supreme Kai chuckled mischievously. I am the ancient Supreme Kai. It seems you are engaged in a match. I can enhance your strength, granting you power that surpasses your current capabilities by several folds. Geobideely's eyes lit up with joy. Is that true? That is wonderful. Please, grant me this power. With it, can I defeat that little brat? The ancient Supreme Kai shook his head regretfully. No, the gap between you two is far too vast. However, defeating the majority of your opponents should pose no issue. With your potential, it would take approximately 7 hours to achieve this. Upon hearing this, Geobideely felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. 7 hours? By then, everything would be over, and she would still be unable to contend with Super Gotenks. Reluctantly, she conceded defeat. She was not so shameless as to make her opponents wait for 7 hours while they showed her mercy. Throughout the entirety of the competition, Ultra Instinct Goku refrained from engaging in combat, yet emerged victorious. The inhabitants of the 18th universe naturally comprehended the thoughts swirling in the minds of the two young warriors. The Kaioshins from the first universe gazed curiously at the stage, astonished by the archaic Kaioshin of the 9th universe. Was it truly feasible to enhance one's strength and unlock latent potential? While the notion of unlocking potential was commonplace, to amplify one's power by several dozen times in a single instance seemed utterly terrifying. Given the antiquity of the old Kaioshin, only the elder Kaioshins possessed any recollection of his existence. This venerable Kaioshin hailed from 10 generations prior, endowed with an abundance of esoteric techniques. We must devise a strategy to extract the Kaioshin sword and sever it, thereby liberating the old Kaioshin. The southern Kaioshin of the first universe, upon hearing this, appeared contemplative and subsequently approached the 18th universe's position to engage with Gogeta. Might I request a favor? Please journey to our universe, extract the Kaioshin sword, and free the old Kaioshin. Despite the Kaioshin's formidable strength, he could not withdraw the Kaioshin sword. Only warriors from the lower realms possessed the capability to do so. Amongst the gathered fighters, many possessed such prowess, yet the southern Kaioshin held a particular admiration for Gogeta. After a brief moment of reflection, Gogeta acquiesced to the southern Kaioshin's request, deeming it a trivial matter, and proceeded to inquire about other topics. In your universe, is there no trace of Buu? How did you manage to defeat him? In response to Gogeta's inquiry, the southern Kaioshin did not withhold the truth, recounting the actions of the Kaioshins from the first universe. Long ago, Vegito indeed endeavored to awaken the malevolent Majin Buu, but we preemptively thwarted him. The Western Kaioshin and I vanquished Vegito, thereby preventing Majin Buu from ever awakening. Typically, the Kaioshins remain detached from the affairs of the lower realms. However, upon encountering the egg of the evil Buu, the first universe altered their previous stance. Although Buu remained dormant, the sinister and tyrannical aura emanating from him instilled genuine fear in the southern Kaioshin. Should he truly break free from his seal, it would spell disaster for the entire universe. Learning from this cautionary tale, the Grand Kaioshin resolved to send the southern and western Kaioshins of the first universe to intervene in the affairs of the lower realms. We must not allow an excess of malevolent beings to arise. It is imperative to take preventive measures. Many cults and various monsters were eradicated a millennium ago. The legendary Super Saiyan was slain before reaching his full potential, as we united to eliminate him preemptively. Subsequently, the Bojack clan and the Frisia clan, known for their numerous atrocities, also met their demise. Thanks to the intervention of the Kaioshins, the first universe managed to avert any significant calamities. The next match would feature the 12th universe's Trunks facing off against the 18th universe's Vegeta. In the midst of envious gazes from several onlookers, Super Vegeta ascended the arena, leaving Super Goku filled with irritation. Super Vegeta gazed at the stage where future Trunks stood, a hint of displeasure evident in his voice. Is it truly necessary for you to wield a sword against me? In the midst of reconstructing the future world, I trust you have not neglected your training, Trunks. Was future Trunks contemplating striking his own father with that blade? What a scoundrel of a son! With a smile, Trunks replied, Indeed. My mother and I have been preoccupied with restoring humanity, leaving little time for rigorous training. Nonetheless, I have made some progress, father. Vegeta crossed his arms, fully aware of the disparity between their strengths. Any progress is commendable. I have no qualms about easing my efforts to indulge you in a little sparring. The prowess of future Trunks brought a sense of satisfaction to Super Vegeta. It seemed he could afford to have a bit of fun. Super Vegeta remained unresponsive. With radiant golden light emanating from his body and blue lightning encircling him, making his entrance as a Super Saiyan 2. Date also transformed into Super Saiyan 2, leading the charge with a powerful punch. Super Vegeta extended a hand to grasp his fist, while his right knee launched a kick. Date leaned back, evading his father's assault, and swiftly unleashed a ki blast from his right hand. When the energy struck Super Vegeta, it was split apart and neutralized by his protective aura. Not bad. Your standard power has seen a further enhancement. Trunks Super Saiyan 2 had subtly reached a level that could rival Super Vegeta, surpassing many present, including 13 Vegeta. Date executed a horizontal slash, prompting Super Vegeta to crouch down and support himself on the ground while kicking out with both legs. Date, having just completed his previous move, was caught off guard and sent flying by the kick. As Ultra Vegeta prepared to pursue, Date emanated an astonishing fluctuation of energy in the air, his power surging rapidly. Father, this is my utmost strength. Date roared skyward, his energy howling and exploding within him, while the surrounding blue lightning intensified, nearly obscuring his form. Ultra Vegeta had a vague recollection of Date's transformation, although it diverged from the figures etched in his memory. It undeniably represented that metamorphosis, the mutated Super Saiyan 2. When Beerus first visited Blue Star, he had struck Bulma, inadvertently thrusting Ultra Vegeta into a berserk state, transforming him into this very form. While it could still be classified as Super Saiyan 2, this manifestation born of extreme fury inherently surpassed Super Saiyan 3. Beerus had not anticipated that after delivering that slap to Bulma, he would ultimately become a caretaker within her household. Initially, Beerus had no intention of playing the role of a caretaker. As a god of destruction, he would never stoop to babysitting, regardless of being besieged or annihilated. Yet, Bulma's offerings were simply too generous. A mere aside, Deti's aura firmly suppressed Ultra Vegeta's energy, transforming his presence into a violent tempest, reminiscent of a frenzied Broly. Super Vegito was astonished by Deti's power, but he swiftly regained his composure. It was commendable. Progress was indeed evident, yet it fell short against me. Having witnessed Dete in his Super Saiyan blue form, he was acutely aware of the disparity. Dete was merely seeking a battle with his father. Father, come and defeat me. This is my strongest transformation, one that you have yet to master. You underestimate your father, Vegeta remarked. Once, when Bulma was attacked, I transformed into this form. Vegeta's words doused Dete with cold water. Witnessing his beloved, whom he had cherished every day, being harmed before his very eyes stripped Vegeta of his reason, leaving only a singular thought in his mind, to annihilate the adversary. Vegeta, typically reticent and prideful, had never articulated his love for Bulma. However, this did not signify a lack of affection. On the contrary, the more stoic a person is, the more they cherish those who stand by them after they have transformed from cold-heartedness to emotional depth. In that fleeting moment, not even a god of destruction, let alone an angel, would deter Super Vegeta from unleashing his fists in defense of his beloved, regardless of the odds of victory. During the Black Goku saga, Super Goku and Vegeta had mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan God, hence they had not resorted to this form. Dete had never witnessed it, mistakenly believing it to be a transformation unique to himself. Even Super Vegeta did not hesitate, maintaining his Super Saiyan 2 form as he soared into the air, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Date. After Date executed a further transformation, it became apparent that Super Vegeta was struggling to keep up. Although both were Super Saiyan 2, Super Vegeta held a slight advantage. However, the current Date was significantly stronger than Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, despite Super Vegeta's considerable combat experience surpassing that of Date. It must be noted that Date was not devoid of battle prowess. Following the demise of Gohan in the future world, he had been fighting alone, accumulating combat experience that was not vastly inferior to that of Super Vegeta. With a powerful punch, Date sent Super Vegeta staggering back, then swiftly followed up with a spinning kick. Super Vegeta raised his arms to shield his chest, managing to block the attack but was still propelled back several dozen meters, nearly colliding with the protective barrier surrounding the audience. At this moment, Super Vegeta began to comprehend Date's true strength and regarded his son with high esteem. Indeed, the future can be entrusted to you. You are far superior to that other unworthy child. Super Vegeta once again transformed into a Super Saiyan God, instantly altering the tide of battle. Date, barely able to withstand a few blows, was struck in the lower back by a swift hand chop from Super Vegeta. After creating some distance, Date understood that this father-son confrontation was nearing its conclusion. The two assumed identical stances, their hands positioned before their chests, palms gathering golden energy orbs. Ultimately, a brilliant flash erupted as two shockwaves collided fiercely, their energies evenly matched, gradually coalescing in the central region into a colossal energy sphere. Super Vegeta gradually exerted his energy, suppressing the energy wave of Date, slowly eroding his power. Date fought valiantly against the onslaught, but ultimately succumbed, being engulfed by Super Vegeta's energy and losing consciousness. Super Vegeta, with remarkable agility, swiftly caught the plummeting Goku and gently set him aside. The referee declared Super Vegeta the victor, and as the crowd rejoiced, Chapter 33, Vegeta's defeat unfolded. Cell approached, patting Gohan on the shoulder. Hey, Gohan. Let us find a time to spar in the distance. Super Gohan paid no heed to his words and promptly declined his request, expressing no interest in engaging in a senseless battle. I'm not inclined to fight you. Cell, unperturbed, replied leisurely, it matters not. For I shall seek an opportunity to face you in a proper match. You have slain me once, and I have vanquished you in turn. This matter must be settled. The early development of Universe 17 was largely akin to that of others, with the sole distinction being that after Cell's return from his self-imposed demise, Gohan, with only one arm, had succumbed to him. Although Gohan had bested Cell once, Cell later claimed victory, albeit somewhat unearned. Gohan, having sustained an injury to one arm while defending Vegeta, was now more eager to confront Gohan in his prime. The next battle would feature Son Goku from Universe 18 against Krillin from Universe 9. Super Saiyan Goku has long awaited the moment to engage in battle once more. And finally, the opportunity has arrived. His opponent is none other than his dear friend Krillin. Although this Krillin hails from a different universe, Gazing upon the familiar face of his cherished companion evokes a profound sense of nostalgia within Goku. As he ascends to the arena, he refrains from his usual impulsiveness, choosing instead to observe the aged version of Krillin before him. "Hello, Krillin," he greets. "I have no desire to engage with a Saiyan," Krillin retorts. Clearly reluctant to entangle himself with them, his mind haunted by memories that foster a deep-seated aversion towards Saiyans. Under the strain of 100 times normal gravity, Krillin strains against the weight of his heavy shell, which significantly hampers his mobility. Without hesitation, he unleashes his most formidable technique, the tenfold Kaioken. In a world devoid of Goku, Krillin stands as Blue Planet's ultimate trump card. With his power magnified tenfold, the oppressive burden he feels is considerably alleviated, granting him a moment to breathe. However, Krillin understands that this advantage cannot last forever. He must strive for a swift resolution, for he cannot maintain the tenfold Kaioken indefinitely. Launching himself at Super Saiyan Goku, Krillin's movements are swift and relentless, offering no quarter as he unleashes his most lethal attacks. 2 energy blades capable of slicing through anything are launched at Goku, who is taken aback by Krillin's sudden escalation of aggression. Having abandoned any notion of dialogue, Goku is acutely aware of the razor-sharp nature of the energy blades. He swiftly extends his right hand to fire an energy blast, intercepting the incoming blades, resulting in a mutual annihilation of their forces. Krillin offers Goku no respite, instantly appearing before him, ready to unleash the Kamehameha wave. Super Wukong remained utterly still, absorbing the blow without sustaining the slightest injury. Kellen was acutely aware of his opponent's unfathomable strength. However, he could concede defeat to anyone. Except for the Saiyans, those were the adversaries he would rather perish than be vanquished by. Super Saiyan Goku scratched his head, surmising that the Saiyans of Universe 9 must have committed some grievous act that incited widespread outrage. With the reminiscence with his old friend coming to an end, Goku lost the desire to linger any longer. He placed his hands on his hips, striking a flower-like stance. The Turtle School's Kamehameha, a brilliant blue energy wave, surged forth in all directions, while Krillin's form transformed into an illusion, gradually dissipating in the air. In an instant, he reappeared above, his energy signature firmly locked onto by Super Saiyan Goku, leaving him with no means of escape. The blue energy blast curved, pursuing him relentlessly. With no alternative but to confront the attack head-on, the inevitable outcome was being sent flying off the stage. This was, perhaps, Goku's final tribute to Krillin, concluding the battle with the signature technique of the Turtle School, a lineage he held dear. Vegeta understood why Super Saiyan Goku chose this particular move. In Goku's heart, Krillin held a unique status as his first true friend. Although, under the influence of Super Saiyan Goku, characters like Piccolo and Vegeta gradually became allies. Krillin had long fallen behind in the race, unable to keep pace with Goku's growth. Yet, it was Krillin who had always appeared as a friend from the very beginning. Thus, even when facing another Krillin from Universe 9, Super Saiyan Goku extended a measure of profound respect. Ultra Goku approached Gogeta, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he gazed intently at him. "Please help me examine the memories of Universe 9. I am deeply curious about what I, in that universe, have accomplished. That universe does not possess your existence. Are you certain you wish to know?" Super Goku nodded vigorously, eager to comprehend the profound animosity that Kellen harbored towards the Saiyans. Observing his steadfast determination, Vegeta acquiesced to his inquiry. In succinct terms, during the journey from Vegeta's planet to Blue Star in the 9th universe, you were detected by Cooler, who subsequently obliterated your spacecraft. Cooler had arrived on his territory amidst the destruction of Vegeta's planet by his brother Frieza. At that time, Frieza was in his weakest form and was swiftly vanquished. Cooler sought to attribute his brother's demise to the explosion of Vegeta's planet, intending to persuade King Cold to grant him Frieza's domain as well. Meanwhile, Bulma ventured to Bowsy Mountain in search of the Dragon Balls, and had you not descended upon Blue Star, your grandfather's son Gohan would have remained alive. Fortuitously crossing paths with Bulma, the two found an instant rapport and set off together in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Elder Gohan relished the company of the youthful and vibrant Bulma, while she felt assured by the presence of a martial arts master. Their journey also led them to encounter Oolong, Yamcha, and others who witnessed Elder Gohan's prowess, prompting Yamcha to promptly seek him as a mentor and subsequently form a bond with Bulma. Super Goku, disinterested in the discourse, urged with impatience. Such matters held little significance. Why did Krillin harbor animosity towards the Saiyans? Vegeta spoke leisurely. "Do not rush. Must I not elucidate how you met your demise?" Subsequently, Frieza's territory was seized by Cooler, who dispatched Vegeta and his companions. Raditz arrived first on Planet Blue, where he was the harbinger of Krillin's death. Afterward, Krillin ascended to King Kai's planet to train in the Kaioken technique. He was later resurrected and, alongside others, vanquished Raditz, ultimately slaying both Vegeta and Nappa. It is worth mentioning that under Raditz's reign of terror, Planet Blue's population was decimated by 2/3. And your striking resemblance to Raditz only served to intensify Krillin's disdain for you. Super Wukong listened to his own demise and felt an unusual sensation. I see, he replied. But how were androids 17 and 18 dealt with, as well as Majin Buu? You have never ventured to the Blue Planet, where the androids originated. As for Majin Buu, he never had the chance to be resurrected. That Yamcha is also an android. With his presence, it is not impossible to confront Dubra. Wujita revealed a little-known secret. Even the transcendent Goku could not have anticipated that in another universe, Yamcha would transform into an android. Yet, what prompts this transformation into an artificial being? Is it not the pursuit of greater power? When one acquires something, it invariably comes at the cost of relinquishing another. To safeguard the Blue Planet, strength is indispensable. In the 9th universe, Yamcha embodies responsibility and courage, fearlessly confronting formidable foes, undeniably standing as a valiant warrior of justice. Ultra Goku cast a deep glance at Krillin, choosing not to utter a word. However, as his gaze shifted away, he was met with a scene that left him astounded. In the 13th universe, Kakarot was also observing Krillin, his gaze mirroring that of Goku's. Attention, esteemed contestants, lunch is now served, and you are welcome to select any food that pleases your palate. As midday arrived, the organizers presented an abundance of exquisite delicacies. Ultra Goku showcased his expertise as a connoisseur of cuisine. I would like a portion of roasted beef, sushi, barbecue, pudding, takoyaki, and 5 bowls of rice, along with several servings of lamb, beef, and lion meat. Super Vegeta sat casually, crossing his legs. Whatever this fellow desired. He demanded double portions. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he could not afford to be outdone by Kakarot, even when it came to dining. Vegeta had located the Grand Supreme Kai of the First Universe, who, as the organizer, possessed the authority to utilize the Dragon Balls. The Grand Supreme Kai indicated that he would employ the Dragon Balls ahead of time to resurrect the competitors who had perished in the earlier matches. After all, they had a time travel device that could locate numerous Dragon Balls. They were not limited to just one set. In the contestant area of the 8th universe, Jisoo of the Jinyu Force slapped the head of a Evolution while they were serving dishes. Thanks, little one. This was also Frisia's command. As Jisoo made contact with the bird-like creature, he discreetly implanted a miniature camera. Frisia believed that among the Volusians, there must be someone who would come into contact with the Dragon Balls. By equipping everyone with surveillance, they could ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls through the interactions of others. Frisia had considered whether Jisoo might be Captain Jinyu, but dismissed the thought, reasoning that the others would certainly notice Jisoo's odd behavior unless he conspired with someone else to keep it a secret. However, upon further reflection, Frisia concluded that his subordinates lacked the audacity to deceive him. Since learning that Jinyu was still alive, Frisia had been consumed by thoughts of him, nearly bordering on paranoia. Convinced that anyone around him could possibly be Jinyu. Lunchtime swiftly passed, leading to the first match of the afternoon. The next bout featured Vegito from the 19th universe against Kosi from the 15th universe. Kosi, with a mane of white hair concealed beneath a flowing black robe, stood at the edge of the arena, murmuring incantations before enveloping himself in a cloud of smoke and ascending to the stage. Vegito frowned. This was precisely the type of opponent he despised, a magic user. He needed a swift victory, eliminating the adversary in one decisive blow to avoid any troublesome tricks. Kosi did not immediately step onto the stage. Instead, he continued his incantation at the periphery until concluding his spell, at which point he finally set foot on the arena. In an instant, Vegito vanished before he could even launch an attack, reappearing in a dark, alternate dimension. The majority of the spectators were perplexed by Kosi's actions, having merely witnessed Vegito's sudden disappearance. 30 seconds elapsed swiftly, and Vegito had yet to return to the arena. The referee declared Kosi the victor. This unexpected triumph left everyone in stunned silence, particularly those who understood the immense strength of Vegito. Bulma from the 19th universe gaped in disbelief at the stage. Dad, where's he? Super Goku and Super Vegeta remained stationary, enveloped in the essence of the surroundings. Where had Vegito vanished? Gogeta discerned Kosher's stratagem at a glance, feeling a mix of admiration for his sagacity and disapproval of his methods. The rules stipulated that the match commenced only upon physical contact with the arena. Yet Kosher astutely exploited a loophole, quietly reciting incantations while outside the ring. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he unleashed his magic. Aware of Vegito's formidable power and the complications that would arise should he engage. Acting preemptively, he teleported Vegito away. Meanwhile, the duo of number 19 Bra and number 19 Gohan arrived at the competitor's zone of Universe 15, obstructing Kosher's path. "What have you done to my father?" they inquired. For Kosher was an enigma, unfamiliar to them even within their own universe, and they had never heard of him. With his hands tucked within the folds of his long sleeves, Kosher provided an explanation. "There is no need for concern after the tournament concludes. The organizers will utilize the Dragon Balls to bring him back." At some point, the Super Saiyan of Universe 4 approached, reassuring Gohan and his companions. "Do not worry, my old friend. I am fully aware of the means he employed." Gohan, however, harbored no fondness for him and coldly retorted, "This is none of your business, Saiyan." Super Saiyan felt a profound sense of helplessness towards their indifference. "Alas, I stand by your side." I sensed a rift in the fabric of time and space. That individual underestimates Vegito, believing he can truly confine him. It is likely that he will return shortly. You need only to wait a little longer. Upon hearing Super Saiyan's words, Gohan and Bra exhaled in relief. They did not believe anyone could genuinely triumph over Vegito in direct combat. Although the unpredictability of magic rendered such outcomes uncertain, Super Saiyan clasped his hands around his chest, expressing his views. "This is utterly unjust. Surely you all share the same sentiment. Once Vegito returns, we shall demand a rematch." Naturally, 19 Bra replied with a fierce gaze, unable to accept her father's disorganized defeat. Only 19 Gohan broke into a cold sweat, realizing how presumptuous these two were. How could the referee simply agree to a rematch based on their words? That would lead to chaos. In the realm of transcendent time and space, the two little spirits beheld the sight of Vegito's defeat, which ignited a flicker of hope within their hearts. Perhaps Kosher could transport Gogeta away as well, leading to his loss in the competition. Should that transpire, they would find themselves with a chance at victory. Super Wukong let out a sigh, feeling disheartened by Vegeta's defeat. Alas, he succumbed so easily. I had been looking forward to engaging him in battle. Super Vegeta let out a cold snort, harboring similar thoughts, convinced that he could vanquish Vegito. He believed himself to have grown stronger and eagerly anticipated the confrontation. What do you think? Is there no regret about not being able to settle the score? Goku did not concern himself with such matters. After all, Vegito's defeat would not alter anything significant. "No, we are not fighting in a ring. Otherwise, the audience and other competitors would likely perish. However, I presume that when he returns, he will probably be infuriated." Cell clenched his right hand tightly. His visage contorted in self-reproach. I felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Vegito's downfall, allowing myself to indulge in a moment of complacency. How could I possess such a cowardly mindset? Within Cell coursed the cells of a Saiyan, yearning for battle against formidable opponents. Yet he was consumed by an unspoken fear of engaging Vegito. This emotion of dread and timidity left him feeling ashamed. Chapter 34. Aral's defeat. The next match featured number 18 from Universe 18 against Aral from Universe 2. In the contestant area of Universe 2, Dr. Slump smirked lecherously, instructing Aral to enter the fray. "Go and wrestle with that big sister. Remember to knock her off the stage and then throw her over here. I shall assist in healing her afterward." The stunningly beautiful number 18 perfectly matched Drive Slump's aesthetic preferences, earning his admiration. Super Saiyan Goku is acquainted with Aral, yet he finds himself perplexed by her circumstances and fighting style. The only certainty he possesses is that she is quite formidable, which does not bode well for Android 18. Android 18 is in peril. Vegeta shares a similar sentiment. One must never compare combat power with comedic manga. It seems that Android 18 has reached her limit, struggling to find a counter to her opponent's techniques. As 18 playfully flicks her hair, Aral joyfully approaches, and 18 executes a high kick with her right leg. Aral, akin to an arrow released from a bow, is sent soaring through the air. In a fit of rage, 18 ascends and performs a powerful slam, crashing Aral back to the ground and shattering the arena floor. 18 cautiously observes below. Aral is no ordinary adversary, a realization that does not escape her. As her body plummets rapidly, she bends her right arm and strikes down fiercely, driving the still recovering Aral into the earth. Just as she intends to continue her assault, Aral dusts herself off and springs back to her feet in a remarkable display. She supports herself with her hands and performs a handstand, leaving 18 bewildered as to her intentions. With a sudden exertion, the arena is uprooted and hurled at 18. Even Majin Buu, who has absorbed countless beings, is taken aback. Oral surpasses his expectations of absurdity. It is astonishing how she distorts reality into a comic realm, far surpassing mere magic. Such bizarre feats appear to be mere play for her. Vegeta, however, is unfazed. This is merely standard procedure. The laws of physics seem to falter. Yet this realm belongs to his brother, where the extraordinary becomes the norm. In the second universe, normalcy is a rarity, with parodic authors, their daughters, and other manga. Android 18 unleashes a ki blast, shattering a portion of the arena that was launched at her. She swiftly maneuvers through the gap and, while airborne, delivers a flying kick directly to Oral's face. The sound of metal breaking resonates as Oral's head detaches and rolls across the ground. With her hands, Oral feels the emptiness above, but effortlessly returns to the ground and reattaches her head with remarkable proficiency. Android 18's typically composed demeanor falters as she is left astonished, witnessing Oral's head reaffixed. Unexpectedly, Oral produces an adorable baby bottle from her attire and begins to drink from it with fervor. "Big sister, I have no energy left. I need to replenish," she exclaims. The scene becomes even more bewildering as the bottle, devoid of any contents, surprisingly speaks. Regardless, Oral continues to clutch the empty bottle and drink. Android 18 approaches her, lightly nudging her, causing Oral to topple over and remain motionless until the referee declares her defeat. Kaiatsu is exasperated. How could Oral's bottle be empty? What transpired? The robots behind him cry out that the milk is delicious. Kaiatsu realizes that the robots have been secretly consuming Oral's milk. Left with no choice, he must concede the loss, as the robot is his own creation, and no one else is to blame. Once again, Android 18's fortune shines brightly as she triumphs in the match, prompting even Vegeta to regard her with newfound respect. To have defeated Oral speaks volumes of her luck. During the Dragon Ball Super era, Super Vegeta had a brief encounter with Oral and found her defeat rather satisfying. Her strength is astonishing, presenting a considerable threat even to them. Alas, her luck has not favored her. Had she been born a few years earlier, perhaps she could have dealt with Cell and Bu herself. In Super Vegeta's eyes, Oral is extraordinarily powerful, yet her youthful form suggests she has only recently come into existence. Likely born after the era of Bu. The psychological transformation of Ultra Vegeta is crystal clear to Gogeta, as Vegeta has previously faced defeat at the hands of Oral. In a single utterance, Ultra Goku shattered Ultra Vegeta's conjecture. "No, in fact, I encountered her during my childhood." "What? Are you implying that she is roughly our age? Or perhaps even older than us?" Super Vegeta was indeed taken aback. Goku had encountered this before in his youth, which suggests that this little girl must be at least in her 30s or 40s. It is worth noting that Super Goku is already a grandfather. While Oral appears to be so young, it seems that robots do not age easily, which is quite reasonable. In the next match, Gotenks from Universe 18 will face the Cat Demon from Universe 2. Vegeta nudged Super Goten, signaling him to take the stage. "Why are you still waiting? Go on." The 11 or 12-year-old Super Goten touched his youthful face and gazed at Trunks in the audience, feeling quite speechless at his friend's behavior. There was nothing to be done. Trunks had gone off to chat with a young lady. When Vegeta turned around, he was surprised to see that despite his young age, Trunks had already grasped the essence of manhood, chatting away with a little girl in the audience. The girl, who appeared to be about the same age as Super Gotenks, was captivated, her eyes sparkling as she intently watched young Trunks. She kept inching closer to him, clearly possessing a crush but lacking the courage, leaving Trunks blushing furiously. In the next moment, the girl's words hit him like a biting winter wind, extinguishing the flames of his youthful affection. "I really admire the way you wield your sword, and that muscular physique. The one who went up to compete must be your brother, right?" Young Trunks immediately understood that she was referring to the future version of himself, not to him. He didn't wield a sword, nor did he possess that muscular form. Embarrassed, he scurried back to merge with Goten, transforming into Super Gotenks, and as usual, boasted loudly, "Ding ding ding. Here comes Gotenks. I am the invincible warrior, Gotenks." Super Vegeta's forehead veins bulged with irritation, nearly driven to madness by his foolish son. "Gogeta, do you know where the mental hospital is? Hurry and send them there. I can no longer endure this." Gogeta, indifferent to his father's distress, thought that if these two little miscreants were sent to a psychiatric institution, they would either demolish it or frighten the director and doctors into insanity. As for this cat demon, he vaguely recalled him as a character from a parody comic by Bird Waterming, being the second disciple of Sun Wukong and having mastered various combat techniques. 19 Bra. Witnessing the absurd antics of the two replicas of Goten and Trunks, was infuriated and rushed to confront them. delivering a scathing reprimand. Do you see? Do you understand how foolish you appear after merging? You resemble a couple of lunatics. I can scarcely tell my friends that you two are my brothers. Though 19 Goten and Trunks were slightly older, now of high school age, they felt no embarrassment. I think Gotenks is not so bad after all. After an introduction as lengthy and foul as an old woman's foot binding, Super Gotenks let out a fierce shout, transforming into a Super Saiyan. He launched a punch that sent the cat demon flying. The cat demon stabilized himself mid-air, extending his hands to harness energy for a counterattack, but after evading, he instead crashed into the ground. Buried beneath the rubble of the arena, a paw emerged, and the cat demon stood up, his eyes narrowed into slits. With a smug expression, he raised his right thumb towards himself and declared, "You are quite formidable, but I have already devised a plan to defeat you." Ultra Instinct Goku appeared to be in a state of perplexity, seemingly unable to comprehend his own actions. Meanwhile, the cat demon approached from the left, striking a pose indicative of a fusion technique. Gradually, he advanced towards the center, while Ultra Instinct Goku, scratching his head in bewilderment, struggled to discern the cat demon's intentions. "Hey, you're all alone. What do you intend to achieve? Are you planning to fuse with the air?" As Ultra Goku burst into laughter, it was short-lived. The cat demon executed the final fusion move, and a brilliant light erupted around his body. Once the radiance dissipated, the cat demon had completed his fusion, or rather, half of it. What in the world is this? Is this some sort of joke? Vegeta couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. The once portly cat demon now radiated golden energy and blue lightning, emblematic of Super Saiyan 2. This was entirely expected for a fusion. Yet the cat demon was left with only half of his body. Indeed, you read that correctly, only half. His left leg, left foot, left hand, and left chest remained intact. The entire right half had vanished, dissolved into thin air. He had truly fused with the air itself. Piccolo was so frightened that his face turned pale. The cat demon touched his body with his left hand, chuckling with glee. "Incredible! The power of this half of my body has surged tremendously. Behold my technique, cat-style energy wave." The cat demon struck a pose, ready to unleash his ultimate move, but suddenly halted mid-action, uttering a statement that left everyone astounded. "Oh no, I'm right-handed. I can't use my left hand to execute the cat-style energy wave." Unable to perform his special move, the fusion seemed futile, and the cat demon reluctantly reverted to his original form. Ultra Goku was baffled by their antics and had little desire to engage in a prolonged battle with a feline. He opened his mouth and released a dozen or more spirits. The diminutive super ghost kamikaze attacks spiraled towards the cat demon. Upon witnessing the spirit's movement, the cat demon instinctively associated them with mice. His feline instincts ignited, and he lunged forward to bite. An array of explosions erupted in succession, with shockwaves following one after another as the arena was ravaged, and the cat demon continued to emit his characteristic meows. Ultra Instinct Goku, lost in his own triumph, stood obliviously in place, hands placed confidently on his hips, reveling in his victory. "I have won," he exclaimed. "Indeed, my brother, you have done remarkably well." Accepting the praises directed at him, Ultra Instinct Goku soon realized the presence of two specters beside him, resembling the cat demon but wielding similar abilities. "Who are you?" he inquired. The specters introduced themselves. "We are the Super Cat Spirit Wind Ghosts of Death Attack." Super Saiyan Gogeta seemed to have fallen into a state of confusion once more, failing to realize anything amiss, and retorted, "Isn't this my technique? Just altered slightly. By the way, why haven't you exploded?" This remark jolted the two cat demons from their stupor, and they suddenly comprehended the situation. "Indeed, I had momentarily forgotten about your ecstatic self-destruction." With that, two resounding booms erupted, triggering a massive explosion. As the dust settled, Super Saiyan Gogeta was found face down on the ground, his upper body buried beneath the rubble, leaving only his lower half exposed. The cat demon, grinning widely, emerged unscathed, as Gogeta's assault proved ineffective against him. In the second universe's contestant area, a child was orchestrating a betting scheme, inviting everyone to wager on whether the cat demon or Gogeta would triumph. The composed cat demon garnered the support of all in the second universe. Even the formidable Kaiatsu rushed over to place a substantial bet on the cat demon's victory. Meanwhile, the cat demon in the arena kept a watchful eye on the proceedings below, verifying with the child whether all bets had been placed. The child nodded affirmatively, signaling with an OK gesture. Observing this, the cat demon shouted to the referee, "I concede, I surrender." At that moment, the disheveled Super Saiyan Gogeta finally rose from the debris and called out to the departing cat demon, "Who exactly are you? to master my technique in an instant. You cannot be an ordinary individual. The cat demon lowered his head in contemplation before breaking into song. If I could start over, I would choose Super Saiyan. Goku was greatly annoyed and covered his ears, for the sound was exceedingly unpleasant. He decided to change the subject. Are you brave enough to open your eyes and look at me? After ascending the stage, the cat demon had kept his eyes slightly squinted, and Goku was curious whether there was a secret behind his gaze. The cat demon curled his lip in displeasure. I have them wide open. This outcome was both expected and surprising. The cat demon was indeed a master of deception in his comics, and orchestrating this ruse to surrender for monetary gain was entirely plausible. The inhabitants of Universe 2, however, lost interest in remaining there, having all been defeated in the competition, rendering their presence meaningless. Let us return. We've all lost anyway. Birdwater Ming wholeheartedly agreed, raising both hands and feet in affirmation. No problem, this way. I can draw fewer characters. Before departing, he made sure to inquire, we are heading back, and any remaining contestants from Universe 2, please raise your hands. No one in the crowd responded, and the group boarded their vessel, returning to their universe. As they departed, Mary Sue emerged from the contestant passage of Universe 2. Having overslept, she missed joining the others and was left behind. The next match featured King Cold from Universe 8 against Son Goku from Universe 20. The youthful GT Goku left his viewing platform, preparing for his match. His granddaughter, GT Xiaofang, cheered him on. Go for it, Grandpa. Before stepping onto the stage, King Cold let out a roar, his body erupting with spikes as his aura doubled in intensity. This should suffice. That Saiyan is just a child and likely lacks strength. As both competitors entered the ring, GT Goku curiously observed King Cold's transformation and pondered aloud. You have a stronger form, don't you? Otherwise, in this state, you won't be able to defeat me. However, King Cold disagreed, believing GT Goku appeared merely as a child and therefore could not be formidable. If a mere child could achieve the ultimate form, there would be no need for him to continue fighting. Chapter 35. The return of Vegito. GT Goku did not press the issue, his tail swaying behind him as cracks appeared in the ground, spreading in all directions. A golden aura surged forth, and King Cold's initially confident demeanor shifted from surprise to shock, ultimately transforming into fear. Is this truly a child? How can his power be so immense? This is absurd. The energy emitted by GT Goku continued to rise exponentially, a terrifying force amplifying rapidly. At this juncture, King Cold no longer hoped to defeat GT Goku in his current form. Instead, he contemplated how many of Goku's blows he could withstand. He found it increasingly difficult to resist the pressure of Goku's aura, feeling like a solitary boat adrift in an endless ocean, the two opponents fundamentally mismatched. All right. I admit you are indeed powerful. It's time to reveal my true form, declared King Cold as a purple energy enveloped his body. A colossal energy tree materialized in the arena, occupying half of the space, as King Cold's aura surged anew. His transformation captivated both Frieza and Cooler, who had only witnessed King Cold's true form once before, during an incident when he lost control and nearly obliterated half a star system before regaining his senses. Once King Cold completed his transformation, his overall appearance altered dramatically, resembling Frieza's final form, albeit with a significantly larger stature. Assessing the aura emanating from King Cold, Gogeta estimated his current power level. In my estimation, this King Cold is likely stronger than the androids 17 and 18 from the Z era. Approaching the combat ability of Android 16, even Goku was taken aback by the prowess of King Cold, causing a tremor within his heart. Had he possessed such strength during the assault on planet Earth, both Vegeta and his father would have been unable to defeat him. When King Cold arrived on Earth seeking vengeance alongside the resurrected Frieza, he was swiftly vanquished by the time-traveling Vegeta. If he had wielded such power then, it is plausible that no one could have stood in his way, not even his father. Vegeta did not refute this. It was evident that King Cold, in this instance, exhibited a level of strength far superior to his usual self, suggesting that he had indeed undergone rigorous training. As Super Goku pondered another question, he exclaimed, "Wait a moment. Didn't you only appear after defeating Majin Buu? How do you know the strength of androids 17 and 18? Although he had encountered android 17 during the Tournament of Power, at that time, 17 had undergone rigorous training, rendering him slightly stronger than Goku's Super Saiyan 3 father. Vegeta pointed to the android 17 from another universe, indicating that he was using him as a reference. Even though King Cold's power had once again surged, GT Goku maintained his usual demeanor, exuding absolute confidence. Just as the two were about to engage in battle, a figure materialized in the center of the arena, positioning itself between them. "I'm back." It was Vegeta, having returned from another dimension. The three were momentarily bewildered. The two warriors could not comprehend Vegeta's sudden appearance. Vegeta was equally perplexed, unable to fathom why his opponent, Kachi, had vanished, leaving others to battle on the stage. The atmosphere grew awkwardly still, and down below, Bra shouted, berating her father's foolishness. "Dad, you idiot, you finally returned." Vegeta was completely clueless about the situation. How could it be that in just a few seconds his opponent had inexplicably disappeared? "What is happening? Where's my opponent?" grumbled the Super View from Universe 4, crossing his arms in frustration. "Hey, Veluga, hurry up and do something worthwhile. Don't let me down." The referee, witnessing Vegeta's sudden arrival, felt utterly speechless. One moment he vanished, and the next he reappeared. "Vegeta, you have failed. Your time outside the ring has exceeded 30 seconds. Please leave the stage," the referee announced through a megaphone. Maintaining his Super Saiyan form, Vegeta retorted, "Impossible. I've only been gone for 20 seconds. There's no way I could have failed." As the words left his lips, a thought struck him. Could it be? He had been trapped in that alternate dimension. Instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, he unleashed his energy, causing the space to rupture. In his calculations, it should not have taken more than 16 seconds, yet they claimed he had been absent for 30. This could only mean one thing. The Supreme Kai of Universe 1 approached him, elucidating the situation. The one involved is often blinded to the truth, while an observer can see clearly. As a deity, I can discern the magic Kachi employed. Kachi has trapped you in a time-dilated dimension. Mere seconds there equate to over an hour here. Vegeta could not afford to dismiss this lightly. The man's strength was well known, and no one could predict the consequences of provoking him. The Supreme Kai's words confirmed Vegeta's suspicions. He had unwittingly fallen into a trap, akin to the hyperbolic time chamber. While everyone focused their attention on the arena, only Goku noticed that in the position of Universe 3, Bardock was clutching his head, struggling in agony. Has he foreseen something again? Fleeting images flashed through Bardock's mind. Super Saiyan Goku stood confidently with his hands on his hips, poised for action, ready to engage at any moment. "We will thwart Vegeta's intentions. We shall not permit him to wreak havoc indiscriminately. He is not invincible." 19 Bra trembled, perceiving Super Saiyan Goku's words as mere folly, for they had failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Do you not comprehend? He is indeed invincible. My father has encountered countless beings, both mortal and divine, and the rate at which their power escalates is beyond my comprehension, exponentially surpassing the strength he possessed at the time of fusion." Super Gohan held a shattered Dragon Ball, its pieces divided into two, a smile gracing his lips. "It matters not. As long as this remains in our possession, we shall not be defeated. Moreover, Gogeta is also here. He will handle Vegeta." Bardock's foresight reached its limit. With merely this fragment of a vision, he could not comprehend the unfolding future or the reason behind Vegeta's apparent fury. On the arena, Vegeta, upon realizing his defeat, was consumed by anger. How despicable! If this were a true battle, I could vanquish him with but one hand. The rules of this martial arts tournament are far too biased in his favor. Vegeta felt humiliated by the manner in which he was bested. He had never known defeat since his inception. Kosi's actions were exceedingly vile, hovering outside the ring. He deliberately abstained from engaging, and due to the rules, Vegeta was rendered powerless to retaliate. By the time he entered the ring, Kosi had already recited his incantation, and the magic was simultaneously unleashed. In a direct confrontation, Vegeta was confident he could prevent Kosi from completing his spell, thus ensuring his victory. 19 Gohan, observing Vegeta's immobility, soared into the air to offer counsel. "This is the rule. There is no other choice, Father. If we start anew, you will still face defeat unless we can engage directly." Vegeta was not oblivious. He understood the peril of being ambushed and transported away during battle. An hour's time was ample for the enemy to obliterate his homeland, Blue Star, countless times. Yet, when had the invincible Vegeta ever endured such indignity? Even in his earlier, feeble days, he was capable of obliterating planets with ease. He had never truly been defeated until now. This marked his first genuine loss since his creation. "Silence, Gohan. I refuse to abandon the martial arts tournament." Vegeta's words prompted 19 Gohan to adopt a stern demeanor, rebuking him sharply. "I will not allow you to act recklessly. If you cause a disturbance here, our universe's Dragon Balls may fail to resurrect Xiao Fang, leaving her eternally at rest. You should know I will not permit such an occurrence." Or do you not care for Xiao Fang? Upon hearing his granddaughter's name, the innocent and kind-hearted Xiao Fang, Vegeta sighed. Very well, I shall take my leave for a while. In an instant, he vanished, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. In 19, Gohan was powerless to restrain his child's actions. Alas, he has gone off to sulk alone. Conversely, Gogeta understood Vegeta's frustration. A being who had never known defeat would naturally be displeased by such an inexplicable loss. It was not merely the inability to engage with others that robbed him of enjoyment. It was the shattering of his invincible record. In Universe 4, Super Buu observed Vegeta's silent departure with great ire and summoned a nearby staff member from Universe 1, Veluga. Go fetch Kosi. I demand a rematch between him and Vegeta. Veluga, startled by Super Buu's contorted, menacing visage, hurried to comply. However, after several minutes passed without a response, Super Buu's fury erupted. Have you even spoken to him? As long as both parties agree to a rematch, the previous battle can be disregarded, Veluga replied meekly. Kosi is not responding to me. Kosi, in the corridor, ignored him, thinking it absurd to engage in another battle after having successfully outsmarted Vegeta once. Veluga's words ignited Super Buu's rage further. Are you jesting with me? Super Buu yearned to measure his strength against Vegeta and could not bear to witness his defeat. This was a long-awaited rival. Initially, he refrained from expressing his anger, believing there would be a rematch, that Vegeta still had a chance. Little did he know that the ancient being, Keisai, was actually afraid and unwilling to hold a second match. Infuriated, Super Buu unleashed a torrent of curses, condemning every universe in sight. I demand a rematch. I care not for his willingness. Have you not yet tired of the charade of outsiders pretending to be experts? All of you, get away from me. What nonsense is this about the frozen demon clan? And what of the androids and technological weaponry? They are utterly weak. How dare you force me to forfeit against a formidable opponent I have finally encountered? Super Buu looked down upon most of those present, deeming them inconsequential. In his eyes, only the 18th to 22nd universes warranted any attention, barely piquing his interest in battle. Ultimately, only Gogeta and Vegito could truly ignite his fighting spirit, and it was unfathomable for him to eliminate anyone carelessly. Among the deities of the first universe, the sole female supreme Kai, Layla, who was tasked with preventing disputes, approached Super Buu. Sir, you cannot coerce the decisions of the other participants. Super Buu seemed to hear the grandest joke, his arms wide open as he burst into laughter. You say I cannot. How amusing. From the very beginning, I have held everything firmly within my grasp. Super Buu delivered a powerful punch to Layla's face, showing no mercy whatsoever. The originally beautiful visage of Layla was sent flying, crashing through the wall. A metallic taste filled her throat as blood surged forth, which she forcefully swallowed, leaving only a trace of crimson. Super Buu is utterly disinterested in finishing off his opponents. He harbors no desire to specifically eliminate anyone. Instead, he becomes entirely liquid, splitting into countless doppelgangers to launch an assault against all. Chapter 36, The Arrival of Son Gohan. Super Buu, seemingly blinded by rage, exhibited a reckless demeanor towards anyone in sight, his voice low and chilling. I am omnipresent. I am invincible. I possess your Dragon Balls. I wield your technology. I command all your abilities, and I am privy to your secrets. I manipulate your very thoughts. I could have absorbed all of you long ago, determining the fate of every soul, yet I refrained. My sole desire was to initiate a rematch, which you lowly humans have denied me. In the control room of the first universe's organizers, the Veluga sensed impending doom and prepared to deploy the atomic separator to banish Super Buu back to his home planet. However, no matter how fervently they pressed the remote, it proved ineffective, the controller malfunctioning at a critical juncture. The promise that any troublemaker could be sent away seemed to crumble when it mattered most. Inside the control room, Super Buu's flesh infiltrated, coalescing into a grotesque visage. Ahead of Super Buu, laughing maniacally. Fools, you cannot dictate when this contraption will function. I have long since taken command of everything. It is only from this moment that I shall act openly. A bizarre scene unfolded in the arena as Super Buu incessantly proliferated flesh, soon resembling a vast ocean that engulfed the entire competition venue. The writhing mass consumed all, leaving no refuge above or below. Depura and Babidi from Universe 11 were not spared, ensnared within the flesh and wrapped like dumplings. Babidi attempted to recite an incantation, but his mouth was obstructed, rendering him voiceless, while the gluttonous Majin Buu, loyal to Babidi, remained unbound, clapping his hands in delight. Brother, you too can be like me, if you so wish. Return and absorb everyone. You shall possess my strength. Most of the universes fell victim to this calamity, including Universe 19, save for Gohan and Bra, who unleashed their full energy to disperse the flesh. They could not help but curse under their breath. Damn it, what terrible timing. Of all moments, it had to be while Dad is absent that this loathsome trouble arises. In Universe 13, Kakarot, Raditz, and Nappa found themselves ensnared by the flesh. With only Vegeta struggling desperately. Revealing his trump card, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, the blue lightning crackling around him. In the 7th universe's contestant area, the Super Namekian Gasgak stood firm, as pink tendrils writhed around him, unable to breach the invisible barrier that seemed to emanate from a 1-meter radius around him. Repelling Super Buu's minions, the high-tech warriors, too, became enveloped by the flesh, losing their mobility, their desperate struggles proving futile. Super Buu had long grown weary of their feeble appearances. In the center of the arena, he coalesced a portion of his form and let out a thunderous roar. The masquerade is over, weaklings. From Universe 18, Super Saiyan Gohan took the initiative, extending his arms to conjure a colossal protective shield, safeguarding the family of Universe 18. Fear not, for I am here. In the realm of transcendent time and space, Gohan has surpassed his enigmatic form prior to the Tournament of Power, attaining a power that rivals that of Super Saiyan God, and even transcending it slightly. Although this Super Buu has consumed many, Gohan can withstand his monstrous devouring. However, his desire to save more individuals proves unattainable. Super Gohan, constrained by his obligation to protect his family, found himself unable to confront the formidable Super Buu. Super Vegeta, having long been intolerant of Super Buu's arrogant demeanor, was poised to intervene. In that fleeting moment, a cataclysmic clash reverberated from the depths of the universe, causing the very planet of the tournament to tremble, leaving the onlookers swaying unsteadily. Super Saiyan Gohan immediately sensed the presence of a powerful aura. It was Gogeta. No wonder he had vanished. Was he engaged in battle with Vegito? Mere seconds after Vegito's disappearance, Super Saiyan Gohan realized that Gogeta, who had been by his side, was now nowhere to be found. Despite extending his aura perception to its maximum, he could not locate him. 19 Gohan and Bra also sensed Vegito's energy, yet they were utterly unable to pinpoint his exact location. The distance between them was insurmountable, rendering any attempt to inform them to return and assist against Super Buu futile. The emotions among the group varied greatly. While Super Buu reveled in delight, two fighters were clashing, and he could finally intervene, no longer needing to waste time with what he deemed insignificant foes. Just as Super Buu was about to unleash his wrath upon the gathered crowd, a figure appeared from the distance. As he walked, the pink blobs of Buu's flesh recoiled in fear from his path. It was the arrival of 22 Gohan, who, without unleashing any explosive energy, approached with measured steps, capturing the attention of those ensnared by the gelatinous masses. Super Buu's darkened eyes sparkled with excitement as he developed a newfound interest in the 22nd Son Gohan. He momentarily set aside his intention to seek out Goku and Vegeta, contemplating the idea of engaging in a playful encounter with Gohan. How intriguing! Son Gohan, do you wish to defeat me? It is impossible for me to be vanquished. I am the epitome of omnipotence, an indomitable deity. Clad in an orange martial arts uniform, the 22nd Son Gohan wore a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Defeat you? No, I intend to annihilate you. Super Buu laughed uncontrollably, clearly underestimating his opponent's capabilities. However, that mirth was soon extinguished. In a flash, the 22nd Son Gohan appeared before him with an uncatchable speed, delivering a powerful punch directly to Super Buu's nose. Subsequently, he slowly spread his hands apart, and a white energy barrier erupted from within him, expanding rapidly to occupy half of the venue. The Buu clones, previously devouring others, were obliterated by the force of the energy and dissipated into nothingness. This thwarted Super Buu's absorption plan entirely. The 22nd Son Gohan tilted his body slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of inscrutable meaning. Super Buu's physique appears to have suffered severe damage, with his chest and face indented as if struck by an unseen force. Majin Buu, rather than expressing anger, broke into a sardonic smile, casting a discerning glance at the 22nd Son Gohan. To his surprise, aside from those two individuals, there existed such an intriguing person as you, which indeed brought a slight flicker of joy to his otherwise tumultuous disposition. Meanwhile, several light years away from the martial arts tournament, Vegeta stood alone amidst the vastness of space, his internal energy surging violently, enveloped in a golden aura. The overwhelming presence emanated outward in all directions, His fists clenched tightly as the terrifying energy relentlessly battered everything in proximity. Vegeta was deeply dissatisfied with his defeat in the competition. Damn it, Gohan was right. I cannot disregard Little Fong. Yet to lose in such a manner is truly vexing. As Vegeta's aura surged forth, nearby asteroids within a 1,000-mile radius trembled under the force. Once he had vented his frustrations, Vegeta regained his composure and began to ponder. Releasing this pent-up frustration feels much better. However, given Gohan's good rapport with the organizers, perhaps an arrangement for an offstage battle could be made. 19 Gohan proactively approached the Supreme Kai of the First Universe, elucidating the existence of Vegeta along with Buu's characteristics, while also assuring them of the potential dangers faced by the First Universe. The gracious demeanor of 19 Gohan left a favorable impression on the Supreme Kai. In light of this, it was proposed that 19 Gohan advocate on their behalf, facilitating a few offstage battles involving formidable warriors. A suggestion that would undoubtedly find favor with Majin Buu, and likely pose no issues for Gogeta either. In theory, there should be no significant issues for Goku and his companions, nor is it clear whether the 22nd Gohan will participate, especially considering that the 19th Gohan is not particularly fond of combat. Ultimately, losing the match holds little consequence. What meaning is there in fighting against them? Vegeta sat upon a floating asteroid, contemplating the departure of Gogeta, and felt compelled to gauge Gogeta's strength. Thus he pursued him. Despite the considerable distance, Gogeta's formidable aura made it effortless to locate him. Without turning back, Gogeta was aware of Vegeta's approach. "Thank you for your consolation, though it bears little significance," Vegeta remarked. Shrugging indifferently, had he inexplicably faced defeat, his spirits would not have soared either. Slowly, Gogeta turned his body, and their eyes met, both instinctively unleashing their auras with a synchronized roar. Their hair stood on end as golden light erupted forth, and their energies collided with explosive force. Under the unbridled pressure of Gogeta and Vegeta's auras, countless asteroids and uninhabited celestial bodies within the vicinity were obliterated, transforming into cosmic fireworks and erasing all traces of existence. Ultimately, the energies of the two coalesced into a colossal golden energy orb, emanating a force potent enough to annihilate multiple star systems. Their movements remained in perfect harmony, continuously amplifying their auras as if they possessed no limits. The golden sphere swelled further, each striving to surpass the other's might. Cracks began to appear in the space surrounding them, as the infinite starry expanse shattered, and countless galaxies disintegrated, a tempest of flames sweeping across light years. Just as the fabric of their space was on the verge of complete rupture, they instinctively halted their actions, abandoning any notion of further testing. Today was not an opportune moment for battle, and it would be wise to await a more fitting time. Vegeta's earlier discontent evaporated, for Gogeta's might was unprecedented, a strength he had never before witnessed in another, aside from his own. On the planet of the martial arts tournament, the 22nd Gohan continued to pummel Super Buu, while the Super Namekian Gaskak grew increasingly intolerant of this farce. Cease. The command, though softly spoken, possessed an almost magical quality, causing the chunks of Super Buu that filled the arena to coalesce around him. The once devouring masses of flesh, intent on consuming participants and spectators alike, were drawn toward him. Gaskak extended his right palm, and the pieces amalgamated into an irregular sphere, revealing only the form of Super Buu, alongside two large, black eyes. Super Buu was engulfed in panic. What manner of ability is this? How could this be possible? How did you accomplish it? Gaskak raised his right hand, lifting Super Buu's flesh orb, encapsulating all the Super Buu clones in his original form within this space. Now, can you remain calm? Gaskak's actions astonished everyone present. No one anticipated that he could manipulate Super Buu with such ease, subduing him with but a single hand. At least on the surface, it appeared that Gaskak had sealed away the entirety of Super Buu's being. Chapter 37. The farce concludes. Gohan, the 22nd, said little, merely returning silently to his designated area. Gaskak's intervention was remarkably timely. Otherwise, to ensure the safety of others, he would have had no choice but to eliminate Super Buu himself. Super Vegeta let out a cold snort. That guy certainly stole the spotlight. Upon witnessing the 22nd Gohan in action, Super Vegeta initially intended to observe his prowess, hesitating momentarily before deciding to act later. However, Gas quickly dispatched Super Buu with a single move. Super Goku harbors a profound admiration for Gaskak, recognizing the remarkable prowess he possesses. The ability to seal Super Buu in an instant is no small feat for this Namekian. Furthermore, The Gohan of that universe proves to be formidable as well. Upon hearing Super Goku mention the 22nd Gohan, Super Vegeta fell into a contemplative silence. In their confrontation with Super Bu, the speed of the 22nd Son Gohan surged, doubling compared to the previous two battles. Observing his composed demeanor, it is evident that he has yet to unleash his full potential, leaving one to ponder the extent of his concealed capabilities. At the opportune moment, Vegito returned. Witnessing Super Bu utterly devoid of resistance, ensnared in Gaskak's grasp. Ah, has Super Bu truly been subdued by Gaskak? Super Gohan nodded, his expression growing solemn. The unique abilities of Gaskak are numerous, and that Super Bu is no trivial opponent. The danger here is more profound than one might assume, rivaling that of the Tournament of Power. Vegeta tacitly acknowledged his words, recognizing that Gaskak's raw strength is not particularly formidable, merely a notch above that of the enigmatic Gohan. The crux lies in his special abilities. The Grand Elder of Namek possesses countless superpowers, and upon merging with Gaskak, the potency of these abilities multiplies exponentially. Unlike Bu, who merely adds the power of those he absorbs to his own, the Namekian's assimilation yields a different outcome. Their combat strength is amplified manifold. For instance, merging two Namekians, each with a power level of 10,000, does not simply result in a combined strength of 20,000, but could soar to 50 or 60,000, potentially exceeding 100,000. This phenomenon was evident when Piccolo, returning from training on King Kai's planet, assimilated with Neru, who possessed a power level of 42,000, thereby achieving a remarkable increase that surpassed 1 million. Vegeta returned just in time to confront the scrutinizing gazes of the inhabitants of Universe 19. He was bewildered by their accusatory stares. What is the matter? Why are you looking at me like that? 19 Gohan explained the incident involving Super Bu wreaking havoc in the arena, only to be swiftly dispatched by Gaskak. Initially, 19 Gohan anticipated that Vegeta, having missed such an exhilarating battle, would be filled with regret. However, Vegeta responded with a calm acknowledgement, his demeanor betraying no hint of turmoil. That is indeed impressive. Although he did not face those two adversaries, Vegeta engaged in a sparring match of sorts with Gokita, even if it was merely a contest of energy release. This exchange uplifted Vegeta's spirits significantly. Super Bu, indifferent to the situation, found himself ensnared by a single maneuver. In the 11th universe's contestant area, the formidable king of the demon realm, Dabura, smiled as he suggested to Babidi, Lord Babidi, since you possess the ability to permanently seal Bu, why not seize this opportunity to completely imprison Super Bu and thereby cultivate a favorable alliance with the first universe's organizers? Babidi, still shaken from his recent brush with death at the hands of Super Bu, was unable to utter a spell in time. Indeed, Dabura. But let us defer such discussions for the moment. Please refrain from suggesting this now. Dabura, perplexed by Babidi's hesitation, pondered why they would retain a being who did not belong to their universe nor heeded Babidi's commands. However, as a mere servant, he chose not to oppose his master's wishes. Very well, as you command, Lord Babidi. Yet, within Babidi's mind, a tumult of thoughts churned. He was confident that his sealing techniques could contain Bu, even a vastly enhanced Super Bu. Nevertheless, he harbored a fear. What if, in the process of executing his sealing techniques, he inadvertently ensnared his own Fat Bu? In the 11th universe, Babidi relied solely on Dabura and Fat Bu as his capable aids. A misstep that resulted in Fat Bu's sealing would be disastrous. Meanwhile, the transformed Super Bu, rendered into a helpless mass, could do nothing but plead for mercy from Gaskak. Yes, I apologize. I beg you for another chance. Gaskak, taken aback by the audacity of Super Bu's plea, responded with fury, absolutely not. This is no jest. Look at the chaos you've wrought upon the venue. During Super Bu's rampage, many were left terror-stricken. Although his intent was to consume, numerous individuals teetered on the brink of death, leaving a lasting psychological scar on many spectators. Super Bu's intentions are often misinterpreted. I have absorbed too many beings. This is not my true desire. Within me resides a multitude of personalities. Yet I shall maintain control over the more erratic aspects of my nature. Allow me to continue participating in the tournament. I will rectify any damaged machinery and engage in combat with decorum. Should I misbehave once more, you may return me to my own universe. The spectators hold divergent opinions regarding Super Bu's eligibility to compete. Let him stay. Perhaps he could emerge victorious. His capabilities are quite formidable, and I find them appealing. However, he is a madman. If he were to act as he did earlier, we could be in peril. Dream on. I cannot consent to that. You truly possess a reckless spirit, unafraid of death. The voices of agreement and dissent are evenly split. Some wish for Super Saiyan to fight and showcase his talents, while others fear the potential dangers and advocate for his removal. Vegeta steps forward to advocate for Super Saiyan. Spare him. It is of no consequence. Let bygones be bygones. I shall keep a watchful eye on him, and should he misbehave again, I will handle the situation. As the acting Kai of the first universe, the strongest South Kai is prudent and seeks to avoid unnecessary risks. No, he must not be allowed to emerge and threaten the other participants of this martial arts tournament. The Grand Kai expresses his perspective. For a long time, we have been averse to taking risks. Vegeta feels a tinge of disappointment, yet he understands. The actions of the Kai of the first universe in decisively eliminating Bojack and the dormant Bu reflect their foresight. It is entirely reasonable for the Grand Kai to harbor such thoughts, but he swiftly changes his tone. However, this tournament is unique, given Super Buu's myriad distinct personalities. Within his own universe, he is an omnipotent deity, unbound by rules. I have decided to grant him another chance, but he shall only be released when his match commences. The Grand Kai's plea for Super Buu's consideration catches others off guard, leaving the several apprentice Kais of the first universe in stunned silence. Out of respect for the Grand Kai, Gaskak refrains from voicing opposition, calmly explaining, "Esteemed Grand Kai, I do not intend to control this Super Buu for an extended period. It is of no concern, I can manage it." A slight smile graces the Grand Kai's plump visage. The East Kai of the first universe, Xin, sweats nervously, harboring skepticism about the Grand Kai's assertions. Are you truly capable of this? The Grand Kai extends his right hand toward the Super Buu that Gaskak is holding. It is no issue. I have analyzed Gaskak's abilities, and I can replicate that maneuver. Following the Grand Kai's command, Super Buu gently drifts from Gaskak's grasp into the Grand Kai's awaiting hand. The futile resistance of Super Buu appears to have been in vain, as it seems that the Supreme Kai of the West has indeed mastered the technique of Gaskak. Even the mighty Ultra Instinct Goku could not have anticipated the formidable prowess of the Grand Kaishin. I had previously assumed that Gasper's ability was merely a form of magic. However, it appears to be a unique power, as he can effortlessly replicate it after just a single observation. Chaobic holds unwavering confidence in the Grand Supreme Kai. There is no doubt, for the Grand Supreme Kai is indeed the most magnificent and powerful deity among all the Kais. Super Buu was astonished and inquired, "Isn't the South Kaishin the strongest among the Kaishins? The Grand Kaishin is merely knowledgeable, isn't he?" During the Z era, the East Kaishin mentioned to Gohan that when the evil Bu was born, only the South Kaishin was capable of battling him, while the other deities stood no chance. Although Chaobic was not entirely certain about the situation, it was evident that the Grand Kaishin appeared to possess greater prowess than the other novice Kaishins. Goku, however, had some inklings and quietly shared his suspicions with a few companions. In a past confrontation with a formidable foe, he had exhausted all his divine energy. And now the Grand Kaishin was not at his peak. His divine power was severely depleted and had scarcely recovered. This was the fundamental reason why he succumbed to the malevolent Kid Buu, a realization that Goku and the others would come to understand in due course. Under the onslaught of Super Buu, the damaged equipment was swiftly restored, allowing the match to recommence. GT Goku and King Cold ascended the stage, with King Cold exuding absolute confidence in his abilities, taunting GT Goku. "Little brat, do you still refuse to concede? No one stands a chance against me." However, King Cold's haughty proclamations had little impact on GT Goku. As they exchanged blows, King Cold felt an overwhelming force, unable to execute a backflip to dissipate the energy. He slid sideways, retreating several meters before regaining his balance. GT Goku wasted no time, unleashing a barrage of punches akin to a tempest, overwhelming King Cold's defenses and leaving him with no room to counterattack. The earlier bravado dissipated, replaced by a desperate need to evade. As King Cold suffered a staggering blow to his pride, he had always believed himself to be the mightiest of the Frost Demons. While he could accept that Scions might surpass him, he believed that with diligent training, he could eventually surpass them. Yet, here was this mere child, effortlessly dominating him in speed, strength, and ability, all without even transforming into a Super Saiyan, utterly crushing his complete form. Humiliated, King Cold absorbed 3 punches squarely to his face before retreating to create some distance. With a furious roar, his power surged, doubling in intensity. This is the full power of King Cold. His muscles swelled as he felt a resurgence of strength, raising his thumb in a gesture of self-affirmation. This is Super King Cold. GT Goku, however, remained unimpressed. King Cold's current state was roughly equivalent to a full-power Super Saiyan from the Z period. But that held little significance for him. The GT version of Goku was approximately 7 or 8 years older than his counterpart from the Super timeline, with a base power level comparable to a Super Saiyan 3 from the Z saga. It is worth noting that the timelines across most of the universe aligned closely with the GT era, translating to about 4 to 5 years after the conclusion of the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super. With a thunderous crash, King Cold shattered the arena floor as he leapt into the air, swinging his right hand, only to find GT Goku was merely an afterimage. Realizing he had been deceived, King Cold quickly turned around, but Goku's attacks had already reached him. A rapid succession of strikes, 1, 2, 3, landed squarely on King Cold's cheek, causing blood to spurt from his nose as he was sent crashing to the ground. The disparity between the two was unmistakable. GT Goku emerged victorious without question, while King Cold's angry roar echoed with frustration. Damn it, these young people lack a sense of martial ethics. How could they deceive and ambush a centenarian like me? This is unacceptable. Super Wutian and Super Tien Shan were quite pleased to see the King of Kurd suffer a setback. Although they were unfamiliar with the King of Kurd, they were well acquainted with Frieza. The King of Kurd displayed remarkable prowess, effortlessly countering GT Goku's punch with a swift, three-faced maneuver. Gogeta couldn't help but wonder if there was some connection between the King of Kurd and Vegeta, given the classic gesture of defeat and the phrase Super Kurd, which inevitably drew parallels in his mind. Indeed, it was quite the spectacle with the King of Kurd. The next match featured Tien Shinhan from Universe 9 facing off against Super Bu from Universe 4. Chapter 38, The Final Hope. The Grand Supreme Kai honored his promise. When it was Super Bu's turn to take the stage, he released his initial restraints and sent Super Bu forth. Super Bu broke free from the control of the Grand Supreme Kai and immediately restored his physical form, no longer existing as a mere blob. In the 9th universe, Tien Shinhan ascended to the arena, alongside fellow warriors from Blue Star, including Krillin, Yamcha, and Dend. Despite being swiftly taken down by gas, Super Bu remained brimming with confidence. Arms crossed, smiling at Tien Shinhan. Tien, you are rather impressive. As a martial artist, I hold you in high regard. Unfortunately for you, facing me, you stand no chance whatsoever. I grant you 3 minutes to strike at will. I shall not retaliate. So unleash your most formidable technique. Such words were undeniably audacious. Yet Tien Shinhan did not perceive this as humiliation. There was no need to elaborate on Super Bu's power. In a direct confrontation, he truly had little hope of victory. From his robes, Tien produced a deflated balloon and tossed it between them, then extended his arms, emanating an extraordinary green aura. The demon seal wave coalesced into a swirling vortex, with Super Bu caught at its center, unable to resist the rapid rotation that ensnared him and ultimately drew him into the balloon's narrow opening. The once deflated balloon immediately swelled into a substantial 1-meter square dragon boat balloon after Super Bu was sealed inside. It was unclear what material the balloon was crafted from, but Super Bu found himself utterly unable to break free from this confinement. The spectacle witnessed by Goku was nothing short of astonishing. It was, in fact, his inaugural experience observing the sealing technique known as the Demon Seal Wave in action against an adversary. Reflecting on the time when he and Trunks had fused to combat Majin Bu, they had been unable to vanquish him, albeit due to their own shortcomings. This Super Bu was evidently far more formidable than the one they had previously encountered, and he could not escape the grasp of this technique. The power of the Demon Seal Wave was thus made manifest. It was truly remarkable to witness the sealing of Super Bu. Vegeta gently patted Goten's head, urging him to pay close attention to the match and to refrain from being so careless. Take a look and see if Tien has managed to seal Super Bu. Upon the arena, Tien, having just exhaled a sigh of relief, felt a hand rest upon his shoulder, accompanied by a teasing voice. You've executed that technique quite well, Tien. It seems you've diligently practiced it. Immediately, Tien's countenance darkened. He had not even perceived how Super Bu had appeared behind him. How could this be? Super Bu harbored a certain fondness for Tien, and as previously agreed, refrained from inflicting any harm upon him, instead elucidating the circumstances. Indeed, I have been sealed, though not entirely. I have left numerous clones in the arena, and you must seal them all to succeed. Naturally, I am also adept in the Mystic Seal Wave, and can employ the Reverse Mystic Seal Wave as well. However, I have no intention of disrupting this glorious and striking moment of yours. Upon hearing Super Bu's words, Tien found himself at a loss. The arena was now populated with at least dozens of writhing clones of Super Bu. making it impossible for him to cast the Mystic Seal wave so many times. Even with his current strength, executing such a feat in rapid succession would be arduous, likely leading to exhaustion or worse. Moreover, it would be futile, as Super Bu could generate even more clones at will, necessitating a different approach. Tien leapt from the ground, soaring into the air, where two additional arms sprouted from his back, aligning parallel to his own. He formed a triangular gesture. Double Ki Blast. This was Tien's newly developed ultimate technique. He would first employ the 4 demon fists, then manifest 2 additional hands, subsequently stacking the 2 Ki Blasts, executing a formula where 1 + 1 exceeds 2. Super Bu bathed in radiance, while the arena below lay utterly destroyed, with the ground beneath it marred by unfathomable pits. Super Bu was shattered into countless fragments by the shockwave, yet he swiftly reformed, unscathed. "Not bad," he remarked. "You have shattered me to pieces. But do you possess an even more formidable technique? This single maneuver is insufficient to vanquish me." In the absence of his defenses, Tien's technique did exhibit commendable destructive power. Observing that his ultimate attack had little effect on Super Bu, Tien chose to concede gracefully, expressing his surrender without further contention. Super Bu had initially wished to engage in play for a little longer, but was taken aback by the swift concession, leaving him somewhat disinterested. Not even 3 minutes had elapsed. He could have launched several more attacks. With Tien Shin'an conceding defeat, Super Bu emerged victorious. Before he could utter more words, the Grand Supreme Kai gestured with his right hand, and Super Bu transformed back into a spherical form, returning to his grasp. The next match would feature Son Goku from Universe 18 facing off against the darkened version of M from Universe 5. With a chuckle, Ultra Goku leaped onto the arena, the 100-fold gravity feeling utterly trivial to him, having no impact whatsoever. In the contestant area of the 5th universe, Blackened Zamasu was encouraged by his companions. He was the sole remaining participant, the last glimmer of hope. Bearing the weight of an unwavering resolve to prevail, Blackened Zamasu ascended to the arena, where the immense pressure proved exceedingly burdensome. He swiftly activated the gravity system of his armor to acclimate to the arena's gravitational force, for in their technologically advanced universe, their physical prowess was not particularly formidable. Without any intent to probe, Blackened Zamasu raised his hand and unleashed an energy blast toward Ultra Goku. Super Goku had previously witnessed this technique and was well aware of its weaknesses. While its destructive power was considerable, its speed was, in comparison, painfully sluggish. As the energy projectile approached, he swiftly evaded the impending explosion, closing in to unleash a barrage of powerful punches that fell like a torrential downpour. The darkened M immediately activated a protective shield, deflecting Super Goku's onslaught, and then extended his right hand, aiming at Super Goku from a distance. Just as Super Goku was taken aback, pondering the darkened M's intentions through the shield, an unexpected force of gravity bore down upon him, far exceeding thousands of times the normal gravitational pull. It felt as though a mountain was pressing upon him. Even he stumbled momentarily. Yet he quickly regained his footing and withstood the pressure. A flicker of barely perceptible astonishment crossed the eyes of the darkened M. "You were capable of withstanding this attack? I have amplified the gravity countless times. Not only did you avoid being crushed outright, but you also remain upright." Below, Super Vegeta regarded such trickery with disdain, considering it nothing more than a feeble display. Humph, how tiresome. Even Super Goku found himself straining, no longer concealing his true power. The Super Saiyan 3 emerged, enveloped in an overwhelming density of energy that illuminated his form, casting a golden radiance across the battlefield. As the brilliance faded, Super Goku's eyebrows vanished, and his brow became slightly pronounced, with his golden locks cascading down to his waist. "Such a technique is futile against me. Allow me to take my turn." In an instant, Super Goku ascended to a higher elevation, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts with both hands, fervently employing the prince's combat style to bombard his opponent. The darkened shield of M was gradually compromised, teetering on the brink of destruction. Left with no alternative, he was compelled to engage Super Goku in close combat. The divine blade capable of cleaving through all was repeatedly swung, yet Super Goku evaded each strike with remarkable agility. With a swift motion, he unleashed a single-handed shockwave that forced him back toward the arena. Realizing he was outmatched, M's expression shifted to one of uncertainty, yet he soon reached a resolution. With a flick of his right hand, he projected a small black orb the size of a marble. Super Goku, his right hand enveloped in an aura of energy, retaliated with a punch aimed at the black orb. Contrary to the anticipated explosion, upon contact with Super Goku's body, the black orb transformed into a viscous substance. The once deep blue wristband became tainted black, showing signs of spreading to other parts of his body. Super Goku, unwilling to take risks, let go of the explosive energy wristband, which fell onto the arena. The dark brown substance rapidly spread out around the arena the moment it touched the ground. In a flash, the shattered arena, struck by Super Goku, was enveloped in darkness. The darkened Mu, with a wave of his hand, unleashed an energy blast, but this time, his target was not Super Goku, it was the arena floor. Upon contact, an immense explosion erupted, and the dark brown substance reacted, causing a chain reaction that rendered the entire arena into nothingness. It shattered all matter, and even the fabric of space appeared to ripple, capturing the attention of all present. Darkened Mu remained calm, refraining from immediate aggression, and took the opportunity to elucidate to Super Goku. Your reflexes are commendable. This is our ultimate weapon, the microcarbon annihilation bomb. When its particles come into contact with a solid object, they will consume the opponent and propagate themselves. The target will inevitably be devoured, transforming into a more potent mobile explosive. The only recourse is to detonate it before it expands beyond control. This was precisely why Darkened Mu had opted to strike the arena. Any destructive force would trigger the annihilation bomb to detonate. In the spectator area of the fifth universe, the other contestants shouted warnings to Darkened Mu. No, Darkened Mu, you must focus on your opponent and avoid harming innocent bystanders. Even the Super Saiyan Goku cannot comprehend these matters. They merely appear formidable. Is that so? Then I only need to evade, correct? The darkened form of M maintained a grave demeanor, speaking with utmost seriousness. No, I shall not grant you the opportunity, my apologies. He aimed his right hand at Super Saiyan Goku, poised to unleash a microcarbon annihilation projectile. Should you manage to evade, the audience will be affected, and subsequently, this small asteroid will transform into a far greater annihilation projectile. If you disregard their lives, then attempt to evade and see what transpires. The demeanor of Super Goku grew increasingly displeased. Kakarot's Saiyan blood craved the thrill of battle, yet within the heart of Blue Star's Goku, a desire to safeguard humanity prevailed. Are you treating the audience as hostages? The competitors from the fifth universe did not concur with his actions and voiced their objections. You possess no authority to act thus, Dark GM. You cannot engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Within Dark GM's eyes, a tumult of struggle, regret, and unwillingness flashed momentarily. Ultimately yielding to a resolute defiance, his tone laced with ire. Do we have any other alternatives? In the end, the outcome remains unchanged. If we cannot prevail, we shall all perish. It was through Dark GM's soliloquy that the others comprehended their plight. It turned out that during an unfortunate incident, they had inadvertently struck their own planet with a microcarbon annihilation bomb. By the time they realized it, their home, a colossal planet, was nearly consumed. Half of it transformed into a microcarbon annihilation bomb. They had no choice but to organize their kin to board spaceships and flee their homeland, quickly witnessing the entire planet being assimilated, becoming a volatile, mobile bomb. They endeavored to halt the catastrophe, yet found themselves utterly powerless. The planet continued its orbit, and should it collide with another celestial body, an explosion could ensue, contaminating nearby planets and meteors with the substance of the microcarbon annihilation bomb. The calamity would escalate exponentially. As for the destruction of their homeland, a microcarbon annihilation bomb the size of a planet, if subjected to immense energy impact, would likely devastate numerous galaxies. To save their universe, Dark GM, as the last warrior, must secure victory. Only the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls can avert this impending doom. Upon hearing his words, the transcended Goku spread his arms and imparted a harsh reality. You cannot prevail. Even if I were to deliberately concede, you would still be unable to triumph over others. Besides, your wish is not difficult to fulfill. I can grant it to you after my victory. The darkened M did not believe him in the slightest. I cannot place my trust in you. Such a precious opportunity to make a wish would never be given away without cause. Chapter 39. The Exterminated Saiyans. Super Gohan also informed the contestants from the fifth universe that upon their victory, they could bestow their wishes upon them. By nature benevolent, he could not bear to witness the suffering of living beings, even if it involved other universes. He wished to avert such calamities. With great power comes great responsibility. However, the individuals from the fifth universe remained skeptical. It was only during this martial arts tournament that they had learned of the enigmatic existence of the Dragon Balls. Could it be true that they were willing to offer such a precious opportunity to them? Yet, the act of wishing upon the Dragon Balls, such a rare privilege, seemed implausible. Vegeta then revealed a startling truth. You have never seen them, which is why you consider them so valuable. In our realm, Dragon Balls are utilized without hesitation. We participate in this competition not for the sake of wishes, but to engage in combat and hone our skills. The opportunity to make wishes is of little consequence. A friend of mine even wishes upon the dragon to restore his youthful appearance every few years. Nearby, Super Vegeta sensed that he was indirectly alluding to his wife, Bulma, and he possessed evidence to support his claim. The astonished contestants from the fifth universe, rather than rebutting this information, posed an odd question. Then why not wish for eternal youth? That way, one would not need to wish repeatedly, because eternal youth would render one quite peculiar. By wishing every few years, others perceive her as naturally beautiful and resistant to aging. He continued. There was even a fool who sought the Dragon Balls merely to gain 5 centimeters in height, and ended up being beaten for over an hour. At this point, Vegeta glanced at Frieza from the 8th universe, who appeared unnerved by the implication. What could Vegeta mean by that? Surely, he could not be referring to himself in such a lamentable manner. He quickly dismissed that notion, absolutely impossible. Frieza felt somewhat short, but surely, he would not be punished for merely wishing to grow 5 centimeters taller. What was wrong with that? It seemed rather cruel to bully the innocent. In the arena above, observing the opponent's indifference, Super Saiyan Goku wasted no time. He approached and delivered a powerful knee strike, sending his adversary soaring into the heavens. The darkened form of Black Goku transformed into a meteor, swiftly traversing the atmosphere and ascending into the cosmos. Following closely behind, Ultra Goku. Since neither participant was within the confines of the arena, the 30-second time limit was rendered moot. After a minute had elapsed, Ultra Goku returned to the stage, carrying the unconscious Darkmu. The referee initiated a 30-second countdown. As Darkmu remained unresponsive, victory was declared in favor of Ultra Goku. Super Vegeta does not miss the opportunity to taunt Super Goku, questioning why he is still concealing his super blue form and not unleashing it to defeat him swiftly. Lamenting the wasted time, Chao Wukong chuckled softly. Aren't you also concealing your true abilities, hesitant to reveal too much of your hand? As the ultimate form reserved for critical moments, neither wished to disclose their full potential prematurely. Although Vegeta's unexpected elimination had occurred, both shared an unspoken intention to engage in a contest beyond the confines of the tournament with him. Aside from the unexpected transformation into Ultra Instinct during the Tournament of Power, Ultra Goku has not been able to master that form in the months that followed. The ultimate transcendence of Ultra Vegeta, which I am reluctant to utilize prematurely, as the majority of adversaries cannot even contend with Super Saiyan God. The awakened, darkened version of M, upon realizing his defeat, succumbs to profound despair, having missed the singular opportunity to save his homeland. How infuriating! Must we return in disgrace? Awaiting the moment of annihilation, Chao Wutian held his father in high regard, assuring Black and Mu and the others that they need not worry. Once his father emerged victorious, he would grant them the opportunity to save their homeland. Regardless of the time or place, his father, Sun Wukong, was a paragon of integrity and kindness, having rescued his hometown countless times. In contrast, Chao Vegeta lacked the same sense of mission as Wukong. His battles were fought primarily for his family. Meanwhile, Wujita was different altogether. He was neither a hero nor a villain, but simply detested unpleasant people and situations. Undoubtedly, the three of them were indifferent to the trivial opportunity of a wish, likely preferring to relinquish it to others. Upon overhearing their conversation, Black and Mu began to trust them. Realizing that perhaps he could indeed rely on them, especially since he had already been defeated, there was no need for them to deceive him. The next match would feature Dr. Reiki from Universe 3 facing off against Vegeta from Universe 13. As Dr. Reiki emerged from Universe 3, he cast a rare smile upon seeing the formidable 13 Vegeta. It was indeed a delightful occurrence to encounter him again. The royal delicacy was something he yearned to savor. 13 Vegeta, however, harbored no fondness for Dr. Reiki, a cruel smile playing on his lips. The two ascended to the arena, where Dr. Reiki perched upon a technological magical sphere. Among the participants from Universe 3, only Bardock remained a Saiyan, which led 13 Vegeta to suspect certain truths. Did you eradicate every Saiyan from that universe? Dr. Reiki's beard quivered slightly, pride swelling within him for his past deeds. Indeed, aside from Bardock, I have slain all the other Saiyans. What do you think of that? Upon hearing Dr. Reiki's declaration, 13 Vegeta's expression betrayed no anger. Rather, it turned cold and indifferent. A look of pity cast upon Dr. Reiki. No, you have done well. I admire you. 13 Vegeta's nonchalance regarding the massacre of his entire kin left Dr. Reiki utterly astonished. What did you say? I have slaughtered your entire race. Yet 13 Vegeta responded with utmost derision, showing no concern for his fallen brethren. The Zephyrians were too weak. You did not deserve to exist in this world, which is why the Scions toppled your dynasty. If you could extinguish the Scion race, it merely indicates that the Scions of your universe are not much stronger. They are also a feeble species, deserving of extermination, a fine deed indeed. 13 Vegeta's brutal worldview incensed Dr. Reiki, recalling the once mighty Zephyrians who had been overthrown. This is precisely why the Scions must be annihilated. You are all demons. I have eradicated the Scions from that place. Now it is time for the Scions of other universes to meet their end, starting with you. The multitude across the dimensions shuddered upon hearing that Reiki had annihilated the Scion race. Super Vegeta chuckled at himself, murmuring softly, "Once again have we met our demise? It seems we are truly unable to escape the fate of extinction, O Scions." He had once believed that in the third universe, under Bardock's leadership, the Scions had vanquished Frieza, thus ensuring a peaceful existence for their race. Little did he anticipate that they would ultimately fall victim to the very Zayful people they had annihilated in the past, a striking example of history repeating itself. Indeed, it is said that retribution knows no bounds. It is not that vengeance will not come, but rather that the time has not yet arrived. Such a turn of events was, in truth, inevitable, for the Scions had committed grievous acts in the past, and it is only natural that they would face the consequences. Do you seek vengeance against the Scions? Goku consoled Super Vegeta with a gentle remark before inquiring about his thoughts. Super Vegeta clenched his fists, given his current strength. Seeking vengeance was an endeavor far too effortless. That Reiki was hardly a match for him. Yet, the adversary did not belong to his universe. And with grievances having their rightful owners, Super Vegeta, having lived on Blue Star for many years, was no longer the cold-hearted Scion prince he once was. What reason could he possibly have to exact revenge upon Dr. Reiki? The Scions, notorious for their misdeeds, were all executioners, himself not exempt from this label. Thus, he held no authority to impede others from pursuing retribution. Vengeance? Let it be. It hardly concerned me. Two younglings exhibited an extraordinary curiosity regarding the annihilation of the Scion race, persistently pestering Gogeta for insights. Born on Blue Star and having never set foot on the fabled planet Vegeta, they had always identified as Blue Star natives, not pure-blooded Scions, but rather hybrids. The extinction of the Scions, in their eyes, bore no relevance to their existence. Gogeta initially intended to dismiss their inquiries, yet Goku's attention shifted towards them. Having once clashed with Bardock from the third universe, he understood the depth of that man's power. Logically, he should not have been subject to annihilation. Gogeta, unable to resist their persistent questioning, and holding no animosity towards Reiki, nonetheless did not harbor any fondness for him either. Confronting Dr. Reiki, even mind-reading proved ineffective, so he merely observed the energy sphere of Hachizak he was seated upon. He then recounted the tale of how Bardock led the Scions to defeat Frieza in the ensuing developments. In the third universe, the demise of Frieza, the tyrant of evil, elevated the reputation of the warrior race, the Scions, to its zenith. The defeat of Frieza, who once ruled the cosmos, instilled a lasting psychological scar in other races towards the Scion lineage. Raditz benefited from his father's newfound status, as his father ascended to kingship, thus rendering him a prince of the Scions. Following Frieza's death, numerous planets proclaimed their independence, refusing to pledge allegiance to him or succumb to the Scion race. However, under the weight of military might, they ultimately yielded. Regardless of the change in overlords, the plight of the common people remained ever constant. Not long after, Vegeta received news from planet Vegeta and felt no anger at no longer being a prince. Instead, he found joy in the prospect of becoming a king. Hannah reminded Bardock that his kingly experience card was about to expire, leaving him momentarily bewildered. She asserted that once the opportunity to challenge arose, she would defeat Bardock and claim the title of the new king, as she was currently the mightiest among the Scions, even surpassing Bardock. Bardock initiated a duel competition, inviting all Scions to participate, with the victor crowned as the new king. The final showdown featured young Vegeta against Hannah. Bardock earnestly cautioned Hannah not to kill young Vegeta. Yet, she retorted that it was a duel, and she would slay whomever she desired. Bardock insisted that once Vegeta matured, he would easily overpower Hannah. The fate of the Scion race rested entirely upon the future Vegeta's shoulders. Hannah ultimately heeded his advice, and due to Vegeta's immaturity, he fell short in the end. Though she defeated him, she spared young Vegeta, granting him a chance at life. Paragus cradled the young Broly, who, in this universe, was slightly older than Kakarot and Vegeta. Paragus earnestly conveyed to his son that no one could harm him anymore. He was immensely powerful, and once he grew a bit more, he would become the next Saiyan king. Before stepping down, Bardock issued his final decree. Irrespective of who ascended the throne thereafter, they must heed the counsel of former kings. The prospect of a female Saiyan reigning had seldom occurred throughout history, leading to considerable opposition. However, under Hannah's formidable suppression and sheer combat prowess, the descending Saiyans gradually acquiesced. Despite being a woman, Hannah's combat abilities were on par with Bardock's, bolstered by the support of the previous two kings. The Saiyans have undergone a profound transformation. Time has swiftly passed, and it was only after several years that King Cold learned of his son's demise. The vastness of the universe played a significant role in this. The news of Frisia's death was meticulously suppressed by the Saiyan clan, with all of Frisia's subordinates swiftly eliminated by the Saiyans. Initially, King Cold was unaware of this tragedy, only discovering it 3 years later. However, due to the insurrection within his dominion, coupled with his disdain for the Saiyans, he delayed action for several years. Ultimately, Goldo's ambitions were realized when he received the king's acknowledgement that after annihilating the Saiyans, he could inherit Frisia's former territories. Neither party anticipated that this would be their final conversation, marking the end of the Saiyan saga. Bardock, endowed with unstable precognitive abilities, foresaw their arrival. Paragus' son, Broly, had matured into a formidable youth. The legendary Super Saiyan, with his terrifying innate talent, effortlessly ascended to this legendary state. When confronted by the invading Goldo and King Cold, he instantly transformed, unleashing his wrath. The two adversaries, having never encountered a Super Saiyan before, were paralyzed with fear, fleeing in panic. Ultimately, however, they fell to Broly's might. Under Paragus' guidance, Broly managed to restrain himself, avoiding the descent into madness that would have led to the slaughter of all. The Saiyans subsequently established dominion over the universe, rarely deploying Broly as a weapon of destruction, as they were more than capable of handling ordinary foes themselves. As another year or two passed, Planet Vegeta faced a new adversary, the remnants of the obliterated Zuffle race, spearheaded by the technologically adept Dr. Lecky. Originally, Planet Vegeta was known as Zuffle, ruled by the Zuffle people, whose demeanor contrasted starkly with that of the Saiyans. They were neither malevolent nor excessively merciful, but rather composed and willing to assist others, provided it did not jeopardize their own interests. Years prior, the Saiyan clan had suffered a catastrophic ordeal and sought refuge on Zuffle, a planet rich in technology. However, the Saiyans, with their inherent lack of scientific aptitude, were deemed of little value. The Zuffle people, rather than ruthlessly expelling the beleaguered Saiyans during their time of crisis, chose to shelter them, relegating the Saiyans to laborious tasks instead. As time elapsed, the Saiyan population surged dramatically, influenced by the rhetoric of Vegeta's father, who had not yet ascended to kingship. Many Saiyans grew resentful, feeling confined to menial labor while the Zuffle people lived in relative ease. On a fateful night, during a full moon, the Saiyan clan launched a surprise attack. The Zuffle, caught off guard by the betrayal from those they had sheltered, were ill-prepared to retaliate. The Saiyans decimated the Zuffle, including the renowned Dr. Lecky, who, before his demise, activated his laboratory's defensive systems, managing to endure for several hours before succumbing. Decades later, Dr. Lecky was resurrected, fueled by the collective resentment of the Zuffle people, seeking vengeance against the Saiyans. Aware of the Saiyans' newfound strength, he meticulously devised a plan. First unleashing a toxic mist that drained their vigor, rendering them unable to harness their full potential. In the shadows, many Saiyans fell one by one. Unaware of the looming threat, young Broly, distinguished for his extraordinary abilities, was targeted specifically. Despite consuming a specially concocted poison, he could not evade his fate and was ultimately slain by Dr. Lecky himself. Among the Saiyans, only Bardock sensed the impending doom the night before Dr. Lecky's assault, grasping at a fleeting chance for survival. However, having been poisoned himself, he could not assist others and hastily escaped the encirclement, evading his pursuer. After the Saiyans rose to supremacy, their atrocities against other planets multiplied, while Dr. Lecky, the harbinger of their downfall, was celebrated as a hero throughout the universe. In the absence of the Saiyans, other races could finally experience peace, free from the perpetual fear of annihilation. Gogeta elucidated the entire saga, noting that he had a vague recollection of Dr. Lecky as a character from the films, who had previously battled Goku and Vegeta. Ultimately, he had been vanquished. And within the third universe, Leki's adversaries were now the Saiyans. The absence of Kakarot from Planet Blue meant that he could not transform into a Super Saiyan either. Super Saiyan Trunks, having inherited the temperament of Vegeta, finds himself perplexed by Dr. Raiki's actions. Such despicable tactics are truly unsettling. Goku's words do not resonate with him, prompting him to impart a valuable lesson to this young lad. Trunks, he began, it is not merely about the words spoken. When one embarks on a task, there are those who relish the journey and those who are fixated solely on the outcome. Take, for instance, this martial arts tournament. Your father and Goku are acutely aware that victory is beyond their grasp. They recognize this truth, yet still choose to participate. For them, triumph holds significance. But the experience of battling formidable opponents is of even greater import. They derive joy from the process, striving to transcend their limits through combat. Conversely, consider the Dark Warrior from Universe 5, Black AM. His perspective stands in stark contrast. The manner of battle or the identity of his adversaries bears no weight for him. His singular desire is to emerge victorious, to seize the opportunity for wishes that could save his universe. The journey is inconsequential. Only the conclusion matters to him. Dr. Raiki embodies this latter mentality, driven by a thirst for vengeance against the annihilation of his race. He has returned, resolute in his quest for retribution. And the method of his revenge is irrelevant. He is fixated solely on extinguishing the science of his universe. It is high time you and Goten matured. It would be a disservice to rely on others, like Vegeta and the others, in their twilight years, expecting you to safeguard your homeland while you remain unprepared. Chote Nankisi nodded in a seemingly perplexed manner before posing a question in return. If my father and Uncle Wukong cannot prevail, then who will emerge victorious? Without hesitation, Wujita confidently patted himself on the back. Is there any doubt? Of course, it shall be I. The gaze of Super Wukong shifted towards another individual in the third universe. A faint yet familiar aura emanating from him. It was Tapio, and judging by his appearance, he seemed capable of sealing Hildegard. How did he achieve this? Once, the extraordinary Wukong engaged in a fierce battle with the formidable demon Hildegard, a terrifying creature endowed with immense strength and the ability to phase through reality. Wukong found himself embroiled in a strenuous conflict, yet ultimately discerned the adversary's weakness and unleashed his most potent close combat technique, the Dragon Fist, which obliterated Hildegard in a single strike. Originally, this monstrous entity was sealed within the body of Tapio, who was powerless to control it. However, it appeared that Tapio remained unaffected by Hildegard's influence, exuding a calm and refined aura. Regardless, with Dr. Liki's introduction, the presence of an additional Tapio was inconsequential. He merely expressed that it was a hassle. Wujita opted for a more expedient method, utilizing teleportation to relay the matter of Tapio into the minds of the group. Many years prior, in the third universe, on the planet Naz, local sorcerers harnessed the collective power of all to create the mightiest creature, the demon Hildegard, with intentions to conquer the cosmos. At that time, a mysterious figure emerged, seizing the opportunity during Hildegard's moment of vulnerability and wielding a treasured ancestral sword. Cleave the demon in twain. Despite being severed, Hildegard managed to survive, wreaking havoc across the planets. To save their world, two musicians, Tapio and his brother, arose and employed their unique flute melodies to seal Hildegard's divided form within themselves. To ensure absolute safety, they requested to be sealed within two magically enchanted music boxes, which were then cast into the depths of the universe. The sorcerers who had conjured Hildegard were mostly slain, while the few survivors were banished from the planet Naz. Undeterred, the sorcerers' descendants traversed galaxy after galaxy over centuries, and ultimately, fortune smiled upon them as they located the two music boxes. They discovered one of the coveted music boxes on the territory of the universe's overlord, King Cold, and his son, Frisia. The sorcerers united to break the seal of one music box and release Tapio's brother, only to slay him afterward. With the seal on Hildegard's lower half lifted, it succumbed to a rampage, devastating much of the planet, and through the combined efforts of the sorcerers, Hildegard's lower half was sealed within the sorcerer Koi's body. They envisioned a future where they would dominate the universe, believing that by eliminating Tapio and sealing the other half, no one would stand against them. However, before they could breach the seal, Frisia subordinates arrived, drawn by the chaos unleashed by Hildegard's rampage. As the sorcerers were preoccupied with breaking the seal, they were ambushed and swiftly annihilated, as they were not adept in close combat. Only Koi, who had sealed Hildegard's lower half, was placed into a cryogenic sleep chamber. compelled into eternal slumber for fear that killing him would release the creature. This desolate planet, devoid of life, was a result of the sorcerer's negligence in fortifying their defenses. It had been overrun by Frisia's minions, who had yet to sell it. The devastation wrought by the sorcerers had rendered it valueless, prompting Frisia's subordinates to eliminate them to quell his wrath upon discovering their failure. Koi, being the youngest sorcerer and still inexperienced in unsealing Hildergan, found himself at gunpoint. Fearful to test whether he could release the demon faster than his assailants could pull the trigger. Many years later, after Frisia was slain by the Scions and his domain fell into chaos, the cryogenic chamber containing Koi was inadvertently damaged. Emerging from his confinement, Koi embarked on a solitary journey for survival, years passing before he, guided by the essence of the demon within him, discovered another music box. Following the annihilation of the Scions, Koi sought the assistance of the renowned Dr. Likey, realizing that he could not unseal the music box alone, as it had required a collective effort in the past. Finding Dr. Likey's whereabouts was not a challenge. After vanquishing the Scions, he resided on Vegeta. However, Koi found himself alone on this planet, humbly beseeching Dr. Likey for aid. Hero, the slayer of the wicked Scions, Dr. Likey, I come seeking your assistance. Dr. Likey, seated atop a crystal sphere, observed him in silence. Koi persisted in praising Dr. Likey's greatness, hoping for his help. Have you heard of Tapio? He is a great hero, currently imprisoned by this malevolent music box. I implore you to rescue him. Dr. Likey, uninterested in trivial matters, dismissed Koi immediately. Leave. I have no interest in any so-called hero. Undeterred, Koi fell to his knees, extolling Likey while pleading for assistance. Dr. Likey, you defeated the Scions and saved the universe. You are a true hero, and so is Tapio. He deserves redemption. Dr. Likey's greatest satisfaction in life was having eradicated the Scions, and hearing Koi's flattery lifted his spirits considerably. Yet, he still had no intention of unsealing the music box, merely stating he was too busy to consider it now. With one approach failing, Koi shifted his strategy. Dr. Likey, I implore you. I have sought assistance from most technological races, and none could break this music box's seal, saying it is beyond anyone's capability. This statement, uttered without much hope, piqued Dr. Likey's curiosity. After annihilating his enemies, he had lost his sense of purpose, and the prospect of a complex challenge intrigued him. When Koi presented the music box from his possession, Dr. Likey's interest was ignited, and he acquiesced to Koi's request. This offered a new challenge. Dr. Likey toiled in his laboratory for days, ultimately devising a solution to unlock the music box's seal. The moment he unsealed it, a tempestuous storm erupted, a powerful aura rushing forth, and Tapio, clutching his flute, descended to the ground. Released from captivity, Tapio reacted with ire rather than gratitude, expressing disdain for his liberation. Why? Why did you release me? His cold tone instilled a sense of foreboding in Dr. Likey, yet he remained composed and inquired, what seems to be the problem with your release? Despite being sealed away for centuries, Tapio remained untouched by the passage of time, his youthful visage unchanged. The elderly Dr. Likey, approaching his 70s, found it fitting to refer to him as boy. As the sorcerer retreated towards the exit, intent on fleeing, Dr. Likey snorted in derision, sealing off the vast laboratory and trapping the sorcerer in his escape. You cannot leave. You owe me an explanation. The peculiarities surrounding Tapio and the sorcerer's ever-shifting demeanor hinted to Dr. Likey that deeper secrets lurked beneath the surface, making it impossible to allow him to depart unchallenged. Seeing his plans unravel, the sorcerer remained unperturbed, especially since Hildigan had just been released. A cold smile crept onto his face. There is no need for such haste. Foolish old man, soon you shall understand. To think I, destined to become the ruler of the cosmos, would kneel before you and plead, I shall ensure your demise. Dr. Likey harbored resentment for the sorcerer's prior request for him to break the seal, a grievance he had long nurtured. Mysterious smoke emanated from Koi, forming a colossal phantom above him, a sharp tail piercing the laboratory floor. Koi unleashed the lower half of Hildigan, wreaking havoc in the room. And Tapio felt an ominous premonition. Is this the lower half of the phantom demon? Did you slay my brother? Why does the beast that was to be sealed by him reside within you? Koi offered no response, tacitly acknowledging the inquiry. Tapio prepared to play his flute, intending to seal Hildigan's lower half within himself. However, before he could commence, the laboratory began to collapse, debris striking him and burying him beneath the ruins. A protective shield emanated from the crystal orb beneath Dr. Likey, shielding him from falling stones. Witnessing the frenzied Hildigan, Dr. Likey's expression darkened. You are destroying my laboratory. I cannot allow this chaos. Arise, my undead warriors. At that moment, 8 figures clad in battle attire emerged, their tails swaying as they shielded Dr. Likey. Koi stood agape. Recognizing the familiar attire and features, these were the infamous Saiyans. Did you not eradicate them all? Why are there so many remaining? The tale of Dr. Likey's extermination of the Saiyans was widely known, leaving many to wonder if he had concealed the truth, perhaps retaining some Saiyans as his minions. Dr. Likey discerned Koi's ill intentions and resolved not to hold back. They are but spirits of the deceased, now my slaves. Soon, you shall join them. Among the 8 Saiyan warriors, the spiky-haired Kakarot approached Koi, pointing his right hand at him. You shall perish. Are you speaking of yourself? Koi retorted, unfazed and mocking. What? Kakarot's gaze shifted to his chest, where a thick tail pierced through, creating a gaping wound. Before he could react, Kakarot's form disintegrated. Even the undead could suffer injury and death. Though they could recover, limitations existed. They were not invulnerable. Hannah, mother of Kakarot from the 3rd universe, looked at her reckless son with disappointment. You foolish child, do you not understand you must eliminate this monster first? The remaining 7 ascended into the sky, launching energy waves at the phantom demon, all strikes landing on its form. Yet, before the Saiyans could celebrate, the resilient phantom demon stood unscathed, emitting a beastly roar that shook the very earth. A fiery shockwave erupted, incinerating one of the Saiyan's spirits to ashes, even in its half-formed state. The phantom demon was not something these ordinary Saiyans could contend with. Their attacks bore no effect. The sorcerer, witnessing the devastation wrought by the phantom demon, sought to extricate himself from the perilous situation. You shall entertain my phantom demon. I shall take my leave. Where do you intend to go? The sorcerer, alarmed, turned to speak, but a shockwave engulfed him, obliterating his form. The assailant was Raditz, who smiled faintly, pleased with himself. This is the master's command. You must perish. Having dispatched the sorcerer, a fiery tempest erupted below, forcing Raditz to narrowly evade the attack, flames brushing against him. Hannah's lips curled into a beautiful smile. Raditz, do not grow complacent. This creature is exceedingly powerful. We have already lost 3 comrades. Raditz, startled, contemplated the seemingly mindless creature that had claimed 3 of his allies in such a brief span. Tapiu, trapped beneath the rubble, struggled to extend his right hand towards the flute, but the weight of the stones rendered him immobile. Just as he was mere centimeters from his goal, a hand seized the flute. Dr. Likey stood before him. You seem to have a special connection with this monster. Tapiu, however, was preoccupied with his own plight, desperate to seal the other half of the phantom demon within himself to protect this place and the entire galaxy. Return the flute to me. Dr. Likey disregarded his pleas, demanding answers instead. It was perplexing that someone would seek him out to release a hero, only for a monster to emerge and attack him, compelling him to be wary. Bound by circumstance, Tapiu revealed the presence of the phantom demon's upper half within him. Dr. Likey, not doubting the truth of Tapiu's claims, acknowledged the reality of the rampaging phantom demon and recognized that it indeed possessed only half its body. Interesting, so that is how it is. Now I understand. Meanwhile, another Saiyan spirit fell to Hildigan's wrath. Dr. Likey gestured, lifting the debris that pinned Tapiu and freeing him. He bore no ill will towards Tapiu. After all, he had no ties to the Saiyans and had willingly chosen eternal entrapment to save others. Tapiu extended his hand, signaling for the flute to be returned. Give me back the flute. I must seal this other half within me. Before he could finish his plea, Tapiu's body trembled involuntarily as an eerie storm swirled around him. Dr. Likey firmly rejected his proposal. Do not jest. You struggle even to seal away half of its body. Forcing the other half into you will only cause them to merge, rendering you utterly incapable of control. At this juncture, no alternative remained. Tapiu was acutely aware of this reality. However, he found himself devoid of any alternative means to restrain the phantom beast. Dr. Likey tossed the flute to Hannah, who deftly evaded the airborne assault, and whispered a command. I have heard you play that sealing melody. Once was sufficient. I have already imprinted the tune within the body of the undead warrior. When Tapiu was released from his seal, his upper body erupted in fury. He instantly played the flute again, suppressing his upper half once more. This did not escape Dr. Likey's keen ears. Replicating a melody was a trivial feat for his abilities. Hannah accepted the flute, nodding obediently. The melody data has been received, Master. I shall seal it now. She then issued a command to the remaining few. There are only 4 of us left. While I play the flute, you must do your utmost to delay and divert its attention. Raditz was the first to respond, uniting his hands to unleash a shockwave. Understood, Mother. I shall act at once. Yet, With their limited numbers, how could they possibly contend with the Phantom Beast? Even in its undeveloped state, with only half its body, the disparity in strength was glaringly evident. The Scion's attacks could be likened to mere scratches. Barely affecting their formidable foe, Raditz was sent flying by a swift strike of the beast's tail, crashing hard against the ground. Just as the sharp tip of the tail threatened to pierce his body, the melodious notes of the flute resonated as Hannah approached, step by step. Though she succeeded in limiting the Phantom Beast's mobility, it still retained some capacity for movement. Its tail lashed out with astonishing speed, piercing Hannah's abdomen and instantly slaying her. Dr. Likey cursed under his breath in frustration. Useless. The Scions are nothing but a bunch of inept fools. A single Scion had barely managed to retrieve the fallen flute, only to be dispatched in an instant by the Phantom Beast, unable to even begin playing. Misfortune often arrives in clusters. Tapio's eyes began to cloud, his body grew weak, and he could only manage a brief apology before collapsing to the ground. I'm sorry, I can no longer contain it. Forgive me. Smoke and chaos erupted from within Tapio, coalescing in the air to form the upper half of the Phantom Beast. The creature's essence surged as it neared completion, exponentially increasing its power, presenting a challenge even for Dr. Likey, who pondered his next course of action. Alas, I must summon other undead warriors to deal with this menace. Yet, Raditz made an unexpected move, seizing the flute from the ground and soaring into the skies, distancing himself from the area during the Phantom Beast fusion. He played the flute, and just as the Phantom Beast was on the verge of completing its fusion, Raditz absorbed it into his own body, returning the other half to Tapio. After finishing the melody, Raditz suddenly realized something, panic setting in. Oh no, Mother just played this. Doesn't that mean I indirectly kissed her? Dr. Likey was quite pleased with his performance, offering words of praise. Well done, Raditz. Tapio, lying on the ground, was not optimistic about their current situation. It's futile, it will escape again. Each time the Phantom Beast breaks free, it grows stronger and harder to control. Dr. Likey fell into deep thought. Being on his own turf, he had to resolve this predicament. At the very least, I should be able to seal it for a few hours. During that time, I will devise a strategy. After some contemplation, Dr. Likey turned his attention to a music box. This music box could seal Tapio, while simultaneously aiding him in controlling the Phantom Beast, preventing it from rampaging. There must be other special abilities within it. After a series of modifications, Dr. Likey enhanced the music box, retaining its original powers while adding new functionalities. With Dr. Likey's assistance, Tapio successfully sealed the Phantom Beast within the music box. Following a month of training, he gradually learned to confine the entire Phantom Beast within the music box, alleviating his fears of unleashing a monster upon the world. After departing from Dr. Likey's planet, Tapio traversed the cosmos, forging many friendships. The sorrow stemming from his brother's death faded slowly with the passage of time. His demeanor transformed, becoming significantly more cheerful, and he would occasionally return to visit Dr. Likey. Centuries passed, and Tapio's relatives had long since perished. The Zephyr race was all but extinct, leaving only Dr. Likey, a half-human, half-ghost entity, as a remnant of the past. Over time, a strong bond of friendship blossomed between the two. Eventually, under the tutelage of a race possessing unique abilities, Tapio learned methods to control the Phantom Beast. Later, the Verugas approached him, and upon hearing of the existence of Dragon Balls that could resurrect his deceased brother, he eagerly agreed to participate in the tournament. Dr. Likey, however, held an opposing view. Having annihilated the Scion race, he was devoid of desires and ambitions, showing no inclination to partake in the martial arts competition. Yet, when the Verugas casually mentioned the participation of many Scions from other universes, Dr. Likey's resolve wavered, and he decided to attend. Bardock, who had long evaded Dr. Likey's pursuit, was also invited. He had already foreseen Dr. Likey's involvement and was not at all surprised. As the group prepared to make their way, the Verugas detected another powerful energy source, leading them to Blue Planet, where they brought along an additional individual. The individuals from the Transcendent Realm began to comprehend the connection between Tapio and Dr. Likey, as well as the means by which he could manipulate the illusionary beings. However, one aspect remained shrouded in mystery: the existence of a colossal energy entity that had been transported to Blue Star by the Veruga people. Who could that possibly be? In the third universe, Kakarot was not sent to Blue Star. Logically, without him as a target to pursue, many would not exhibit exceptional strength. While the few engaged in conversation, Dr. Likey was locked in a life-and-death duel with Vegeta on the arena. Both harbored a deep-seated animosity towards one another, wishing nothing more than to dismantle each other in their quest for vengeance. With a swift motion of his right hand, Dr. Like he summoned 3 figures to stand before 13 Vegeta. In my universe, I have slain you. Now, seek your retribution. The figures he conjured were none other than the deceased Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold from their own universe. Unfazed, 13 Vegeta faced the 3 with an air of supremacy, declaring, "Revenge is truly foolish. These 3 have long been surpassed by me." As Frieza's attack was evaded, 13 Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and delivered a devastating blow that obliterated King Cold. Frieza and Cooler, consumed by rage, unleashed their latent energy, their muscles swelling as their strength multiplied exponentially. Their bodies intertwined, they executed their ultimate techniques, creating a destructive force greater than the sum of its parts. Chapter 42. The Rampage of Destruction. 13 Vegeta, with an unyielding smirk, effortlessly blocked their combined assault with a mere extension of his right hand, remaining steadfast and coldly disdainful. Humph, the Frieza of your universe is merely this feeble. As he deflected the energy onslaught, his own power surged, coalescing into a destructive sphere. The ultimate Gallic gun swiftly suppressed Frieza and Cooler's attacks, rebounding with such ferocity that they were instantaneously annihilated. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, 13 Vegeta arrogantly inquired, "Not bad. It is quite gratifying to eliminate that worthless Frieza once more. Can you conjure anyone else? Or perhaps provide me with a menu? I wish to order a delectable dish." His audacity and arrogance epitomized the inherent brutality of the Saiyans, as he now stood invincible. Dr. Likey, perceiving his cold-heartedness, mused aloud in the face of family. Can you truly remain so merciless? At that moment, dozens of Saiyans materialized on the arena, all slain by Likey in the 3rd universe, now transformed into his spectral warriors. King Vegeta and 13 Vegeta beckoned. "Son." A short-haired Saiyan woman greeted them warmly. "Cousin, do you remember me? I am your cousin." For a fleeting moment, 13 Vegeta's face displayed surprise. He had not anticipated that Dr. Likey could employ family members from the 3rd universe against him. Super Saiyan Goku discovered a peculiar place, filled with anticipation. Among the group of Saiyans, there was that fellow named Broly. Among the dozens of Saiyans, one robust man with a somewhat youthful appearance was none other than Broly from Universe 3. The presence of Super Saiyan Gohan still instills a sense of apprehension. Surely, he cannot replicate Broly's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta holds a contrary perspective. No, the Broly from that universe perished too early, having barely reached the age of 20. His strength was not particularly formidable. The Broly from the older films, even without training, would gradually grow stronger over time. The longer he lived, the more powerful he became. However, this Broly is far too young to be compared to the one with whom I battled, who had been encased in ice for countless years, reaching a level of terrifying strength. As for the notion of gradually enhancing one's power, the question remains, besides those idly waiting, which adversary would grant you the time to grow stronger incrementally? On the arena, Dr. Reiki pondered quietly within, recognizing that familial bonds wield immense power, so potent that. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Universe 13's Vegeta unleashed a beam from his fingertip, obliterating the head of his cousin. "Ah, it's you again, old man." He then delivered a punch that pierced through his father, King Vegeta, and swiftly decapitated another individual, mercilessly slaughtering relatives and friends from another universe. Raditz from Universe 13 gazed enviously at the rampaging Vegeta. How fortunate he was. Raditz longed for an opportunity to avenge himself against those ruffians. In his youth, he had been bullied by other Saiyans, and by the time he grew powerful, the chance for retribution had vanished. Clenching his fists, Kakarot from Universe 13 shouted passionately. "Me too. I yearn to slay a few Saiyans." The bald-headed Naba from Universe 13 stood behind them, bewildered, tapping Kakarot on the shoulder. While Raditz's desire for vengeance was understandable, Kakarot's fervent rage was perplexing. He had been sent to Blue Star in his childhood, and by the time he was retrieved, the Saiyans had already been annihilated by Frieza. With no grievance or enmity towards them, why did Kakarot appear so deeply embittered? "You've lost your mind. You don't even know who they are." Kakarot shrugged off the hand on his shoulder and burst into a simple, carefree laughter. "I don't care about all that. I just want to kill. That's all there is to it." Naba held his head in disbelief, recalling that Kakarot was indeed a madman, with a few screws loose. On the arena, Universe 13's Vegeta was engaged in a bloodbath, effortlessly dispatching all Saiyans with lethal precision, leaving no room for hesitation. A familiar voice emerged from the side. "You seem to be losing your composure, Vegeta. Perhaps it's time to collect yourself." 13th Vegeta turned to see Naba, Raditz, and Kakarot from Universe 3, clad in battle attire. Dr. Reiki observed 13's Vegeta with curiosity, eager to see how he would proceed, despite being from different universes. The three bore an uncanny resemblance to Vegeta's companions. Would 13's Vegeta show no mercy in eliminating them? A bloodthirsty gleam flickered in Vegeta's eyes as he smashed Naba's head with a single punch, then kicked Raditz in half, sending both on their final journey. Only Kakarot from Universe 3 remained, whom 13's Vegeta seized by the throat, pinning him to the ground. His fist struck with an unfathomable speed, raining down blows upon Kakarot's face, each punch accompanied by a torrent of curses, venting his inner fury. "You lunatic! You bastard! Damn you, worthless scum! You act without a thought for the consequences. I will end you." 13's Vegeta's fists became stained crimson with blood, as Kakarot's face was rendered unrecognizable, unable to retaliate. Forced to endure the relentless beating, Vegeta reveled in the exhilaration. He had never experienced such satisfaction before, not even when he defeated Frieza. Kakarot's teeth were shattered, his nasal bone crushed, blood pouring into his eyes, leaving him unable to open them. Even the Super Saiyan Goku was taken aback, expressing a lingering sense of trepidation. This Vegeta truly harbors a profound disdain for his companions, carrying a heavy heart filled with grievances. Fortunately, our universe's Vegeta has long since transformed. Wouldn't you agree, Vegeta? Leaning against the wall, Super Vegeta gazed enviously at the 13th Vegeta. "Ah, what a stroke of luck he possesses. I find myself wishing to exchange opponents with him." The Super Vegeta indeed possesses a fundamentally different psychological disposition compared to the 13th Vegeta. However, when confronting the warriors of the underworld, he shows no mercy, particularly when faced with the visage of Kakarot. The 13th Vegeta relentlessly torments the third Kakarot, sending him soaring into the air with a kick, followed by a barrage of knee strikes, elbow blows, and whiplash kicks, executing every conceivable form of attack. The brutality displayed is enough to make Dr. Reiki gulp in disbelief. Although the 13th Vegeta could easily dispatch the third Kakarot with a single blow, he deliberately moderates his strength, ensuring that the demise of the third Kakarot is not overly simplistic. Before long, the third Kakarot is rendered incapable of even twitching a finger, reduced to feeble groans. Dr. Reiki summons a horde of Saiyan warriors from the underworld to assault the 13th Vegeta, but he finds them tiresome. "Your subordinates are utterly pathetic," he declares, extending his arms wide as an explosion of energy radiates outward, engulfing the battlefield in shockwaves that obliterate all Saiyans in one fell swoop. Only one Saiyan stands to challenge the 13th Vegeta, the 18-year-old Broly, who roars and transforms into a Super Saiyan, his golden hair standing on end, exuding overwhelming power. The 13th Vegeta takes note of the third Broly. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? The transformation of the third Broly captivates the attention of the Time Patrol, who are astonished by Dr. Reiki's ability to summon warriors from beyond the grave. He can transform into a Super Saiyan, but surely he cannot achieve the form of a legendary Super Saiyan. It seems implausible. Dr. Reiki could not possibly replicate the power of a legendary Super Saiyan. Hearing their discourse, Dr. Reiki openly reveals his capabilities. "As long as someone dies an unnatural death, my Hazisak amplification device will absorb their lingering resentment, rendering them indistinguishable from their former selves. This Broly, too, is invincible, continuously augmenting his energy like the one from yesterday. The Hazisak device, essentially the crystal ball upon which he sits, absorbs this resentment, transforming them into his spectral warriors." Amidst the crackling lightning enveloping the 13th Vegeta, he remains unperturbed by the sight of the third Broly, maintaining his haughty demeanor. The fabled Super Saiyan is merely at the level of a Super Saiyan 1. While undeniably a formidable Saiyan, he is still only at the Super Saiyan 1 tier. The arena beneath his feet shatters as he instantly appears before the third Broly, delivering a punch that pierces through Broly's chest, followed by a ki blast that sends him on his way. Just a Super Saiyan 1, after all. The decisive 13th Vegeta now scorns the entire assembly, having even claimed Broly's life. Only Gogeta had anticipated this outcome. Broly's youth and relatively lower battle prowess played a significant role. Moreover, the 13th Vegeta, unlike himself, had deliberately provoked the 16th Broly's power yesterday, yearning for an exhilarating battle. The 13th Vegeta recognizes the danger posed by this individual and denies him the opportunity to transform into a legendary Super Saiyan. Dr. Reiki remains composed, speaking nonchalantly. "I suspected you would act this way. It was all part of my calculations. You are indeed a murderous fiend, thoughtlessly slaying your kin. You must be feeling quite exhausted. Yet I have yet to reveal my trump card. Resentment is a peculiar energy, Whenever a life is extinguished, it leaves behind a residue of malice for my use. In our universe, I have witnessed the massacre of the Saiyans and collected all the resentment from that night of annihilation. To this day, my device continues to harvest this bitterness. Another wave of spectral warriors emerges upon the arena, including the deceased Bojack, the diminutive Xiaofeng, and the likes of Xiaoshalu and Bart. The 13 Vegeta, disinterested in wasting time, slices through the air with his right hand, unleashing a sharp key blade that swiftly eliminates the weakest among them. In the ensuing chaos, Bojack and Zhangya flank the 13 Vegeta, attempting to bind him with energy restraints. Yet, against the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2, they too meet a swift demise. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaofeng approaches the 13 Vegeta, throwing an uppercut that strikes his jaw, though it proves ineffective. Immediately, she positions her hands at her forehead. Solar flare, the divine technique of the blue planet, emitting blinding sunlight, momentarily disorients. As she attempts to create distance, she finds her throat seized by an iron grip. The 13 Vegeta had already anticipated this move, preemptively closing his eyes in preparation. Just as he was about to strangle Xiaofeng, a piercing energy blast erupts through Xiaofeng's body, impacting Vegeta's left side, intertwining their fates. The spectral warrior from Universe 17, Xiaoshalu, stands defiantly before Dr. Reiki, crackling with electric energy. Super Vegeta observed the two fighters and rendered his judgment. 13 Vegeta had succumbed. He had been drained of considerable stamina and gravely injured. Among the resurrected, it was Little Cell who stood as the mightiest, even if he had not been wounded. Victory would have eluded him. Goku Vegeta shared a similar sentiment. In Universe 17, Cell had trained alone for many years, far surpassing his former self. The Little Cell that he had painstakingly birthed possessed the prowess of Lightning Cell, embodying the strength of a Super Saiyan 2. Logically, given 13 Vegeta's current state, he was indeed no match for Little Cell. However, Vegeta was not one to accept defeat so readily. 13 Vegeta launched a surprise attack, leaping into the air to deliver a flying kick. Little Cell chuckled twice, skillfully evading the strike and positioning himself behind him. A powerful punch landed on 13 Vegeta's back, sending him crashing to the ground. He managed to brace himself with his hands, preventing a complete fall, and retaliated with an energy blast. Yet Little Cell deftly dodged every shot. With one hand clutching his abdomen, blood continued to flow, and the strength within him dwindled gradually. After barely fending off several blows, he was sent crashing down by a kick from Little Cell. 13 Vegeta knelt half-heartedly, veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his teeth to endure without collapsing. How could the mighty universal sovereign, Vegeta, be so thoroughly bested by a mere child? 13 Vegeta seethed with rage. He had ruled his universe and had not tasted defeat since achieving Super Saiyan status. Yet, upon entering this arena, he faced a series of setbacks. The magnificent, godlike form of Super Vegeta, the exquisite combat skills and power of Super Goku, and Goku Vegeta's seemingly invincible energy. Only he found himself in such a dire predicament. He understood he had yet to fully unearth the potential of a Saiyan. How could he possibly be inferior to other Saiyans? After the Super Gohan revealed to him the means of enhancing his strength, he had previously sought out the Elder Kaishin, only to be met with a firm refusal and mockery. The Elder Kaishin asserted that they, as notorious brigands, were wholly unworthy of his assistance in augmenting their powers or unlocking their potential. The scenes of that encounter flickered through his mind, ultimately crystallizing on the visage of Super Gohan, who single-handedly subdued all four of them without even resorting to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Despite not being in his own universe, he found it intolerable to accept that he was inferior to the son of that madman Kakarot. Such a profound humiliation was insufferable for the 13th Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans, whose blood surged with indignation, igniting the dormant power within him. The golden aura expanded at a visible rate, his hair cascading down to his waist, eyebrows vanishing, and his gaze sharpening into a more savage intensity. The 13th Vegeta transcended his limits, attaining the realm of Super Saiyan 3. You are finished, Reiki. This is Super Vegeta 3. In the contestant area of Universe 13, Kakarot clenched his fists, muttering in frustrated disdain, "Damn it, he's one step ahead again. I wanted to transform before him." 13th Raditz, observing his envious brother, couldn't resist throwing in a jab, as if you could transform at all. You haven't even managed to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Super Bu marveled at the remarkable enhancement of Super Saiyan 13 Vegeta. He too had transcended to Super Saiyan 3, a transformation that bestowed upon him an extraordinary level of power. Super Vegeta regarded the transformation with disdain. The base battle power of 13 Vegeta was considerably inferior to his own. Even in the form of Super Saiyan 3, he would not necessarily match his Super Saiyan 2. Both Gogeta and Vegito simultaneously yawned, their expressions betraying no hint of concern at 13 Vegeta's transformation, and they appeared somewhat drowsy. In the form of Super Saiyan 3, the 13th Vegeta effortlessly intercepted the attack from Little Cell with a single punch, countering with a devastating final flash that obliterated him completely. Dr. Lychee, sensing an impending dread, summoned all his strength to activate his protective shield. However, against the might of 13th Vegeta, his shield shattered like fragile foam with just one strike. Supreme Wukong gazed at the battle, sensing that the outcome had been determined. It appeared that Uncle Vegeta was poised for victory, yet Wukong lightly tapped his forehead. Is that so? Not necessarily. On the battlefield, the 13th version of Vegeta, confident in his impending triumph, was about to deliver a final blow to Dr. Lychee when a surge of formidable energy dissipated, causing him to revert to his normal state. The unexpected reversal took him by surprise, and Wukong regretfully informed him of a crucial fact. You have just mastered Super Saiyan 3, yet you have sustained considerable injuries. Your stamina will soon be depleted. Unlike other transformation forms, Super Saiyan 3 is exceedingly taxing on one's energy. In the past, during the Z era, Super Saiyan Goku had trained in the afterlife with infinite stamina, and upon his resurrection, he struggled to gather sufficient energy. His Super Saiyan form was severely compromised. It was only after several years of rapid growth that he could master Super Saiyan 3 flawlessly. Conversely, the 13th Vegeta, having just learned to transform, was commendably able to maintain his form for merely a dozen seconds. Dr. Lychee, sensing a glimmer of hope for victory, caressed the crystal ball with his right hand, summoning an unexpected figure onto the field. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta. Your life shall meet its end at my hands. The spectral warrior conjured by Dr. Lychee was none other than the Vegeta from Universe 3, who immediately transformed into Super Saiyan, disdainfully extending his right hand. Farewell. After reverting from Super Saiyan 3, the 13th Vegeta found it exceedingly arduous to even stand, utterly devoid of strength to resist. A single attack shattered a significant portion of his body, extinguishing his aura in the process. In the contestant area of Universe 13, Kakarot, Raditz, and Nappa exhibited no signs of sorrow. 13th Kakarot, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Marvelous. With this, you all have lost. I am now the last contestant from our universe." The next match would feature the Super Namekian Gas Kaku from Universe 7, facing off against the Demon King Piccolo from Universe 3. Upon hearing the name of the next contestant, Super Big's face turned a shade of green. Disbelief etched across his features. The Demon King Piccolo? Is he truly the participant from Universe 3 that you mentioned, Wukong? Super Bu recalled that when Vegeta mentioned the invitation extended to Bardock and Dr. Lychee for the competition, he ultimately discovered a formidable warrior of immense energy on Planet Blue. Vegeta nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this is precisely the individual I speak of. To the astonishment of Goku and his companions, the Demon King Piccolo had also joined the fray. Initially possessing merely a few hundred points of combat power, it was perplexing how he had been selected. As Gasgak and the Demon King Piccolo faced each other on the arena, neither harbored any fondness for the other's name. Indeed, Demon King Piccolo reeked of arrogance. How could he, who prided himself on being a Super Namekian, dare to criticize another? With claws extended, the Demon King Piccolo revealed a sinister grin upon his wrinkled visage. If you are a Super Namekian, then I am the ultimate embodiment of evil among Namekians, your antithesis. Gasgak remained non-committal to his words. You are merely a lost Namekian, a wretch fallen into despair, and you are significantly weaker than I. You overestimate yourself. Contrary to Gasgak's assessment, the Demon King Piccolo did not share the same sentiment. He crouched low, unleashing the full extent of his power. Not necessarily, he retorted, his aura revealing a ferocity that far exceeded expectations. However, the others from the time-space continuum felt nothing of this intensity and instead speculated about the Demon King Piccolo. Vegeta expressed his uncertainty. Could it be that he has absorbed the Kai? Given that he had traversed time long after the Bu saga, he was unaware of the Kai's energy, especially since Piccolo had merged with him. Nevertheless, it was evident that the Demon King Piccolo possessed a steady energy within, mingling with his own. Based on his estimation, it could only be the Kai's energy. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for the sudden surge in the Demon King Piccolo's power. Chao Bic holds the most authoritative stance on this matter. He shares the same perspective. It is likely so, however, once merged, The body is predominantly governed by the Dark Mage and Piccolo. After their unification, his innate talents have been restored, significantly accelerating his training speed, thus allowing him to attain his current prowess. The strength of this Dark Mage and Piccolo is comparable to that of a Super Saiyan, marking him as a formidable combatant. Unlike Chao Bic, Piccolo was born as a warrior-type Namekian. His rapid training, coupled with his assimilation with Nail, enabled him to surpass a combat power of 100 million before merging with the Supreme Kai. Otherwise, he would not have triumphed over the artificial being, Dr. Gero. After merging with the Supreme Kai, his power surged to the mid-level of a Super Saiyan. However, prior to this merger, the Dark Mage and Piccolo was certainly inferior to Chao Bic. Having witnessed Gaskak swiftly subdue Super Bu, the Dark Mage and Piccolo initially brims with confidence. But reality soon delivers a harsh blow. His fierce assault is effortlessly deflected by Gaskak with merely a finger, followed by a devastating punch to the abdomen, leaving the Dark Mage and Piccolo in excruciating pain. Kneeling on the ground, Gaskak refrains from pursuing further. Instead, he gently admonishes, "Many of the contestants surrounding us are guilty individuals. Yet, you are merely clouded by evil. Deep down, you possess kindness and care for others." Upon hearing Gaskak's almost didactic words, the Dark Mage and Piccolo remains indifferent, spitting blood in defiance. "Impossible. I kill for amusement. My planet's population has dwindled to half." Gaskak responds with an air of nonchalance, perceiving the Dark Mage and Piccolo's essence. "Compared to your evil, many are far more malevolent. At least you have a moral compass. You are not irredeemably wicked. One reason is that when you assimilated with your other half, your goodness neutralized your evil, although you have yet to comprehend this. As an Namekian, you are quite remarkable. However, I am even more exceptional, leaving you with no chance." The Dark Mage and Piccolo vehemently denies this assertion. "Impossible." Gaskak steps closer, his hands emanating a gentle radiance. "As an Namekian, do not suppress your true nature. Allow love and kindness to fill your heart. This is inescapable, such is your fate." Gaskak's patient guidance seems to wear on the Dark Mage and Piccolo, who appears to begrudgingly acknowledge the other's sentiments, at a loss for a retort. "Rather than endure these nauseating words, I would prefer to never hear them again." Rising from the ground, the Dark Mage and Piccolo seizes his ears and forcibly tears them away, blood streaming from his temples. He then begins to whistle, prompting Gaskak to grimace in discomfort, covering his head, clearly annoyed by the Dark Mage and Piccolo's whistling. As the Dark Mage and Piccolo whistles, he launches an attack against the defenseless Gaskak, fists and legs raining down. In the audience, an unknown Kai from another universe recognizes Gaskak's expression and understands why the Dark Mage and Piccolo removed his ears. For Namekians, the sound of whistling is an unbearable cacophony, rendering Gaskak unable to retaliate. The commentator-like Kai incites discontent among the audience, who express their frustration at his incessant chatter since the very first match of the tournament. Does he think he knows everything? This only serves to elevate his own stature. "Speak less. We came to witness the competition, not to listen to your commentary." On the stage, the Dark Mage and Piccolo delivers a relentless beating to Gaskak, yet the latter remains steadfast, unyielding to the blows, as the Dark Mage's fist recoil in pain. "You are finished." Gaskak swiftly reaches out, gripping the Dark Mage and Piccolo's mouth, while his other hand strikes the forehead, delivering a stunning blow. He merely sought to test the Dark Mage and Piccolo's strength, absorbing a few punches. Otherwise, he could have dispatched him in an instant. The Dark Mage and Piccolo's eyes roll back as he is knocked unconscious, lying still upon the ground. Chapter 44, The Dull Super Bu. After the referee declares Gaskak the victor, he approaches the Dark Mage and Piccolo, kneeling beside him to place his right hand upon his chest, infusing him with a gentle green aura. Soon, the Dark Mage and Piccolo's injuries heal, and he awakens, incredulous as he gazes at his own body. "I actually lost." Gaskak turns away, leaving behind only his silhouette and the kindness of an Namekian. Reflect on what truly brings you joy. Is it extinguishing lives or safeguarding their peaceful existence? You need not answer me. Simply ponder this, for your journey ahead is long. These sincere and earnest words spark contemplation among many. And while Gaskak may not be the strongest presence here, it is undeniable that he has garnered considerable goodwill through this encounter. Following the conclusion of this match, the referee announces a temporary suspension, as the organizers have prepared a surprise. A spacecraft descends into the arena's center, from which several Varga and Namekian individuals emerge, holding 7 Dragon Balls. For safety reasons, no audience member is permitted to leave their seats, and contestants must remain within their designated areas. Frieza and his companions become wildly excited, akin to rabid dogs, fixated on the coveted Dragon Balls, yearning for the mysterious opportunity to make a wish. Standing nearby, Gaskak douses their enthusiasm with a cold reality. Do not harbor such delusions. At least half of the participants here have their eyes trained on you three. A terrifying aura envelopes the arena as Vegeta, no longer concealing his might, transforms into a Super Saiyan, unleashing his unparalleled power. Every individual is momentarily stunned, uncertain of his intentions. Vegeta's piercing gaze surveys the crowd, calmly stating, Gaskak is correct. None shall defy the organizers' expectations. Anyone attempting to disrupt the rules will face ruthless consequences. Without exception. Especially those absurd desires for women's undergarments. I've had enough of such ridiculousness. Frieza and his companions are paralyzed with fear, fully aware of their own limitations. Vegeta could easily extinguish their lives with a mere finger, and they have no desire to provoke their demise. In the shadows, Koji also covets the Dragon Balls. Yet upon witnessing Vegeta's ominous gaze, he wisely chooses to refrain from action. What a pity. It seems I must wait until I secure victory in the tournament before I can make a wish. Vegeta's subtle glances serve as a reminder that Koji's schemes have not gone unnoticed. Should he dare to break the rules, Vegeta would not hesitate to retaliate. The Supreme Kai of Universe 1, Layla, inquires about the situation regarding the prisoner. That captive, he hasn't made any moves, has he? The Grand Supreme Kai smiles and shakes his head, lifting the Super Boo's flesh ball in his hand, exclaiming with resignation, he would not engage in such acts. There is no need for him to conspire, as his own power far surpasses that of the Dragon Balls. Super Vegito dominated the arena, and neither Goku nor Vegeta found themselves idle enough to engage in trivial matters. Besides, they had no particular wishes to grant. Perhaps they merely lacked funds to spend. But in this regard, Bulma, the wealthiest individual in Blue Star, proved far more effective than the dragon. The event organizers presented the Dragon Balls of the Namekians, capable of reviving numerous individuals at once. The Namekians of the first universe summoned the eternal dragon Purunga to wish for the resurrection of the fallen participants. Uniquely, these Dragon Balls did not scatter but returned to their original place, back into the hands of their creators. The creators of the Dragon Balls in the first universe stated that it would take a month before the 7 Dragon Balls could be used again. However, should the need arise, they could provide another set of Dragon Balls from a different universe for public use. During the wish-making process, the East Kaishin summoned the North Kaishin to his private quarters for a more in-depth discussion. Though the North Kaishin felt puzzled, he complied and broke the silence by inquiring, "What is it, Shin? Why have you called me here?" The East Kaishin, with a grave expression, voiced his concerns. "Do you not find the actions of the Grand Kaishin rather peculiar?" Upon hearing this, the North Kaishin's demeanor shifted, and he too realized the unsettling implications. Indeed, it is quite strange and abnormal. He has forgiven Super Bu and is personally overseeing him. Our priority has always been safety. It is well known that the Kaishins of the first universe adopt a precautionary approach, as evidenced by their proactive measures against the dormant threats posed by Evil Bu and Bojack. Unlike their counterparts from other universes, they had deviated from their usual conduct in dealing with Super Bu, a notion the North Kaishin suspected, albeit without concrete evidence. The East Kaishin shared the same apprehensions, deeply concerned for the Grand Kaishin's safety. "I suspect the Grand Kaishin has been manipulated by Super Bu. They may be merely acting." While Super Bu has already escaped his control, the North Kaishin exhaled. "However, I have observed his mental state and behavior, and everything appears normal. This is the very reason for my hesitation. The Grand Kaishin seems entirely unperturbed, leaving no grounds to assert that he has been subdued." The East Kaishin gazed at the teacup in his hand, caught in indecision. "I had a discreet conversation with that Super Namekian Gaskak, and he could not discern whether the techniques employed by the Grand Kaishin are indeed his own. However, he did mention that his technique is not easily replicated. Given the current circumstances, no one could be certain. It was prudent to remain vigilant, especially regarding the enigmatic figure in that secret chamber, whose identity the Grand Kaishin had not disclosed to anyone. This mysterious guest piqued the curiosity of not only the audience and contestants but also the Kaishins themselves. Though they were merely provisional Kaishins at this moment, only the Grand Kaishin held the title of a formal Kaishin, having concealed the origins of this individual so well that even his peers remained in the dark. Perhaps it was plausible that Super Bu feared the Grand Kaishin's divine power. After all, he is the mightiest of Kaishins, which may explain why he could be so easily subdued in his presence. As the North Kaishin spoke, he found it increasingly difficult to believe his own words. Super Buu's temperament was notoriously capricious, leaving no rationale for fear of the Grand Kaishin. Moreover, the Grand Kaishin had not fully recovered from the injuries sustained a million years prior. His once mighty divine power was now reduced to a mere third. The residual divine energy was insufficient to execute his unique techniques, so why would Super Buu harbor any fear? Both Kaishins resolved to remain cautious, lest they be caught off guard. As the arena experienced a revival of all participants, Goku glanced at Cell nearby, teasingly remarking, "Cell, why do you always carry those two kids with you?" Cell stood proudly alongside the two young Cells, mirroring his stance. The child Cell he had previously slain had been revived, along with another slain by Gaskak. The competitors from the 6th universe, including Bojack, decided to forfeit the competition and return home, having lost interest in further embarrassment. The Valuegans from the 1st universe encouraged them to witness the ultimate victor, but Bojack dismissively replied that he had no interest in such matters. As night fell, everyone succumbed to slumber. In the rear yard of the 4th universe's resting area, a pink mass of flesh began to wriggle. Gradually, the mass transformed into a delicately crafted mini Super Buu, though it possessed no other body, merely a head floating in midair. The head of Super Buu twirled several times in the air before stealthily infiltrating a cosmic lounge. How utterly dull. To inject some excitement into the forthcoming competition, allow me to enhance your strength. Super Buu, in an attempt to remain undetected, stealthily approached Dr. Raichi. A flash of pink light emanated from the antenna atop his head, penetrating the energy sphere in which the doctor sat. Subsequently, he arrived before the slumbering Tapion. After a moment of contemplation, Super Buu resolved to enhance Tapion's control over the illusionist, Hildegarn. Having accomplished this, Super Buu made his way to Universe 18. Due to the intricate layout of the lounge within the venue, the divisions were not organized according to the numerical order of the universes. Super Buu contemplated for a moment. Given his understanding of the two, Super Vegeta and Super Goku, it was highly probable that they would decline his offer for assistance. Thus, he decided against it. He possessed the essence of both within him and was acutely aware of their mental states. As for the two young ones, Goten and Trunks, in the memory of Super Buu lies the most exquisite technique of fusion, manifesting two tentacles upon his visage to impart all knowledge, enabling others to master the art of merging more adeptly. Behind Super Buu, Vegeta stifled a yawn, utterly bemused by his actions. How dreadfully tedious you are. Can't you simply take a proper nap? What compels you to enhance your adversary's strength at this hour of the night? It seems you are merely indulging in frivolous pursuits. Just a second before Super Buu's infiltration, Vegeta sensed something amiss, yet, perceiving no malevolence from his opponent, he refrained from intervening immediately. Upon spotting Gogeta, the formidable Super Buu opened his mouth wide and let out a shrill scream before dashing away. Gogeta found this behavior perplexing. How many beings had the Super Buu of Universe 4 absorbed to exhibit such erratic antics and absurdity? As he observed the doppelganger of Super Buu retreating into the distance, Gogeta felt no inclination to pursue him. After all, the creature bore no ill intent. It merely aided young Goten and Trunks in achieving a more harmonious fusion. Super Buu contemplated the possibility of being discovered, yet he resolved to continue assisting others in enhancing their strength, for the alternative would be unbearably dull. After all, he harbored no fear of Goku and Vegeta revealing his presence. Upon arriving in the GT universe, he beheld GT-OOB, the reincarnation of the malevolent Kid Buu, peacefully slumbering, prompting a thoughtful reflection from Super Buu. He then ventured into GT-OOB's dreams, assuming the guise of his childhood crush, Anjio. When GT-OOB beheld the girl he had long cherished materialize before him, disbelief washed over him. Every individual has experienced the stirrings of first love, and he was no exception, despite his current extraordinary prowess as the heir of Mr. Satan in the GT universe. His legendary reputation did not shield him from the blush that crept onto his cheeks upon encountering his youthful goddess, rendering him momentarily speechless. In a moment of exasperation, Super Buu resorted to conversing with Oob in the guise of Anjio, inquiring whether he possessed the ability to wield Buu's kind of magic. Oob, spreading his hands in astonishment, vehemently denied it. "I cannot," he asserted, "for I am ultimately but a human, devoid of such power. Even though I am the reincarnation of the malevolent Kid Buu, I remain a mere mortal. How could a human possibly employ magic?" Gradually, Anjio imparted to GT Oob the secrets of magical prowess. And with the formidable Super Buu guiding him, Oob's progress was remarkably swift. Super Buu, swaying his head, ventured into another universe. The 17th cell never slept. so his presence would serve little purpose. As for the 19th bra, that madwoman, he decided it best not to enhance her further. He then sought out 13 Kakarot, who lay bare and sound asleep. Super Bu pondered deeply, and a brilliant idea struck him. 13 Kakarot's expression shifted constantly, oscillating between agony and ecstasy, leaving one to wonder whether he was dreaming or if the side effects of Super Bu's bestowed powers were at play. After empowering 13 Kakarot, Super Bu's little head made its way to the resting chamber of the 11th universe. Fat Bu had yet to slumber. He had transformed into a dapper suit and sat at the head of the bed, playing the role of a domineering CEO. Upon seeing the little head zoom in, Fat Bu mistakenly assumed he was there to play along, marveling at Super Bu's vast knowledge, and immediately prepared to applaud his arrival. "Brother, you've come." Super Bu flew in front of him, sharply halting his actions. "Lower your voice, you fool." Chapter 45, Defeating. Fat Bu remained unfazed. Super Bu was merely another version of himself, and he bore no anger towards his own reflection. With a broad grin revealing 2 rows of pristine white teeth, he joyfully inquired, "Have you come to play with me?" Super Bu sighed, pondering whether he had truly been so foolish in the past. The sight of this plump figure ignited a sense of helplessness within him. "Lower your voice, you imbecile. I must elucidate the rules of the martial arts tournament to you. Your penchant for recklessness is alarming. Otherwise, you'll inevitably commit further foolish acts." The rotund Bu listened with a semblance of understanding as Super Bu concluded his explanation, promising to reward him with sweets if he exhibited better behavior. The participants from the 8th universe chose not to reside in the lounge, instead bringing their own spacecraft, opting to rest within the confines of their own vessels. The diminutive counterpart of Super Bu, upon arriving here, became rather reckless, for there was no worthy opponent in the 8th universe. Observing Frieza sprawled upon the bed, Super Bu furrowed his brow. It appeared that this individual had little chance of victory, as none of the remaining competitors seemed capable of being vanquished by him. Nonetheless, Super Bu resolved to lend a hand. After much contemplation, a novel idea took shape in his mind. He decided to alter Frieza's memories, leading him to believe that in a distant past, he had encountered a sorcerer and acquired a unique ability. Furthermore, when facing the Saiyans, he should employ flattery to coax them into agreeing to a concession match. They would undoubtedly acquiesce, thus granting him a modicum of hope for success. After the Super Bu had completed his endeavors, only the Super Namekian Gasakak from the 7th universe remained. However, that individual appeared to be quite formidable, and it seemed unwise to seek unnecessary confrontation. Next, he contemplated the 15th universe, an unfamiliar realm shrouded in mystery, particularly with the enigmatic figure known as Kosher, who undoubtedly harbored some secrets. The first competitor from the 15th universe, IKL, had initially registered for the tournament on behalf of the child he was expecting. However, when the child failed to arrive in time, he lost his eligibility to compete and subsequently departed. Kosher, the one who had triumphed over Vegeta, was an individual he had never encountered before. The origins of this figure were utterly unknown to him. Logically, one would assume that all universes would not differ significantly. Yet he possessed no recollection of Kosher. Strangely, the other beings within him also lacked any memory of Kosher, which raised suspicions, given that he had consumed so many souls. It seemed implausible for this to occur unless Kosher was a figure unknown to all those with some measure of power throughout the universe. However, could such a scenario truly be conceivable? It seemed utterly impossible. Majin Bu, seizing the opportunity, intended to venture into the 15th universe. However, upon stepping through the doorway, he immediately sensed something amiss. The lounge of the 5th universe was shrouded in ominous black mist, and from the depths of the darkness, 2 lantern-like eyes were fixed intently upon him. Super Bu suddenly sensed an impending danger. He could not discern what lay beyond the ominous black mist. He sought to escape by passing through the walls, yet the dense, interwoven black fog ensnared him in its midst. Then, a colossal claw emerged, targeting the small head of Super Bu, unleashing a devastating energy wave. As Super Bu faces imminent demise, he maintains an air of indifference. Such immense energy. And yet you do not wish to converse with me? Perhaps we could be friends. Clearly, the enigmatic figure from Universe 15 has no intention of engaging in idle chatter, swiftly reducing his doppelganger to mere ashes. Super Bu, in this incarnation, possesses little genuine power. He is merely seeking amusement in his idleness. Faced with such energy assaults, he exhibits no resistance whatsoever. Early the next morning, the invisible protective barrier is reinforced, and the gravity of the arena is once again heightened, reaching an astonishing 1,000 times the normal weight. The forthcoming match features Gogeta from the 18th universe battling Frieza from the 8th universe. With arms folded across his chest, Gogeta strides confidently onto the stage, seemingly unaffected by the immense gravity, casting a smile towards Frieza. Frieza, with a sinister grin, brazenly challenges. "Are you brave enough to fight me without transforming into a Super Saiyan?" Gogeta nods in response. Seizing the moment, Frieza launches a swift attack, only to find himself retreating at an even greater speed, falling back and spewing a considerable amount of bile. Just as he closes in on Gogeta, before he can even make a move, a punch lands squarely in his abdomen, sending him flying. Frieza struggles to catch his breath. Crouching for an extended period to suppress the excruciating pain in his stomach, his expression contorted with rage. "So your hands are impressive. Prove your worth without using them." Frieza, unwilling to concede defeat so readily, yearns for victory to claim the right to use the Dragon Balls. Even though he suspects he is likely outmatched, he presses on, launching yet another invisible attack. Once more, Frieza is propelled backwards, narrowly avoiding falling off the edge of the stage, perfectly halting at the boundary of the arena. The flesh ball of Super Bu is firmly grasped in the hands of the Grand Supreme Kai, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness, lamenting Frieza's unfortunate fate. Initially, with his own assistance, Frieza could have secured another victory, yet he encountered Goku and Vegeta. If the adversary were Goku, the meager tactics he had imparted to Frieza would have been rendered utterly ineffective, leaving Frieza completely at a disadvantage, to the point where even a mere headbutt from Goku could spell his doom. Frieza's mood oscillated between fury and uncertainty. After a brief moment of hesitation, he unleashed a powerful blow upon the arena floor, casting a venomous glare at Goku. "You boast about your legs? If you possess true prowess as a Super Saiyan, then fight without using your limbs." Goku, bemused, observed how Frieza had transformed the otherwise fair competition into a spectacle akin to begging for mercy. To make the contest more engaging, he acquiesced to Frieza's demands. Very well. In an instant, Frieza underwent a remarkable transformation, his face adorned with a sinister smile as his right index finger shimmered with purple radiance, unleashing a deadly beam of energy. Goku advanced steadily towards him, allowing the beam to strike his body, an energy ray potent enough to obliterate meteors, yet it seemed to collide with an indomitable force. Upon contact with Goku, the beam dissipated instantaneously, altering Frieza's expression once more as he raised both hands to target him. A rosy blaze erupted from Frieza's core, swiftly encircling Goku before seamlessly integrating into his being. Frieza, brimming with pride, aimed his finger once more at the immobilized Goku. "This spell I acquired from a sorcerer can suppress a combatant's power to a mere 1%. Prepare to perish, Saiyan." Unbeknownst to Frieza, his memory had been manipulated. There was no sorcerer, only the machinations of Super Bu's doppelganger. This spell was not infallible. Goku simply chose not to evade, and its controlling effect lasted only a minute. Just as Frieza believed Goku was rendered speechless by his sorcery, an emotionless voice broke the silence. "I expected more from you. Do you possess any other techniques? Or is this truly your limit?" Goku was indeed curious about how Frieza dared to engage him, only to realize that it was all reliant on this magic. He had no inkling that Super Bu was the puppet master behind it all. After all, who would be so bored as to bolster their opponent's strength? It was unfathomable that Super Bu could be so trivial. Enough with the jesting. You dare to feign strength when you are nearly depleted? You previously claimed you would not transform into a Super Saiyan. Are you now reconsidering? Frieza, however, was unfazed. In his eyes, Goku was already frightened, struck directly by his magic. He was convinced that Goku possessed little remaining power. Goku, with an air of indifference, articulated a universally acknowledged truth. Regardless of whether one is a Super Saiyan or another transformation, it all hinges on one's base strength. You are far too weak. Even if I were to diminish, it would not imply your enhancement. As Frieza's right hand coalesced energy, he unleashed a potent purple energy blast, engulfing Goku's figure. "I have triumphed." In that moment of elation, the energy sphere began to rise incrementally. The first sight to greet Frieza's eyes was an arm, followed by Goku emerging step by step, effortlessly lifting the colossal energy orb with a single hand. Goku's fingers gently converged, and the immense energy dissipated completely as he gradually opened his hands. Before the sheer magnitude of power, Frieza's fanciful magic proved utterly ineffectual. "It is over for you," Goku bellowed, his internal energy surging at an astonishing rate. Golden flames igniting like a celestial river, reminiscent of a cascading waterfall of stars, enveloping the entire arena. "Impossible. This cannot be." Frieza instinctively took 2 steps back, Goku's might exceeding all his expectations. The aura radiating from him was godlike, instilling fear in Frisia's heart. His body retreated rapidly. Yet this time he could not halt his momentum, even as Frisia desperately attempted to contain the overwhelming energy surge. The moment his energy vacated his body, it was swept away by the golden light. He resembled a solitary vessel adrift in a vast ocean, utterly devoid of resistance. He collided with the protective barrier surrounding the audience, the tremendous shockwave rendering him unconscious, his face frozen in a state of astonished disbelief. Remarkably, Goku had not transformed into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, he had utterly dominated Frisia, relying solely on his base form. The individuals from the transcendent realm remained utterly unperturbed by Gogeta's display, fully aware of the extent of his formidable strength. However, those from the GT dimension were taken aback. Their expressions shifted as they witnessed Gogeta's overwhelming power. Although he had previously demonstrated his might against Broly in combat, this instance was merely an exhibition of his aura, which had decisively overwhelmed Frisia, not just repelled him, but utterly defeated him. GT Vegeta raised an eyebrow, caught in a moment of uncertainty. GT Goku understood his thoughts. Defeating Frisia, who had scarcely trained, through mere aura pressure seemed trivial. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in Gogeta's lack of transformation and Frisia's claim that his magic had diminished Gogeta's strength to a mere 1% of his peak. If that were indeed the case, then Gogeta's true power was even more monstrous than anyone had anticipated. Upon securing victory, Gogeta exhaled deeply and leapt down from the ring. He recognized Frisia's magical technique, having seen it before, yet he had chosen not to learn it. Indeed, it had struck him. But the disparity in their strengths rendered such magic ineffective against him. If magic could not be countered by sheer power, the universe would not have been under Frisia's dominion for decades. It would long have belonged to the sorcerers. Ultimately, those who find themselves helpless against magic merely lack sufficient strength, that is all. The next match pits Universe 18's Vegeta against Universe 13's Kakarot. Super Vegeta rarely reveals a smile, akin to a tiger that has found its prey, as he strides out of the contestant area with his arms crossed. Humph, it seems fortune favors me. He has indeed encountered me. 13 Kakarot, behaving like a madman, bellows as he rushes onto the arena, boasting loudly. The prospect of vanquishing you brings me immense delight. In their universe, 13 Kakarot has been consistently dominated by 13 Vegeta, and he harbors a deep-seated malice towards Super Vegeta, who bears a striking resemblance to him. Super Vegeta experiences a similar sentiment, albeit without the exuberance exhibited by his counterpart. I share a kindred feeling, yet alas, you are but a mere shadow, incomparable to the genuine Kakarot. The prospect of delivering a sound thrashing to Kakarot uplifts Vegeta's spirits. However, this 13 Kakarot is far too feeble to warrant his full attention. 13 Kakarot erupts into laughter, leaning dismissively to one side, disregarding Super Vegeta's words. Humph, a shadow you may be, but I possess a unique talent that none of you can ever attain. 13 Kakarot showcases his small moon, his tail swaying enticingly behind him. 13 Raditz and 13 Nappa are taken aback, for Kakarot's tail had long since vanished, and with the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, it had become unnecessary. The intentions of Kakarot remain a mystery to all, save for Gogeta, who displays a contemplative demeanor, along with the others from the GT timeline. Under the peculiar illumination of the moon, 13 Kakarot's heartbeat accelerates dramatically, and his body begins sprouting thick fur. His eyes turn a fiery red as his form rapidly enlarges, transforming into the mighty great ape of the Saiyan race. Super Vegeta observed coldly, showing no intention to intervene, preferring to watch what this fellow was up to. After transforming into a great ape, Kakarot did not lose his reason. Rather, his colossal form burned with a golden aura, and the hair on his body turned to gold. The overwhelming energy surged within him, significantly enhancing his power as he assumed the form of a golden great ape, with each roar echoing the ferocity of a beast. His strength escalating continuously. This was the unique ability granted to him by Super Bu, allowing him to maintain his intellect even in his great ape state. His power was equivalent to a 500-fold increase, with the great ape transformation amplifying his strength tenfold and Super Saiyan boosting it 50-fold. In terms of sheer augmentation, this transformation slightly surpassed the 400-fold increase of Super Saiyan 3. However, the form alone does not define everything. True strength in one's normal state is the ultimate path. Vegeta found it somewhat tedious, sensing that the combat prowess was still lacking, or perhaps Kakarot was relying on external forces. It seemed he was not yet worthy of transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Super Vegeta flexed his muscles, enveloped in azure lightning, and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Well, this was about the extent of it. One could say it was somewhat intriguing. His base combat power far surpassed that of the 13th Kakarot, especially after honing his skills under Whis' tutelage. It was no mere feat of mastering Super Saiyan God. His base combat prowess surged at an astonishing rate. As the colossal fists of the golden great ape descended like the size of a house, Super Vegeta stood resolute, veins bulging on his forearm as he retaliated with a powerful, unyielding punch. The fists of Super Vegeta appeared insignificantly diminutive beneath the overwhelming might of the golden great ape. The disparity in their sizes led many to doubt his chances. Yet, in the fleeting moment of their clash, the golden great ape's fist could not descend even the slightest fraction. The arena beneath Super Vegeta's feet shattered into countless fragments, succumbing to the immense force. Chapter 46. The Death of Kakarot. Super Vegeta unleashed a powerful tremor, causing the golden great ape to stagger back a couple of steps. With remarkable speed, he soared behind the beast, his right hand splayed open as he unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at the golden great ape. While transforming into a great ape indeed augmented strength and defensive capabilities, it was a universally acknowledged truth that such power came at the cost of speed. However, upon transforming into a golden great ape, Son Goku exhibited no such decline in velocity. Instead, he circumnavigated to the rear and launched a counterattack. A clash ensued between the azure and golden energy waves, which pressed against each other before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, sending Super Vegeta reeling back onto the arena. Seizing the moment, the golden great ape leaped from the heights, his hands clenched tightly as he descended with tremendous force, shattering the arena's surface, rendering Super Vegeta's presence entirely invisible. In a frenzy of elation, the golden great ape reveled in having vanquished one Vegeta, now setting his sights on eliminating the Vegeta of his own universe. Nevertheless, it was futile to think that slaying the 13th Vegeta would bring lasting triumph, as he could always resurrect. Casting aside these disordered thoughts, the golden great ape resolved solely to extinguish the 13th Vegeta. "Fool, what are you doing?" A voice resonated from behind him. The earlier assault had failed to strike Super Vegeta, who had evaded with swifter motion. Slipping into the blind spot of the golden great ape's vision, grasping the thick golden tail that matched his own waist and girth, Super Vegeta tensed, twisting his torso to deliver powerful blows. The golden great ape's body was violently struck from both sides, and under the relentless assault of Super Vegeta, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his surroundings blurring into a double vision. Super Vegito was thoroughly enjoying himself as he continued to wreak havoc, causing the arena to sustain increasingly severe damage. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied the minds of the organizers from the first universe, having to repair the stage after each bout. In the midst of the exhilarating chaos, Super Vegito found himself appreciating the utility of his great ape transformation as a formidable weapon, realizing just how resilient this form was to being thrown around. Just as he contemplated this, the tail in his grasp snapped, losing its anchor, and the golden great ape proceeded to demolish a third of the arena. Meanwhile, Kakarot had reverted to his original form, having had the tail conjured by Super Bu completely yanked away by Super Vegito. Super Vegeta cast aside the severed tail in his hand, speaking with a hint of provocation. "It seems your resilience is rather lacking." With his tail torn away, Kakarot, on all fours, bore numerous bruises upon his body, glaring defiantly at Super Vegeta. "You bastard!" That detestable Vegeta, forever exuding an air of self-importance and superiority. Super Vegeta gazed down upon him, while the 13th Kakarot, with his back turned, swiftly brought his hands together, summoning two golden circular blades that materialized in his palms. In an instant, he pivoted his body and hurled them towards him. "Foolish Vegeta, take this move, Energy Blade Slash." Super Vegeta stood still, merely tilting his head slightly to evade the anticipated attack, then swiftly approached 13 Kakarot. "You are too feeble. You ought to learn diligently. It is precisely because you are Kakarot that you exhibit such weakness, not the Goku of Blue Star." Before 13 Kakarot could react, Super Vegeta struck him through the chest. Undeniably, the reason Kakarot is Goku lies in his unwavering resolve to protect his homeland and loved ones. Should he falter, there would be no one to safeguard them. This very conviction has forged his extraordinary strength. He possesses a heart dedicated to the defense of his family and homeland. And no one can attain true power without extinguishing the innate kindness within. Even Gogeta acknowledges this truth, having adopted an indifferent attitude toward everything. Strength not only begets absolute confidence, but also a growing apathy toward existence. Yet, among all those known to Super Vegeta, there exists but one exception, 13 Kakarot, who remains distinct from the rest. Regardless of the passage of time, he retains the essence of his youthful self, just, kind-hearted, and empathetic. In stark contrast, 13 Universe's Kakarot clearly lacks such sentiments. He possesses nothing worth protecting, driven solely by a desire for strength to kill. With Kakarot's prodigious talent, absent the resolve to sacrifice everything for his cherished ideals, he will forever fall short of Super Goku. This is one of the rare instances wherein Super Vegeta refers to Super Goku as Goku, having previously addressed him solely by the Saiyan name, Kakarot. Super Vegeta returned to his designated area, while 13 Raditz and the original Raditz from the storyline were evidently different. He rushed onto the stage to assist 13 Kakarot, criticizing Super Vegeta for being excessively forceful. The organizers of the first universe summoned a Namekian to tend to the severely injured 13 Kakarot. The Namekian asserted that he was surely dead, having been pierced through the chest by Super Vegeta, leaving no chance for survival. However, the mechanical detection results from the Veluga of the first universe indicated that Kakarot seemed neither dead nor alive, prompting them to allow the Namekian to check on him. 13 Raditz carried Kakarot back to their designated area and, with a heavy tone, addressed 13 Vegeta. The current situation is evident to you all. Each opponent poses a significant challenge. I wish to seek an audience with the old Kaishin to negotiate matters independently and will return to inform you afterward. The quartet had previously approached the old Kaishin of Universe 9, the one released after the sword of the Kaishin was severed by Bidili, but was firmly rebuffed by the old Kaishin. After some contemplation, 13 Vegeta acquiesced to Raditz's request. After all, among their group, Naba lacked intellect, and Kakarot was a madman. It was not wise for him to constantly seek favors, so allowing Raditz to plead with the old Kaishin for assistance in unlocking their potential was a commendable choice. Once 13 Raditz departed, the Namekian from the organizers arrived, bringing with him a prodigious healing Namekian. As long as there was still breath, he could restore Kakarot. However, not all healing Namekians are equivalent. Those akin to the divine healers of Blue Star are of the highest caliber, capable of instantaneously mending grievously injured individuals. 13 Vegeta made an inexplicable gesture that left everyone bewildered. He extended his hand to stop the Namekian. No, do not treat him. I find him in this state quite satisfactory. He had grown weary of the madness that was 13 Kakarot. Were it not for his extraordinary patience, he would have long since dispatched him. Allowing him to linger in this half-alive state seemed rather agreeable to 13 Vegeta. 13 Raditz found the members of Universe 9 gathered around a table, engaged in discussion. Their surprise was palpable upon his entrance. They wondered what he was doing there. Without wasting time, 13 Raditz stated his purpose directly. Old Kaishin, what I am about to say, if it is a lie, you should be able to discern it, correct? The old Kaishin, with his wrinkled visage, fell silent for a moment before nodding. Such matters were trivial for him. Hearing the old Kaishin's response, 13 Raditz felt a wave of relief, gaining confidence in his intentions. I can liberate my universe. I shall eliminate those 2 Saiyans. With 2 fewer adversaries, the carnage will be significantly reduced, and I will strive to control my impulses to avoid unnecessary slaughter. 13 Raditz spoke with sincerity, and the old Kaishin could detect no flaws in his conviction. It was a genuine reflection of his inner thoughts. However, Bidili from Universe 9 raised a query. Wait, what about the other one? 13 Raditz smiled knowingly, having anticipated this question. That would be my brother Kakarot. I will keep a watchful eye on him. Otherwise, under 13 Vegeta's reign, the bloodshed will only escalate. The old Kaishin of Universe 9 furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation, uncertain of his thoughts, and remained silent for an extended period. In the realm of the Super Universe, Super Gohan nudged Gogeta, signaling him to take a glance at the contestant area of Universe 13. Gogeta turned his head to look, but discerned nothing amiss. What's the matter? Is something wrong? Super Gohan gazed incredulously at Super Vegeta 13. He had clearly been slain by Dr. Lychee, and that too after the resurrection of the Dragon Balls. How could he still be alive? Everyone had witnessed the demise of Super Vegeta 13, the cessation of his life energy, yet here he stood, unscathed before them. It was at this moment that Gogeta realized what Super Gohan was referring to. It was no longer a surprise. They possessed immortality, an inability to perish. The recently returned Super Vegeta stared at him with dazed eyes. Immortality, akin to that of Zamasu? How could that be, given their prowess? They were unaware of the existence of the Super Dragon Balls, It was merely a simplified version of immortality, nothing remarkable. Gogeta had discerned the abnormality in the three as early as his skirmish with Raditz, sensing that something was amiss. Super Goku gazed at the distant figure of 13 Kakarot sprawled on the ground. Although he had long since ceased to breathe, he now coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seemingly resurrected. In that moment, he was furiously cursing, adamant about challenging 13 Vegeta to a fight without regard for the consequences. Vegeta, you scoundrel! How dare you prevent them from healing me? I am not yet recovered. Attend to my wounds at once. Despite his state of being caught between life and death, he could still perceive everything around him, including 13 Vegeta's refusal to allow anyone to treat him. The healing Namekian, who had been standing by, nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment at witnessing the dead come back to life. Upon hearing 13 Kakarot's words, he hurriedly approached to mend the injury on his chest, quickly restoring him to his former state. 13 Kakarot stood up as if nothing had happened, choosing not to confront Vegeta, but rather scanning his surroundings. Raditz, Raditz, he called out, searching for his brother. Unable to locate 13 Raditz, his mood soured, and he returned to the resting area of the 13th universe, still finding no trace of his brother. Alone in the contestant area of the 13th universe, he muttered Raditz's name to himself. Where are you, Raditz? Where have you gone? Have you abandoned me, you bastard? This puzzled the others from the time-space continuum. As in their universe, Raditz and Super Goku shared a notoriously antagonistic relationship, often at odds and ready to kill each other upon the slightest provocation. However, it appeared that circumstances in the 13th universe were markedly different. What could have transpired to make this aberration care for 13 Raditz? Though they were not typically inclined to gossip, the existence of the other self and the peculiar nature of immortality piqued their curiosity. Whenever such moments arose, they would instinctively turn their gazes towards Gogeta, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What is the meaning of this? Have you all turned me into your commentator? Despite their silence, Gogeta discerned their intent, a hint of melancholy washing over him as he cradled his head in his hands. I offered to teach you the art of mind reading. Yet you refused to learn. Piccolo wouldn't learn, nor would Gotenks. And now, when it matters most, you turn to me. Chowbik awkwardly turned his head away, having long anticipated that mastering the art of telepathy would ensue a multitude of troubles. Furthermore, the limitations of this ability rendered it of little assistance to him, which was why he had declined it. Vegeta, after a moment of sarcasm, proceeded to recount what he had observed. Indeed, the 13th universe mirrored their expectations, albeit with a convoluted narrative that took many by surprise. In the 13th universe, the young Kakarot was sent to Blue Star, where he fortuitously fell into the care of the renowned martial artist, Son Gohan. Initially, the elderly Gohan perceived Kakarot as a forsaken child, evoking his sympathy for one abandoned by his biological parents. However, the young Kakarot was exceedingly turbulent, akin to a wild beast, incessantly wreaking havoc upon his surroundings. Fortunately, being still quite small, and with Gohan's formidable strength, he could be restrained. Faced with a lack of options, Gohan endeavored to cultivate the boy's temperament while penning a letter to his esteemed mentor, the Turtle Hermit. He detailed his circumstances, mentioning the child's human form yet distinguishing features, a tail, a fierce disposition, and a penchant for violence. Strangely, Kakarot only exhibited aggression towards Gohan, displaying an unexpected amiability towards the natural world. Despite his efforts to teach Kakarot to speak, the first words the boy uttered were to eradicate all humanity. The only times he refrained from attacking Gohan were during lessons in martial arts or mealtimes. Gohan, feeling increasingly wearied, found it difficult to condemn a child he had rescued. Despite his foreboding instincts, he clung to the hope that through diligent training, Kakarot could gain better control over his temperament. The results were minimal and time was of the essence. In desperation, Gohan reached out to his retired mentor, seeking a capable individual to assist in disciplining Kakarot. Yet, the letter vanished into the void, and a year passed without a response, causing Gohan to miss the optimal window for guidance. As days turned into years, Kakarot grew, persistently ambushing Gohan, even attempting nocturnal assaults while his caretaker slumbered. Each assault, however, met with failure, for Gohan remained ever vigilant, understanding the danger Kakarot posed. Yet, despite the passage of time, Kakarot continued to vocalize his desire to annihilate humanity, culminating in a disastrous tumble from a cliff that left him injured. In Chapter 47, titled The Origins of the Deranged Kakarot, it is revealed that against all odds, Kakarot survived what should have been a fatal injury. In the original narrative, This fall transformed the combative Saiyan into the virtuous Earthling known as Son Goku. However, in the 13th universe, the incident drove Kakarot into madness, intensifying his violent tendencies to a grotesque degree. Over the years, the only noticeable change in Kakarot was his shift in address for Gohan, from old man to Grandpa Gohan. Yet this did little to quell his murderous intentions. One fateful day, as Kakarot matured and continued his relentless training, he encountered a full moon, awakening the primal power of the great ape. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, he annihilated Gohan's humble abode, a consequence of Gohan's inability to anticipate the transformation due to Kakarot's prior youth. The once vigilant Gohan, lulled into a false sense of security by Kakarot's apparent lack of threat, was caught off guard by the impending storm. As he sensed the approaching gale, he instinctively raised his hand in defense, but it was too late. The enormous foot of the great ape descended upon him, marking an abrupt and tragic end to his life. At this juncture, Kakarot had reached an age reminiscent of his first encounter with Bulma, his combat prowess notably enhanced. And with the amplification of the great ape form, he was able to eliminate Gohan effortlessly. In the original narrative, when Raditz arrived on Blue Star, Bulma utilized a power detector revealing Gohan's combat strength to be merely over 100. Having secretly trained with Krillin and Goku for several years, Gohan's demise was not entirely unexpected. Upon reverting to his human form, Kakarot let out a triumphant roar, reveling in his newfound strength, having defeated his grandfather. Thus began his solitary journey, a relentless crusade from south to north, driven by the teachings of his mother and Raditz, his mission to eradicate humanity. As years slipped by, Blue Star found itself engulfed in terror, headlines dominated by tales of a monstrous entity wreaking havoc. No military force could withstand him. Observing the devastation and suffering of innocent civilians, the turtle hermit could no longer remain idle. He resolved to confront this menace personally, accompanied by his devoted disciple, Krillin. Utilizing the news reports, they traced the path of destruction to uncover the identity of the mysterious beast. Upon arriving at a recently devastated village, the aged martial artist, with a wealth of experience, soon formed a bold hypothesis. The ground bore the enormous footprints of a simian creature, and the villagers had either been crushed or torn apart. Yet there were no signs of carnage typically associated with predation. This suggested that the assailant was not merely a brute, but rather possessed a deliberate intent to exterminate humanity. Otherwise, a common beast would not forego the opportunity for a meal. While signs indicated livestock had been consumed, the human victims bore no signs of mutilation. Moreover, it was telling that the creature vanished without a trace when not actively attacking. The youthful Krillin, upon hearing his master's deductions, felt a chill run down his spine. An inkling of fear taking root. Master, are you suggesting that this entity is being controlled by someone? Master Roshi nodded, convinced that there must be a hidden puppeteer behind the scenes. He had followed Kakarot closely, witnessing the numerous villages that had been ravaged in his wake. The enormous footprints confirmed that this creature's size exceeded at least 10 meters. A being of such stature could not simply vanish without a trace. The reason it had never been found was undoubtedly due to someone shielding it, or perhaps there were deeper secrets at play. However, Master Roshi leaned towards the former possibility. Clinging to a flicker of hope, he instructed Krillin to search the surroundings. Perhaps they might discover a survivor. Yet, he held little optimism, as every time they visited a victimized village, they would scour for signs of life, only to return empty-handed. Master Roshi was reluctant to relinquish hope entirely, as there might be someone who had evaded the onslaught. He remained in place to look for further clues while Krillin, bearing the turtle shell, dashed into the distant thicket. Feeling somewhat reassured with his master nearby, not overly fearful of encountering the monster. After running through the forest for a considerable while, Krillin stumbled upon Kakarot, who lay naked and covered in mud, sound asleep in a secluded corner. Shaking him gently, Krillin roused Kakarot, who opened his eyes to see Krillin's noseless visage, and curiously inquired, "Are you human? Why do you lack a nose?" In Universe 13, Bardock's wife, Hannah, was not the gentle, sympathetic figure portrayed in the original narrative. Rather, she was a fierce warrior of formidable strength. She and Raditz had repeatedly instructed Kakarot to eliminate all humans upon sending him to this world. Seeing that Kakarot was unharmed, Krillin turned to lead him back. Let us return to Master Roshi together. His movement allowed Kakarot, who was about to act, to catch sight of the turtle shell on Krillin's back, which dissuaded him from his intentions. You lack a nose and possess a turtle shell. Are you a turtle? Since Krillin was not human, he fell outside the scope of his mother and Raditz's murderous orders. and Kakarot felt no obligation to slay a turtle. Mistakenly believing that Kakarot had heard of the esteemed turtle school, Krillin puffed up with pride. Indeed, as a member of the turtle school, I take great pride in it. Kakarot also abandoned his murderous intent and turned to walk away. When Krillin noticed Kakarot lagging behind, he assumed he was searching for water. After all, Kakarot was covered in dirt, resembling a wild monkey, likely wishing to clean himself first. Earlier, Krillin had encountered a small stream and informed Kakarot, not far from here. There is a stream perfect for washing up. I'll accompany you. Krillin's intention was rooted in concern that Kakarot might encounter the monster. Having trained with Master Roshi for a while, he possessed some fighting ability and could protect Kakarot. However, Kakarot interpreted this quite differently, further solidifying his belief that Krillin was indeed a turtle. Of course, you all love water. The two leaped into the stream, embodying the innocence of children. Kakarot, having spent years in solitude, felt a surge of joy at having found a companion. They frolicked in the water, both filled with happiness, and Kakarot lowered his guard, accepting Krillin as his only friend. After bathing, Kakarot and Krillin strolled along the forest path, as the wicked nature of Kakarot wrestled with the innocence of his childlike heart. The voice of his mother, Hannah, echoed in his mind, urging him to kill Krillin, labeling him as human and a target for Kakarot's wrath. Yet, Kakarot insisted that Krillin was merely a turtle, adamantly refusing to harm him, explaining to the phantom of his mother that Krillin did not warrant death, having long been deprived of such joy. And in light of the companionship Krillin offered, Kakarot felt a deep-seated reluctance to revert to a state of isolation. He had been sent to this place at a young age, relying solely on old Gohan for companionship, and had never received any other form of education. Due to his temperament, old Gohan had been hesitant to take him out, focusing instead on instilling humanity within him, a task that ultimately proved futile. Whether Kakarot truly perceived Krillin as a turtle or simply could not bear the thought of losing a playmate remained uncertain. Nonetheless, he refrained from harming Krillin at that moment. As Kakarot wrestled with his inner turmoil, Krillin's voice broke through. What is your name? Instinctively, Kakarot responded, I am Kakarot. Krillin embraced his shoulder, confidently introducing himself. I am Krillin. We shall be friends from now on. Friends? You are my friend? Krillin's declaration extinguished Kakarot's murderous impulse as he repeated the word, friend, over and over. As they approached the moment of encountering Master Roshi, Kakarot seemed to sense danger, or perhaps other motives compelled him. He fled in advance, avoiding a direct confrontation with Master Roshi, leaving Krillin unable to catch up. Later, he recounted his encounter with Kakarot to Master Roshi, who, without much thought, concluded that Kakarot was likely aware of the fate that had befallen his village and, therefore, too afraid to return and face the grim reality of lost kin. Concerned for the child who had lost his family, Master Roshi and Krillin conducted a thorough search, hoping to provide a measure of comfort to Kakarot. For 2 full days, they scoured the area, but Kakarot had already fled far away, and this delay caused Master Roshi and Kakarot to miss each other completely. After a considerable distance had been put between them, Kakarot, now grown, resorted to transforming into a great ape to wreak havoc, while at other times, he fought in human form. 2 more years passed before Master Roshi finally found Kakarot, who was then in the midst of destroying a city, leaving chaos and the anguished cries of its inhabitants in his wake. Upon his arrival, Master Roshi found himself in a dilemma. Unleashing his full-powered Kamehameha could eliminate Kakarot, but would also endanger countless innocent lives. Ultimately, with a heart for humanity, Master Roshi sought an alternative approach. During the battle, he discerned Kakarot's weakness and severed his tail with a precise strike. Yet, in his irrational state, Kakarot's attacks were erratic, and at the age of 13 or 14, his strength had significantly increased. With innocent bystanders surrounding him, Master Roshi had to balance saving lives while contending with Kakarot, expending considerable effort and sustaining injuries to his legs in the process. Chapter 48. The arrival of Raditz. Kakarot reverted to his human form, and Krillin recognized him as the child he had met 2 years prior, sharing this revelation with Master Roshi. With his tail severed, Kakarot glared coldly at Master Roshi and then glanced at Krillin. My friend, why is your companion human? Master Roshi, filled with compassion, found it difficult to act against a child, having never encountered an extraterrestrial before. He believed Kakarot was merely being manipulated. Poor child. I cannot fathom what kind of individual has compelled you to commit such atrocities. I will save you. How could there exist a human child harboring intentions to annihilate all of humanity? Surely, he must be under the influence of advanced technology or some nefarious manipulation. Kakarot felt deceived, betrayed by his only friend, which ignited a profound fury within him. He lashed out at Master Roshi, yet before the greatest martial artist of Blue Star. His once proud strength proved utterly ineffective, merely a defensive effort without the ability to retaliate. Ultimately, Master Roshi delivered a swift and effortless chop to Kakarot's neck, rendering him unconscious. Master Roshi endeavored to uncover the mastermind behind Kakarot's control, intending to take him back in hopes of finding some clue. However, immediate action was required to rescue the many trapped beneath the rubble. Miraculously, Kakarot regained consciousness just as Master Roshi turned his back to lift a massive stone. He launched another attack. Master Roshi adeptly defended himself, but sensed the dire nature of the situation. He could not release his grip on the stone, for if it were to fall, the people beneath would surely perish. The trapped individuals were unable to escape, suffocated by other debris, their blood staining the ground, turning large sections of rock crimson. The chaos below was harrowing, with most of the trapped souls suffering grievous injuries, many succumbing instantly, while only a few remained clinging to life, buried under the weight of other stones. Master Roshi found himself in an agonizing predicament, one hand unable to move the boulder, while the other was preoccupied with fending off Kakarot's assaults, his legs straining to support the immense weight above. Desperate, Kakarot seized an injured individual nearby and hurled him at Master Roshi. Instinctively, Master Roshi caught the boy in a protective embrace, but before he could set him down, a bloodied hand pierced through his chest. In that fleeting moment, Kakarot's right hand, like a blade, punctured the boy's body, grievously wounding Master Roshi in the process. It dawned on him that Kakarot might not be under someone else's control, but rather acting upon his own volition. As he gazed upon the lifeless form cradled in his arms, Master Roshi laid the boy down and, with a swift kick, repelled Kakarot, simultaneously using his other hand to heave the boulder aside. With his hands forming a lotus shape at his waist, he gathered energy, a blue aura ascending ominously, instilling a sense of foreboding in Kakarot. He had never encountered such an attack. Few on Blue Star possessed the ability to engage in combat through energy manipulation. Yet his instincts warned him that he could not withstand this assault, or it would spell his doom. Kakarot fled at a breakneck pace, weaving through the ruins of destroyed buildings, unaware if anyone else remained alive within. Master Roshi hesitated for a mere moment, pondering the consequences of his potential demise. Was there anyone left on Blue Star capable of stopping this boy? He was still so young. If he were to grow further, there would be no one left to defeat him. Resolute, Master Roshi decided that even if it meant inflicting collateral damage, he must unleash this attack upon Kakarot. A few casualties were preferable to a greater loss of life. As for those inadvertently harmed, he would offer his apologies in the afterlife. However, his strength was waning, blood loss causing him to feel lightheaded and near the brink of collapse. Time was of the essence. Master Roshi unleashed the Kamehameha, a blue energy wave obliterating all in its path. Kakarot had already fled to safety, using the remnants of structures for cover, narrowly escaping disaster. Master Roshi, however, was not so fortunate. His body had reached its limit, and as his heart ceased to beat, he succumbed to his injuries. Krillin, witnessing the demise of his mentor, recalled the invaluable lessons imparted to him, tears streaming down his face. Kakarot, my master only wished to help you. Why did you kill him? Why have you become this way? Kakarot, his expression devoid of emotion, replied coldly, I will eliminate everyone. Every human must die. Sooner or later, you too shall fall by my hand. With that, Kakarot leapt away amidst the ruins, casting one last, lingering glance at Krillin, who knelt before Master Roshi's lifeless body. He had lost his only friend, plunging Kakarot deeper into despair and darkness. Krillin clenched his teeth, his gaze frenzied as he fixed it upon Kakarot's retreating form, vowing, Kakarot, I will avenge my master and save all of humanity. Thus, the era of the martial arts deity came to an end. Despite being vastly more powerful than Kakarot, Master Roshi was a good man at heart. Though he often appeared somewhat frivolous, merely an old man with a fondness for women, he transformed into a heroic figure whenever Blue Star faced peril, selflessly charging to the front lines. It was this unwavering sense of justice that led to his untimely demise in a battle that should never have claimed him. Ultra Goku found himself at a loss for words. Did his counterpart from another universe truly slay his grandfather and Master Roshi? Despite having anticipated this dreadful revelation, he never imagined that he had vanquished Master Roshi through such despicable means. These two figures held immense significance in Goku's life. Old Gohan awakened Goku's humanity, while Master Roshi imparted the essence of existence and a solid foundation in martial arts. Without them, Ultra Goku would not have reached this juncture. Their influence permeated his entire existence. Even though he was not directly responsible for those heinous acts, Ultra Goku felt a profound sense of disorientation, relieved only by the fact that he had sustained a head injury that had transformed him into a virtuous being. Vegeta selectively omitted certain details before recounting subsequent events, including the reason for Vegeta's immortality. In the aftermath, Krillin devoted himself to rigorous training, only to meet an inevitable demise. The moment Kakarot took matters into his own hands, he descended into madness, completely losing his sanity. Not only did he become a threat to humanity, but he also sought to annihilate the animal kingdom. Years passed, and the human population on Blue Planet dwindled to near extinction. Raditz arrived in accordance with the timeline, approaching the designated landing site to retrieve his brother. Nearby, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan anxiously scanned their surroundings. They were the last remaining warriors striving to defeat Kakarot, yet they stood no chance against him. This is infuriating. This destruction is recent, and we are drawing closer to him. He continues to pursue us. It is time to settle this once and for all. Raditz emerged from the spaceship, surveying the beautiful landscape with a favorable disposition. This planet appeared promising. Surely, it could fetch a handsome price. The Saiyan race had long been obliterated, leaving only Raditz and a few survivors to serve under Frieza. His arrival alerted Yamcha and Tien to the presence of a powerful, malevolent energy. They exchanged uncertain glances. This energy surpassed Kakarot's, and having battled him for the past 2 years, they recognized his human identity. However, they sensed that this newfound energy bore a resemblance to Kakarot's, albeit with significant differences. It was not merely Kakarot growing stronger. Raditz, lacking the ability to sense ki, relied on his scouter to detect the approach of living beings. There are still survivors. That careless Kakarot truly needs his older brother to clean up his mess, Raditz mused, a broad smile gracing his lips. Yamcha and Tien's combat prowess was moderate, yet they were of sufficient worth to warrant elimination. Upon their arrival, a slight relief washed over them seeing Raditz, as he was not the deranged Kakarot. They could not help but inquire, "Who are you?" Raditz crossed his arms, dismissively regarding the two. "Among the Blue Planet's inhabitants, your battle strength is commendable, which explains your ability to evade his pursuit." Yamcha and Tien had long been unsettled by Kakarot's rampage, and hearing Raditz's words filled them with foreboding. Without further ado, Raditz launched an attack. As the two warriors made their move, Tien and Yamcha simultaneously unleashed energy blasts aimed at Raditz. The blasts passed harmlessly through him as Raditz's speed exceeded their wildest imaginations, placing him behind Yamcha in an instant, delivering a devastating blow to his heart. Over the years of evading Kakarot, Yamcha's combat skills had improved significantly, allowing him to narrowly evade the strike. He pivoted and retaliated with a kick. Raditz easily blocked it, countering with a punch that sent Yamcha flying, then swiftly following up with a kick to his back. Yamcha stood no chance against him, and Tien rushed to assist, wishing to escape from this monstrous foe. However, Yamcha, weary of living in fear, disregarded Tien's pleas and insisted on confronting Raditz. Lowering his stance, muscles taut and ready, he transformed into a fierce wolf, launching himself at Raditz with a flurry of attacks. Wolf Fang Fist. Agile and relentless, he charged forward. But Raditz effortlessly deflected the assault and retaliated with a single punch to Yamcha's chest, sending him flying 100 meters away. "You worthless fool, perish." Tien, who had initially intended to retreat, could no longer contain himself. He clasped his hands together, forming a triangular shape, and unleashed his ultimate technique. Raditz, initially focused on finishing off Yamcha, suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of energy and instinctively raised his arms to shield himself, staggering back from the force of the blast. Kamehameha. Tien unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Raditz, while Yamcha struggled to rise, blood flowing from his mouth. "Stop, Tien. If you continue like this, you will perish." Though the Kamehameha was powerful enough to challenge foes beyond their level, it could not be used continuously without depleting one's stamina or life force. Yet Tien remained undeterred. Recognizing they had no opportunity to flee and resolved to use his life to secure a chance for his friend to escape. Yamcha run. Although Raditz was momentarily pushed back by the Kamehameha, he was far from defeated. All three understood that when Tien could no longer hold out, it would be their time to perish. Yamcha took 2 steps back, casting a lingering glance at Tien before soaring into the sky, vowing, "Tien, I will avenge you." With newfound determination, Yamcha pledged to train harder, knowing that Tien had died because of him and that he must seek vengeance. Moments passed, and Tien's strength finally waned. He collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Every muscle in his body ached, and he could barely move a finger, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Despite the relentless Kamehameha, Raditz had been pushed back over 50 meters, sustaining minor injuries. He approached Tien, placing a foot on his chest and crushing his ribs. Tien's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not accept his demise. He had not yet vanquished the monster that ravaged Blue Planet, only to succumb to this new adversary. In his final moments, Tien thought of the fleeing Yamcha and entrusted everything to him. Meanwhile, not far from their battle, Kakarot sat on a rock, his bare torso exposed. Lost and despondent as he gazed around. Why? Why am I alone again? Is there no one willing to accompany me? A mature spotted deer emerged from the forest, approaching Kakarot and affectionately licking his face. Kakarot's face lit up, and he stroked the deer's head. Thank you for being here with me. Yet, in an instant, Kakarot's demeanor shifted. He seized the deer by the neck and, with a swift motion, crushed its bones. Ah ha ha! Having slain the deer, Kakarot felt a surge of exhilaration. But just then, he sensed two familiar energies. It's those two. I'm coming. He was aware of the existence of Tien, Shinhan, and Yamcha. Yet he had yet to eliminate the two. Their skirmish with Raditz had created enough commotion to catch Kakarot's attention, who was eager to kill them. Yamcha, in a fit of panic, took flight and sought refuge. Raditz hovered in the air, unable to detect their presence. Tien's attacks had not been in vain. For Raditz's power detector was rendered useless. Damn it, where's that guy hiding? Can I find him? The power detector was already ineffective and had been shattered by the wide-ranging energy waves. He had not brought a spare. However, having witnessed survivors, Raditz was determined not to let them escape and prepared to unleash a widespread assault, intending to obliterate everything within a 10-mile radius. In mere seconds, Yamcha had not escaped far. He gathered energy in his hands, aiming at the ground. Hiding behind a hill, Yamcha noticed Raditz's movements and realized the dire situation. He would have to defend himself or be reduced to ashes. Yet, if discovered, he would face certain death, so he needed to devise a means of escape. Unbeknownst to Yamcha, someone was stealthily approaching from behind. The oppressive presence of Raditz dulled his senses, causing him to focus solely on the air. Delicious human flesh. Here I come. The figure emerging from the darkness was none other than Kakarot, who bit into Yamcha's right arm and sent him sprawling. Yamcha retaliated with an elbow strike to Kakarot's face, the ensuing struggle alerting Raditz to their location. As Kakarot and Yamcha created distance, Raditz unleashed a long-prepared energy wave, crashing it down towards the ground. Just as Yamcha attempted to flee again, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Raditz's punch was heavier than he had anticipated. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, he lost the chance to escape and was obliterated in an instant. His power was far inferior to Raditz, and once discovered, there was no hope for flight. Kakarot, witnessing his prey snatched away, glared with fierce intensity. You dare take what is mine? Kakarot appeared before Raditz in an instant, adopting a fearsome expression. Raditz, unfazed, threw a punch without a second thought. Are you trying to scare me? Kakarot reacted swiftly, raising his right hand to block the heavy blow, and then engaged Raditz in combat, evidently unaware of their familial ties. Raditz had no choice but to engage, and fortunately, the disparity in their strengths was significant. Kakarot's attacks proved ineffective, marking his first encounter with such a formidable opponent. Kakarot opened his mouth, firing an energy blast that engulfed Raditz, causing Kakarot to exclaim in excitement, I won. I'm the strongest. Just as he believed victory was his. A punch landed in his abdomen, causing him to briefly lose consciousness. Raditz's battle suit on the right side was torn from the attack, and he caught the unconscious Kakarot, laying him on the ground. Gazing at the familiar visage, Raditz chuckled softly. You truly resemble our father. It seems solitary living has taken a toll on your sanity, rendering you incapable of recognizing your own brother. For now, I shall forgive you. However, you must heed my words. I will take you away from here to seek medical attention. Raditz, observing his younger brother, recognized his disturbed state, placing him in a spacecraft and setting the destination for planet Frisia 66. They returned to the Frisia Forces domain, where Kakarot was admitted to a medical ward. After an initial examination, the doctor delivered grim news to Raditz. He has lived on that planet for far too long, and his singular destructive ambition has led him to develop several mental disorders. He is essentially a madman. The key issue appears to be severe brain trauma, likely from a childhood injury, which has greatly impacted him, resulting in bizarre psychological behavior. Raditz stood outside the ward, watching his brother lying in bed, directly asking, "Indeed. That is my thought as well. Do you believe you can cure him?" The Frisia Force's medical practitioner frowned slightly before providing an honest explanation. Under normal circumstances, it is possible. He possesses a strong psychological endurance. We have administered a sedative to prevent him from going into a frenzy. You will need to accompany him daily. I estimate that it won't be long before he regains his sanity and functions like a normal individual. Raditz nodded. He could not abandon his brother, for Kakarot still held considerable value to him. Days later, Kakarot was discharged and learned of Raditz's identity as his brother. Though he retained some memories from childhood, he still raved daily about wanting to kill everyone. Fortunately, with Raditz present, Kakarot could not stir up much trouble, as Raditz managed to restrain him each time. This was Frisia's territory. Apart from the Frisia Force, others were, to varying degrees, guests of Frisia, having purchased planets from him. Naturally, Raditz would not allow Kakarot to harm them. After several more days, Kakarot ceased to continually speak of murder, yet the ferocity in his gaze remained undiminished. Time passed, and under Raditz's encouragement, Kakarot began using utensils. After killing old Gohan, he had lived in the wild, eating with his hands and never using cutlery, slowly relearning to use utensils over time. Another half-month later, guided by Raditz, Kakarot commenced a new training regimen. Having lived alone for so long, he had never learned to harness his inner energy. He could only emit energy blasts from his mouth. Raditz instructed him that to channel his internal power, he must concentrate his energy. Kakarot's innate talent may not have been exceptional, but his understanding of training was commendable. He quickly adapted to the rhythm. A month later, Raditz contacted Vegeta, who was far away in another galaxy, to report the situation. Prince Vegeta, Kakarot's recovery is progressing smoothly. He simply requires Saiyan combat training, and he will soon be ready to join us on missions. Upon receiving the news, Vegeta nonchalantly replied that he would arrive in a year and promptly ended the communication with Raditz, dismissing the significance of Kakarot and Raditz as being virtually indistinguishable. Raditz relayed this information to Kakarot, who had just destroyed the training room, and he reacted with irritation, vehemently rebutting, "Are you suggesting I must wait for them? Didn't you mention there is a planet awaiting our conquest?" Kakarot was unwilling to delay. It had been a long time since he had killed. Although he refrained from harming his comrades, he still yearned to kill, as it brought him a sense of joy and clarity. Raditz coldly responded, "That planet is not easily subdued. We need both of them to attack it." Kakarot spat, dismissing his words. Do we truly require those two?" Raditz could discern the defiance in Kakarot's demeanor and candidly expressed, "The individuals you refer to as mere boys are far superior to us. Do not presume that we are the strongest merely because we are on Frisia's planet 66. There are others we must heed. Prince Vegeta could effortlessly crush us both with a single hand. It is precisely for this reason that I sought you out. Alone, I hold little value in their eyes. Hence my decision to bring you along. This is merely one of Frisia's dominions. The universe is vast, and he cannot oversee it all. Numerous territories are established, and the nearby galaxies lack formidable warriors of Frisia's legion." Kakarot perceived the underlying implication in his words, his expression revealing discomfort as he retorted, "So, absent this circumstance, you would not have come to retrieve me? If you wish to prove your worth, it would be more prudent for us to annihilate that planet before they arrive." Kakarot's reasoning was sound, yet Raditz erupted into laughter, avoiding a definitive answer regarding whether his motivation stemmed from self-interest or reminiscence of his brother, only to self-deprecate further. "Do not be absurd. This is not Planet Blue. The inhabitants here are not so weak. What can your battle power of 666 accomplish? You fool. Take your scouter and perish, open your eyes and look again." Upon hearing Raditz belittle his strength, Kakarot roared in fury, his body surging with intense energy. Raditz's scouter rapidly escalated in readings, ultimately stabilizing at 1,666, leaving him astounded. 1,666? How did you achieve that? Kakarot relished the astonishment on Raditz's face, coldly replying, "I possess my own techniques that I can impart to you." Although Raditz was indeed taken aback, he remained steadfast in his belief. "Fine, I concede that you possess some skill, but it is still insufficient. Our abilities are not yet adequate to control the cultivators." Raditz could not fathom how Kakarot had acquired this technique, mistakenly believing it to be a product of his own enlightenment. To successfully conquer a planet, the power of the cultivators was indispensable, yet their battle prowess could not surpass that of the cultivators by a significant margin. Moreover, it was uncertain if the cultivators would remain obedient. A betrayal in the heat of battle could spell disaster. Kakarot, filled with pride, donned a devilish grin. I will impart all my knowledge to you, and you shall share what you know in return. Within 6 months, your wretched scouter will leave you utterly astonished. Since Kakarot's arrival, he had refrained from using the scouter, relying solely on his own senses. 10 days later, the duo arrived at an extraordinary planet where gravity was 15 times that of Planet Blue. Upon exiting the space pod, Kakarot stumbled unsteadily. Raditz, clearly accustomed to the environment, crossed his arms and remarked, "The gravity here is 15 times that of Planet Blue, but it matters not. True Saiyans fear not the weight of gravity." "Damn it," Kakarot cursed, gradually acclimating to the gravitational force as their battle was poised to erupt. In the initial stages, Kakarot found himself severely suppressed. Yet he soon began to match Raditz's movements. A month passed, and both were gravely injured upon returning to Frisia's Planet 66, subsequently receiving treatment from the medical staff. Within the healing chamber, Raditz divulged another secret of the Saiyans to Kakarot, a revelation he had only recently uncovered, though our approach this time was somewhat brutal. There is a silver lining. Each time we suffer near-fatal injuries, a Saiyant's battle power experiences a notable enhancement. It can be seen as a blessing in disguise. I once contemplated self-inflicted pain to bolster my strength, but minor injuries proved ineffective, while severe ones could lead to my demise before reaching the medical chamber. Thus I abandoned that notion. After all, no one wishes to wager their life for a chance to grow stronger. Death is final, and it remains uncertain whether the enhancement upon revival lasts indefinitely or plateaus at a certain threshold. 3 months later, Raditz began instructing Kakarot in aerial combat techniques. While they may not have matched the martial prowess of Master Roshi from Planet Blue, their skills in the art of killing were unparalleled, far surpassing Kakarot, who lacked any formal training. During aerial combat, the adversary's vulnerabilities and weaknesses would shift, necessitating the preservation of a portion of one's energy to avoid crashing to the ground and sustaining severe injuries. This was merely a matter of experience, and Kakarot adapted swiftly. In the 4th month, Kakarot and Raditz observed a confrontation between two individuals on Frisia's Planet 66. Raditz, puzzled, noticed Kakarot's indifference as he stood with his back turned, disdainfully commenting, "Among the two behind, the one on the right is evidently nearly half stronger than his opponent." Raditz nodded in agreement, his scouter corroborating Kakarot's assessment. Kakarot removed the battle power scouter from his eyes and handed it to Raditz. "Discard that worthless scouter. Rely on your own senses to gauge the strength of those nearby." In the 5th month, Raditz elucidated the principle behind the Saiyans' transformation into great apes during a full moon, allowing Kakarot to comprehend the reason. Kakarot pointed skyward, envisioning himself in a scene of carnage, fervently inquiring, "All we need is a full moon, and we can head to that planet." Raditz shattered his fantasy with a single statement: "The planet lacks a moon." Kakarot lowered his head in contemplation, then posed a somewhat irrelevant question. "You mentioned that we have amassed considerable wealth, correct?" Raditz nodded, as Kakarot's intellectual limitations meant he was the one managing the finances. Planet Blue's environment was favorable, and someone had purchased him at a high price, resulting in substantial profit. Saiyans were essentially laborers under Frisia, forcibly conquering appealing planets, annihilating the indigenous populace, and selling them at elevated prices to those in need. Kakarot had completed this task single-handedly, earning a significant reward. It could be considered a stroke of luck, generally. The more desirable the planet, the stronger the race capable of occupying it. It was a rare occurrence for a planet of such quality to be inhabited by a race lacking formidable individuals, as was the case with Planet Blue. Kakarot nodded, then shared his idea. "That is well and good. We do not require a moon, merely the light of a moon. We can create a device that emits radiance. And with that, along with a few vegetable beings, we can unleash our wrath without restraint." Raditz's power surged, instilling him with newfound confidence, leading him to believe that his younger brother possessed more intellect than he had initially presumed. 6 months later, the duo invested their resources into acquiring a device and boarded a spacecraft, heading towards their destination, Halier Planet. This peculiar planet was shrouded in mystery, enveloped by a circular, enigmatic apparatus that prevented even the sun's rays from penetrating its surface. Fortunately, this machine-like celestial body emitted a gentle glow around the clock, providing illumination for its inhabitants. The people of Halio Planet were engrossed in advancing technology, never suspecting that they would face a sudden assault from merely 2 adversaries. Chapter 50, Life and Death. Blood brothers. Upon descending to the surface, Kakarot immediately unleashed a powerful energy wave, demolishing a nearby building. Raditz's expression shifted dramatically as he scolded his reckless sibling. "No. Not those buildings. Did I not instruct you to spare the research facilities? Such actions would significantly diminish the value of this planet. How can you not discern the difference? Kakarot pointed at the ruins. What distinguishes this from other structures? How am I to tell? Kakarot protested, frustrated, as he failed to recognize which buildings were vital. Raditz, at a loss, could only urge him to be more vigilant. The tremendous explosion sent the populace into a frenzy, fleeing in panic to avoid being caught in the chaos. Swiftly, the military of Haleo Planet mobilized, encircling the two intruders and deploying high-temperature weaponry to subdue them. Kakarot, upon spotting the enemy, trembled with excitement. It had been far too long since he had taken a life, and he could no longer contain his inner turmoil. I will kill them all, he declared, launching himself into the air. Raditz, unable to intervene in time, shouted in protest, "Wait. Don't harm those in white coats." The value of this planet was considerable, and its advanced technology piqued Frisia's interest. During their invasion, it was crucial to avoid harming the researchers, as they might be of use in the future. In the command center of Haleor's military, news of the annihilation of their forces soon reached the highest commander, causing him considerable distress. How did these two manage to arrive here? We will need to deploy super warriors to contend with them. However, their numbers were limited, having been dispatched to other planets for combat, leaving Haleor without reinforcements. Soon, a messenger delivered positive news. Super warrior Philip had completed her mission and was at home. Upon receiving the information, Philip rapidly mobilized and arrived at the scene, where Kakarot and Raditz were engaged in conversation. Her presence took both by surprise. Her formidable prowess did not go unnoticed, and Kakarot regarded her with cautious respect. "What is this? She seems quite formidable," he remarked. Raditz, exasperated by his brother's choice of words, recognized Kakarot's limited exposure to the outside world. She must be one of this planet's elite warriors. In perfect synchrony, the two leaped into the air, launching a dual energy wave towards Philip, obliterating the ground beneath her. Kakarot glanced down at the now silent area, scoffing at the supposed elite. This is what they call elite? Truly pathetic. However, Raditz felt an ominous premonition and turned to look behind him. Just as he did, a fist collided with his face, sending him crashing into a wall. Kakarot reacted swiftly, firing two energy blasts directed at Philip's position. A blue energy shield enveloped her, absorbing the impact. Raditz charged in, striking the shield with great force, but instead of shattering it, he felt a sharp pain in his right hand as it swelled and reddened. Philip's defenses were formidable, and without allowing the brothers any respite, she raised her hands, unleashing two energy blasts from the center of her armored palms. Kakarot, positioned further away, barely dodged the attack, but still suffered damage as his battle suit tore on the left side. Raditz, too close to evade, could only shield his chest, absorbing the full brunt of the assault. This woman is truly fierce, he thought. The explosion of energy sent Raditz flying, while Kakarot, intent on checking on his brother, was met with a powerful kick to the chest, propelling him several meters away. "Fool, you should worry about yourself first," Philip retorted, as Philip launched another assault. Kakarot attempted to retaliate, but his punches were effortlessly evaded. Philip seized his arm and forcefully hurled him downwards. Kakarot fought to regain his balance, but Philip struck him on the head, sending him crashing to the ground. Philip, believing she had vanquished the two, was nonetheless astonished. They could generate energy waves with their bodies. How was this possible? On Haleo Planet, where technology reigned supreme, no one practiced martial arts or even knew of the existence of energy. Without holding back, Philip dove towards Kakarot, lifting her right foot high before delivering a crushing stomp onto his back. The impact created a deep crater in the ground, and Kakarot's breath quickened. Raditz rushed to his brother's aid, but as he approached, he was kicked away, blood spilling from his mouth as he lost two teeth. Pointing at the fallen Kakarot, Philip glared at Raditz with a fierce expression. "Where did you come from? Why are you attacking us? Explain everything, or I will kill him." As she spoke, Philip raised her leg and stomped down again, pressing Kakarot's head further into the ground, attempting to force Raditz into submission. Seeing Raditz remain unresponsive, Philip wasted no time, bringing her right leg down with tremendous force, deforming Kakarot's head and fracturing his skull. Raditz hesitated for a moment before making a decisive move, clasping his palms together and fervently channeling his energy. "Damn it, die," he shouted. Even Philip did not underestimate this strike. She raised her hands high, summoning the full energy of her armor to form a protective shield against the impending attack. Raditz's full force strike obliterated everything within a 100-mile radius. As he lost control of the destruction, Philip cursed under her breath, labeling him a monster for possessing such destructive power without the aid of technological armor. In the next moment, she felt a bloodied hand pierce through her body. Kakarot stood behind her, his gaze icy. As Philip attempted to turn her head, she found it impossible. The machinery within her was failing rapidly. In a state of disbelief, she uttered, "How can this be? I should have crushed your bones. Why are you still standing?" Kakarot smirked derisively at her words. "The injuries I sustained on Blue Star were far worse than this." Philip, pierced through the chest, lay helplessly on the ground, revealing beneath the formidable armor merely a robust, ordinary woman. After sustaining such a blow, her breaths became shallow, and within moments, she ceased to breathe. After executing this grim act, Kakarot also collapsed to the ground, and Raditz came to his aid. As the two brothers walked away into the distance, they could only hide for a while, waiting until they regained the capacity to act. Kakarot showed no concern for himself, instead jesting about Raditz's actions, quipping that he should not destroy the place while Raditz had obliterated all the buildings. Enraged, Raditz retorted, "It was all to save you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths." Given their current physical conditions, it was evident that they could not continue their invasion and thus sought refuge in a concealed area. Meanwhile, the command center on planet Helior was in chaos, as the only super warrior station there had perished, leaving them no choice but to recall other super warriors. They commenced a thorough search for the two, but despite their efforts, weeks passed without locating Raditz and Kakarot, who had cleverly concealed themselves. During their battle, their energy levels had been significant, easily detectable by scanners, yet they had suppressed their presence, leaving the military with no effective means to find them in the short term. At that moment, Raditz and Kakarot were ensconced in a forest. Kakarot was bound in bandages, while Raditz scurried about, pilfering medicinal supplies for healing. Kakarot's injuries were severe, and despite the passage of time, he had not yet recovered. As for sustenance, Kakarot's mobility was limited, so Raditz resorted to capturing any prey he could find. Ensuring Kakarot was not picky, sometimes, he would even bring back humanoid bear-like creatures to eat. As time progressed, Kakarot's wounds finally healed, and the two sought out a new city to wreak havoc. The military command dispatched a colossal spacecraft, deploying 4 super warriors to eliminate the two adversaries. Raditz was tasked with destruction while Kakarot, longing for normal food, savored a duck leg. Upon their arrival, they found the city largely reduced to ruins, with only a few research facilities remaining unscathed. Prior to their approach, the warriors had conspired to strike decisively, ensuring the enemies could not survive, as they were merciless killers, all the while seeking to lure them into the outskirts for a confrontation. A fiery blast erupted before Raditz as the 4 super warriors surrounded the pair. Kakarot, in his arrogance, speculated that they were attempting to coax them into conversation and persuade them to retreat. However, before he could finish his thought, an order was given, and they opened fire, launching energy blasts that obliterated the space between them. Kakarot and Raditz leapt into the air, deeming their attack speed woefully inadequate, yet were caught off guard when they were struck from behind, sending them flying. 2 super warriors rapidly ascended to attack them, while the remaining 2 continued their barrage from below. Kakarot sensed the dire situation and urged Raditz to retreat, prompting both to soar away into the distance. Meanwhile, beneath the urban expanse, vegetable cultivators emerged, ensnaring the 2 super warriors below. The airborne duo did not hesitate, trusting their comrades to handle the monstrous foes while pursuing Raditz. Upon exiting the city, they were met with a breathtaking sight: 2 colossal apes, Raditz and Kakarot having transformed into giant gorillas using a small device, stared down at them with mocking eyes. With gaping maws, they unleashed energy blasts. The super warriors instinctively activated their shields to maximum power, absorbing the assault. Yet the once impenetrable barrier began to crack, leaving them incredulous. How could this be? Their energy had surged tenfold, and their shields could not withstand repeated assaults of such magnitude. They needed to distance themselves from the city, fearing there could be innocent lives at stake. Wounds began to trickle from their bodies as energy penetrated their shields, impacting their armor. Kakarot intended to give chase, but was halted by Raditz, who gestured for them to return to the city. The civilians must be protected, he asserted. The 2 retreated, leaving the super warriors momentarily stunned before they hastily returned. The other 2 warriors were still besieged by the vegetable cultivators, and due to the extensive cultivation by Kakarot and Raditz, they could not be dispatched quickly. One warrior declared his intent to assist, urging the others to aid their comrades and swiftly deal with the 2 beasts. Upon spotting Kakarot, transformed into a giant ape, He was seen crushing an adult man and consuming him, biting off his head. Blood erupted into the air like a fountain. Enraging the super warriors who immediately descended upon Kakarot, raining down blows and energy waves until he was knocked to the ground. Before he could rise, he witnessed the armor on the back of one super warrior's hand contract, gathering a terrifying amount of energy. "Monster, die!" he shouted, unleashing a super shockwave, exponentially more powerful than before, striking Kakarot squarely in the chest and sending him flying hundreds of meters, crashing into a high-rise and collapsing its structure. The commander, observing the battlefield through monitors, expressed her dissatisfaction with the actions taken. The super shockwave was an immensely destructive weapon, prohibited from being used within city limits. "How dare you employ the super shockwave in the city?" The super warriors remained unafraid, calmly explaining the situation. There was no alternative, only this tactic could harm them. And their immense physiques meant that all attacks would inevitably land upon him. The Supreme Commander pondered for a moment, ultimately permitting their use. For if the two were not dealt with swiftly, the death toll could escalate further. Kakarot was struck into unconsciousness, while Raditz, relying on his tough skin and immense strength, relentlessly hurled debris at the super warriors. Yet, one individual deftly evaded every assault, swiftly positioning himself beneath Raditz and concentrating energy aimed precisely at his tail. Raditz, taken by surprise, was pierced by the energy blast, inadvertently severing his tail, which instantly reverted him to his humanoid form, prompting an outburst of anger. The super warrior momentarily paused, then realized that the tail was their Achilles heel. Initially, he believed that targeting that location would render it more difficult to evade. But he had not anticipated such an outcome. Unable to transform into a giant ape, Raditz recognized the futility of facing two adversaries alone, while Kakarot found himself cornered, with both super warriors targeting him. Aware of the giant ape's vulnerability, they opted not to sever his tail. Instead, choosing a more straightforward method, two super energy waves intended to obliterate him. Just when Kakarot, previously unconscious, opened his eyes and let out a frenzied scream. He gathered energy into his mouth, not to attack them, but rather to direct it upwards. The super warriors sensed impending doom. Yet they could not possibly outrun the energy wave, merely watching helplessly as it soared beyond the atmosphere. Chapter 51. The Secret of Immortality. The energy blast collided with the illumination device created by the Heliorans, arriving with shocking abruptness. The personnel responsible for monitoring the device had no time to activate protective measures before being engulfed by the energy. By sheer coincidence, the blast penetrated the central core, causing the entire illumination apparatus to begin collapsing, disintegrating into massive fragments. As these colossal pieces plummeted to the surface of Helior, the impact would inevitably unleash chaos. Countless debris fell from the sky like meteorites, striking the military command ship first and resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The urban structures, in the face of such disaster, crumbled as if made of mere tofu, with the blast igniting towering flames into the sky. The super warriors suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. But it was too late. Kakarot was determined to perish alongside them. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, Kakarot leaped into the air and grasped his brother Raditz firmly in his grasp, leaving Raditz momentarily bewildered, questioning what this foolish brother intended to do. The entirety of the planet's structures and life forms were engulfed, reduced to nothingness. What was once a technologically advanced planet ultimately fell victim to its own advancements, collapsing under the weight of its own creation. Following a series of explosions and blinding flames, the city lay in ruins, the sky shrouded in darkness and obscured by ominous clouds. Uncertain how much time had passed, Kakarot and Raditz regained consciousness, shedding their transformations through a special device. Reverting to their human forms, Raditz gazed at Kakarot in disbelief. This foolish brother had shielded him with his own body. Was there anyone among the Scions who would act in such a manner? Seeing that Kakarot still drew breath brought Raditz a measure of relief. Kakarot, how did you withstand such an assault? Even the defensive capabilities of a great ape should not have been able to absorb that kind of attack. Yet here you are, alive. Shielded beneath the massive form of the great ape, Raditz remained unscathed, his battle suit barely torn. In stark contrast, Kakarot was in a dire state. His back scorched as though set aflame, his clothing entirely tattered, and his eyes unable to open, blood seeping from various wounds across his body. I couldn't withstand it. I simply couldn't, Kakarot uttered, his strength waning, leaving Raditz momentarily convinced of his demise. Emerging from the rubble nearby was a man, one of the super warriors. Though he was in a pitiful state, his armor shattered, blood streaming from his forehead, and his left arm completely severed. It was only by mere fortune that he had been near Kakarot in his great ape form, mitigating some of the damage. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as the others. I will ensure your complete annihilation, he declared, charging his right hand with a super destruction wave. Fueled by the loss of his home and loved ones, ready to exact vengeance upon the two villains. Yet, just as he was about to unleash his attack, an unseen foot descended from the air, crushing his skull. Raditz followed the direction of the foot with trepidation, exclaiming, "Vegeta, Nappa, why have you arrived early?" Vegeta offered no answer but surveyed the surroundings with an air of disdain, clearly impatient. "What have you two fools done?" His expression radiated fury, causing Raditz to hesitate in response. Kakarot, propping himself up, weakly stated, "We merely tidied up this planet. You can sell it now." Vegeta erupted in rage, indignant. "You imbecile. Who would I sell this planet to now that it's in ruins?" Typically, Frieza would annihilate the native inhabitants before selling a planet. However, this world was not only devoid of its original inhabitants, but its environment had also been irrevocably damaged. Teetering on the brink of explosion, who would dare purchase such a desolate sphere? The four swiftly departed, returning to Frieza's territory to tend to the half-dead Kakarot. After a time, Kakarot's injuries began to heal, and the four convened to discuss their next move. Nappa revealed to Raditz the true reason behind their mission. Frieza sought to acquire the secrets of planet Heller, and you foolishly exterminated everyone, due to their disdain for Raditz. Vegeta and Nappa had withheld the full extent of their orders. Frieza did not merely intend to sell planet Heller, but was also eager to obtain its technology. Given Raditz's lack of strength and courage, they had only advised him to avoid damaging the research facilities, omitting Frieza's explicit command. However, Kakarot's arrival and subsequent words ignited a fervent desire within Raditz to prove himself. With his brother present, he impulsively accompanied him. Vegeta's dissatisfaction was evident, as he berated Raditz without restraint. "Frieza is furious with you two imbeciles." The authority Vegeta had long established left Raditz no room for defiance. He could only endure the scolding. Nappa expressed his frustration toward Raditz. "You fool. Frieza explicitly forbade you from retrieving Kakarot, yet you insisted on bringing him back." Raditz, perplexed, inquired why. Nappa stroked his bald head, pondering. "Perhaps it is to prevent Kakarot from associating with us and being influenced by our presence?" Kakarot, cradling his head in his hands, wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed, you are all wretched beings, absolutely despicable." The three turned to him in unison, as if to say, "It seems you are the least virtuous among us. How could such words escape your lips?" Vegeta rapped the table, urging them to cease their bickering. "This constitutes a continuous defiance of orders. I suspect he intends to execute us." Since Kakarot had made such a commotion, failing to conceal his identity, the four had become wanted fugitives across the galaxy. Not long after their departure, planet Heller erupted with volcanic fury, tsunamis crashing upon its shores, eventually leading to its self-destruction, rendering it a lifeless orb. Unfazed, Kakarot reclined nonchalantly, declaring, "What does it matter? We can simply eliminate Frieza." Nappa nearly fainted at this audacious statement. The naivety of youth rendered him oblivious to the reality of Frieza's overwhelming power, far beyond what a mere lower-class Saiyan could hope to confront. Frieza's might surpassed imagination. In comparison to him, he was virtually invincible. Kakarot dismissed Nappa's caution as mere exaggeration, rising to confront Vegeta. "TCH, I have encountered far worse on Blue Star. I might lose once or twice, but thereafter my strength will eclipse his." Vegeta, though surprised, contemplated a strategy for self-preservation, though he was reluctant to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. "Surely you are aware of how Saiyans can amplify their strength through near-death experiences. Let us pay Frieza a visit, just you and me." Kakarot felt a surge of excitement. If he could confront Frieza, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate that wretched being. What was there to fear from a mere Frieza? The two swiftly made their way to Frieza's domain. Entering the command center of the spacecraft, where Frieza lounged in his hovering chair, a look of impatience etched upon his face. "What a disgrace. Useless trash. All brawn and no brains, daring to defy my orders." Frieza's anger escalated with each passing moment. Since Kakarot's arrival, he had been rendered speechless by Frieza's terrifying presence. The thought of eliminating him had completely evaporated from his mind. The sheer might of Frieza threatened to shatter his sanity, leaving him to endure the scolding without a hint of retaliation. Vegeta observed Frieza's expressions as they shifted from displeasure to fury, then to a grotesque distortion. His fingers began to rise slightly. He realized he had to make a decisive move or death would await him. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed his right hand into a blade and struck Kakarot's unguarded neck, severing his head from his body. "My Lord Frieza, you are absolutely right. It is the foolish scions that I have failed to oversee. To atone for my mistakes, I shall execute Raditz and Nappa immediately. I am your most loyal servant and shall never betray you, nor allow these imbeciles to sway me again." As he gazed at Kakarot's decapitated corpse, blood staining the floor, Frieza halted his actions. Vegeta's loyalty sparked a new idea in his mind. If one could so easily slay their own comrade, then perhaps he could grant Vegeta a reprieve. Vegeta was ordered to depart, followed by a lowly Frieza soldier who carried Kakarot's head in one hand and dragged his body with the other. Sabo, standing beside Frieza, seethed inwardly at Vegeta's underhanded tactics. It was despicable how he had stealthily redirected Frieza's ire towards Nappa and Raditz, securing his own survival in the process. Once outside the room, Vegeta used his communicator to summon Nappa, requesting Raditz's presence for an urgent meeting. Half an hour later, upon returning to his quarters, he was met with an astonishing sight. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he beheld Kakarot, who had been decapitated, now leaning against the wall, coldly regarding him. "You truly are a bastard, Vegeta." Vegeta instinctively retorted, "How is this possible? I killed you with my own hands." He was acutely aware that he had indeed severed Kakarot's head, yet here he stood, alive before him. Kakarot, unable to move too freely due to the recent stitching of his neck, smugly replied, "Rather than betray our kind and serve Frieza like a dog, why not become like me, an immortal? We can grow stronger bit by bit until we surpass Frieza." His words stirred something within Vegeta. Scions were not like others. Death and rebirth merely granted them another life, or an additional opportunity to be slain. The Scion ability to recover from near-death experiences significantly enhanced their combat prowess. If he could attain immortality, it would mean he could continuously grow stronger without limitation. Overwhelmed with uncontainable joy, he eagerly inquired, "How did you acquire such power?" Raditz positioned himself between them, fully aware of Vegeta's intentions to eliminate the three of them in exchange for his own life. Yet, he refrained from attacking for a simple reason. The three of them were no match for Vegeta, not even with Nappa's assistance. "We should leave at once. If Frieza discovers that Kakarot is alive, he will swiftly deal with us." Vegeta acknowledged the truth in this statement. Having gained immortality, he no longer needed to bow to Frieza. He, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, was destined to be the universe's sovereign. The four of them dispatched the guards, suppressing their energy signatures to avoid detection, and boarded a spacecraft, flying in the opposite direction. By the time Frieza learned of their escape, they had already vanished without a trace. For safety's sake, they switched spacecraft multiple times to conceal their whereabouts, ultimately deciding to head to the KS star system, where the ruler possessed considerable power. Frieza's forces had never succeeded in conquering it, making their journey relatively secure. Kakarot recounted his own tale, describing a serendipitous encounter with a blue-haired human who introduced him to the existence of the Dragon Balls. After successfully gathering them, he acquired a diminished version of immortality, allowing him to repeatedly revive and surpass everyone on Blue Star. Vegeta remained skeptical. A wish-granting artifact? Such a thing cannot possibly exist. Are you serious? Kakarot pointed to himself, dismissing Vegeta's disbelief. But you see my body, I was not killed by you. In the days that followed, Vegeta sensed a shift in the attitudes of those around him. Even Nappa now regarded him somewhat differently. The events that transpired had fundamentally altered their relationships. Nappa placed his trust in Kakarot, having witnessed the evidence firsthand. "Let us hasten to Blue Star," he suggested. Vegeta rejected the proposition, deeming it tantamount to seeking death. "You are a fool, Nappa. Blue Star lies within Frieza's domain. He is likely scouring the universe for us, especially the planet where Kakarot arrived. Returning there would be akin to walking into a trap." While Vegeta pondered how to return safely, Kakarot doused their hopes with cold reality. "It's no longer usable. They turned to stone years ago. In the past, it only took a year for the Dragon Balls to regenerate after a wish, but this time it has taken much longer." Vegeta turned to Raditz, who had been gathering information outside. Perhaps he had uncovered some promising leads. "What progress have you made?" Raditz's expression soured as he revealed a significant piece of news. "I have a lead. One of my contacts expressed great interest in the Dragon Balls and invited us to his master's planet as guests." Without hesitation, Vegeta agreed. With their combined strength, they could face any challenge. Few in Frieza's army could rival him, the only formidable opponents being Sabo, Dodoria, and the Ginyu Force. Confident in his abilities, he was willing to brave any peril. The four did not linger, immediately setting off for the location provided, where they were greeted upon their arrival. "My master has been expecting you for quite some time." The four of them paused, realizing the strength of the figure before them. He was slightly more powerful than Nappa, yet merely a servant. They sensed several other powerful energies on this planet and remained cautious in their approach. They were led into an opulent palace, where they were introduced to an elderly man seated upon a high throne. "This is my master, King Slag, the invincible ruler of the KS star system." Kakarot scarcely heeded the words of his opponent, his gaze fixated upon a nearby cushion, upon which rested an object he knew all too well. A Dragon Ball. There lay a Dragon Ball. Without hesitation, Kakarot prepared to seize it. However, he was halted by a sharp slap from Vegeta, who scolded him fiercely. "Fool! Calm down, this is someone else's territory. Must you be so reckless?" Shrag, cloaked in robes, felt a flicker of joy as he observed Kakarot's intent. "It seems you are indeed familiar with the secret of the Dragon Balls. Tell me, where did you see one?" Shrag had long coveted the Dragon Balls, his life hanging by a thread, relying on them for survival. Kakarot struggled to comprehend the situation and was about to respond when Vegeta, interrupting, admonished him once more. "First, disclose where you found the Dragon Ball. That would make our exchange of information fair." At Vegeta's audacity to refuse his inquiry, Shrag's expression soured, and he regarded the group coldly before gesturing dismissively. Raditz surveyed Shrag's 4 formidable guards, recognizing their formidable prowess, and urged Vegeta to maintain his composure. "Do not act rashly. Vegeta, their strength likely exceeds ours." Vegeta, however, remained haughtily indifferent, dismissing Raditz's warnings. Shrag, growing impatient, revealed his true nature as a villain. "Let these fools explain themselves." The 4 guards nodded and selected their opponents. A fierce blond man, terse in speech, lunged forward with a knee strike. "Do not make futile resistance. Quickly divulge your information." Kakarot was knocked to the ground but sprang back up in a fury. "You scoundrel! I shall end you." The blond man hovered above, his gaze a mix of apathy and disdain for Kakarot's bravado. "I beg to differ." The two clashed once more, Kakarot launching a punch that was evaded while he received a blow to his back. In their quest for the Dragon Ball's whereabouts, they refrained from lethal force, the blond man merely restraining Kakarot with his legs. Raditz, too, found himself barely able to withstand a punch before being thoroughly outmatched. Meanwhile, Nappa faced a larger green foe, effortlessly blocking its attacks before engaging in a test of strength. "I am far stronger than Raditz. Such skills cannot defeat me." The green creature, recognizing the challenge, smirked as 4 smaller frogs detached from its back. While entangled with Nappa, they launched a surprise assault, catching him off guard as he scrambled to fend off 5 adversaries. Among the 4, only Vegeta remained composed, deftly evading the incoming attacks and executing a kick that sent one of the frogs tumbling. Grasping its wings, he tore them off with force, raising its lower body to the air before channeling energy into his hands. The Gallic gun, a violet beam of energy, struck the foe, obliterating it into nothingness as Vegeta surged toward Shrag. "Now, it is your turn." Vegeta, the strongest among the 4, found himself faced with Shrag, who, unfazed, slowly raised a finger toward him. Just as Vegeta approached, he was sent flying by the energy emitted from Shrag's fingertip, crashing heavily to the ground. Vegeta's defeat served as the final straw for the others. If even the mightiest among them could not win, what hope did they possess? As the 4 were subdued, Shrag paid no heed to Vegeta's slaying of one of his subordinates. His fingers splayed toward Kakarot, who was lifted into the air and held firmly. Shrag began to delve into Kakarot's memories. "Now, answer me truthfully." Through Kakarot's recollections, Shrag grasped the nature of the Dragon Balls on Planet Blue. Unlike Kakarot, who had only a vague understanding, Shrag realized the futility of the Dragon Balls without their creator. The revelation that the Dragon Balls were rendered useless struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him disappointed. He had hoped for a glimmer of hope from these individuals, but was met only with despair. The urgency in Shrag grew. Without the Dragon Balls, he faced annihilation. Seizing an opportunity, Kakarot unexpectedly yanked off Shrag's faceplate, revealing a familiar visage. "You resemble the god of Planet Blue." A well-traveled and battle-hardened Vegeta immediately recognized him as a Namekian, formulating a hypothesis. The blond man, observing Shrag's expression, surmised that they had not gleaned any useful information. Sighing as he voiced his opinion, "Lord Shrag, these 4 are significant targets of Frieza. If they hold no value, it would be prudent to return them." Shrag grinned menacingly. "Frieza, you say? He is not an easy adversary." As Shrag hesitated, the blond man knelt, earnestly imploring, "Allow me to speak. If Frieza decides to act against us due to this matter, we stand no chance." Frieza's power was formidable, his forces far superior to Shrag's. After contemplation, Shrag resolved to hand them over to Frieza, acknowledging his own frailty. By the time he regained his youth, Frieza would likely have already secured his dominion over the universe. Vegeta, for reasons unknown, refrained from a desperate struggle, perhaps recognizing the futility in resisting. The four were bound to devices, awaiting the preparation of a spacecraft to deliver them to Frieza, thereby currying favor with him. As the guards departed, Raditz struggled against his restraints, turning to Vegeta. Vegeta, surely you can break free from these chains. Now bound to separate beds by a peculiar apparatus, only Vegeta remained unperturbed, exuding calmness. Raditz, aware of the dire circumstances, understood that returning to Frieza meant certain death. Yet Vegeta remained composed, suggesting he possessed a means of escape. True to Raditz's expectations, Vegeta flexed his wrists and began to move his hands. Of course, this is hardly a challenge, though it was said that Vegeta would break free from his chains. He remained dutifully confined, recuperating from his injuries. Days passed without any intention of escape until the 8th day, when he signaled Raditz to sense the surrounding energy. Raditz expanded his perception, searching in all directions. It seems we can quietly slip away now. I've observed them recently. His guards seldom come here, and I haven't sensed their energy in quite some time. Nappa expressed envy, as he had yet to master the art of energy sensing. Once we escape, you must enlighten us on how to sense energy. The three of them deliberated their strategy while Kakarot slept soundly, occasionally shouting about annihilating the humans of Blue Star. All of you shall perish at my hands. Despite his recent camaraderie with Raditz, the haunting memories of his childhood lingered, manifesting in dreams of slaughtering on Blue Star. Vegeta sighed in exasperation at his companions. What kind of teammates do I have? How can he sleep like a log during such perilous times? As they finalized their plans, a diminutive man clad in a gray robe opened the door to their confinement and entered, speaking in a conciliatory tone. I stand with you. I have grown weary of this wretched planet. Let us escape together. Without waiting for their consent, the small man manipulated a device, freeing Vegeta from his restraints. To the east lies the location of the escape pod, but we must remain silent. There are many guards present. With your abilities, you should be able to eliminate them before they sound the alarm. His message was clear. Caution was paramount during their escape. Alarming Shrag would spell disaster for them all. They quickly devised a plan and prepared to leave. Raditz approached Kakarot and roused him from his slumber. Kakarot, wake up. We are escaping. Surprisingly, Kakarot, who had been sleeping soundly, sprang to life at Raditz's words, activating his bull's light amplification device, his eyes glowing with a fierce red. Huh, you think you can confine me, you worthless scrap. In an instant, he transformed into a great ape, smashing a gaping hole in their prison and alerting Shrag's subordinates. Who triggered the alarm? Nappa and Vegeta were left dumbfounded. What just happened? He transformed without warning. We were supposed to escape quietly. Exchanging glances, they realized there was no other option but to charge through. Vegeta's frustration boiled over as he muttered curses. Damn it, I could just kill your brother, that fool. Raditz couldn't resist chiming in. You can't kill him. The first to respond to the commotion was a frog, which hurried over to lend support, splitting into 4 smaller frogs to block Nappa's path, hurling insults from above. Fool, do you wish to be defeated again? In their previous encounter, although evenly matched, the frogs had caught Nappa off guard by dividing, leading to his defeat. Nappa smirked, resolved to teach them a lesson, his right hand becoming a blur as he unleashed 4 punches, obliterating the 4 small frogs. Fool, I've learned your tricks, and I've grown stronger. The frogs were left in disbelief. In their perception, Nappa had indeed become considerably more powerful since their last encounter, yet they pondered how he could strengthen while imprisoned. How is this possible? The same tactics employed against a Saiyan would not work a second time. Before the frogs could react, Nappa struck one, crushing its skull. And the rejuvenated Nappa found himself even stronger than before. The blonde-haired warrior, arriving late to the fray, was astonished to witness Kakarot smashing through walls. What is that creature? That monstrous ape? Unfamiliar with science or the concept of great ape transformation, he was baffled by the sudden enemy's presence. While he was lost in thought, Kakarot was not. He sought vengeance, regardless of past grievances. With hands clasped together, Kakarot unleashed a powerful blow upon the blonde warrior, sending him flying. The final guard, arriving belatedly, realized he must intervene as the chaos unfolded. Suddenly, a figure blurred past him, colliding into him and sending both crashing through several sturdy barriers, leaving them unconscious. Kakarot reverted to his human form, glancing toward their escape route, spotting a large spaceship. Wait, where's our escape pod? Nappa replied vaguely, I don't know. Don't worry about it. As long as we can escape, that's what matters. They successfully boarded the spaceship and fled Shrag's stronghold. Fortunately, Shrag was away from the planet that day, though still nearby, allowing them this chance for escape. This was also the reason the small man had dared to come forward with information. As they regrouped, they began to strategize for their encounter with Shrag. Kakarot had new thoughts regarding the so-called God of Blue Star, who was a Namekian, just like Shrag. They were both aware of the Dragon Balls, and it was likely that Namek held even more powerful ones. Vegeta was envisioning the future. Once he attained immortality, he would become the most formidable Saiyan in the cosmos. No one could thwart him, not even Shrag or Frieza, both of whom would succumb to the might of the Saiyan race. Meanwhile, Frieza's subordinates had tracked the whereabouts of Vegeta and his companions, promptly reporting back to him, with a smirk that concealed his malice. Frieza ordered his minions to recalibrate their target. He intended to personally deal with Vegeta and his allies. Upon returning to his domain, Shrag discovered the ravaged prison chamber and two of his severely injured subordinates. Rather than unleashing his fury upon them, he chose to pardon their transgressions, allowing them to recuperate while accompanying him to another region. Accompanied by a contingent of loyal guards, Shrag discreetly set off, trailing closely behind Vegeta and his group. Vegeta's party inquired about the identity of a diminutive man they encountered, but he opted to remain reticent, withholding his true identity. Kakarot, unaware of the man's involvement in freeing Vegeta and the others, mistook him for an ordinary mortal who had fled with them. Without hesitation, Kakarot struck, delivering a devastating blow that crushed the man's skull into his chest, killing him instantly before he could utter a word. The unexpected violence startled the others. They had not anticipated Kakarot's impulsive aggression. Vegeta regarded Kakarot with disdain, questioning his inability to allow others to speak before resorting to lethal force. With the diminutive man dead, Raditz discarded his lifeless body. The man had been a sorcerer of this universe, having previously located half of the magical being Hildegarn, slaying Tapian's brother, and sealing Hildegarn within himself. However, he was unable to find the other half of the music box necessary for the complete seal. Thus, he sought to harness the power of the Namekians and use the Dragon Balls to wish for the missing piece, believing that with the complete Hildegarn, he could dominate the universe. Unfortunately, his ambitions were thwarted when Kakarot, driven by his own recklessness, struck him down before he could release Hildegarn. Vegeta and his companions arrived at Namek first, only to encounter the patrolling Nail. The outcome was predictable. They were soundly defeated by the formidable warrior with a battle power of 42,000. Kakarot, due to his reckless bravado, bore the brunt of the assault. However, they refrained from attacking the Namekians. Nail, embodying the Namekian ethos of benevolence, chose not to annihilate them, instead urging them to leave his planet promptly. Grateful, Raditz and the others hastened back to their spacecraft. On their way, they fortuitously crossed paths with Dind, the most gifted healing Namekian of the time, capable of mending grievous injuries in mere seconds. Mistaking them for visiting extraterrestrials, he voluntarily offered his healing abilities, and within minutes, their wounds were healed. This discovery thrilled Vegeta, as Saiyans could enhance their battle power upon recovering from near-death experiences. Yet, the fear of dying before receiving treatment had deterred many from such practices. With Din's assistance, they could potentially become infinitely stronger. Even Kakarot's immortality had its limitations, for he could only recover to a state just shy of death. Active healing was still necessary. Dind was the ideal ally in this regard, prompting Vegeta to devise a plan to collect the Dragon Balls, wish for immortality, and subsequently coerce Dind into providing continuous healing. Revived from the brink of death, their battle power surged significantly. Without a second thought, Kakarot unleashed a ki blast at his own chest, inadvertently killing himself due to a lack of control. His companions were left in shock, unable to comprehend his self-destructive behavior. After healing them, Dind departed, bewildered by Kakarot's rapid demise. Nevertheless, he revived Kakarot, who, having experienced an additional brush with death, now surpassed Nappa and approached Vegeta's level of strength. This newfound power alarmed Vegeta. He could not allow Kakarot to surpass him, lest he face dire consequences. Following Vegeta's group, Frieza also arrived on Namek, intent on locating them. The four allies conspired and stealthily sought the Dragon Balls. They managed to conceal their energy levels, leaving Frieza in a state of impotent rage. In an unexpected turn of events, one of his subordinates learned about the existence of the Dragon Balls, much to Frieza's delight. He yearned for the wish that would grant him eternal life. However, Vegeta had already secured 5 of the Dragon Balls, leaving only 2 remaining. As they hid from Frieza, he was left with no choice but to refrain from destroying the planet. Instead, he called out to them, offering to overlook past grievances and even extend an invitation for Vegeta to become his commander, a position of immense power. Such juvenile manipulation was beneath Vegeta's contempt. And as the four continued to exploit minor healing exploits, Nappa and Raditz were left in a state of bewilderment, for they lacked the benefit of immortality. They could not afford to be reckless, yet Kakarot's apparent addiction to self-destruction and subsequent healing was troubling. Vegeta was consumed with anxiety, having previously harmed Kakarot. He feared the repercussions should Kakarot's power exceed his own. With Frieza's arrival resulting in widespread devastation, the chaos provided Vegeta and his companions with a convenient excuse. They explained to Din that Frieza was a malevolent force pursuing them, and in their struggle to protect the planet, they had sustained numerous injuries. The naive Din believed them, especially as Frieza's minions were indeed wreaking havoc and forcibly seizing the Dragon Balls. Vegeta's group stealthily infiltrated to gather the Dragon Balls, remaining undetected, leading to a stalemate. Frieza held 2 while Vegeta possessed 5. The following day, Shrag arrived, seeking to restore his youthful form. He believed that regaining his peak physical condition would render Frieza no match for him. With aspirations of eliminating Frieza post-wish, he aimed to establish himself as the new ruler of the universe. As the 3 factions converged, Vegeta's group appeared the weakest in the shadows. Yet the power of Vegeta and Kakarot was now substantially greater than before. In the ensuing skirmish, while Shrag and Frieza clashed, Vegeta stealthily infiltrated Frieza's spacecraft, pilfering the last 2 Dragon Balls. Upon successfully making his wish for immortality, the 3 wishes were distributed among them. Kakarot, having already attained immortality, required no further wishes. As the Elder of Namek approached the end of his lifespan, the moment he closed his eyes, the 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone. This revelation left Vegeta with a complex expression as he grasped Kakarot firmly. During Frieza's confrontation with Shrag, they pondered why the Dragon Balls had transformed into stone and what had transpired. Vegeta's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Although he had attained his most coveted desire of immortality, he still harbored other aspirations of equal significance. With the Dragon Balls now depleted, what was he to do? This thought ignited an uncontrollable fury within him, which he directed squarely at Kakarot. Had it not been for Kakarot's words, he would never have relinquished his immortality to the 2 worthless beings, Raditz and Nappa. From the outset, Vegeta had never considered granting them immortality. Kakarot had mentioned that the 7 Dragon Balls of Earth could only grant a single wish at a time. Consequently, among the trio, only one could wish, while the other 2 would have to wait for the next opportunity. Naturally, Vegeta would never concede that chance to them. However, upon making his wish, he discovered that the eternal dragon of Namek, Purunga, could grant 3 wishes at once. With everyone present, they each made their wishes and obtained immortality. Yet Vegeta was still dissatisfied. He longed for eternal life and a body that would remain forever youthful, so he would not have to face the inevitable decline of age, which would hinder his full potential in the future. Now that the Dragon Balls of Namek were also gone, his hopes were dashed, igniting a tempest of rage within him. Kakarot, oblivious to Vegeta's inner turmoil, found his own immortality sufficient for perpetual combat, indifferent to any additional desires. You ask me, I ask whom? What nonsense! With immortality on their side, who could truly fear whom? Kakarot would not indulge him, taking a few deep breaths to regain his composure. Vegeta acknowledged that Kakarot's combat prowess was formidable and not far inferior to his own. He was indeed a valuable ally, and Vegeta could not kill him. Ultimately, they refrained from engaging in a fierce battle with Kakarot, instead taking some time to adapt to their newly enhanced bodies. They devised a plan to confront Frieza, who was in search of the Dragon Balls. As for Slug, he had already been slain by Frieza, who had transformed into his final form, far beyond the capabilities of the aging Slug. Yet, when the true confrontation commenced, Vegeta realized the grave error of his assumptions. He was no match for Frieza. Against opponents like Cyberman and Dodoria, Vegeta had dispatched them effortlessly, even defeating Jinyu in just a few exchanges. However, everything changed when facing Frieza. Despite being resurrected multiple times and experiencing a staggering increase in power, Frieza toyed with him as if he were a mere plaything. With a single hand, Frieza effortlessly deflected all of his attacks, while Kakarot, laughing maniacally, attempted to intervene, albeit to little avail. After inflicting severe injuries upon both warriors, Frieza contemplated imprisoning them, having learned of their immortality. As long as he refrained from healing them, they would remain perpetually wounded, incapable of posing any threat. In a moment of crisis, Vegeta awakened, and his overwhelming fury propelled him to transform into a Super Saiyan, ultimately defeating Frieza. It was during this tumultuous battle that Kakarot also successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, leading to the demise of both Cooler and King Cold, all at Vegeta's own hands. They emerged as the new overlords of the universe, with Vegeta deploying all of his subordinates to search for any remaining Dragon Balls, yet years passed with no success. Gogeta recounted the tale, leaving the inhabitants of Universe 13, who had gained immortality, astounded. They had utilized the Dragon Balls for so long without considering the possibility of acquiring immortality. It was rather deceitful. Chapter 54, Babiti's Conspiracy. Only Vegeta scoffed, understanding the actions of the 13 versions of himself. Winning was paramount. Immortality, even in a diminished form, still constituted immortality. Gogeta nodded in agreement, acknowledging that without immortality, they would undoubtedly fall short against Frieza. However, the glaring weakness remained. Without someone to heal them, they would lack any combat capability, merely awaiting slaughter despite their resurrection. Ultimately, they were merely ordinary dragons, incomparable to the Super Dragon Balls, capable only of restoring them to the brink of life. Utterly powerless to mend their injuries, they required healing, gradually regaining their strength, a far cry from the unparalleled immortality of the time-space Black Goku. The next match would feature Universe 11's Bu against Universe 18's Super Vegeta. Upon encountering this old rival, the Super Vegeta revealed a knowing smile at the corner of his mouth, finally finding himself face to face with him once more. Chow Bik also comprehended the nature of Vegeta's laughter, for he had once met his demise at the hands of Bu. This occasion presents an opportunity for vengeance. It appears that this Bu possesses considerable strength, seemingly unseparated from the malevolent Kid Bu, now embodying both good and evil. The chubby Bu from the time-space continuum is the benevolent Bu, as the original little Bu has already diverged from him. Consequently, his strength has diminished significantly. However, prior to the Tournament of Power, he began training diligently in preparation for the competition. Unfortunately, as the period of hibernation approached, he was unable to participate as he had hoped. Super Vegeta, with an air of unwavering pride, strode onto the arena with his arms crossed, not once glancing back. The portly Bu from Universe 11, clearly brimming with confidence and a well-laid plan, proclaimed loudly, "I shall be the champion of this tournament." Super Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, launched an aggressive assault on the rotund Majin Bu, as his right hand pierced through Bu's left chest. He attempted to retract his arm, only to find it ensnared by an inexplicable gravitational force, rendering him unable to withdraw. Majin Bu retaliated with a powerful punch. Yet Super Vegeta remained unperturbed, propelling himself into the air with a vigorous leap to evade the attack. Simultaneously, he gathered energy in his left hand, unleashing a golden energy wave. Caught off guard, Majin Bu suffered a grievous blow, his head shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Super Vegeta extricated his right arm, executed a backflip to create distance, and positioned his hands atop his head, channeling an immense surge of energy within. The Gallic Gun, a formidable violet energy wave, was unleashed at an astonishing speed, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated Majin Bu's form, scattering chunks of flesh across the arena. The scattered remnants squirmed on the ground, ultimately coalescing into numerous diminutive versions of Bu, as the arena became inundated with hundreds of these small entities. Super Vegeta beheld the familiar scene with a knowing smile. Was this not the very technique that had once led to his downfall in the battle against the malevolent Kid Bu? Yet now, he had grown significantly stronger, rendering such trivial antics utterly futile against him. Vegeta summoned the full extent of his inner energy, conjuring a formidable sphere of power. In an instant, he unleashed it with ferocity, causing it to radiate in all directions. One by one, the smaller Bu were consumed and torn asunder by the overwhelming energy. Following the colossal shockwave, the fat Bu on the arena returned to its original form, while the remaining small Bus fused together, transforming back into Fat Bu. Despite enduring such a devastating blow, Fat Bu remained unfazed, grinning widely to reveal 2 rows of gleaming white teeth, chuckling foolishly. Heh. Super Vegeta also chuckled, a derisive sneer upon his lips. What is this? Still as foolish as you were back then? After all these years, there has been no progress. Upon hearing Super Vegeta's mockery, Fat Bu's head began to emit steam, his entire body quaking as he unleashed the power within. Super Vegeta remained unhurried, merely observing with a cold gaze until the plump Bu squinted his eyes into slits and charged towards him, reaching his side. Super Vegeta finally reacted, casually shaking his head to deftly evade the incoming punch. He seized the tuft of Fat Bu's hair and hurled him forcefully behind him. His hair and eyebrows transformed into a vibrant red hue. Under the guidance of Super Bu, Fat Bu exhibited no signs of intimidation. A fierce dog-like creature turned over and charged again, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches at Super Vegeta. Just before their blows collided, Super Vegeta lowered his head, then struck with a knife hand from his right, transforming it into a powerful fist just before impact. With a surge of energy, he delivered an uppercut that sent Fat Bu soaring through the air. Without granting him a moment to regroup, Super Vegeta reappeared above him, executing a devastating knee strike from above. This seamless barrage of attacks left Fat Bu no opportunity to catch his breath, flowing like a river in its execution. The arena floor lay in ruins once more, and as Fat Bu rose again, he lost all semblance of reason, his entire form radiating a brilliant pink glow. Super Vegeta approached step by step, the antennae on Fat Bu's head aimed at him, roaring in fury. "I shall transform you into chocolate candy and devour you." A pink beam of magical energy shot forth, piercing through Super Vegeta's form and turning an unknown contestant below the arena into chocolate. The figure of Super Vegeta flickered rapidly, leaving Fat Bu at a loss for his exact position, thus finding himself in a passive predicament. Observing from the sidelines, the solitary Babidi, witnessing the impending defeat of his Fat Bu, opened his mouth to utter a spell in an attempt to assist his ally. However, before he could articulate even a single syllable, a hand swiftly covered his mouth. The West Supreme Kai had arrived, vigilantly monitoring his actions. "No cheating from the sidelines, Babidi," he cautioned. They had long anticipated that Babidi would not idly watch as Fat Bu succumbed, certain he would seek to intervene. Babidi's expression darkened immediately, yet upon glancing around, he realized that he had only one formidable subordinate, the Demon King Dabura, and thus suppressed his fury. On the arena, Fat Bu was forced to retreat continuously, his attempts to unleash magical rays proving futile, quickly leaving him with no escape. Just as he prepared for a desperate struggle, Super Vegeta's fist fell decisively, propelling him into the air, whereupon he clasped his hands to his chest, the golden aura surging with intensity. Upon encountering Fat Bu, Super Vegeta devised a plan. He intended to ensure that this Fat Bu would meet a fate so dire that resurrection would be rendered impossible. Ultimately, a brilliant, robust golden energy wave surged forth, its overwhelming force creating a maelstrom of energy that compelled the onlookers to shut their eyes tightly against the spectacle. Surrounding the shockwave were specks of starlight, and Fat Bu's countenance shifted to one of terror as he extended his hands to unleash multiple energy blasts, all of which shattered upon contact, proving utterly ineffective and halting the onslaught. Resigned, he raised his hands in a futile attempt to shield himself, yet within less than a second, he was enveloped by the overwhelming energy. The aura emanating from Super Vegeta intensified increasingly, boundless and relentless, as if it knew no limits. Majin Buu was propelled directly out of the atmosphere, his body reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace of his existence.